I'm good, thank you. Can you hear me? Fantastic. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be with you. Yeah, it's been great. It's been great to be honest with you. It's been yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, I in retrospect, I don't know why I ever worried about being doxxed, but I mean, it happened totally by accident, or it happened totally, it came totally out of the blue. I mean, I had a sense that I was being watched, that I was being monitored, that people were out to get me, and then it just happened. But I mean, it's only raised my profile. It's only opened up new opportunities for me. You know, I mean, I'm doing stuff in person. I went over to Miami and spoke at Hereticon with Pietro Baselli, the handsomest man in the world, and I've done loads of stuff. So it's not harmed me at all. Yeah, it's great. I mean, I'm not saying that I would recommend to your average anon to reveal their identity, but I do think that actually, potentially, we've reached a kind of inflection point where some of the dangers of being of speaking your mind freely on the internet or anywhere else for that matter might actually be on the wane. So, I mean, I'm hoping that it's a broader sort of turning point for freedom of speech, freedom of expression, but it remains to be seen. No, exactly, exactly. I mean, the thing is as well, I don't have a normie life. I haven't had a normie life for a long time. I haven't had a normie job for a long time, and so there wasn't whatever damage it did to my reputation in the normie world. It hasn't. I'm insulated really from the economic effects. Uh, so it's not. So yes, I mean, I have an independent income, books, etc. This journalism job that I have, etc. With Infowars. So yeah, I mean, I'm not a typical anon in that respect at all. Of course. No, that's no. So the cookbook is raw egg nationalism in theory and practice. The eggs Benedict option. I mean, the eggs Benedict option does have a few recipes in it, but it's more like a political manifesto, I would say, than anything else. It's about the Great Reset plan for food, the global plan, the global plant based agenda, and the eggs Benedict option of the title is my alternative vision of the future of food. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a big topic to get into, but uh, I mean, my general approach to food draws on the work of somebody called Weston Price, who was a dentist in the at the turn of the 20th century. He wrote a fantastic book. I think the best book ever written on nutrition, actually, called Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. He published that in 1939. It was the kind of summary of decades really of work that he did on the relationship between nutrition and physical degeneration. So he was a dentist in Cleveland, Ohio. He originally came from somewhere like Saskatchewan, Canada, I think. But anyway, he set up practice in Cleveland, Ohio, and he noticed that an increasing number of his dental patients were displaying signs of profound physical degeneration in their mouths and in their faces as a result, he surmised, of changes to diet. Now, the turn of the 20th century was a time when Americans really, for the first time, were starting to adopt a diet based predominantly around industrially produced foodstuffs. First industrially produced foodstuffs, refined grains, tinned and canned goods. They were moving away from what we might call an ancestral diet, or at least a diet that was based in locally produced whole foods. And Weston Price surmised that this change of diet was responsible for example, children would come to his dental practice with mouths full of cavities. Their cheeks and nasal passages weren't developing properly. Their entire sort of structure of their face, if you will, was kind of collapsing. And he surmised that it was because an industrially produced diet lacks particular essential nutrients, vitamins, minerals, protein, fats, etc. And he went around the world looking for basically for control societies, for traditional societies eating their traditional diets to see if they experienced the same kind of problems, and of course they didn't. So he visited the Inuit in Arctic Canada. He visited pastoralists in the South Sudan around the Nile, people like the Nur, the Maasai. He went to Fiji, the South Pacific. He went to he also went to places in Europe as well, which is interesting, which people actually don't realize. He went to high alpine Switzerland, for example, and to the Lochental Valley, where a kind of isolated high alpine valley where basically all people ate was rye bread, milk, butter, meat, little bit of sort of trout from mountain streams and that kind of thing. But they were eating basically like a meat and dairy diet. He went to the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, saw the crofters on Lewis, etc. And so, even in the 1930s, even in the 1920s, it was abundantly clear that the transition to factory produced food controlled, produced by corporations, was having a disastrous effect on human health. That was clear even in the 1920s and the 1930s with the very first processed foods, the very first, you might even call them proto-processed foods. Anyway, so the process of corporate control or corporate control itself has increased significantly over the food supply in the last 100 or so years. We're at a position now where I think the average 2 to 5-year-old in the UK, for example, will derive over 2/3 of their daily calories from ultra-processed food. So we've moved away from the dietary patterns of our ancestors in the most profound way in the last 100 years, and it's been a disaster for human health. And I think RFK Jr. with his "Make America Healthy Again" agenda, he's right to focus on processed foods as one of the principal sources of the profound illness that has overtaken American society and Western developed societies more broadly. It's not just the US, it's the UK, it's Australia, it's all the developed world. But in many respects, then the US is the thin end of the wedge. The US is furthest along this process of replacing traditional whole food diets with industrially produced slop, basically. So that is one of the most important, I think, trends in food, in diet, in health over the last 100 years. But then, you mentioned environmental contaminants, toxins, pollution, etc. I mean, that's a big thing as well. And that's something that's only happened within the last, well, certainly within the last 100 years, really, and certainly since the widespread adoption of plastics and artificial herbicides and pesticides, probably around about the sort of 1940s, 1950s. but these chemicals now are totally, I mean, they're ubiquitous. They're everywhere with microplastics. Then they are at the bottom, the deepest ocean trenches. They fall in snow, they fall in rain. They get to parts of the planet that have never actually even been set foot on by human beings. They circulate in the environment like a force of nature. They circulate on the wind as precipitation, etc. So the scale of the problem, I think, is enormous and unprecedented, and it's something that I come back to time and time again. And I mean, I do find a lot of comment on some of the stuff that I say about the extent of industrial pollution, the extent of contamination of the food supply is, well, you know, what the hell can we do about this if this problem is so widespread, is so great? And I do try not to blackpill about it. I mean, I want people to understand that it's a problem that is absolutely pervasive. It really is a problem that is going to require not just individual effort, because there are things that we can do in our own lives individually to protect ourselves and protect our loved ones, but there has to be government regulation. The government has to get involved. However much of a small government person you may be, if you care about this problem, I think you have to, and you should. I think you have to understand that. You have to understand that government has a big role to play in this. Government needs, for example, we need to reform. We need to reform the FDA. We need to reform the way that food additives are licensed. We need to reform the EPA and the USDA. We need to change the subsidy system so that overproduction of corn and soy isn't rewarded. Because I mean, that's one of the principal reasons for the existence of ultra processed food, is these mountains and mountains of corn and soy that are produced, that are overproduced because of the subsidy system that's existed and mutated since the First World War. So, I mean, it's a complicated problem. Ill health today is a complicated problem. It's multifactorial. It's not just one thing. So, you know, people talk about seed oils, and seed oils have become a meme, I think. I mean, seed oils are, and don't get me wrong, I think seed oils are bad. I don't think that there's no historical precedent for consuming seed oils in the way that we consume them today. They are everywhere, they're in everything, largely, again, because, you know, the agricultural system in the US incentivizes overproduction of soy. So you get soy oil in everything. Soybean oil is now, I think, the most popular seed oil in America. Consumption has increased something like 1,000-fold over the last 50, 70 years. I remember a statistic like that. So um, it's a complicated problem, and it's not just one thing. I mean, just eliminating seed oils or reducing seed oil consumption, I think it could have very positive effects, but it's not going to change the situation totally. We're going to have to address all sorts of different this problem from all sorts of different angles in different ways. On the macro scale, I mean, people talk about banning seed oils, for example. I mean, yeah, you could ban seed oils. I certainly wouldn't object to that. But like I say, I don't think that would be that we wouldn't, you know, it's become a meme, the McDonald's thing, right? Make McDonald's fries tallow again. Yeah, I mean, that would be great, wouldn't it? It'd be great if McDonald's went back to their pre 1990 whenever policy of frying their fries in tallow. That would be great, but I don't think that on its own that would have a huge effect. I think that really what we need to do is we need to bring in regulations that change the priorities of the food supply. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I think that they've been floating the appointment of Joel Salatin, the regenerative farmer, floating the idea of giving him an important role in the FDA or the USDA, or simply in some kind of initiative with Robert F. Kennedy. And I think that that would be good, certainly, because he understands the priorities of the farming system, the way that the priorities of the farming system in the US privilege these mega corporations that don't, really give a crap about the health of the average American. It's got nothing to do with the health of the American people. It's about maximizing profits and dividends to shareholders. We need to reform the farming system in the US from the bottom up. I think we need to make the farming system favor the small guy, not only local communities, but also local farmers, small farmers. I mean, Joel Salatin wrote a very, very good book, series of essays called "Everything I Want to Do Is Illegal," and that's basically what it's like to be a small farmer. Everything you want to do, everything you should be able to do as a small farmer, the basic sort of common sense priorities that you would have as a farmer. I want to sell raw milk. I want to slaughter my own chickens. I want to build a timber mill or something. You can't do it. But if you're a big corporation, of course you can do it because you have the money. If you want to slaughter chickens, you buy or build a slaughterhouse. But if you've got a 250-acre farm or even a 1,000-acre farm as a small farmer in the Midwest, you can't do that. So I would support broadly any measures that actually break the corporate stranglehold on the food supply. So broadly, that would be my agenda: would be to check the growth of corporate control over the food supply, over agriculture. And also, I would, and this is something that RFK Jr. has talked about extensively, I would also end the revolving door culture between regulators and the industries they regulate. So he has talked a lot, for decades actually, about the corruption of the FDA, for example, and the way that people who regulate drugs go on to work for the companies whose drugs they approved. I mean, there was a scandal during the pandemic, for example, with some of the people who worked at the FDA and regulated and approved the mRNA vaccines. They went on to work for the companies, that they had been scrutinizing. They went on to work for Moderna and Pfizer, Johnson and Johnson, etc. That just shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't happen. And the fact that it does is and the fact that it happens so openly as well. I mean, there's no real pretense. It's one week a person is approving an mRNA vaccine, and then the next week they've suddenly got a cushy position at the biotech company that made it. And there's not really even any suggestion of impropriety, or if there is, then it's drowned out. So yes, I mean, broadly, my agenda, if I were in power, would be to limit corporate control over the food supply, over the medical industry, and make sure that that these broad systems reflect the priorities of ordinary people rather than the bottom line of shareholders. I think that the carnivore diet very obviously works as a radical elimination diet, obviously. And you do get people who are seriously, seriously fucked up, whose immune systems are seriously, seriously fucked up. I mean, Jordan Peterson very clearly uh, probably has some kind of congenital autoimmune condition. Michaela Peterson certainly does. I mean, she had to have multiple joints replaced. She had to have a hip replacement and an ankle replacement and a wrist replacement, I think. I mean, she very definitely did have a serious autoimmune disorder. And by all accounts, and I don't think that they're lying, the carnivore diet, just eating meat with seasoning cooked in tallow or butter and drinking water, has had miraculous effects. There was a book in the 1920s called Not by Bread Alone by Vilhelm Stephenson, who was a Canadian Arctic explorer. He went and lived with the Inuit, and he undertook basically an experiment to see whether he could eat like the Inuit, eat basically a diet of meat and blubber and nothing else, and still be healthy. He did that for a year under quite strict monitored conditions, actually. It was a proper experiment, and he was absolutely fine. He was absolutely fine, and he was an advocate for the well, say he was an advocate. His conclusion was certainly that you could live on a meat only diet, on a carnivore diet like the Inuit, and be healthy. Whether or not you wanted to is another matter. I mean, I mean, personally, I don't. That's not particularly. I mean, I love steak, but it's not particularly how I want to live. I mean, there are other things that I like as well. My general approach to food is what I would describe as an ancestral approach to food, informed by somebody like Weston A. Price in particular. I mean, Weston A. Price traveled around the world. Like I said, he went to the high Arctic Canada. He went to the South Pacific. He went to the Isle of Lewis in Scotland. And the people in all of these, the people who were in perfect health, that's the term that he uses, perfect health, in these traditional small scale societies, they ate different diets. I mean, the kind of food that's available in high Arctic Canada: caribou, salmon, fish eggs, the contents of the caribou's stomach. So they would slaughter caribou and then they would eat the fermented moss and plant matter in a caribou's stomach. That's very different from the kind of food that the Maasai were eating. The Maasai were eating famously meat, milk, and blood. That's the kind of archetypal pastoralist diet, is meat, milk, and blood. That's how the Mongols would have eaten. It's probably how the Scythians would have eaten on the Pontic-Caspian steppe in the kind of classical age, in the Greek age. But there were commonalities, nevertheless, between all of these different societies. So Weston Price noted, these societies, they all prioritized what he called nutrient-dense animal foods. So we're talking, for example, organ meat, liver, kidneys, nose to tail, fatty cuts of meat, dairy, seafood, fat products, eggs, whether we're talking chicken eggs or even salmon eggs. So the Inuit ate huge quantities of dried salmon eggs, seafood, etc. Crabs. I mean, when he went to New Zealand, for example, he noted that particular kinds of crabs were prized by the Maori, especially when women were pregnant. So he actually had a lot of very interesting things to say about pregnancy diets, about nutrition for pregnant women, for women who wanted to become pregnant, even in these traditional societies. And they would give women special foods in order to encourage fertility. Sometimes even, they thought, to encourage the birth of, say, a boy or a girl. But the emphasis across all of these societies, like I say, was on nutrient-dense animal food. So I think, broadly speaking, what you need to do is you need to build a diet principally on nutrient-dense animal foods. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't eat carbohydrates. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't eat fruit. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't eat other stuff as well. But Weston Price was unequivocal about the fact that he didn't encounter a single traditional society in perfect health that built its diet around grains or around plants in general. I mean, there weren't any kind of like plant-based traditional societies where the people were actually really, really healthy. So, I mean, broadly speaking, I think that there's obviously a genetic component to it. This is the other thing, and that doesn't so much come out in Weston A. Price because Weston A. Price was writing and doing his research before the science of genetics. And even now, we don't really fully understand the genetic determinants of tolerance for particular diets. But it's clear that actually different peoples, different races have different tolerances on the basis of their ancestral diet. So, I mean, that's one of the reasons, for example, why in the South Seas, you get these you get these societies, these sort of warrior societies, uh, like the Fijians, etc., and they get enormously fat eating Western grain-based diets because they simply don't have the genetic architecture to cope with them. So, in Nutrition and Physical Degeneration, Weston A. Price talks about the splendid physiques of the Maori, the splendid physiques of the Fijians, the splendid physiques of the South Sea Islanders, and yet you give them a modern Western refined grain diet, and they actually end up being the fattest people in the world. I mean, I think the fattest societies on Earth are in the South Pacific, and that's simply because they don't have the genetic architecture to cope with eating a Western diet. So, I mean, broadly speaking, yes. So my approach is ancestral, nutrient dense animal foods with regional variation. And I think that in the future, what we will see, I think we're sort of seeing it now a little bit. We will see increasingly that people who really want to optimize their health will be looking at genetic evidence in order to find out exactly the kind of foods they should be eating and shouldn't. But I think in the meantime, you can just look at where you come from in the world and the kind of foods that that your ancestors have a history of eating, and then try eating like them and see how it makes you feel. That's probably a good rule of thumb. Mm. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no doubt. Mm. No, I mean there are different. Yeah, it's complicated. I don't think that your average doctor is necessarily malevolent, although the evidence of the pandemic might suggest otherwise. But I just think a lot of physicians are actually pretty poorly informed, and when you look at the curricula for physicians, for doctors in the Western world, you'll see that actually they don't get taught very much about nutrition. Really, they get a pretty basic, largely out of date um, education on nutrition. I mean, the science of cholesterol, for example. So, for 70 years, cholesterol was absolutely demonized. Maybe cholesterol was maybe the most demonized substance in Western medicine, certainly one of the most demonized. It was treated as pure poison. You absolutely, if you want to be healthy, you absolutely have to reduce your cholesterol consumption because every bit of cholesterol that you consume is going to accrue in your blood vessels and make it more likely that you have a heart attack or a stroke and die. Well, very quietly over the last 70 years, actually, as that doctrine was spread and propagated, particularly by big food and big pharma and ordinary physicians, then actually the science of cholesterol has been totally reversed. And in 2015, the USDA officially dropped, but quietly dropped its dietary cholesterol guidelines. So now the USDA doesn't offer any kind of guidelines on the consumption of dietary cholesterol. But if you went to your doctor, you wouldn't know that. Your doctor probably doesn't know that either. Your doctor would say, if you said, I eat 12 eggs a day, your doctor might probably have a heart attack himself. And then when he'd recovered, he would say, you need to stop eating so many eggs. You should consume maybe, half an egg a day, according to, generally accepted standards. But the truth is that actually there's now, according to the science, there's actually absolutely no warrant for telling people not to consume animal fats, not to consume eggs, etc. So, I mean, it's a it's a difficult problem. It's a difficult problem, but there are, like you say, there are different ways of doing nutritional science. There is the kind of standard scientific study-based, intervention-based approach to nutrition, which would just be, well, we're going to try out different diets. We're going to see what it's like, for example, to replace saturated fats with vegetable oils in the diets of elderly people in care institutions, which is basically what was done in the Minnesota coronary experiment in the 1970s, for example. You can do stuff like that, these kind of intervention-based and lab-based studies, or you can do what someone like Weston A. Price did, which is actually anthropological. You look at societies where people are really healthy, where people come closer than we do, far closer even to maximizing their physical and mental, even spiritual potential. And you ask, well, what are they eating and why? So it's anthropological. It's driven by observation of people in the wild who embody, particular desirable traits, shall we say? And that's a very different approach, and it's one that actually seems to, I mean, it makes the scientific establishment a bit nervous, I think, and it makes doctors a bit nervous, but it's obviously valid. It's obviously valid. And I think if nutritional science had been dictated by the terms of Weston A. Price's research in the 1930s, if he had been taken seriously and determined the agenda for nutritional science over the next 70 years, then I think we absolutely wouldn't be in the terrible mess that we're in today. Because I mean, his advice was totally against the grain of everything that's come since. So yeah, there are different approaches, and my approach is broadly in line with the Weston Price approach, which is that, you look at people who are healthy. I mean, it's kind of like almost actually like an Aristotelian approach, to be honest with you. I mean, that's how you learn virtue, according to Aristotle, is you find a virtuous person and you do what they do. Well, maybe what we ought to do with health is find a healthy person and do what they do. Although, like I say, there are major caveats to that. Of course, there are genetic differences, there are cultural differences, there are geographical distances that need to be factored in. But even so, we can nevertheless draw out these kind of major unifying factors, like most importantly, a reliance on nutrient-dense animal foods. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say that is the way to go in terms of find someone who is similar to you genetically and see what they're doing and just ask questions. And maybe they don't even know that they're a healthy person. Maybe they don't even think about it. That's just they have a good lifestyle. They were taught that by their grandparents and their parents, and that's just what they inherited. Um, what different facets do you think there is to food in terms of perverse incentives with the elites pushing these different things? I know you've commented on in terms of them wanting to make artificial meat, and that's kind of creepy to most people in our sphere. Is it really genuinely environmental perspective of theirs from a managerial sense? Is there something else going on with that?
I mean, it's complicated. It's complicated. I think with the environmental agenda, with the plant-based agenda, you obviously have true believers. You obviously have people who believe that it is healthier to eat a plant-based diet, that it is immoral to eat animal foods, any animal foods at all, that it's destroying the environment, that traditional agriculture is it's a curse on the earth and that we need to get rid of it. You obviously have people who really do believe that, but it's also very clear, I think, with the plant-based agenda that it favors totally corporate producers of food to the exclusion of small scale producers. The future of food, as envisaged by the World Economic Forum, and I invoke the World Economic Forum uh, tentatively because, of course, you have so many basically conspiracy theories about who Klaus Schwab is, about him being Emperor Palpatine and all this kind of stuff, and leading this sort of shadowy secret world government, etc. I mean, I don't believe any of that stuff, but I do believe that the World Economic Forum obviously serves as a forum for disseminating ideas, for networking among elite groups. I don't think that they're doing pantomime, certainly. But anyway, if you look at a policy document about the future of food, if you look at a policy document for global plant-based diet, for example, like the Planetary Health Diet that was produced by the EAT Foundation and the Lancet, the medical journal, and that's actually one of the principal focuses of the book, The Eggs Benedict Option, is this planetary health diet, which is basically the world's first global diet, and it's a plant-based diet. It's quite explicit that the foods that people will be consuming will be produced by corporations. We're talking about new genetically modified variants of grains and legumes, soy, corn, wheat, etc., high yield varieties designed to be able to feed an expanded global population of 10 billion people in 2050. And then alternative proteins, things like lab grown meat, plant based meat, cell cultured salmon, all this kind of stuff. Mycoprotein like corn, food that's grown in bioreactors, precision fermentation, that's what they call it, where you're basically brewing food like you would brew beer. All of these foods are corporate foods. And like I said earlier, one of the most important trends, maybe the most important trend, I think, in food, diet, and health is corporate control over the last 100 years. And what we will see if this plant-based agenda goes ahead, we're going to see the massive extension of corporate control over the food supply. That's evident, for example, in the UK with this new inheritance tax law for farmers, for example. It's going to break up family farms, and then who's going to buy the land? It's going to be corporations. It's going to be corporate players. It will be BlackRock. It will be big corporate players. And then what will they do? Well, they might turn over the land for solar farms, because solar farms are very lucrative, or they might turn over the land for GMO monoculture. But either way, what happens is that you end up losing small farmers, you lose small scale local producers. And then they dictate exactly what happens to the food supply. So actually, if all these big corporate producers suddenly don't want to engage in animal agriculture, then they just don't graze animals anymore, and they grow plants instead, or they put up solar farms. And then what happens? Well, you get artificial scarcity, you get inflation. Suddenly, meat products are more expensive. More people can't eat them, and eventually you get to a kind of plant-based society without actually ever banning meat. And I don't think that meat will ever be banned. I think that would be too much. That would be too unpopular. And I say this again and again. I think that what they will do is they'll leverage inflation, they'll leverage artificial scarcity. There may very well be carbon taxes of some form, but all of these things will be used to drive change, and I mean, what they'll try and do as well is they'll try and make it at least seem like people are making a choice. So there'll be an element of social shame as well, associated with the consumption of animal products. We've already seen that, for example, in the marketing, the advertising of Oatly, that awful oat milk brand. They ran a hideous, hideous advertising campaign called, what was it called? Help Dad. That's what it was called, Help Dad. And it was a series of adverts where these kind of hopeless old kind of boomer men, they're going to the fridge at night to go and get a a glass of milk or something in the kitchen. It's dark, and then all of a sudden the light comes on, and their kind of hideous Zoomer child is sat there in a chair in the corner saying, "Well, well, well, look who it is. Oh, you're going to the fridge again for a glass of milk, are you?" That's the kind of emotional manipulation, I think, shame-based marketing that will be used as well. But I open the Eggs Benedict option with a discussion of a section of the Republic by Plato, Book 2 of the Republic by Plato. Socrates is talking with his companions, Glaucon and Adeimantus, about the origins of society, about the origins of justice within society. And Socrates basically puts forward this argument that actually the kind of ideal, utopian, harmonious society would be one in which everybody eats a vegetarian diet. So nobody's allowed to eat any meat. Nobody's allowed to eat any animal products apart from cheese. I think he mentions cheese. Um, uh, the idea that control of the food supply and social control more broadly go hand in hand is a very ancient one. The Republic was written 2,300 years ago. I mean, Plato, in many regards, is the very first social planner. And it's interesting to note that at the dawn of social planning, you have someone like Plato saying, if you make people vegetarian, you can control them better. And I see very, very clear resonances with that way of thinking, actually throughout history, but certainly today with the plant-based agenda.
Interesting. And just a reminder to all of our viewers, the Ren special today, 30% off all tank tops. That discount applies automatically at checkout. All Chads, Chuds, you're welcome to buy. Billions must buy. Everyone get a WBS tank top. That ends in 13 minutes, so hurry up and buy a tank top. Ren, I saw something really concerning the other day in the UK. Is the inheritance tax is for farmers? Is that a part of the breakup of local farmers in favor of corporations? Is that the goal there?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, the professed reason is to raise money for the NHS. That's what they said. They said, we need some more money for the NHS. Farmers don't pay their fair share of tax. They hoard land. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tax them some more on death, impose, higher death duties, and that will lead to the sale of farmland. I mean, what they say is that it will actually allow younger farmers a way into farming because, I mean, these larger the family farms, they pass down through the generations. And so, yeah, I mean, there is a limited supply of agricultural land in the UK, but it's very, very clear that, to me at least, and to others, that if family farms are broken up, it's not going to be in favor of small. It's not going to be in favor of young farmers who want to break into farming and own some land of their own. It's obviously going to be big asset management funds, corporations, etc., who snap up the land. It's already happening in the US. I mean, a lot of farmland is being bought up by big corporations. I hesitate to talk about Bill Gates because, again, Bill Gates is one of these people, and people make up all of these insane conspiracy theories about him. I mean, I do think he's a pretty sinister dude. I definitely think he's a sinister dude. But again, I don't think he's an Emperor Palpatine type figure. I don't think Emperor Palpatine would wear a lilac sweater like that, for one thing. But
he seems like a schlubby beta. I mean, that.
yeah.
He was fairly ruthless with the startup at Microsoft and everything.
Yes. Oh
But
yeah, I
yeah,
think he's yeah, I don't think he's yeah, I don't think he's a good person at all. But I mean he is the largest, I think he's now the largest private landowner in the US. I mean, he's bought hundreds and hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland from, you know, normal farmers, and he's turning it over to his own sort of pet experiments in kind of plant-based agriculture, basically. And so, I mean, we are already seeing this. It's not just happening in the UK. I mean, I think in many respects the UK is a test case because these kind of the kind of appropriation or expropriation of farmland has been taking place in a sort of piecemeal way, but actually without sort of government intervention. But in the UK now, what we're seeing is we are seeing direct government intervention to break up farms, and it's no coincidence, I think, either that the measure was announced more or less in the same week as Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, announced that he was committing the UK to new emission reduction goals of 80% by 2035. So he was saying, you know, by 2035, we're going to have to reduce our national carbon emissions by 80%. I mean, it's insane. I mean, but it's all, I think, part of the same agenda, part of the same, this sort of plant-based agenda, the climate change agenda, which is being used to force radical social, political, and economic change across the Western world.
what you have going on many facets is something quite sinister because it's not enough to be able to say, oh, I don't care about politics, because anyone who is a true believer of any of these things, especially environmental, they say, well, you drive a car produces carbon. You're polluting my air, you're destroying the world. Therefore, I have to make you do what I want you to do. And that can be extrapolated out to essentially any kind of consumption. And we do live in sort of a consumption based economy in the West. So it's an excuse to regulate everything, right? Every part
Oh
of
yeah,
your life.
yeah, yeah. It touches everything. I mean, fundamentally, I think that the structure of the climate change agenda, the climate change narrative, is a theological one. It is all encompassing, and you can extend it to anything, to any aspect actually of human existence you want to. And it's certainly not going to. It's not going to end with food. It's not going to end with cars. It's going to continue. And one of the reasons that I'm hopeful about Donald Trump is that he so decisively rejects the climate change agenda. You know, in his first term, he took the US out of the Paris Climate Accords. Joe Biden brought the US back in. Trump has said he'll take it out again. And so I think that you know, any kind of effective pushback against the climate agenda is going to have to be led by the US. The US is the only nation really that can, within the Western world, that can push back effectively against the rest of the Western world, particularly the EU, but also Canada and the Australia and New Zealand, the rest of the Anglosphere. So yeah, I mean, I think, and the other thing, actually, of course, when we're talking about climate change that we need to talk about, and that I try to raise awareness about, is climate migration. And this is a big thing that we're starting to hear more about, but it's going to be a huge thing in the coming years. Climate migration. Basically, the argument is we know that runaway climate change is happening. We can't do anything about it. We have to reduce our carbon emissions, though, of course. We can't do anything about runaway climate change, but we still have to reduce our carbon emissions. But what runaway climate change means is that large parts of the Earth, you know, around the equator, the most temperate regions of the Earth, the most densely inhabited regions of the Earth, are going to become uninhabitable within decades. So hundreds of millions or even billions of people are going to be on the move over the next couple of decades due to extreme weather, drought, deforestation, flooding, hurricanes, etc. So what we need to do, because it's our fault in the West, climate change, of course, it's our fault historically, we need to act preemptively to move those people before they're forced by climate change to move. That's the only way that we can minimize their suffering, the suffering that, that we've caused. We need some kind of preemptive mass migration on a scale not seen before. This isn't a conspiracy theory. I mean, this isn't, it might sound kooky, but they talk about it at Davos. Al Gore was talking about it at Davos last year. He talked about the coming wave of 1.5 billion climate migrants. He said that it would make it impossible for Western nations to govern themselves as they previously had. It would require totally new political, economic, and social structures in order to cope with this enormous influx of people. And they're planning for it. They're talking about it. The new left-wing coalition that has bolstered Emmanuel Macron in France, for example, then one of their radical demands from Macron was to make it law that basically any refugee from anywhere in the world could come to France and claim asylum on the basis of climate change. So that was one of their demands. They said, look, you should be able to come to France and say that you're a climate migrant and be given safe haven. Ed Miliband, who is, I think, the climate advisor, or I think he's the climate advisor to Keir Starmer, was talking the other day about hundreds of millions of migrants due to climate change. So it's being planned for, it's being pushed. And I think as we get closer to 2030, as it becomes clear that Western nations, that nations around the world aren't going to meet their climate goals, the pledges of the Paris Accords, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, then there's going to be hysteria. They are going to whip up hysteria about there already is hysteria, but it will be much, much worse, about runaway climate change, about the fact that we're going to be destroying large parts of the earth, making them uninhabitable, and that the people need to go somewhere. And they need to go to the places that will be least affected by climate change, which just so happen to be the West. I mean, what's interesting, I wrote a long review of a book about climate migration called Nomad Century for American Mind. And the piece was called The Day After Tomorrow, because actually, if you've seen that blockbuster film, that Roland Emmerich film, The Day After Tomorrow, you'll know that actually the climate migration narrative is the inverse of the story of The Day After Tomorrow. So in The Day After Tomorrow, there's a new ice age, basically, and it forces more or less all of the people of the West to move to the equator. And it's a morality tale, obviously, about climate change, because the people of the West have caused climate change, and then they're thrown upon the mercy and the generosity of the third world, and the third world welcomes them with open arms. It's all very humbling. But actually what we're getting is the opposite. We're getting the people of the third world being displaced and sent to the West, sent to Euro America, and yeah, they're talking about it more and more. It will be big. It will loom ever larger on the agenda until I think actually it will become the main determinant of immigration policy throughout the Western world. That's my prediction. I would lay money on it. I would lay money that this is going to happen. So I think we need effective leadership on climate change, not just on the carbon reduction, but also on this migration thing, which is just as deadly potentially as the deindustrialization and the reduction of freedom that follows upon sort of believing that we have to cut all of our carbon emissions, we have to stop eating animal foods, we have to stop flying, we have to stop driving anywhere. And we have to live in this welcome to 2030 world of totally shared ownership and public transportation, etc.
Yes, what didn't a UK politician say the quiet part out loud recently when he said, "We like immigration because it puts a damper on populism"?
They say stuff like that all the time. I mean, they're absolutely shameless about it, but Keir Starmer actually said yesterday, I think it was, in a press conference that that mass immigration was a deliberate policy to change the demographics of Britain, and it was deliberate social transformation. I mean, which until fairly recently, that was, well, until he said that, then that was the sort of thing that would land you in jail in the UK. So it's interesting the way that actually, they control the narrative like this. I mean, Keir Starmer is talking like that because of Trump, because governments across the Western world, Trudeau is doing the same thing. They are afraid of the rise of populism. They're afraid of the knock-on effects of Trump. I mean, I think they know that if Trump succeeds with his policy of mass deportations, then what we're going to get is right-wing parties across the Western world also campaigning on a popular platform of mass deportations. We've seen that mass deportations as a central part of a right-wing political platform can actually get you elected in a landslide. But the question now, of course, is whether or not they work, whether or not you can do it logistically. And obviously you can, but it's not just about the logistics. It's also about the popular perception. It's about the optics. I mean, as soon as ICE border patrol start erecting camps to process migrants in, then we're going to hear cries of concentration camps, new Holocaust, etc. So it's going to be a difficult one. It's going to be a very difficult one to do on the basis of public perception. But yes, I think that the Trump example is going to be key over the next 4 years and beyond in determining the course of Western politics, of the right more broadly within the West.
It's a unique situation with the West. I think a right-wing victory, a true victory, not just an electoral victory by the right in America, would likely guarantee the victory of the right in Europe, and perhaps maybe even the other way around. I think it's more easier to imagine victory coming in America first, due to the tentacles of the machine and all of these different things we see. I think the Trump administration's best bet would be creating new agencies. We'll see if they'll be able to pull off anything like that. But if I were to see some actions like that in addition to the serious and mass deportations, then I would be very white-pilled. I'm very optimistic right now, but I would be ecstatic if I started seeing very serious actions like those.
Yeah, I certainly think now is not the time for blackpilling. I mean, it's funny. Every single new appointment, then you have people screaming hysterically about how it's so over. But I mean, he hasn't even been inaugurated yet. Just ye of little faith. I mean, remember what happened during the election campaign. Remember how his head was nearly blown off on stage. Remember how he survived another assassination attempt, and maybe others as well. I mean, it's have a little bit of faith, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it was an act of divine providence, in my perspective, of Trump surviving. Otherwise, we would have a alcoholic banshee taking the White House soon enough. But Ren, what works should everyone participate in? We're coming up on the hour. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
We should do it another time, because obviously an hour is not enough to discuss these things. But we have many more guests coming on as well. Let everybody know what to buy of yours and where to check you out and all those other things.
Sure, yeah, of course. Well, I've got a new translation out at the moment of Tacitus's Germania. That's his ethnography of the ancient Germans. I did a translation of it actually about 10 years ago that I published in a small run. I've republished it with a 10,000 word essay. So that's available, Royal Nationalist, the Germania, on Amazon at the moment. My collected essays are also available on Amazon in paperback, anonymously yours. 400 pages of essays I've written on everything from Michel Houellebecq to the regulations about eggs and cholesterol and stuff like that, dietary stuff, politics, fiction in there too, literary stuff. Follow me on Twitter. Just follow me on Twitter. That's the best place to find my stuff. I post most of my updates here. Read my magazine, Man's World, mansworldmag.online. I've also got, which is kind of like Playboy updated for the massively online internet generation. And then go to my Substack, raweggstack.com. There's a 24% off special offer at the moment on my Substack till the end of the month to celebrate Trump's victory. I post very regularly. I post 3 times a week on Substack, new essays, my podcast in the Raw, study analyses, all sorts of stuff, sneak peeks of essays and of things I'm writing. I'm currently writing a new book at the moment called The Last Men, Liberalism and the Death of Masculinity, which will build on the themes of The End of Men, the Tucker Carlson documentary that I was in at length, about the kind of hormonal basis of modern politics, about testosterone decline and masculinity. So there's lots of stuff going on, but I mean, your main port of call, if you want to follow what I do, should be Twitter.
Thank you so much, Ren. You have a blessed December coming up, and God bless you through the holidays.
You too. Thank you.
Everyone listening, we're going to take a quick, short break and play a commercial for the stream, and we'll get back with TR. Our next guest, he is a high fashion entrepreneur, a trophy hunter. The Drip Trud, he is Mr. TR Sarter. Welcome, my friend. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, man? I don't think it's ever been referred to as the Drip Chud. I like it. Very, it's very chudded. I like it.
You have one of the best ats on Twitter, so I mean, I had to pay a little homage there.
Funniest thing is, I totally stole it from this guy Leanhead Groiper. He did his at as Walk Chud, and I liked the way that hit. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm coming back to Twitter. I think I'll hit harder than that.
Excellent. Over the next 2 hours, it is going to be 30% off Glock polarized sunglasses. That's our deal for the TR Sarter special. Still available in Bonaparte Blue and Octavian Orange. These sunglasses keep you looking fly without breaking the bank. And this is one of our best deals on them yet. So make sure to grab your Black Friday glasses of color and support WBS Apparel. But Mr. TR, we have an interesting topic today.
All right.
Men's fashion. The history of men's fashion.
I don't know how much I'll be able to help you.
Drip through the ages. Well, we're going to take a little journey. I did a little research. And the first one I wanted to bring up is in 3000 BC, there was a man who died. His name is Otzi, and he was frozen in the ice in Italy. And he is the best preserved mummy in human history. And we were actually able to get a thing. Sorry, one second. We were able to get his clothing and have really good analysis of everything going on with that. So he had, and this is the Iceman. You've probably seen articles about it. He had a cloak of woven grass. He had leggings, loincloth, shoes made from different goat and sheep leather. His shoes were actually made of bear skin. So this guy was a total Chad. And their research when they unearthed this guy is that there was actually cobblers back in 3000 BC because it seemed to have a professional edge to it that he likely didn't do himself. I imagine he made a lot of his clothing as people did and that he likely killed most of the animals that he made his clothing out of. So, would you like to tell everybody about your experiences working with different animal leathers and all of those sorts of things?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of my favorite things to talk about because like so few people are doing it. You see a few high-end shoemakers that do like a couple one-off pairs from exotic skins, but even when I was young, like getting into style, I was always fascinated by just kind of the aura that like wearing crocodile skin generates, like wearing like elephant skin. Like it just generates this kind of this aura, like this Iceman. You know, he's wearing bear skin. There's, you know, whether he made it or whether somebody else made it, like an apex predator died and you're wearing what's left of it on your feet. There's something just really powerful about that. There's something really just inherently fascinating and interesting about it. And a lot of people, because we've gotten so minimalistic, even with like, you know, more formal classic menswear style, a lot of people tend to avoid unique textures and patterns for, you know, the very plain. I kind of call it the married and buried shoe, you know, the, like kind of that like some people call it a cognac color, the honey tan, a long pointy toe derby with a rubber sole that you can get at like any shoe carnival. Like that's like the standard men's dress shoe now. And but there's so much more fun to be had with it. And exotic skins are such a great way to do that. I actually wrote an article on the drip feed on my website about kind of the art of wearing exotic skins because a lot of guys, you know, they see it and maybe it's, you know, it's kind of neat that this was once an animal, but a lot of people don't really think about it beyond that. But it can really be a unique style. It's a real opportunity to have something that's very simple but very distinctive.
Yeah, and I mean, different wools and leathers are a timeless style when it comes to different human beings. I think wool is one of the most efficient methods of retaining warmth in general, especially with our ancestors that were more exposed to the elements and all of that. What different types of animal leathers do you offer with your shoes and other products, by the way?
So we have a pretty wide variety. I'm actually working on a new Regalia Americana trilogy, the first of which was just released at midnight tonight or last night, which is the William, named after Buffalo Bill Cody, Buffalo Bill William Cody. Very prolific bison hunter. And because they're very formal style Oxford shoes. You can actually look them up right now on trsartorial.com if you want a visual aid. Um, you know, the very simple, formal, classical style of dress shoe. But the unique thing about them is their texture. Because I've been fascinated because I've worked with a lot of hunters from Africa as well. And I've done a lot of Cape Buffalo boots and shoes. And I've been in love with bison and buffalo leather for a long time because the graining of it, which is kind of that scaly texture to it, is so big and so unique each time that it almost looks scaly. You know, it's this very tough, hardy cowhide, but it's like cowhide plus. You know, you're really getting a much thicker, cold resistant leather that has always this very unique texture to it. Honestly, the closest thing I can compare it to is elephant. It's very similar to elephant in that really distinctive grain. And as far as that's a really fun leather to play around with. That's probably my favorite that we've got recently releasing. But we're going to be releasing some American alligator very soon here and some deer skin, some buckskin slippers, a little more luxurious,
Nice.
kind of lounging around the house. But right now we have embossed crocodile on there. We can upgrade it to regular crocodile as well on there. I've got a lot of different crocodile designs because they're my favorite animals. I absolutely love big giant reptiles that eat everything they come across. It's very cool. So I love working with, especially with African hunters. They bring me a lot of crocodile leather. So I love working with working with crocodiles.
Yeah, you were telling me about this some other time. What's the deal in terms of bringing exotic creatures over from different countries? I imagine the regulations change based on the different nations, correct?
They do. The factory I work through is in Spain. So it's a little bit easier actually than if I were bringing everything in from Africa and kind of ping ponging it, doing my own kind of Colombian exchange system almost from Africa to me to Europe. But it really, a lot of it just goes straight to the factory in Spain. So it does save me a little bit of time and money. It saves the customer a little bit of time and money. And some of the stuff we've gotten enough of that we can say there's a consistent regular supply. Like with python and crocodile, we have enough of those that that I don't have to worry about importing stuff. And then all the bison is coming from right here in the U.S.
Nice. It's always good just to get classic American products, the American animal, leather and all
Absolutely.
that, of course. So I think what I wanted to kind of bring the universal theme throughout the different eras of history we will discuss is it's male fashion is a symbol of class in the fact that a warrior might dress differently than a merchant or that regard. And there used to be actual sumptuary laws that prohibited certain types of dress being done. And that was done for a couple of reasons. One, because there was a scarcity of certain resources, such in Rome, the purple was seen as a very imperial color because it's extremely rare dye that you had to extract via sea urchins, I believe. And so they didn't want there being this, strain on the supply and demand, essentially. There's also reinforcement of class basis in that a noble would have more privileges than a commoner, so you would know your relationship with one another through the street and be addressed properly. And of course, this applies to women as well, but especially men being the ones who would venture out from the castles into banded country and throughout Europe, throughout the world. It would be a great benefit for people to know who you were, what class you were, what kind of warrior you were, and that is how you would handle yourself in terms of your dress.
Well, absolutely. There's a long history of, especially going back to the topic of exotic skins. One of the things that really got me interested in it when I was in later high school was this imagery of, as every like 17-year-old around Trump's first election was, everyone heard a Sabaton song at some point. I really got glued to the winged hussars, but the actual imagery of them, one thing that a lot of people don't notice is a lot of them had leopard skin pelts. A lot of them had lion skin pelts, like draped over them or draped over their saddles. And this wasn't just saying, oh, I killed this exotic animal, because most people, when they were going back to, Europe or wherever, really didn't know what a leopard was, if you're in like Lithuania, probably haven't seen a leopard before. It's not just the prowess of that this great beast was slain so that I could wear it. It's that I'm traveled. It's that I know about things that most people wouldn't know about. And that's, the kind of aristocrat adventurer aesthetic is really lost. There's a lot of people that even consider themselves base that are anti-trophy hunting 9mm SMG. You hate, or not, but like there's people that, will worship, like I said, the warrior poet lifestyle. But then the adventure aristocrat is too far. You shouldn't have exotic trophies and exotic skins. And I think it's a total power move to rock an exotic skin.
Yeah, I don't understand the opposing argument. I guess there's an argument for conservation, which I understand, but from what I understand is the money coming in from trophy hunting has helped keep these creatures alive in the wild. And that I haven't been to Africa, especially. That's where this is a special precedent. But
I mean, that is the case. That one of the reasons they are so expensive. One, you're paying for a lot of luxury, and you are paying for the conservation efforts, because shockingly, a lot of sub-Saharan African countries aren't exactly very well-moneyed places full of full of a lot of blue ribbon level funding for every natural bit of tourism. So yeah, the people paying like $40,000 minimum to hunt an elephant. I mean, even if it's a non-trophy elephant for like a culling, because elephants are a pest animal in some places. A lot of people don't realize this. So they will invite hunters over for like, a significant discount to have skilled people help cull these elephant herds. And they call them non-trophy hunts because you can't bring anything back. And all the meat goes to like local villages and tribes, and the leather is used locally. That's still an $11,000 hunt, and it's like a 7-day thing. It's no joke over there. A lot of people think it's just like somebody drive, because a lot of people see photo safaris, right? They see people like driving around on a game preserve where animals are used to big loud trucks and people driving around and taking pictures, and they think that exotic game safaris are just that, but they hand you an elephant gun and you just get to take your pick, when that's not the case at all. Most, even buffalo hunts, which if you're going to have one hunt in Africa, make it a Cape buffalo, either a Cape buffalo or maybe like a handful of plains game. But if you can have one member of the big five on your wall, make it a Cape buffalo. And even with that, that's like a 7, 8, 10-day hunt sometimes, because you have to track these animals. You have to find one that is up to your standards trophy wise. It's a multi-man operation. And even when it actually comes down to taking the shot, it's a very dangerous situation. It's very high risk. It's very high risk, high reward, but it is a dangerous situation. It is really one of the last opportunities to have that real, like I said, that kind of great African adventurer experience. And for people to like hate on it, I think people hate on it who've never done it and don't have an interest in doing it. So they like condescend to people who have an interest in doing it. It's very weird. It almost comes off as cope. Like, just because they're, and don't get me wrong, I love hunting whitetail, tracking a black bear, tracking whitetail. That's awesome. But if you aspire to have a pair of tusks in your trophy room, you should not be ashamed of that. That's an awesome thing that more young men should see as an aspirational thing. Like big houses or luxury sports cars. Trophy hunting should be seen as that. Having a lion rug should be should have the same stigma as wanting a Bugatti or wanting a big house in the Hamptons or something like that. It's this grand aspirational status symbol that young men should pursue. Young men should desire excellence.
Yeah, I agree. I think not to be too kumbaya, but if that's what you want in life, go fucking get it. Go get what you want. You want the Bugatti? Go get that. As long as you're not leasing and mortgaging yourself out for this, or a trip abroad or whatever. You should be well established before getting these luxuries. You should have the essentials first, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I see there's this, well, we can get, I'm sorry if I'm dragging you off subject here, but I've seen this thing, and I'm seeing this a little more and more, is this like anti-excellence kind of ethos popping up with a lot of right-wing guys. And it's very weird, because these are a lot of guys I like, but they're like saying that, the ultimate thing in life, I just want a girlfriend, I just want a wife. It's a little bit of this wife jack stuff we see. It's like, oh, the only thing I could ever want is for a girl to like me. And it's like, dude, like, honestly, like, getting married, having kids is desirable. Most men should, but it's not actually that difficult. Like, what's your white whale? Captain Ahab and Moby Dick. At no point does he go, yeah, I want to get this white whale, but you know what I want more than that? I want a girl to like hold my hand and watch movies with me. You know what I mean? It's like Daniel Plainview and There'll Be Blood was never like, I just want that, yeah, I want this oil rig to come in and I want my big house, but I really want a girlfriend too. There's that's a natural desire, but I think a lot of men should take a lot more inspiration from these ultra driven fictional and real people. Like Napoleon's great thing is that he finally felt worthy of comparing himself to Alexander the Great. If you read his writings, that's what he always comes back to, is feeling like he's able to sit on the shoulders of Alexander the Great. And I think more men should be obsessed with achieving that level of excellence for them and whatever it is that they feel called to. Because like honestly, like, having a girlfriend, yeah, getting married, that's good, that's desirable, but it's really not that hard. It shouldn't be your ultimate white whale.
I would say a woman in a healthy situation is the result of winning. Now, what winning looks like is going to change dramatically between a man. It might just be getting promoted to assistant manager at the Toyota dealership, and that's enough. She will love you so much. It all depends on the man and the woman. So you win first. But there's nothing a woman loves more than a man who fights for what he wants, right? That's a desirable attribute. So you should be fighting for what you love.
No, absolutely. And if you ever, I don't talk to a lot of women. I don't want anyone getting the wrong opinion of me here. But
these are
but when they
WBS and TR are this is incel, businesses.
I don't want anyone like thinking fake selling me here.
Yeah.
But it's true. Like women are the most infatuated with men when they're not even focused on them. It's when they're focused, when they're like talking about their great ambition, their great plan on how they're going to leave their mark on the world. Like that's really that quite frankly, that's the ultimate riz right there, is just start monologuing about your white whale. And and you'll get your white whale.
Precisely. And you'll be able to gut it, and there'll be plenty of goods in there, plenty of oil for you to divvy out to the crew.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So I think you're probably just in the space, TR, but I shared a picture of a French knight in the live stream, because I think another aspect of this I was thinking about with men's fashion is these men would not just... Nationhood wasn't as important as it is today. Now, you had loyalties to a certain liege lord, but adventurers might travel to different kings' courts and fight for him under different circumstances. So having good drip could, first impressions are everything, right? If you have great armor and maybe it's got some dents in it, you got some scars, but you're alive, this guy's probably a great warrior that I want in my court. Right.
Well, absolutely. And everyone has innately understood this since the beginning of time. And, we call it aura now, but it really is this sort of demeanor created by appearance. You can tell so much about somebody, and what's weird is a lot of old people, like they very much buy into the whole, you can't judge a book by its cover. It's like, because that's the old covers like kind of suck. Like our covers are awesome. The covers before you were kind of awesome. Like let's get back to books with good covers. Good books with good covers. A good book has a good cover, and that's the primary point of appearance, and it's been so for a long time. And yeah, the part of the distinctive nature, especially of men's appearance, dignified men's appearance, is a bit of ruggedness. I talk about this in this new article I wrote, What is the Regalia Americana? Because the American aesthetic is so unique in that it is this combination of aristocratic European elegance and entrepreneurial from the dirt ruggedness that really combines really the best of both worlds. So a certain part of a man's look is supposed to be rugged. Even if you look at English aristocracy, what people keep talking about on Twitter, the barber jacket nationalism, which I love. It's awesome. But the barber jacket is a country jacket. It's a country coat. You'd wear it to go shooting. You'd wear it to go riding. You would wear it when you're outside in the Land Rover, rolling across your estate. There's that beautiful mix of ruggedness and elegance that comes together to create a truly masculine image. And there's, it's a bit of a spectrum. I created the style political compass, and from north to south you have formal it's from north to south you have rugged and refined, and from east to west you have casual and formal. And within that you can really place all desirable male imagery.
Would you mind expanding on that a little bit?
Yeah, so you have, like you said, you have on your, shoot, it's been so long since I've been in a math class, the x-axis and the y-axis. I mean, you could rotate them and correct me on it if you want, but you have your x-axis of formal and casual. That's right. So that's the vertical one. Yeah. So yeah, you have your formal to casual. Obviously, everybody knows there's different levels of dress code for different kinds of events because of the massive, overwhelming nature of the third world and leftist sophisticates. Formalities kind of taking a nosedive, but we're taking it back. I'm very white-pilled on this. We're taking it back. If you know anything about young men right now, they're taking their civilization back via drip. And then on your y-axis, you have rugged and refined, and this is the one not as many people think about. But you can have something that is rugged and formal at the same time. The barber jacket is a great example. You have something that's tasteful and dignified, or like the huntsman shooting suit. There's a great video. I should repost it later on a gentleman from Huntsman & Sons talking about the process of making a shooting suit, which are these hunting-oriented suits made of particular tweeds made completely bespoke with special inserts in the shoulders to mitigate rifle and shotgun recoil. Beautiful suits, absolute works of art, but very functional works of art. They're very, and a lot of this comes from the Anglo-centric mindset, because the Anglos did a whole lot of conquering. So they had to really perfect this mix of frontline ruggedness with elegance. I mean, even if you rewatch the movie Zulu, I mean, look at the uniforms. Then they were still elegant and dignified. They were still refined, but they were rugged. It's about finding yourself on that x-axis of refined and rugged, and then finding a level of formality that's appropriate for the situation. I would say, as a broad understanding, the y-axis is more for the environment you're in, and the x-axis is more personal taste. Rugged to refined is more personal taste, and then formal to casual obviously is what the situation demands.
A British governor in Africa, even though he might have a more rugged job, he would still dress the best that he could, right? Because he had to present authority in that regard.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the khaki safari suit is such a vibe, and I cannot wait till July 26th. I don't know, July 26th might be late to release a summer design, but either way, like I have designed so many cool iterations of this, inspired by this like safari suit. Look, my favorite jacket of all time is it's this beautiful safari jacket from Willis and Geiger, that was in one of the Jurassic Park movies. And it's this absolute peak of this beautiful cotton canvas, pewter greenish gray color. The pockets and the details are so refined and elegant, but it's made for hunting dangerous game. There's slots on the shoulder for dangerous game, like big game rifle cartridges, but they're so elegantly stitched there that it's this beautiful combination of these elements. And that's really what really creates a distinctive style, is being able to take these different elements and inspirations and create something, in my opinion, that's functional and fashionable.
It's something I thought about is with your love of hunting and all of that, was hunting and moving king's courts were very common in medieval Europe. And it was a celebration, it was a patronage thing between king's knights and himself, rewarding them. And it was also dangerous. There was a lot of people that died on these hunts because, I mean, they were pushing things to the limit. They were tracking down big game, and I imagine there has been quite a bit of culling of large game in Europe throughout.
Oh yeah, no, it's
history for sure. Yeah,
I don't think there's any giant boars left, or if there are, they're very good at hiding.
Yep, and I mean it's a silly thing in Game of Thrones when Robert Baratheon's killed by the boar, but there was, I think William of Normandy's heir was killed on a hunt. There's conspiracies that it was one of those Machiavellian assassinations, but there was plenty of times there was an accident or the animal killed the heir or something. That has happened plenty of times through history.
Well, absolutely. That's really the thrill of the whole idea of dangerous game, whether it's in Europe, Africa, America. There is something really profound about the idea of being hunted back, of really the last great game of wits. You really can't challenge anybody to duels anymore. It's hard to chase excitement, but there is, and people treat it, like I said, these anti-hunting people, they always like, you want to hunt something for the thrill? I can't believe it. It's like, well, what do you do for a thrill? What do you go axe throwing? What do you play Cards Against Humanity in your 30s? Like that's your idea of a thrill? Yeah, my idea of a thrill is finding out that the lion I've been tracking has been tracking me back when I see its footprints next to mine, and we've been going in circles. Like that's exciting. That's cool. Like that's a thrill. When you see an elephant start to stare at you and you realize, he's picking up and eating fruits he would never eat, and he's fake chewing, because that's what elephants will do if they're near people and they're trying to suss you out. They'll start fake eating and like basically trying to be nonchalant. Like this is how intelligent elephants are. They'll start being nonchalant, but they'll kind of have their giveaways in the sense that their eyes will be locked onto you and their ears won't move as much, and they'll start pretending to chew foods they wouldn't normally eat, like durians. Durian fruits are a good one. They'll start picking up durians off the ground and pretending to eat them, even
Yeah,
though they hate them.
everyone hates durian. I mean, it's kind of shitty.
They're very tasteful creatures. They're remarkable trophies, but they are tasteful. But they're tasteful trophies before and after the taxidermist appointment.
So elephants, they're extremely intelligent. Then is essentially what you're saying.
Well, they're very social creatures. They have a large brain case. They have a large brain cavity, and they are yeah, I would say they're very intelligent. I hate when people use the word intelligent to describe animals because they make it seem like it's on par,
Right?
like they have a soul, like human intelligence, and that's not the case. They're just very effective in their environment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've survived a very long time. I'm no expert on the history of megafauna in Africa, but they are very, very old species that's been around. Obviously, the woolly mammoth was related to them and tracked all over the world.
Oh yeah,
So,
you know what? Asian elephants are actually closer related to mammoths. Or actually, that's one of the ways they're trying to bring back mammoths, is by using mammoth DNA to create an embryo of a mammoth and put it in an Asian elephant, because those are more closely related. And you can actually tell by how I didn't really believe this, and I started studying Asian elephants a little more, and the shape of the way. If Asian elephants aren't known for having giant tusks, but they do. They can grow massive tusks. Um, that a lot of them do curve out with that low swing and curve inward, kind of like mammoth tusks do. You see a lot of Asian elephants with tusks that end up growing like that. And I think those are probably the ones you could say have the most mammoth genealogy. Now, a lot of, every elephant's tusks are a little different. This is what makes them so special. They shape a little different. They grow a little different. If they lose them, they regrow a little different. But those ones, if you see them long and straight and they sweep low and swing around, they almost look like Manny's tusks from Ice Age. Like they have that almost cradle symmetry at the bottom of them.
yeah, that makes sense. Even when you look at the pictures of the mammoths, they do look closer to Asian elephants now that I'm thinking about
Because
it.
they have those big frontal, like, forehead lobes. And Asian elephants' foreheads aren't that pronounced, obviously, especially not the males. But they kind of have almost the framing of that. Like you can almost see the ghost of that in an Asian elephant. And if you look at geographically, it makes much more sense for them to be related to the Asian elephants that went, or the mammoths that went across, the Bering Strait and that populated all of Russia. But actually, Russia really wants to bring back mammoths because they think it actually might affect the climate, because the Siberian steppe is now all pine forest. And when mammoths were around, they bulldozed those trees, and it was steppe land, kind of like you see in Russia and Ukraine.
Yes, I imagine from the Ukrainian Hungarian region, which is like a steppe region, and that stretches all the way to Siberia.
Yeah, exactly. But a lot of that area is pine forest now, and that was because mammoths, when they were around, would kind of restrict forestry, which is what African elephants do today. People post that one picture, I think it was from the 50s, of this like giant herd, what looks like thousands of elephants. And one, that's several herds convening, because that's how herds exchange genetic information. Because herds are matriarchal, they do kick out the males. But before they do, they usually have almost sort of meetups with local other herds. And when, it's similar to the Masai Mara, the big migration that happens across Africa with a lot of plains game. That's not what an elephant. If every elephant herd was like that, like hundreds of elephants, like the entire sub-Saharan continent would be completely desert by now. Most elephant herds are like 10 to 20, and then they meet up and they link up to kind of exchange genetic material, because to keep to keep the gene pool circulating, to keep it fresh.
So when you see pictures of elephants, circling to defend the young, kind of thing, these are the large female elephants typically, I imagine.
Yes. Really, once bulls hit sexual maturity and they go through their first musk, they're typically ostracized from the herd. That's what you see all the time. And you'll see bachelor herds form. This is the thing with most large animals. Most people don't realize the life cycle of large male environment dominating animals, almost like humans. Well, ideally, what would be humans is that you have like the stabilized society of women and children, and then the males go out and do their own thing and start their own herds and breed. Well, with elephants, it's odd because males don't lead the herd. There's always an elder matriarch that leads the herd. And that's one of those big, you see these big, these 1,000 elephant herds. That's when these male bachelor herds meet with a bunch of female matriarchal herds, and they breed, and then they go their separate ways again. That's actually the best time to hunt male elephants, is during that kind of musk season, because they're easier to track, because they do give off a very distinctive odor. And they secrete these fluids and pheromones, and they're also incredibly aggressive at that time. So males, like in any sensible species, will show off their strength and genetic viability to compete for mating rights.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I suppose this is fairly universal with mammals, and with humans do have some similarities to animals, like we're talking about, in terms of like when you're a very young man, you're kind of just seen as a burden until you really get a job and start.
Essentially, yeah. No,
Yeah.
most males will have to wait a few years actually before being allowed to mate. That's what they've observed the most. Is that male elephants, especially in Africa, will have to wait a few seasons before they really can build up the strength and combat experience to win for mating rights. You see this with buffalo, you see this with rhino, you see this obviously, with elephant, you even see this with lions. Really, this is a common. You even see this with reptiles. You see this with crocodiles. A male crocodile that's just at sexual maturity is probably only 6-7 foot long, and technically speaking, he could impregnate a female, he could breed, but he's competing with 12-20 foot male crocodiles who will also eat him, because they're really not that opposed to cannibalism. So
Right.
really, young males kind of in the animal kingdom have to learn and bide their time. They certainly aren't around posting wife jacks on Twitter.
We all fall victim to the wife jack once in a while.
You might. I don't. I don't. I'm immune to it. I just want my, I'm not going to say what I want, because then it's going to get clipped, and I'm never going to live it down.
That's right. This is recorded. Don't forget. I think really quick on Twitter, what I found running this account is that it's very tempting to fall into the current thing, the current social zeitgeist, and everything, the current meme, because it's rewarded, with engagement and all of that. And when you're a growth-oriented business, these kind of things, but you can always bring your unique taste to these things, and it is important not to compromise yourself in chasing the dragon in that regard, though.
Oh, absolutely. I think you can relate to this more than anybody. It's very difficult when you're trying to run an effective brand and your stuff is universally good, but you're also trying to maintain a certain cultural attitude, contribute to a better cultural, change than there was the day before. And it's such a difficult line to walk as an entrepreneur. You really have to pick and choose your battles, because there are certain things that are worth going after as a businessman and putting your business forward on that front line. And there are certain things that you just know you couldn't recover from, even if, and you're going to lose a lot of resource. And at the end of the day, one of the greatest things about a lot of the right-wing entrepreneurs coming out is, in the long term, we are building resources. We're building money. And money, if we've seen anything from every political campaign in history, every significant cultural change ever in the history of anything, is that money talks. And that it is far more effective for a young entrepreneur to build wealth and use it to be effective later on than to let everything burn on every single hill.
Absolutely. And a little bit back to our original topic, I have a Renaissance LARPer picture on the stream for everybody to see. And this is one of my favorite personal aesthetics. And you see some people who have better taste going to Renfest in these sorts of outfits rather than some of the more like corny outfits as well. Because I think just the explorers, the Portuguese, Spanish, the Dutch, the English had an excellent taste of aesthetics. And that is, I think, a big part of what drew European men into that sort of lifestyle of adventure and exploration, because when the Spanish first set off and started bringing back riches and bringing back dispensable wealth and all sorts of things, and they could spend this dispensable money on better weaponry, better clothing, and all these things, people, young men will see that and say, I want that as well. And I'm personally biased because it's one of my favorite eras of history as well. But you can pull up the YouTube stream if you want to see.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
But yeah, the Age of Exploration is pretty fascinating, just due to the true globalization. This is the first true global interconnectedness economically. Now, there was also always goods, that made their way from China to Europe eventually through the Silk Road, but
the age of like sail, the age of shipping lanes, and really just changed the game.
It changed the game forever. I mean, and thinking about it from like an economic perspective, is transporting on boats is just factors and factors times more efficient than transporting overland. And these men were able to build just amazing ships, caravels, and these different sorts of very fast light ships that could sail from continent to continent with a relatively small crew for what they did.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the picture now. Yeah, it's this, and this is the kind of thing I love, right? This era of, in the history class, you're taught that conspicuous consumption was this horrible, kind of like, honestly, like not in the same way, but in the same way that the South is taught to feel guilty about the age of slavery. Like European white men are taught to feel guilty when they see like a white. That's why all the cool villains everybody loves are these like conspicuous, cool white men. This, because when you look at this Spaniard here, you're seeing someone who conquered. You're seeing someone who not only acquired riches but then used them to make himself better. He's not just mining riches for somebody else. He created for himself. He built stability for himself. And this is the kind of thing that a lot of young men especially, feel really guilty about desiring. They're taught to feel like, oh, well, and this is why I had such a problem with the Oliver Anthony thing, is, we're connecting Spaniards to Oliver Anthony here. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out.
You're at the chalkboard. You're like pointing at different points.
This idea that like especially now, I'm seeing a lot of defanging from a lot of people, that now that Trump won, we can all just be like wife guys, and we can all put on our quarter zips and talk and own the libtards at Thanksgiving dinner. And I don't think we should stop there. I don't think we should stop until we've created a whole new generation of Henry Fords. I think young men should not just desire. These guys would agree with me. The guys who dress like this historically would agree with me that we should not stop at just stability. We should aim to conquer. We should aim to reshape the landscape. We should aim for greatness. To desire a bronze statue of yourself in the middle of your hometown is not a bad idea. To desire a museum wing named after yourself, that's a good instinct. You should pursue that instinct sensibly, tastefully, intelligently. But these desires for greatness are so important for young men as the culture shapes. Right now, we are on the verge of a new precipice. Woke has kind of died. And right now, there's kind of a free-for-all culturally right now. Now that the right wing has attained victory, the walls have been broken down, and everyone's pillaging and looting.
They are totally spiritually defeated. There is like
they gave up a lot to win. Spiritually, we gave up a lot to win. A lot of social ground we kind of ceded for the victory. And I'm not going to sit here and debate tactics on that or efficacy. But right now, the serious cultural people who want young men to be happy and healthy and meaningful and effective for generations to come are going to tell young men to pursue excellence. Don't be an Oliver Anthony. Don't just be happy with the basic bare minimum and find some kind of like folksy cope in it. Okay, you can be folksy. You can enjoy, the folkful nature of a civilization without surrendering greatness. And you should not be surrendering greatness. We need more young men who want to dress like the Spaniards, who want a Spaniard LARP,
Look,
who want to
I
come
love
back with
playing.
trophies and conquest.
I love playing EU4, but I stopped playing EU4 because I want to play it IRL. I want to be a badass. So,
dude, come to the Fort Massac reenactment some year. It's one of my favorite things to go to every year.
That's awesome.
It's on the Ohio River. It's basically like a late 1800s like Ren Fair, but with black powder guns and people shoot at each other. Like it's giant white tent encampment. Guys come out as the Hussars. People come out as Spaniards. Of all the local Indians come out in their old.
We actually
war
had
paint.
For Napoleon Bonaparte's shirt with WBS, we were able to meet up with some Napoleonic reenactors, and they did a photo shoot for them and everything. We had a grand time. It was awesome.
The only people that can drink me under the table are reenactors, man.
That's what I was about to say.
They are so much fun because they live and drink like people from the 1700s,
dude,
and it's awesome.
And they drank. The party after the victory of the revolution. I don't know how many barrels of whiskey were drank, but it was something just absolutely
a startling amount. It always is. There's always, because whenever we do the Fort Massac thing, it's all the engines come out in their old historical like war paint, like what they would have worn at the time, and it's really cool because they really know how to party. But all these, every different group is out there in white tents and campfires, and everyone's just having a. It's all the best parts of a Ren Fair, but there's no faggots there. Like there's none of these like horny, cringed lunatics that like. Because the thing is, as a craftsman
thing, that's the
it so is.
Yeah.
And Ren Fairs actually used to be pretty cool because I used to make a lot of armor and cloaks and stuff like that. That's not really how I got into tailoring. I did cosplay for a lot of people. I made a lot of Predator armor. I made a lot of Knight armor. One of the last things I made was a reproduction of the Hound's helmet from the first season of Game of Thrones. But
nice.
But like those guys Ren Fairs used to be a lot of fun. They used to be a lot of fun. They used to be really cool because you'd have guys like dueling and fighting, and you'd have a few women that always showed up trying to get attention from guys.
It's honestly
but now I get on TikTok and every Ren Fair account is just all these stupid sluts showing up as fawns and fairies and all this BS. And like, somebody swing a sword at somebody. Somebody pull out a flintlock pistol and fire a blank at somebody down a hall.
They're like that. They get that aesthetic from a few different pieces of media, but it's like The Witcher EHO. Like era.
It's so bad. It hurts.
I'm just like the chick with the bouncy tits from The Witcher. That's me. That's what's going on there.
These alt babes. And a lot of people got weaknesses for them. It's the highest IQ vice and weakness. If you like alt babes, you have a high IQ, but you have a vice you need to handle. You need to find a way to avoid that vice, son, because it will destroy you. Unlike Captain Ahab with his one leg, I'm showing you the stump. It will destroy you. Believe me. Let me tell you.
I've seen TR's scars. It's true. It's true.
I bear the alt girl scar.
Yeah, they will stab. They're like Latinas. They might stab you. So, yeah.
They won't stab you. They'll just like destroy your relationships with local venue music owners. And then you can't go to any more like fun events. You got to go to you can only go to like the local college Republicans, and unless they're like ultra based low key, it's so lame. Like really, the only fun parties like that I had back in my hometown were just the alt music community. Man, they knew how to throw a party. They were degenerates. They were trash, but they knew how to throw a party.
I think that's a fate worse than getting stabbed, is the social exclusion and losing access to that for sure. Much rather get stabbed.
The only benefit of the whole theater kids social control is they're catty backbiters, they're gossipers, they'll like persona non grata you. But I reached a point midway through college where I started to really enjoy it. It was almost like a trophy hunt in the sense that you relish that point of conflict. That's what you're really stalking towards. It's more of a verbal game than it is strolling through a party with a double rifle. Don't do that. But but when you show up, because they'll never say you're excluded. They'll never send you a formal email saying, we don't want you around anymore. but you'll just keep showing up impeccably dripped out, and a lot of the people will still like you there. But the people that run it will be like very catty and bitchy and try to signal for you to leave. But that signaling, they're like humming on a wavelength that only faggots can hear, like only bitchy beta males and bitchy gay men and women can hear. So I'll still show up to these things, and they won't know how to tell me to leave because they don't know how to do conflict. So I really do. It's almost like that scene, and at some point one of them goes off. It's almost like that scene. You ever seen the newer Puss in Boots movie,
No.
Last Wish?
No, I heard it's actually pretty good though.
It's incredible. There's a character called Big Jack Horner, and that's what I'm leading to. And I'm sure a lot of people in the chat have seen it. But there's a point where this like Jiminy Cricket character goes to this dude. He's just like this peak like alpha male industrialist kind of character. And he goes, "You're horrible. You're an irredeemable monster." And he goes, "Oh, what took you so long, bitch?" And he doesn't call him a bitch, but he flicks him off his shoulder, you know. And it's like you get to have that moment over and over and over again in every social interaction because they don't know how to do conflict until they're in a fight or flight. And their fight or flight is just to like tell me how much of a like misogynistic narcissist psychopath that I am. And I'm like, yeah,
Chad,
I have that on my resume. I have all those
Chad
things on my
face.
resume, you dipshit. Like, what do you think the first paragraph of my resume is?
So we're coming up on an hour. Were you good with doing another hour, by the way?
I'm totally down, man. I'm here all day, baby.
Awesome.
Black Friday is the biggest day for a merchant.
Let's tell the good people of the stream what's going on until I have some other topics for us.
Absolutely, I've been itching to shill.
So I linked TR's website in the replies for the live stream. If anyone checks that, trsartorial.com. Would you like to tell the good people if you have any Black Friday specials or anything like that going on?
Mr. Apparel, I would love to tell people about my Black Friday sales because they are the best I can do without taking a loss. So right now, all of my shoe designs, including the new William Buffalo skin made in America shoe design, is 40% off. So all the shoe designs, including the new William, are 40% off. All suits, sport coats, trousers, all restored vintage clothing is 40% off. Is it 40 or 30? I'm 99%. Goodness gracious, it's been a long day.
I'm pretty sure it's 40%.
It's also let me pull up the thing here just make sure I'm not misleading people. Yeah, so 40% off all suits, all sport coats, all trousers, and then 30% off all ties. So that's all original design ties. It's all restored vintage ties. There's a really cool collection that I've added recently of a bunch of 70s and 80s style vintage restored ties that are really, really cool. The very Sopranos core, like really odd, big, distinctive patterns. Those are really cool. But yeah, 30% off ties, 40% off suits, 40% off shoes. I mean, if you wanted to ever get yourself like your first really nice pair of shoes, like this is your opportunity. This is a real chance to get something really, really nice for yourself at a price you'd never believe. And that's really the lowest discounts I can go without taking a loss, man. I just love what I do, and I love who I do it for.
Yeah, and just to personally attest to that, TR made me some Rhodesia shoes, and they turned out excellent. I still wear them pretty much every other day. And
the orange and red scheme.
Yeah, dude, they turned out fantastic. Love them. That's like a daily walker for me now at this point. And people comment all the time like, "Wow, those are cool," because Chucks are kind of but those are unique and cool, and people really appreciate them. So thank you for that.
Well, back when I don't know if Converse still does it. They might do made to order, like custom. But one of the things I took inspiration from suits, in that the inside always has like a liner. So I always like to do the inside panels that face the ankles as like a solid color, or like a different from the outside. So people will see the outside as you're walking past, but then they'll see the outside of like your left foot, and they'll see the inside of your right foot and realize it's different. It'll always cause a double take to make sure you're not wearing two different shoes. And it's so much fun to do at the high tops. I got to do some. I've started drafting some ideas of some different tartan Chuck Taylor style sneakers. Like, with like
I will say they're a great summer shoe, because especially if you're wearing shorts, and we make the Rhodesia shorts. If anyone wants to check those out at wbsapparel.com. pairs together very well because the high tops they just show better with shorts in general, right? So
They do. They fill out the leg a little bit. They frame the leg a little better.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and TR Sutter and I will be right back.
Gimme that Fent. I need it bad.
Robert Oppenheimer.
If you want to shine like sun, first you have to burn like it.
Barack Obama.
I may be drunk, miss, but in the morning I will be sober. And you will still be ugly.
Winston Churchill. Gimme that Fent. I need it bad.
Robert Oppenheimer.
If you want to shine like sun, first you have to burn like it.
Barack Obama.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Max Teller, the Chief Marketing Officer of WBS Apparel. Back with us is TR Sarter and the WBS Apparel TR Sarter deal. 30% off Glock polarized sunglasses. And that lasts until 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you guys for tuning in so much. We're going to be live as long as I can go, hopefully till midnight, maybe even later. TR, welcome back, man.
What's up, man? What's up?
So I wanted to address the Victorian age with you a little bit because I would say, wouldn't you agree that this is the beginning of male's fashion in the modern sense?
Can you say again? That bugged out a little bit for me there.
Sorry, is my audio good?
Jeremy, can you say that again? It bugged out for me a little bit on this end.
TR, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry.
Let me.
You're bugging out a little bit. TR, I hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear you.
Cool.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah. So something about Victorian menswear. Can you repeat again? I don't know what
Oh, it's
caused
okay. So I would say that Victorian era menswear is the beginning of modern men's fashion. And as we see in the picture here, you have trousers, you have the blazer, the tie. Obviously, people don't wear top hats as much or anything, but this is the precursor to the high fashion we see today.
We'll bring it back. Don't worry. We're working on it.
We're bringing it back. So, something I wanted to address is, in terms of fashion, is trends. So, there's been many periods throughout European history where there was a center of culture, and it was one of the nations. Like France had a long heyday in the Renaissance of being an exporter of court culture to other European countries, and I think the Russians were Francophiles at a certain point, and other nations were as well. So they kind of adapted.
Oh, absolutely.
To
It was
dress.
I mean, even the South during the Civil War, the Southern aristocracy was known for being Francophiles. It's kind of actually referenced briefly in Django, but yeah, no, the French were known for it for a long time, and the English really took over that role right at the turn of the 20th century. Their royalty was so well documented and so posed and dignified. They really did, especially their victories in the First and Second World War, really helped retain, and the retention of their monarchy as a social cultural point, even after the Second World War, really allowed them to retain as fashion icons and style inspirations for a lot of people. And to this day, I mean, the shape, if you look at all the shoes I've ever designed, they have a very rounded almond English last shape. And that was something I was very particular about when I was first doing the first flagship, the Rainsford design. Was I've always been a fan of that shorter almond rounded edge as far as shoes go. And when the suits come out, they'll be done in a more distinctly American style, but they'll have some elements of English influence. I absolutely love the English contribution to imagery.
Yeah, and I would say the royal family was quite symbolic even before World War One, but they played an important role with morale throughout the global conflicts, and they still were the crown jewel of the government. It's just they weren't as active in policy making decisions. So I think aesthetic and inspiration can be just as important as policy in certain regards, right?
Oh, absolutely. A lot of people have, and it's such an IQ test, the appreciation of presentation. You know, I did stand up very briefly when I was in college, and I would talk about how, even before I was even super red pilled, I would talk about how, you can say what you will about the SS and the Nazis, but you know what is the one thing they'll always defend those guys with? The drip. It's always the drip, because at the end of the day, so much is forgivable. And this is a philosophy I've held on to for a long time, is that so much is forgivable with good presentation. I mean, look at Milo. I despise Milo, believe me. There's a little blank spot on the wall that I've deliberately allowed to collect dust. And but why do people continuously give Milo a chance? It's because he understands the value of presentation. And this is how he sneaks into certain people. He sneaks in through presentation. And this is not mean presentation is a bad thing. It means it's a tool to be used. What I'm saying right now, if you take this to mean that looking good is bad, it means you think power drills are bad because hand screws require more work. Like, presentation is one of the most valuable resources you can train yourself to understand, or you can completely ignore and look like an imbecile every time. And there's people that barely get by with zero presentation. I mean, look at our DC politicians. They have, most of them, very few. There's a few that break this rule, but the vast majority of them have zero sense of presentation. They all wear the same bland, ill-fitting, nonsense suit that they are convinced that the idea of wearing a suit makes them look serious and dignified. And you have no idea how much subtle details of a suit can negatively or positively affect one's aura. And most people just don't understand this. They just fundamentally cannot understand this. But the people that do always dominate. Look at Roger Stone, a great friend of mine, great mentor. I love him to death. He understands the value of aura, and he's always, if you read Stone, the value of present. This isn't an exact quote from it, but it's the general understanding that the value of presentation overweighs the value of whatever you are actually presenting. You could present nonsense, and I learned this. I bullshitted my way through college because I was dripped out from day one of freshman year because I understood fashion by the time I graduated high school. So I got through college completely coasting because I knew how to give a presentation while looking really, really good and moving really, really well, speaking in a certain cadence that made people think I was smart because I listened to the smart people they listened to, and I just kind of mimicked their cadence with whatever I needed to say. And I knew it would ring back to their head, and I knew that I had them in the back. And I totally coasted. Granted, maybe I would have been richer if I got into, computer programming or finance or whatever, but I like making things. I like building business. But yeah, no, presentation is much more of a maker or breaker than a lot of people say it is. And the people that are saying that it is an irrelevant factor if you're good enough are full of shit. I mean, even Elon Musk, who really I've said for a long time could stand to have someone like me helping him with his presentation, because I could make Musk look like a Bond villain, and he should look like a Bond villain. He should have such a more powerful aura than he does. Granted, he's great at what he does, but like we could really have this guy on like some Bond villain level shit if he would just let me renovate his drip.
He's Lex Luthor. IRL, like that's who he is, and he should.
But he's not, though. But he's not, because the suit and the T-shirt is such a mess. It's such goofball 2010 tech bro BS. Let me redo this guy's wardrobe,
so
please.
Okay, I have a question there. What is it? What is it? It's so universal with tech bro. I've worked in private sector. I've worked in government. But the tech guys, they always dress the same. It's like they would wear sweatpants
finance bros,
if they could.
tech bros. It's because and this is where that kind of imagery came from that people accept now. It came from this idea that they're so focused on their work. They were just like they came to this investor conference in sweatpants, but that's because they were programming a space shuttle 5 minutes ago. It's this kind of mythology that became an aesthetic, which is really how all aesthetics become, is this kind of mythology around it. But that's just not the case, right? Elon is the CEO. He's the next great American industrialist, akin to the Henry Fords and Andrew Carnegies of our history. He should be wearing a 3-piece suit. He should be wearing, if he wants to do the black thing to look all techie and dark and mysterious, a solid negative like level of black color absorption, like that Vanta black color dyed wool, like 3-piece suit with big wide peak lapels that are all pointy and sharp, a big overcoat with a cocked up collar, kind of giving this almost slightly hooded look. Like, let's make this guy a Bond villain. The left already thinks he's a Bond villain. Let's really embrace the imagery. The right wing should be seen. Like, we're the culture revolutionaries. We're trying to make America more conservative. We should look like Bond villains. We should look like high-end industrialists. We should look like a Disney villain from 1995. Like, let's really embrace the vibe, man. Let's have some fun.
Harkonnens. We're the Harkonnens.
Exactly. Let's be the Harkonnens and the Sardaukar, man. I'm actually on a Helldivers like LARP server where we all wear the same armor that looks a lot like the Sardaukar armor. And we all speak this. We all learn the Sardaukar version of English, because what they speak is just an accelerated version of English.
Yeah. I know you have a good taste in movies and everything. What are your favorite movies where the villain was supposed to be a douchebag, but really turned out like everybody loved him?
Do you want my top 10, or do you want me to just go down the list?
Give me like a top 10, because I know this is like
sure.
Something you're...
Recently, Commander Rourke from Atlantis, great. Miles Quaritch from Avatar, awesome. Sorry, Colonel Miles Quaritch. We got to honor the rank. Big Jack Horner from Puss in Boots. Daniel Plainview. There'll be blood. Shoot, I almost ran out there. Hang on.
I really like the
That was supposed to be-
Avatar guy. I remember seeing
Dude,
that
everybody
movie.
does. Every young man who saw that movie was like, okay, but the guys but the amp suits are so cool. Those are the bad guys. They have bayonets on their amp suits. That's awesome.
I would say the only accurate human depiction of that was, you know, like the corporate douche that essentially is like telling
Yeah,
you
yeah,
private.
yeah,
Like that was actually on point. He was like, I need this, you know, you got to bomb the tree because I need these little minerals, blah blah blah. Just,
But you look into Quaritch's eyes and you know he's not doing it for the paycheck or whatever. He's doing it because it's conquest, because it's victory, because there's something in the human spirit that calls him to wipe out those blues.
he's shoot, it's slipping my mind. Right. What's the opposition to G.I. Joe's squad? Like
I don't know.
In the canon. I forgot, but somebody will say in the comments. But was it Cobra?
But
Team Cobra, and that's essentially his aesthetic. Like he's the commando, right?
yeah. Okay, I've got another one for you. Agent Kruger from Elysium is probably one of my favorites. And that's not just because Charlton Copley is like my favorite actor besides Kurt Russell, but Agent Kruger, like he's this, you know, embedded anti-immigration special operator at a time when all like the nice, dignified white people are all on the satellite, and he's like sending javelin missiles to stop ships of illegal immigrants from getting onto the planet. And then he gets betrayed by literally Hillary Clinton. Like, you've seen Elysium. Like,
I love that movie.
Secretary Delacourt is literally Hillary Clinton. And especially at the time it was made, in what 2008, like 2010, like right around that
it was around that
time. And she betrays him because he's not politically viable. And he's like, fuck your politics, man. Fuck you. And then she tries to bring him back to do her own military coup. And then he finally gets to Elysium with what she wants. He's like, you know what? This place is mine now. And he's like Draggy Crow. He's talking to his new mercenary, but don't trust these politicians. And they start like throwing grenades all over like the diplomacy government building, which I would disavow, obviously. That's disgusting, horrible. I would never. He should have gotten voted in. Agent Kruger should have been voted in. But he was but he went apeshit. You know, he was this guy who was betrayed by the system, whose vril, whose aggression and skill and competence was used and then betrayed by the system. And then he's like, you know what? I've seen you kind of people. I could do this better than you could. You're not competent at anything. Fuck you. And he decides to take it over. It's very Trumpian. It's very 2016 Trump. Agent Kruger is very 2016 Trump.
Dude, the best part about that movie is how the ending, they come in and we're like, oh, we're going to send down the cancer curing.
Like they had it the whole time.
That's blaster machine.
I laughed my ass off every time. I was like, so they had it and they were just like sitting on it. They're like, fuck those people.
Yeah. And when they got down there, it's like, oh, so who controls? You're essentially just like giving away sovereignty, right? It's like, oh, who controls the cancer curing ass blaster machines? Oh, all of these cartel warlords now control these machines.
That's the stupid like liberal dream, is like that stupid moment where the droids like point at the Mexican guy and go, I cannot harm this newly made citizen. Like that's what they want. They want like every Mexican to come up to Elysium and like, you're just the same as an aristocrat who built up his family's legacy, building an industry over 100+ years. By the way, Avatar and Elysium take place in the exact same year, 2154, which canonically means that Kruger was born. If you look at his age in his database file, he was born in 73. So so
I'm sensing some.
He's been rebuilt a few times.
I'm sure some fan fiction is in order in that.
Oh
case.
no, I literally sent, and Blomkamp actually and I talked in a couple of emails because I sent him a pitch for an Agent Kruger origin story miniseries, like little kid Delacourt like becoming the Hillary Clinton she became today, and Agent Kruger going from like a well-intentioned guy getting rebuilt so many times into this like psychopath. But he's not even that psychopathic. Like he's just like a real one. Like he really like even like the moments where he's like, I never had a wife. He's kind of wife jack posting, but he's like, I never had a wife. Yon Petervit, Yon Petervit, Yon Petervit stuff. I wish that South African dude, he was in here earlier. He would get Yon Petervit.
You
I
know
love
what? You know that
Afrikaans.
what that made me think of is like the parallels between the warrior, the soldier, and the married man are just far and away very like it's to be a soldier is to be the opposite of a married man, and you see that in some of the kings during through the Middle Ages, through the Renaissance, and on that led their armies personally wouldn't get married because that would kind of just have a hypocrisy for their men to see. And there's something about that embracing that. It's problematic from a monarchical perspective because you need an heir to take the throne, of course, right?
Well, yeah,
But-
exactly.
But as well, I mean, like Adolphus Augustus and men like that who personally led under fire, like these guys were dripped out as well. I can probably get some like pretty cool pictures up on the stream for everybody to see those as well. But I, like you were talking about earlier in the stream, I think just don't. It's we are kind of corralled into these paths of life, right? And
It's the longhouse. Always avoid the longhouse, man. It's a hard thing for a lot of guys to hear. But yes, you should get married, you should have a family, but that should not really be honestly your white whale. Unless you're a total peasant, unless you want to work in a factory and just barely get by and hope that your kids become great men. You should have a family and you should be able to do that, but you should also have like a great vision. And that's the kind of thing I've been trying to put forth really all during the stream is that you should have this other thing that you are always striving towards. And this is why so many women now, you see this on TikTok, I think it's part of the op, is that women are approving of men having nerdy, harmless, dead-end hobbies. You know, the dead-end hobby of collecting Lego sets or just working out in the garage, you know, or something silly like that. Where does that go? What does that build? What does it actually create? And this is something I dealt with. You know, I had a fiance last year. This time last year, I had a fiance. And she left because I was far more interested in my business. And that's really what it was. I just kept denying her attention. And I really didn't care because I was so obsessed with building my operation, with building my business. And, you know, I'm fine with it, honestly. And that's what upset me the most. You know, I was so clinical when she made dinner for me for the last time. And she said, you know, I made pork chops because I know you like them. And I wanted to tell you that I'm leaving. I'm going back home. My family's picking me up next week, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, fine. All right. And then that night I was still up. I was still photographing and posting new listings and new stuff. Because it's like, I care more about that. I can replace you easily.
yeah, man, I think I really respect what you do. That's why I've enjoyed having you on as a guest on our other shows so much. Really respect that and everything, your drive. And we need more young men and young entrepreneurs doing independent projects because as me and the other team members have learned, no one's going to do anything for you. So even if that means learning a variety of different jobs you never saw yourself doing, that's what it takes to really build
You do what you can to make ends meet, really. At the end, if you really want it, this is why I kind of mentioned Daniel Plainview earlier. Every young man who thinks he can be an entrepreneur should watch There Will Be Blood. You've seen There Will Be Blood, right?
Yeah, I love that one too.
So really what you need to focus on as a young man is that opening scene when Daniel is he mined his first vein of silver and he's carrying himself across the desert, dragging himself along with a broken leg. And even while they're like heating and assessing his silver, he's eyeballing them there with his leg in a splint. That's the kind of person you need to be an entrepreneur right now. This is not a time for hustlers. Well, the hustle is a thing, but for people who just want to grift and drop sell or drop ship, whatever it is, and do all that crap. Like, this is not the time for that. If you're a serious person, you are going to come to grips with the fact that, like, this is what I'm here to do. And what's crazy about it is once you come to that mindset, honestly, like, meeting a woman, like, dating becomes so effortless because it's so easy compared to what you're going through on a daily basis being an entrepreneur. Like, I know I could go to any local cocktail bar and flirt with a waitress, get her number, and take her out to a local play or like a local theater show, and she'll think I'm the classiest motherfucker she's ever met.
Absolutely.
But in reality, she's always going to play. And the hardest part, really, the hardest part of dating is that you have to at some point sit her down and make sure she understands that she will play second fiddle to the game. I mean, I'm sure Trump did this with Melania.
I think, everything is a compromise to a certain extent. Even Zeus himself respected his woman and kind of feared his woman, but I think it's that level of respect of understanding that men and women are different and not wanting to go to bed with an enemy. Because, I mean, especially
women are so vicious. They're so vicious and resentful.
I mean,
make one wrong step at the wrong
in more
event,
traditional marriage, there was a lot more common husbands dying mysteriously from being poisoned, and they didn't really have autopsies back then. So, good luck with that.
Oh my goodness, that's such feminist prop, and it's probably did happen from time to time, but it's like I've reached a point where, like, I'm 26 years old, but I've reached a point where I've embraced it. I am hard to get along with. That I'm going to go through a few fiancés. I might, I don't believe in divorce, which is why I'm very selective, and I'd rather go through a good dozen fiancés before I find a wife. But at the end of the day, what I'm building, what I'm creating is so much more important to me. My mother always gets upset if I ever start monologuing like this, and I start comparing myself to Henry Ford, or I start talking about Carnegie and Ford and how, yeah, if you read anything they ever wrote, they never really talked about their wives, did they? My mother's like, well, I want grandkids. And I'm like, well, you'll get them, but it just might take a bit of time. I'm selective here. And I'm trying to build a thing, okay? Like, it's, oh my goodness. Thanksgiving is such a mess. Every year, it's such a mess.
Did you have a good one yesterday?
Oh, it was delicious, man. I went to the Seven Springs Ski Resort in Western Pennsylvania. Oh, they had such a beautiful buffet put out, man. Their prime rib was to die for. They had this beautiful mac and cheese and chilled shrimp, prime rib, ham, turkey. Oh, it was so good. I had this this perfectly sized slice of cheesecake with strawberry on it, and it was just beautiful. I think I had one of their house cocktails, which is not very good. It tasted like warm milk with a little splash of bourbon in it. I hate house cocktails because they're never good.
Yeah.
Unless I go to a shady, shifty place that's run by an alcoholic, I know I'm not going to get a good house cocktail. Otherwise, I had their Manhattan. I'm a big Manhattan connoisseur. Their Manhattan was very good. And then I had a double gin martini, which I just love to finish off any event or interaction with. I love to splash it off with a gin martini. And that was actually pretty good. She actually asked me if I wanted olives. And I told her, I'm not an olive. I'll eat a cherry. I'll eat a Luxardo or maraschino cherry, but I'm never going to eat a martini olive. There's just something texturally, taste-wise, I just can't hit it.
So we've talked a lot about the past when it comes to fashion, current and future. How about we talk a little bit about that? How you envision males' fashion changing at all? Aesthetics changing at all? We touched on that a little bit, but do you have a vision in that regard for high fashion?
I do, actually, and I actually think high fashion is going to take a nosedive as more young men start to take their homes back and start to really be uninfluenced by this. I'm not going to lie. The only time I was ever worried about fashion was when the A24 stuff was going on, and a lot of people I liked were pretending Balenciaga ever looked good. But we're past that point. That point, like, died with Bianca Sensori. Thank God. Let it crash and burn. I roasted marshmallows over that, and it was beautiful. But as far as the real future you're going to look at is probably interwar aesthetics. And we see this already. Me and Roger Stone both talk about this a lot. is the whole cut, double pleated trouser. And that a full leg, a non-tapered, non-slim fit really is the future. Because if you want the suit to really take its heyday, you're not going to have something you can't move. Because young men, regardless of their occupation, are going to have to move. And yeah, blue collar guys are going to wear certain safety required clothing, certain safety required styles, and a lot of guys are getting into trades. So that's really not a part of that. But the recreational style they engage in when they go out should be and will be, because I talk to a lot of these blue collar guys. I talk to a lot of guys in welding school right now. I talk to a lot of guys in various trade schools right now, and they want to dress up when they go out because they wear this required clothing for their job. They want to dress up when they go out. They want to wear something that's stylish and cool and makes them look good, but they also don't want to wear something that's stifling and restricting. You know, no one wants to feel like they're being restricted by their clothing. So the more drape cut, the more 30s, 40s inspired interwar cut is really coming back in a big way. Roger Stone talks about this all the time. I've promoted this really way before it was popular. I was promoting this back in the mid 20 teens, and everyone wanted the Conor McGregor painted on suit look, you know. And the real look that's coming into play right now really is this, like, the draping look, because there's something about when you move that your whole clothing sweeps with you a little bit, that moves with you but isn't painted on you, that doesn't look like you're fighting your clothing at the same time. Because really the whole idea that if you can finally afford a custom tailor and you go to that custom tailor and you say, I want, and you stick your arms and legs out in like a splayed starfish thing, which I've seen this a million times. I can tell you this is what happens. And you see this a lot of NFL and basketball athletes. You see there was a lot of young black guys who've gotten money for their first time in their life, to be quite broad. And they want everything pinned up and tight, and they feel that all that tight hugging them when they're posed, and they think that means that fits. And then the tailor makes it, and it looks like shit. You see these guys on the runway, you see these guys at events, and it looks like shit. Everything's pulling, everything's fighting. And a truly tailored garment is not fighting its wearer. It's your property. Why would it fight with you? To quote all my favorite old-fashioned Southerners, it's your property. Why would it fight you, boy? But but it's true. But it's true. And that the drape cut, the sweeping, functional, classically styled, everyday suit, because that's really what it comes down to, the words everyday. The idea that the suit is not something to be married in and buried in, that it is something you wear every time you go outside in a situation you want to be dignified in. You know,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the broader image of the suit. And if you want to create a more elegant Americana, which I have through the Regalia Americana, which read that article, go to trsartorial.com, go down to the drip feed and read what is the Regalia Americana, and you'll start to get it. I'm going to start doing add-ons to it too, because I could really write a whole book on the Regalia Americana, but articles seem more digestible. But if you want to create a more dignified average American, you're going to create an idea of what looking good looks like that is more appeasable and usable to the everyday average guy. And you don't do that. You don't do that through tight, uncomfortable fits. You don't do that through like ultra bold, ultra crazy style. That the idea that the suit is something that's just for fun or for some kind of crazy, oh man, I'm wearing a suit once in my life, I'm going to go ape shit. You know, okay, well, what about when you go to church, man? Well, I don't go to church. Why aren't you going to church? Well, and then that guy goes, well, maybe I should go to church more. Maybe I should wear something I can wear more often every day because I'm going to church more often. You know, the implication of wearing a suit every day implies a non-secular, more serious, culturally interested society.
I know exactly what you're talking about in terms of the fitting of a suit, because I used to have one that kind of fought me like that, and it felt just kind of like moving in a bag, you know. It was like holding on to you, but now I've got a good one, and it's just miles differently, and people notice. People notice that. People, when you're dressed like that nowadays, people will stop you on the street to talk to you, and that's just respect. That's just respect.
That's one of my favorite things about being like a bit of a dandy of the South in my time is old black dudes. Old black dudes are my best friends. Because like old black dudes will see like my gator skin shoes or like my three-piece suit, and they're like, "Yo, young man, I like it, young buck, young buck, young blood." You know, you looking at. I love old black dudes, and I go to these old like outdoor jazz concerts, and they're always full of old black dudes that are always dressed to the nines, and they're my favorite people. They really are. Like I love, I love all my based real ones, but there's something so fun about going to an outdoor jazz event and just like chilling out with a bunch of dripped out old black dudes.
Excellent. By the way, everyone, until 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 30% off Glock polarized sunglasses. That's WBS Apparel's glasses of color. Still available in Bonaparte Blue and Octavian Orange. That's wbsapparel.com/products/GLOC. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Looks like we've got our most amount of viewers in any of our streams so far. We've had TR Sarter on White Boy Wednesdays for our Twitter Spaces before, and it's good to finally have a live stream with you, bro.
Absolutely, man. I love to do it. What are the I kind of want to review your glasses while we're here. I want to take a look at them.
Yeah, we've still got. We ran out of the purples actually, and purple is the imperial color.
Glasses of color. Okay, yeah. I see it there. Oh shit! For $30, hell yeah, dude! I'm about to grab me a couple pairs. Let me take a look here.
They're even a better price for the next 25 minutes. So everybody listening, make sure you grab them.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna grab myself a pair right now while we're online. I like the reds. Problem is, I'm a ginger, so wearing reds is really difficult. I like the Octavian Orange is pretty hard. The Octavian Orange, Bonaparte Blue. It's very you should have reached out to Alex Garland and gotten him to get Jesse Plemons to wear a pair during that Civil War movie, which I'm a defender of. I'm actually a big defender of the Civil War movie because I like the lore. I like the implied lore. I just wish there would have been. I know what I could have done to fix that movie.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion amongst our some of our other friend groups about that, and the consensus we came to was that the Hollywood censors had an influence on how that movie came out, because there's actually a really interesting idea as a film and a way to explore that.
It's something so many people have talked about and threatened that everybody wanted to see what that would look like, and they just pissed away the opportunity.
Yeah, and I would say that I talked with Last Things about this actually, and he was saying the "What kind of American are you?" is a good line, but an even better line would be "What is an American?" as that would speak more to the schizophrenic.
It would be more broadly nationalistic. It would be very, very ultranat. It would be very. Yep. But like, I actually got pictures of them, like very detailed pictures, because I lost the bidding. I got pictures of all the morale patches that Jesse Plemons and his squad were wearing.
Yeah,
the unit patches. I have the unit patch. I have a picture of the unit patches. So it's some like chemical nuclear like disposal unit, which is a real unit in the military, but like their skulls haphazardly stitched differently over each unit patch. So it's kind of odd, but I emailed them to administrative results the other day because he brought back the Oryx Warfare Group from Elysium. He brought back the Oryx Warfare Group unit patch. So I figured if anyone is going to do the "What kind of American are you?" unit patch, he'll pick from those.
I think this was before I met you. Did you know we actually sold the "What kind of American are you" shades last year?
I think I saw something about that. Yeah, no, I like those. I like those a lot. I think it'd be very fun. I almost
Those
wore those
sold
to a
out.
Halloween costume.
Yeah, those sold out like crazy. I think we were one of the few places that were smart enough to like get those. Obviously, they were not one of our American manufacturing projects, but we were able to get the same meme glasses on, and people in our ads would comment, "You're just, reselling Chinese glasses." Like, yeah, because it's a meme, and people. But yeah, that was fun.
So many people, especially who consider themselves like, "Oh, you're a patriot and everything's made in USA." It's like, yeah, no, I'll try to make everything I can in USA, but also accessibility is a big part for me. Like at the end of the day, young guys can't afford. Like I literally reached out to suit manufacturers that were in New York, and in order to do even one bulk line of the basic regalia Americana design that I wanted to do, the suit would have been $1,200 minimum retail price.
Damn.
Like that's after factory costs, it's after fabric costs, it's after manufacturing. Like yeah, no, until American manufacturing gets better and cheaper, yeah, no, I want young guys to look good. But yeah, if you want made in America, you're going to be paying a whole lot extra. It just is what it is, and that's good for the current American manufacturers. But it is, it is what it is.
I think there's ways for certain projects to minimize for something a more high fashion like yourself is going to be a bit more difficult with margins, I imagine, with American manufacturing. I think you could do low fashion with more American manufacturing, and there's ways to and keeping
the
teams
simpler
small.
the process, the easier it is. Yeah,
I've talked with Bennett Flactory of Exit about this, but like a big thing is once you get over a certain amount of employees, you're subject to all sorts of regulation, and that's why.
No, it gets, if you want to truly be like an industrialist, like have like some big factory, like plant, like you're paying millions and millions of dollars in equity. And then, yeah, you are subject to so much insane levels of regulation that you start to hire on teams of accountants and lawyers to handle that regulation. And then you're paying their money and the regulation money. It's not what it was when Henry Ford was in charge, and we're at a very odd precipice.
Yeah, indeed. And I think there's ways to keep a team small without having a huge factory, but scaling is what kills so many businesses. So, because you could be the best t-shirt salesman ever, but if you don't know how to scale, then your project is doomed with you. So
eventually you're going to get outdone by orders, and then you're going to have to figure out a way to handle all these orders in a reasonable time, and you're going to run out of people and run out of money and run out of time.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a challenge that's you really do need to see coming, but you have to be confident enough that your operation is going to be big enough that you need to see it coming too. That's the hard part. You have to anticipate something coming. It's like going around through the jungle blindfolded and hoping an elephant is running right in front of you and you got your rifle shouldered. Like, you really have to be able to understand a lot of factors. These people that just hate business and hate industry, which you see a lot from the left, and this is why I will never stop hating leftists, is they are the kind of people that run like an Etsy shop that gets like a dozen sales a year. And they think, oh, I can run. Listen, I ran my Etsy shop for 1 year. I got 14 sales. And I understand capitalism can be defeated. It's like, okay, you make necklaces out of beads you buy from fucking Hobby Lobby. Like, shut the fuck up.
like literally the bum that I run into down the street does more sales of the Amazon packages he steals off of people. Like,
Literally.
come on, man.
Dude, it's so bad, bro. It's so, like, there's so many tiers of entrepreneurship than there used to be. But what's weird is, like, back then, like, the golden age entrepreneurs didn't have to deal with all this regulation because everything was so analog. But now that everything's digital, like, we really have to be smarter than they ever were with less resources than they ever had. So in a way, we were born for greatness.
I think there's an element of, I'm not going to say, the ethnic issues with this or whatever, but there's been populations throughout history who have been banned from certain professions. And I think that's could be rolled back with the Trump administration and all that, but you're kind of seeing a corporate hostility to white male professionals. So, I mean, entrepreneurship actually has been a path in the past for ethnic groups that were barred from normal flows of employment. So I would say you could see a white male renaissance in that regard, realizing that that is the path to success, right?
I think if the kind of people in charge, people like Elon, people like Trump, if they really want to create a pro-business mindset, they will basically create an environment where white men can go back to doing what white men do best, and that's building everything. Honestly, like it's really like shaping and building and finding a path through whatever obstacles. Like white men are really good at this. We're very good, and I think every day I was born as a white man, because like if I wasn't, I don't know what I would do. I don't know. I don't know what my life would look like.
You'd get some Gibbs or whatever, but yeah. I come from a family of engineers and people in that kind of field, and it's interesting to hear all of their anecdotes, even as, a non-professional. And I mean, all they're complaining about is the crumbling infrastructure, even in fairly affluent areas. And I mean, that's a structural problem, no pun intended, with how bureaucracy interacts with infrastructure. So I would say the next government and the next regime, that should be top priority, because if you have strained infrastructure, good luck on expanding out into other avenues as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's a hard thing, but I think there's a real opportunity to be taken if you're smart and you play it serious and you know how to use your avenues very well. I mean, for example, there's been a very influential member of the Trump team that's been wearing my boutonnieres in pretty much every picture he's been photographed in during the Trump campaign. And it's about you have to think about your brand historically. I'm a historian, I'm a student of history. I read a lot of historical books. I have a big collection of historical books, and I read a lot of them. And I look at the general historical trends in my industry of fashion. And your greatest chance at long-lasting success is to be known as a guy who dressed this historical movement, especially if it's a historical movement you agree with and like, which I do. And as far as distinctive dress during the MAGA campaign, I've nailed myself pretty well. Honestly, not to toot my own horn, pat myself on the back, but I mean, even the hardest dissidents, people like Nick Fuentes wore my stuff, and this gentleman have worn my boutonnieres at every event you can see him at during the Trump campaign. He's been wearing some version of a lapel flower of mine. And within 60 to 30 seconds, I'm sure I'm going to get a text from this person, because that is absolutely the case. Because there's only one person making great silk boutonnieres right now. But it's about dressing the whole spectrum. It's about a broader cultural vision, and it's about creating beautiful, grand imagery that will stand the test of time. And at some point, you have to bend and break some of the rules going on right now in order to take things in your direction. But you also have to be smart in that you have to decide what battles are worth fighting.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. So we got a little bit more time left, so we're going to cover a topic near and dear to your heart. I just put up the image on the YouTube stream. How about we talk about the safari aesthetic? I know this probably isn't, the best picture or whatever. It's what I have.
No, it's not bad. It covers it well enough.
Yeah, but I would say, what's how do you approach a safari in a practical sense and aesthetic sense?
Well, I mean, function is a big thing. One, you cannot wear black. You'll notice, you look into safari pictures, nobody's wearing black. Do you know why that is?
I mean temperature, right? But
It's not even temperature. No. Okay, so a big part of it is there's these flies called tsetse flies, and there's a couple other flesh biting like horse style flies, like horse flies, basically over here. And if they see black, they're drawn to it. This is why they go after buffalo so much.
and there's some really
why
nasty.
buffalo are so irritable.
Africa has some really nasty insects in Africa, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, if you think our horse flies are bad over here, you should get over there. But that's why nobody wears black over there. That and it does lighter colors do reflect sunlight a little better than most. And also it does blend in a little better. So earth tones, khakis, white, light colors do reflect light. They do reflect sunlight better, which keeps you from absorbing more heat than someone who is wearing black. And like I said, the tsetse flies and the horse flies are drawn to black. They're drawn to dark colors because a lot of the plains game, the buffalo, the buntabuk, the kudu, they all have dark colors, and the flies are naturally drawn to darker colors. So it keeps them off of you a little better. And a big part is the hats, the wide brims. Wide brim hats are so golden and gorgeous. I love a good wide brim hat. This is why I love my favorite kind of hat style, besides my bowler hat that I had made at Lock & Co. when I was in London, is the Gaucho Bolero style hat. It's the, very cylindrical crown, very wide, sweeping, cylindrical, flat brim. It's so cool. It's very Western. It's very Southern style. But hats are great. Wide brim. Any hat with a brim is very, very nice as far as style goes. But you see this with a lot of safari style. I'm going to get back on your topic of safari style. I'll let you talk. I'm just
Oh no, it's okay.
vibing. I'm seeing this picture and I'm just going apeshit.
There's some things to pick apart there. It looks like they're drinking Cabernet, so
Oh, beautiful. Little white, little red.
But,
red is so evening. White is so daytime.
Yeah, I know. I generally like a Malbec is generally kind of red. I like white wine.
South Africa is known for their wines, especially their reds. You definitely get a South African red at some point.
What kind
It's
of
really something to enjoy.
What kind of grapes do they specialize on?
I'm not an expert, man. I know my scotches. I don't know my wines.
Okay,
I know I've had South African reds, and I know I like them. And I like South Africa. I like the South African reds. I like to imagine sipping one while an alternate timeline, Nelson Mandela is getting dragged off to the gallows.
Yeah, their weather's fantastic, isn't it? It's just a great climate.
It's very Mediterranean. Well, that's how Rhodesia became founded, was because of the South African climate.
The farms are very productive in both countries.
Well, they are, and I'm gonna indulge that curious you hit me with there. So the whole reason Cecil Rhodes went from Britain to South Africa was because he was asthmatic, much like Teddy Roosevelt. He was an asthmatic. And the Mediterranean climate of South Africa, because it is very Mediterranean, that's why Orania is so beautiful. It's so nice. It's basically like Italy, but it's full of racists, which was awesome. It's awesome and it's great and it's beautiful. You'd love to see it. But the climate is so Mediterranean, and that's what allows, because of the way the coastal winds are around the Cape, it's beautiful. And that's why a lot of asthmatics actually went down there. And Cecil Rhodes went down there. He was an asthmatic. And he worked with his brother to build the De Beers Diamond Corporation, which actually started in South Africa. And they moved up north into what was, like, I think, French territory. And he won the first Boer War. He helped win the first Boer War by going into, I think it was the Matabele tribe, completely unarmed, and he negotiated a settlement with them, which is what created northern and southern Rhodesia. There was a northern Rhodesia for a lot of history, A lot of people only know Southern Rhodesia, which we now recognize as Zimbabwe. Most people recognize. I do not. But there was a Northern Rhodesia, which is much of Mozambique now. Like, Rhodesia was a big region
Yeah, Will Tanner.
that was created by Cecil Rhodes only because he went down there initially because he had asthma.
The climate is just way better. It's such a shame what's happened to Rhodesia. Will Tanner came on and we talked extensively about the history, and that's a great expertise of his. So I would like to have him on again to kind of talk things out. But the Rhodesia shorts are still available to anybody listening. WBSapparel.com/Rhodies. Check them out now.
I love my pair. Oh,
You got the Vice, right?
Yeah, I got the blue ones. Oh man, I love them. They're so cool. I wore them. So I have a home gym because the home gym really is like the ultimate evolution as far as exercise goes. Like, just start buying gym equipment from Facebook Marketplace because there's something so awesome about being to go, you know what? I'm having a bad day. I need some endorphins. I'm going to go downstairs and work out. And you just go downstairs, you get out like 30 reps out of it. You can just randomly start exercising.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
You can just go, and I've got a big property here. My driveway is a quarter mile long. So I'll just walk up and down that for a couple hours. And I'll get my I'll get my cardio for the day. But there's something so awesome about hitting the heavy bag, having a bench press in your basement, in your garage. Even if it's cold out. If anything, the cold helps you burn more fat.
Yeah, I think it does. By the way, what's with the canvas when it comes to the South African and safari aesthetic? Is it just has a functionality?
It's more functional than fashionable. It does retain heat because it's so densely woven. It's like corduroy, but for hot climate. And it's not the best for cooling off. It's better because naturally cotton canvas, it does breathe better than something polyester would. But it's not, it is tightly woven to resist rain. It is tightly woven to resist moisture. So you're not getting some great magic fabric, but it is good for that climate. It is good for hot weather. I like it. I like it for my khakis. I like a nice twill. My perfect twill khaki is something that's as wide at the thigh as it is at the bottom of the leg, with a cuff, double pleats, high waist, 2-inch wide waistband. That's perfect khaki. Those descriptions, you put those into Google. If anyone's making them besides me after July 26th, that's a perfect khaki pant.
Excellent. Do you have anything to say on the different populations you've interacted with traveling over there?
I mean, I speak a little Xhosa pretty well. So the whole thing of the Africans clicking is really actually not that different from Cockney English. Like, really traditional Cockney English is honestly harder to get than most African languages. I love Cockney English. Actually, if you want to understand Cockney, I recommend watching the movie Legend with Tom Hardy, where he played both the Cray twins. Listen to Reggie Cray talk, and you'll understand Cockney English. But actually, oddly enough, when I was in Pittsburgh not too long ago, because I love going to Pittsburgh, the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh is the ultimate old money classic Americana experience. It's really what inspired the Regalia Americana, that and the Henry Ford Museum. Because you have all this marble, you have all these old pieces of museum history, this great Egyptology, like literally 1900 Egyptology wing. It's beautiful. Go to the Carnegie Museum. You'll probably bump into me because I go there like pretty much every other weekend. So I got to go to confession. There's a massive cathedral just down the street. But no, go to the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. It's beautiful. But as far as learning African languages, back to the point. It varies between region, but the Xhosa people, the Xhosa, it's really just like, it's what they call a glottal stop in the linguistic world. It's called a glottal stop. And you see the same thing when people go Cockney, they go, oi, oi, oi. When they stop for the first syllable, synonym, and it like seems to choke in the back of the throat. It's called a glottal stop. And you see the same thing with the Xhosa language, the Xhosa people. And when I went to the steakhouse in Pittsburgh, I was like, "Oh, lekker bits." I was kind of drunk because I pre-gamed, but my family was showing up later. I got there a little early. I decided to pre-game at the bar, as a sensible young man does. And we get to the table, and she's taking our drinks. And go, "Oh, lekker bits." "Oh, ja, Afrikaans. Ja, but praat je Afrikaans," which means praat je Afrikaans means you speak Afrikaans. And I said, "So who are you, Zuni, Guna, Xhosa people?" And she goes, "Oh, Xhosa." I said, "Oh, Xhosa people. Xhosa." And it's all around that like a lot of stuff like Xhosa. It's not actually a click like in the front of your mouth like you would click with your tongue. It's all in the back of your throat. It's Xhosa. Xhosa. It's Khosa if you spelled it phonetically.
Interesting. And they're,
what can I say? I've got a soft spot for the Africans.
Are they generally pretty friendly when you visited and everything?
Oh, I mean, they're very sweet people. Like I said, they're gun bearers. So gun bearer basically carries your 12-pound stopping rifle over his shoulder with the barrel facing forward, kind of lugged over his shoulder. And the tradition of that dates back to the 1700s, even, where you'd be able to like put your hand on this guy's left shoulder and his gun is on your right shoulder, and you'd be able to shoulder it and basically use him as your mount. That's really not the case anymore. We moved a little more forward than that because these damn liberals. I'm kidding. No, we love our African helpers, but the same guys that are carrying your guns are going to help you skin, mount, and taxidermy your animal. So at the end of the day, it really is the ultimate interaction between the white colonist and the black native, in that you're providing the black native with money, income, skill, and a job, and you are getting to see this black African really perform to his greatest ability.
That's awesome. All right, TR, we are coming up on the hour.
We are. I imagine there's somebody that's waiting for me to finish up here.
It should be coming around shortly, but in the meantime, tell everybody again any sales offers that you have, your website, where to follow you, shill whatever you'd like.
Absolutely. So go check out trsartorial.com. Everything right now, like I said, every shoe design you see is 40% off. If I could recommend anything, I recommend the Sarone Python skin loafer or the William Bison skin Oxford shoe. All are 40% off right now. Go take advantage. It's going to end at midnight tonight, that 40% off, and everything goes back to full price. So don't make a fool of yourself. Go indulge yourself in peak Americana in this moment of time. Go get a suit for 40% off, restored vintage from the 70s, 80s, and 90s suits. Absolutely gorgeous pieces, hand selected by me personally. Believe me, I don't put anything on my website that I wouldn't wear myself. Go indulge yourself, go enjoy, go have a good time, and stay on the stream. Honestly, stay on the stream. We're going to have a bunch of great people tonight. And White Boy Summer Apparel, there are some great, very selective people. We are building the community of future Americana clothing entrepreneurs. So with that being said, good night, God bless, and take it easy.
Thank you so much, TR. Stay based.
Absolutely, man. I'll stick it on the stream.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, guys, we have our next guest here. A reminder, I am Max Teller, the Chief Marketing Officer of WBS Apparel. Passage Press is one of the most successful publishing companies in our scene, with its most recent successes including Xenosystems, Noticing by Steve Saylor, as well as Unqualified Reservations by Curtis Yarvin. And I was lucky enough to get the Passage Publishing intern on the line. This mysterious stranger is going to be talking with us for the next hour. I believe Lomez may be speaking as well. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, Max. It's great to hear from you. Happy Black Friday. I hope You are showering in Christmas riches right now, my friend.
The sales are rolling in, and there is a special Passage Press flash sale going on. We got 30% off all hats on the WBS Apparel website. That's WBSapparel.com. Any hat you might desire, you will get 30% off. We are also offering free shipping, all orders over $100. And finally, you buy 2 shirts, you get a third one free. And these are some of the best sales we've ever offered, so don't miss out, ladies and gentlemen.
Looks like we got Lomez in the house as well. Allow me to show Passage a little bit. We got 25% off most of the catalog today. It's Passage Press's first ever sale. You can get $10 off Nick Lanzino Systems, $10 off Curtis Yarvin's latest book, $8 off Steve Saylor's Noticing, a ton of stuff. And something I'm most excited about, we have a new Zeno Systems hat. You know, the first one we included out as a free gift to certain pre-order purchasers. More people wanted it. We had to do it again. So we went to the guy who makes the MAGA hat, ordered 200 of them, slapped a 6 Zeno Systems logo on it. Now, 200 more people can get them. How you doing, Lomez?
Hey, how's it going? Hey, WBS, how's it going, man?
Hey, Lomez, good to have you on, brother.
Yeah, man.
How's things been since the face fag transition? What's up?
Oh, you know, things are good. It's a little different. I'm settling into this new life, trying to be responsible, upstanding young man. Yeah, I'm just here. I'm monitoring my intern here. I didn't know this was going on, so I saw he's showing up on his space here, and apparently has put a sale up on our website. So I'm hearing about this for the first time, actually.
Yeah,
we're gonna have a little talk after this call.
We have any suicide drones you might need to take out any rogue interns we've had to?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to get on the phone with Palmer Lucky after this, have a little chat.
Yeah, there's some WBS
about our
apparel.
intern.
There's some WBS interns that are buried in the hills of West Virginia somewhere, and good luck to any feds listening to find their bodies. But yes, I just wanted to talk to you about everything that's been going on. Just you got some new rights to some books coming up, from what I understand. Is this correct?
Yeah, we got a.
Anything you can talk to, anything you can talk about. I'm not, don't want to spoil the.
Yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of new stuff that's going to be rolling out in 2025. We got a ton of new projects underway. We got books from some incredible writers, some of our, best men in the field over the last 50 years. We have books from John Derbyshire, will probably be his final book coming out in 2025. That's in the process of editing right now. Taki of Taki's Mag, his memoir will be coming out from us, The Last Alpha Male, about his decades of, womanizing and boozing and making life miserable for communists around the world. So we love Taki. We have a book coming out from the esteemed Paul Gottfried as well, which will also probably be his last book, as well as a number of new titles from our, Anon friends. Peachy Keenan's got another book that's going to be coming out from us. Raig Nationalist has a book coming out from us, as well as a number of other titles that will be delivering to people throughout 2025. Very exciting time. We have another book from Curtis. Let's see. We got all sorts of stuff. I'm sure I'm leaving stuff out, but you guys will see in due time.
Yeah, is the Gray Mirror book finally?
That's right. So Gray Mirror is being published now. I want to clarify something. People are a little confused by the title. It is not just a reprint of what's on the blog. This is 100% new material. So Curtis, over the course of 4 books, I did my best to try to edit Curtis down, but it's still going to take 4 books to get through his entire idea, which is how we transition from this current sort of stale, democratic, kind of bureaucratically managed government into something a bit more dynamic. And, we've seen the fruits of this thinking in Donald Trump and, Elon Musk and JD Vance, et cetera. I don't want to spoil too much, but these 4 books are going to kind of lay out how this is going to work over the next 4 years, the duration of Trump's second term here. So the first of that is going to be released. I mean, it's available for order right now. We'll be delivering those in the next couple of weeks. Certainly before Christmas, you'll have copies in hand. And then, of course, into 2025.
I can personally attest to the quality of all of Passage's latest books that I've purchased. They're sitting on my shelf, and they look really good right now.
Yeah.
They feel good. I really appreciate the attention to detail on everything. So in respect to, I would say, this is just my personal view of Unqualified Reservation is kind of like a deprogramming project from Curtis. Has done a great job. You may not agree with every single point he makes, but it does a great job of kind of dispelling the mythology of liberalism, democracy, and these kind of things.
The other thing to remember here too is a lot of the ideas and concepts and ways of thinking about our current regime that we all take for granted. Like the people on this call just understand intuitively all the ways in which this is broken and the sort of leftist bias embedded into everything that officialdom does and says on our behalf. Curtis was one of the first people to point that out. So when he was writing this stuff in the early 2010s, it wasn't so obvious to everyone. And a lot of the like Republican sort of conservative types and even a lot of centrist liberals at the time hadn't yet formulated these ideas on their own. And so you got to think about when you're reading this stuff, it's also as a historical matter, hugely important for understanding how we've come as far as we have over the last, 10 years and certainly over the last 4 years.
I think the hardest thing to explain to someone who does not have a background in these sorts of things is their first question is, well, democracy, republicanism, liberal, it's brought us to this point, and we are the empire. What's wrong? And I think it does a good job of addressing those points in some pretty serious rhetoric. He describes it as a cancer that's metastasized. But it's worth addressing how we won. I mean, we did win, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's perfectly appropriate to quibble over the details or take issue with certain analogies versus others and just how far those analogies can be stretched before like any analogy or metaphor, they sort of fall apart. You don't want to reify these things. But nonetheless, as a broad matter and as a directional matter, Curtis's writing has been hugely valuable. And, he's if he's not the top guy, he's one of a handful of people who can be pointed to as sort of establishing the intellectual trajectory that gave rise not just to Donald Trump, but this broad sort of movement around Donald Trump, which of course now includes people like JD Vance, Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, et cetera.
Yeah, there's a coalition forming, right?
Yeah.
And effective politics is about building coalitions. And you'll see on different leftist forums them be aghast that Elon Musk is in bed with the Christian nationalists or whatever. The latest thing is like, yes, that's how you guys have rose to power, and we're interested in building our own coalition. Sorry,
exactly.
That's how it works.
Right? You win by winning. Never forget that.
Now, what is the goal, project, idea behind Gray Mirror then as a book?
So the idea for Gray Mirror, and it's going to come out in 4 parts that are called fascicles, and you can go look up what that means. It's not related to fascism in any way, but fascicles are a series of books, and it's going to try to lay out a sort of plan of attack for how to implement the style of government that Curtis prefers. And one critique of Curtis's writing, and you've probably heard this before, is that, okay, you've made this great sort of diagnosis of the problem, but now what? And he's taken this approach towards people who have tried to do things, notably Chris Rufo. And Curtis has long said, okay, that's not going to work. These kinds of incrementalist, this sort of activism on the right, you see, even effective activism from Rufo actually has a negative impact ultimately, because it reinforces the left's ability to counteract that kind of activism going forward. It's like creating antibodies. And so the question for Curtis has always been, okay, so then what exactly do we do? You have this great diagnosis. You have an idea of what government should look like. Now what? How do we implement this? And what this book, this series of books is going to accomplish is laying out a blueprint for what that looks like.
I like that. That's cool. I got to read Xenosystems recently, and I really enjoyed it as well. And it's kind of like, I guess, maybe the way to describe it is like a meta critique of the larger work, and he plays with a lot of interesting ideas, and it's hard to it's a little bit hard to parse through at times, but it's kind of just you can strap in and enjoy the journey, right?
I think Land is an academic, and he comes from an academic background, a philosophy background, and moreover, he's a Marxist. And what I mean by Marxism in his case is that, like Marxists, he places the center of political analysis in a critique of capitalism. Unlike Marxists who want to do away with capitalism and replace it with some sort of utopian fantasy that equalizes outcomes for everybody, Land has flipped that on its head and said, okay, rather than that, what if capitalism actually is good, and or we just remove sort of normative valuations of it one way or the other and just say it's inevitable. It is the consequence of collective human intelligence gives rise to this thing called capitalism. It's going to happen no matter what. So we might as well create the most efficient way of diffusing capitalism. And that's in Nick Land's view, by just letting it just run wild. And so, whether you agree with that or not, I think the other thing about Land that's very valuable is his method of analysis. And that's what philosophers do. They provide not necessarily answers, but they provide ways of thinking about these questions. And Land has a very distinct style of analysis that is tremendously useful for thinking about the current year.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I would say kind of how I understand accelerationism is it's an attempt to get through the eye of the needle, because I think what we're all seeing right now, personal, professional lives, macro things in the world is, population, demographics issues.
Yes.
So this technological acceleration isn't how it's kind of popularized in some right-wing circles is they'll think, oh, you're talking about people committing atrocities to make things worse. It's like, no, I'm talking about accelerating technology to the point where we can make it through the eye of the needle, where we can meet this kind of filter we're seeing. Maybe this is the great filter they talk about with the Fermi paradox or whatever. And that's we're trying to shoot through.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to keep in mind there is that attempts to tamp down this kind of technological development almost always tends toward certain kinds of social pathologies and gives power to the left. Ultimately, that's what the left is doing. When you look at like anti-nuclear energy protests and activism, that's a perfect example of trying to prevent technology from scaling out according to a sort of natural or organic trajectory. And that always gives power to our enemies. And it's very important for the right to think through the implications of trying to tamp down technology and who that empowers and what kinds of perversions and social pathologies that gives rise to.
Yeah, for sure. In terms of marketing, you guys have had a lot of good shit posting on Twitter, and I mean that's one branch of marketing we found success in as well. What advice would you give out there to any prospective entrepreneurs on X Twitter who are trying
first of all, you got to find a good intern. So, I'm going to let my intern take over here and maybe help describe some of our marketing efforts.
So listen, first thing you got to do, you got to wake up every morning, 3:00 in the morning. Okay. You got to visualize in a blank white wall what a viral tweet looks like. You do that for about an hour and a half. So that's from 3 to 4:30 in the morning. From 4:30 in the morning to 6 in the morning, you feel how good it will feel when a book sells, and then get bigger. Feel how good it'll feel when 10 sell, and then get even bigger. Feel how good it'll feel when 100,000 books sell. Now it's 6:00 in the morning. It's time to start your day. Personally, I run a nice little stack of Anavar and testosterone supplementation. Go to the gym, get your mind in the right place. Next, very important, you need to drink at least 300 milligrams of caffeine a day. Once you've got all these things in place, your raw eggs logged, your caffeine intake, now it's time to start shit posting. You have to have a couple different threads, right? You got to have your serious posts, you got to have your reactive post, and you got to have your kind of formulaic announcement post. No matter what type of product you sell, I mean, it obviously has to have a place in the ecosystem. For us, our political philosophy books, demand that we respond to current events through the lens of, our author. So when something big happens that directly relates to any one of our authors, content, go in, find a nice segment, and then analyze today's events using the lens of, the thought of Curtis Yarvin, the thought of Steve Saylor, the thought of Nick Land, anything like this. It's very good to get in the habit of that. Next, reactivity. If it's something big is going on the timeline, a good meme, Trump at McDonald's, right? Pounce on that, make a quick edit, have a little bit of fun. And then last but not least, you can't get away from, your typical boilerplate, today, Passage Press is offering 25% off its books. You've got to buy it. If you're a prospective entrepreneur and you're looking to get your website started on Twitter, I mean, the first thing that I would recommend having is establishing a good relationship with a bunch of people on here. People support their friends in real life and online. So if you aren't already an established online presence, this makes it a little bit easier. Be honest with your friends about what you're doing. Get them involved as you can, and always without fail, try to do right by your friends. Every customer you have, you should think of and treat as a friend until proven otherwise. Next, make sure that you are friendly with other people in your niche. You should have good relationships with everyone you can, as I said, but it's good to know the other players, right? Just so where you can mirror their posts, and you can also just kind of talk shop with them. These things are great to have. And then you wouldn't be anywhere without your product. We do not like grifters here, right? Blue Shampoo, offers a fantastic product that's needed in the market, a masculine-centered and marketed shampoo that Ray Pete would approve of. Blue offers a great product. You have to have a great product first. Do not come into the sphere looking to shill and make a little money. If you are interested in just making money, I have a great investment in several altcoins I can offer you. Passage Press. Yeah, Passage Press is sponsored by Retardio. My 401k is entirely in Retardio, sponsored by Passage Press. Cannot recommend it enough. So those are my advice. That's my advice for marketing. That at least online. There are a couple other things the Passage does that occur offline that I feel are equally as as important about reputation management.
What you're describing here is the Sigma male grind set, I believe. This is what I understand this to be.
Yeah, exactly. There are modifications that can be made to this Sigma mindset. As you noted, there were no prescription amphetamines. You might be able to speak with a doctor, and he might diagnose your retardation and medicate you appropriately. If that's what it takes to get across the line, that's what it takes.
We found our intern at a methadone clinic, and I highly recommend looking in places like this where they're desperate and out of options, and you can train them up from zero. And as you guys have all heard here, he's doing a great job, and we love him. So entrepreneurs out there, be creative with where you look for your talent.
It's all about cultivating the network. and that you guys have done an excellent job. How's Will Stansel doing? Is he still Passage Press Salesman of the Year?
It's an interesting question. You know, Jason Wilson and Will Stansel have kind of gone up and down. It's been this seesaw approach with who, you know, is getting the end of year El Dorado bonus sales commission prize. We love Will Stansel. So we hope he's doing well. We've noticed he's been a little disappointed after the election, of course, and he's made his way over to Blue Sky where he's been doing a lot of posting, but we hope he'll come back.
And frankly, you know, I'm a little bit mad at Jason Wilson. You know, Jason Wilson, we obviously have a promotional agreement with him and The Guardian, and yet he promoted our Washington, D.C. event after it had already sold out. You know, Jason, if you're hearing this, you owe me my steak knives back.
True.
All right, guys, this is all excellent stuff. And just a reminder to everyone listening to the stream, Passage Press flash sale from now till 2 p.m., 30% off all WBS apparel hats. They are the same level of high quality as the Xeno Systems hats that have been shipped out, and you should indulge in those right now. WBSapparel.com. We are also offering buy 2 shirts, get 1 free deals, as well as free shipping for any order over $100.
Awesome. Thanks for the shout out, WBS. Everybody enjoy their Thanksgiving holiday. Buy the books, buy some gifts for your family, and we love you all.
You guys can stay on till 2 if you would like.
Don't worry, Max.
I have to go hike into the mountains and saw my Christmas tree down with my children, so I'm going to have to bail. But love you all. Take care. God bless.
I'm going to be hanging out. Don't worry.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Lomez. Passage intern. What experience have you had that has led you to this profession? You don't have to share any too much personal details, but what got you into all of this mess?
Well, I started my online shitposting career in 2015 during the Donald Trump election cycle, volume 1. Lurked for a very long time. Became friends with Lomez and some other accounts on here around 2020 when I stopped lurking and started to post. That is when I first burned my FaceFag account and became anonymous. And ever since then, I've been, doing nice shit posting, doing other nice posting. I was a professional marketer before this with a good track record at an agency. And I happened to know some members of the team. I offered my assistance, and wouldn't you know it, now I'm here on a shitpost stream at 10:26 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Black Friday, selling Passage Press books at 25% off. It's been a wild ride. I started with Passage about in an official capacity last March, and ever since then have been helping us get events across the nation pulled off, posting online for fun, posting online for money, and starving myself on this dog food.
What kind of what brand of dog food do you enjoy the most?
Right now I'm on a Purina kick. Obviously Christmas is around the corner. The farmer's dog is a little bit out of my price point until I raise $250,000 for our inauguration ball. Time is running out, ladies and gentlemen. You too can send me $250,000. But act now. This opportunity will not last.
Billions must buy.
Yeah, billions must buy.
So, Mr. Passage, what other plans do you guys have? By the way, I want you to state Passage's manifesto. Can you help us all understand what Passage Press's goals are?
Passage Press seeks to widen the Overton window. We seek to push right-wing and, in our opinion, truly moderate centrist ideas back into the mainstream. The Overton window has closed significantly to eyes ideas that would have been considered, centrist throughout most of history, such as closed borders, such as the exercise of military power equaling might, such as monarchy, such as crime and law enforcement. All these things, right? We want to be able to take the ideas that not 10 years ago were considered moderate centrist position and are now are considered far right wing, and expand these ideas into the professional classes and spread them as far and wide as possible. It's also to really bring back fiction that isn't being hampered by these ideological constraints, right? We are looking to publish any fiction that is good, not fiction that includes a black trans protagonist, not something that was written by a retard in the basement and has some sob story. We want to publish fantastic literature that brings art back to where it should be, pure meritocracy.
That all is excellent.
And we've done a pretty good job of this. I'm very happy with what we've done. Taking Steve Saylor around the country and showing him off to people has allowed a lot of professionals, who aren't in our communities online, who aren't really a part of this milieu, to get out and to proudly support being tough on crime, acknowledging the racial impacts of crime and what happens. Human biodiversity has re-entered the mainstream much because of Steve Saylor, and in my opinion, because of Passage Press. We've been able to push these ideas back, that law enforcement is not a racist idea. People are more and more free to say that. And, that's kind of what we want to do with all of these ideas. Looking at Curtis Yarvin, we want to be able to say, yes, the president should exercise far more power than he has. And yes, our government is flawed, and it's flawed because people are cowards and weak. And we must allow our elected leaders to be strong and to do what needs to be done, to deport the 10 million people that we need to deport, maybe more, that in enacting nationwide law enforcement that, allows us to punish murderers, rapists, arsonists, no matter what color their skin is. We want to be able to get in front of these people, present it in very classy, sophisticated ways, and then have them swallow it, regurgitate it, and that become exactly what's going on policy-wise in this country.
Are you well versed enough in Steve Saylor's noticing to discuss details of the passages, such as what kind of HBD things he discusses in the book?
I am. I don't have my copy handy with me, and I'd also like to include, I also want to pump. Listen, we're hosting an inauguration party in Washington, D.C. Like we said, a lot of us have been posting online for a long time in support of Donald Trump's ideologies and in support of things are right wing. And with Donald Trump's election, we really see this as vindication of everyone's hard work, right? So next Monday, we're going to be launching tickets to this event. We're going to try to have as many people come out as possible. We're going to price these relatively modestly as well. We want to have just there's going to be a nice reception with cocktails, live jazz band in a beautiful location, the Watergate Hotel. We're going to price it to where, most people, if you budget your own money, you can come down, have a good time, and celebrate. We all made this possible. And we want to be able to give back to this community that did it, right? It's really us. It's the online guys who crafted the narratives, who put them forth to the broader conversation, and drove the left loony, right? The left has gone crazy, and it's because of you. And their insanity allowed us to win this election. For a small nominal fee, you too can come down and celebrate the inauguration party. We're more than happy to discuss human biodiversity. The 13-63. It was actually quite impressive. If you read The Guardian's coverage of Steve Saylor or Jason Wilson's coverage of Steve Saylor, he just seems like this insanely racist guy. But in all honesty, Steve is a rather milquetoast, calm, frankly, anti-racist boomer. He just sees it as it is, right? He has the same reaction and voices the same reaction of why we all don't want to go into the ghetto. That it's, he's explicitly non-racist, which was, quite a surprise to many people, and honestly refreshing to me, right?
I would describe him as a liberal, not progressive, but liberal academic. Like reading his content, you're kind of. I don't even agree with everything. Then there's tons of fantastic stuff, statistics and analysis, but I would say it's from a liberal perspective, honestly. Like Steve's just like a normal academic, really. Would you agree on that passage, intern?
I would. Sorry, my the intern is a little bit retarded. I would absolutely agree with that. That's why it's very funny to see Passage categorized as a far right or fascist publisher. Sure, we publish the work of fascists, but as Lomas said earlier, Nick Land is a communist. Steve Saylor's a classical liberal. Curtis Yarwood is a monarchist. Jack Spezio is a monarchist. V. and Ebert's political positions are right-leaning, but a little bit, murkier. All of these, Robert E. Howard, right-leaning, but, definitely not a Politico. Passage Publishing, just seeks to publish compelling ideas that have been held out of the mainstream and that we feel can, better guide our country into the right place. Most of our frontline writers all have very wildly differing political opinions. Most would be considered, classical liberals in some sense. Specifically Steve, right? Steve just wants things to go back where they were 15 years ago, where crime was crime, no matter who's committing it. That you can say, men are faster than women, men are stronger than women, women are not men are not women. That, net, Black people commit more crime. Things like that used to be commonplace and not have any type of qualifiers, modifiers, or descriptors added onto them. That's what he is.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I would say, did he, a lot of this collection, this was from his blogging days, right?
So a lot of it was from his blog, but some of it's also from Un's Review and from National Review. I would say it's probably an even split from the corpus of his work.
It's all really good stuff. Do you guys have any ambitions of publishing anything explicitly about HBD eventually, or is there anything like that?
Here's the thing, right? We don't have anything committed in the works over the next 2 years, I can tell you that. But what I encourage everyone to do is to write. You have to be in the process of writing. I would love a very explicit defense of human biodiversity that comes from a new, fresh author. I would love a defense of fascism as modern governance, or even the inevitability of fascism, right? I would love all of these things. We just have to have someone who writes it, right? Passage Press is, of course, interested in these ideas and interested in publishing them, but finding an author who can present it in a compelling, even-handed, insightful and approachable manner is, frankly difficult.
Yeah, I think you guys are doing a great job of like cultivating talent with what you've done with the with your award system for writing and all of these things. I know that's kind of falling by the wayside. There's, I'm sure, different projects in the works for that, but that's how you help people gain confidence in their own writing, and what they're doing is kind of give them honest critique and feedback, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the Passage Prize, accomplished that for a good number of years. I was proud to be a part of the team that's putting together the 3rd edition of this. But you're right, it is an insane amount of work. It's a full-time job. The fiction submissions alone had more than 100,000 pages to parse through and sift, right? And it's a very small team over at Passage. It's a very small team. And so accomplishing the goals of editing a compelling collection of, and giving every piece the time it deserves, right? There is there was a rumor that, some of the winners are predetermined, or we give it to our friends. I can assure you, having been through the process on both sides at this point, that it is completely randomized and anonymized. Every submission is read thoroughly. Every submission is judged on its own merit, detached from any type of branding or promotional spots.
There's no fortification going on. It's not ballot
Yeah,
dumps at 3 a.m., guys.
Exactly. That's why, I mean, the bulk of our winners have like 200, 300 followers on Twitter, right? And those are the type of guys we want to promote. And we have a couple exciting projects that are coming out that we should be announcing right around the turn of the year that will seek to replace the Passage Prize. Places where it'll be a little bit easier to publish your long form novel length work. And as always, we still support Man's World as kind of a place you can go and have your articles published, your art, anything that you want to submit, that still acts as a place to do it. And it is truly sad about the Passage Prize. I mean, that was such a huge part of the community, but seeing the amount of time that it takes to put into that, right? It's monumental. It's monumental. And I encourage anyone else, if you want to have a literature prize, I'd be more than happy to help promote it and spread that out. It's something that the community desperately needs. It's something that we should certainly provide. There aren't really too many spaces throughout the nation where authors can really find a place, like of fellow authors that they can develop with. I mean, it's Los Angeles, New York City, and Twitter pretty much. So I'd love to see that come back from anybody.
Yeah. Do you think there's any reason it seems that publishers really get under the blob's skin for some reason? That's likely why there's these doxing attempts and all sorts of stuff with these guys. Is there a particular reason for that?
I mean, publishing houses have always been a magnet for the wealthy to exercise their political voices in ways that happen outside of the electoral system. So if you, let's say, are a very wealthy person who sees the ideas of Passage Press, aligns with the goals, understands our work, and wants to make a donation, say, of $250,000 to support Passage Press's mission and widening the Overton window back to where it was, 10 years ago, then that is a good place to do it, right? You too can come to our inauguration party. So it's a mechanism for the wealthy to espouse opinions that they don't necessarily agree with, that happens outside of like their newspapers or other things like that. Like if you run a successful publishing company, you decide what gets published, right? It's outside of their censorial bounds. You can like connect and create a patronage network and connect your patrons to one another, and then your patrons can then go on to develop further projects that also align spiritually and politically with your goals that are, again, against these censors' goals. 3, it's a matter of someone else is getting recognition for their writing and maybe I'm not getting it. And I think the last thing is that when you publish a work, it's a long-standing, permanent slap in the face if you disagree with it, right? If you disagree with the content of Steve Saylor's noticing, there's no way to escape or to control it. Once it's published, it's always going to be out there.
The system relies on fairly uniform censorship, and I think kind of the fear you're seeing is that losing grip, of losing control.
Yeah, exactly. And you're losing control, not just of the idea, but when you publish a work underneath your name, now you can become an avatar for this thing, right? When people talk about, when I introduce someone to human biodiversity, they can give someone a copy of Steve Saylor's noticing. When you want to introduce somebody to the idea of eugenics, you can give them, one of Bronze Age Pervert's books, and that like introduces them to these ideas. So there's that existence of the avatar of the idea kind of makes it more manifest and allows it to have a greater impact on the culture.
That's awesome. When is this DC party, by the way?
DC party is January 19th at the Watergate Hotel. We were, I'll be honest with you, your dear beloved intern was a huge supporter of this idea. There are a lot of people who worked very hard to make sure that the ideas of Donald Trump did not die with his electoral loss in 2020. There are a lot of people who, bear the load of right-wing messaging, while so many of our politicians and established journalists, succumb to it. There are a lot of people who kept the faith and did the work to support Donald John Trump outside of the party. And, I was asking around, and I was, in talks with a couple people about what was going on. And it seemed like no one was willing to take the bait. No one was willing to take the mantle and lead. And, I saw a real opportunity for Passage to do this, and for it to be a service for everybody else, right? Like, we want to be able to have everyone gather together and celebrate the work that they've done, right? Like them or not, Jack Posobiec, most certainly drove votes to Donald John Trump. Like him or not, Mike Cernovich certainly drove votes to Donald John Trump. Like it or not, Steve Bannon, all these people, and there wasn't a single unified point for them all to come together, celebrate their accomplishments, and really just, set the right course for the next Trump term, right? Get everyone connected. I really see Donald Trump as the ascendancy of our ideas, as much as it can be exercised inside of the American system of governance. And celebrating the fact that we came here was huge for me. So the 19th, Watergate Hotel, Washington, D.C. We're going to have a ton of tickets available. All goes on Monday. It's going to be a great time.
I should be able to make it. I'll let you guys know, though. So
cool. Awesome. Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Yeah. In terms of your projects, there was one question. Are you guys able to share sales figures, or is that kind of like private? I know you sold out of, I know you sold out of your first printing of Noticing, correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
I mean, that's impressive.
We sold out of our first printing of Unqualified Reservations 1. Our top books sell, in the the very high four figures, I'll put it that way, on a per annum basis. It's one of those, and we don't do bulk sales deals, right? We're also not a nonprofit. We don't take donations to, that help float our back ends. We don't do bulk book sales to, wealthy people to help support it. We're entirely supported by people who buy our books. And initial startup, investor capital, right? But I'm happy to report that we, we do make a profit. That happens. That change occurred earlier this year in the summertime, which I'm very happy to report. And it's, at this point, it's a self-sustaining model, and we just hope to continue building on that, expand into other types of content. Earlier this year, we launched a recording of Steve Saylor giving a live speech. We're going to start doing more of those kinds of things. We're going to start doing 30-minute segments with each of our writers where they explain some of their core ideas. We've got a lot of other video content coming down the pike that we've been planning out and are going to execute starting next year. So I'm really excited about
That's awesome. Great to hear.
It is, and if anyone's, we're always looking for friends to get involved with too, right? The team is certainly going to be growing next year. If you know any members of the Passage Press team or want to comment on a Passage Press post or send a message to Lomez, we do keep track of anyone who is hey, I can help you with edits internally. Hey, I can help you with layouts. Hey, I can help you with video. Hey, I can do this, right? We're always looking to kind of make sure that we have a backlog, and those are going to be in 2025. I think we've got 20 books coming out next year.
A lot of great ones too.
I'm excited.
What's the French one that's coming out? That you guys got the rights for?
We actually didn't get the rights to Sorry, I'm like way over caffeinated looking at sales numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, French book about the border crisis. Camp of the Saints.
Camp of the Saints, yeah.
Camp of the Saints. So that actually went to a friend of ours, Bon Publishing. It's a French publishing house who's famous for the work of Renard Camus. We're very happy to, see that it's coming into print. Sure, we participated and tried to get the rights to those books. The French, those French racists wanted to do business with another Frenchman, and I respect that. So we might work out a deal where we help distribute that book in the United States. None of that has come to pass yet. I can say that they have the rights. I can say that Camp of the Saints will be making a comeback, which I'm ecstatic about. I'm very happy about. I mean, because again, at the end of the day, the goal of Passage Publishing isn't to enrich anybody. I mean, the goal is to spread, important, vital messages. And so, sure, would I have loved to distribute Camp of the Saints? Yeah, of course. But I'm mainly happy that it's coming back out. Like I just we're winning. I just want us to win. I just want to stop the world from killing itself.
As long as it's getting out there. I think you guys did find a proverbial crown in the gutter. There's all of this content that needed to be published that was just out there, and you can monetize that. Like, that's effective. And there's tons of other stuff. I mean, I was looking at I help run a book club, and just looking at some of the books some of the guys were interested in reading, it's just really difficult to get your hands on some of the stuff, and it's fantastic things. Some of the books about Rhodesia and other conflicts like that are a bit controversial. I mean, that's valuable knowledge. I don't know what it would be like legally to obtain the rights to something like that, but yeah, there's tons of opportunities out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a lot of the issues with some of the books that our friends like is they are translations, right? And so while the original thing might be, while the original work might be out of copyright, most translations that are currently being distributed or not distributed are still within copyright. Like, they renewed those rights. So if you have a book that you want to translate into English, you have that is writing an entirely other book. A translator's job is just as much, creative as it is transcription, right? There's a famous famous translator of Dostoevsky that tried to do a slop one-to-one rendition of it, did hundreds of his works, and is responsible for it, being in the catalog at all. However, it's not really the highest quality. And anything the Passage wants to put its hands on, right? We want it to be we want it to be as good as it can be. So that's one issue. Anything where the rights are overseas is very complicated. Finding the right holder, finding out how to really, get a hold of the right people, getting the families to respond. It's very complicated. That's one reason why, I like what Caribbean Thule does. Caribbean Thule publisher, a little bit of a pirate publisher. Do they have the rights to the book they publish? I don't know. And frankly, I'm not asking. Because a lot of the work is just good to have back in there, right? But unfortunately, with a target on our back and having an LLC address, it makes it a little bit more difficult to do things like that. Also,
yeah, that's those kind of things. That's for lawyers to worry about, and Godspeed to anyone who chooses that path. More respect, but yeah, that's for. I mean, estates are always a complicated thing, and you don't know if they'll have the same values as the parent or grandfather that wrote the works, and all sorts of things like that. But
right, there was thought that that was the way Camp of the Saints was, that the family had just shifted values and it was no longer no longer available to get. But really, it was just we just had to wait until the right time when somebody in the family needed money enough to sell the rights.
Excellent. By the way, Mr. Passage Intern, we are coming up on the hour. How about you do a little bit more shilling, and I'll do the WBS shilling, and we'll call it an hour.
Cool. Passage Press has never done a sale before, for good reason. if you knew how much our books cost to make and knew what our margins were, you'd understand. But, this year, 25% off most items in the catalog. Our pre-orders, all of our, all the paperbacks, those beautiful box sets of the Hardy Boys, the great Alex Weisner art, the Robert E. Howard collection, all 25% off. Now, I can't give you 25% off of the Patricians, but if you buy one, it'll come with a little bit of extra love. We really, I can't thank you enough, Max, for having us on. All of our customers that are listening to this, thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you for allowing us to do what we do. And, because of y'all, I can spend my life instead of working for a tranny, faggot art director or creative director. I can now, sell insanely based books for dog food, for a little bit worse dog food than before, but still I eat well. So 25% off, passagepress.com. Go buy a book.
Lomez is a harsh ruler, but he is a fair ruler, is he not?
I mean, listen, we could all make six figures, and we would not sell any of these books. There would be no more books to sell if we all made that much money.
Exactly. So there must be a hierarchy to these things, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm willing to become a skeleton, wasting away inside of my mother's basement to sell these books if it means that Donald John Trump, puts law and order back into this country. That Donald John Trump, stops H-1B visa workers. If Donald John Trump does these things, then I'm willing to live in my basement.
And even if you pass away due to poison dog food or anything like that, your sacrifice will be remembered on this recorded Twitter stream forever. And we will not forget you, Mr. Intern. Thank you so much. And 5 minutes left on our flash sale. That is 30% off all WBS apparel hats. Check those out. Also, buy 2 shirts, get a third one free. And last but not least, free shipping over $100. Thank you guys so much. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with Cinder Mountain on the top of the hour when we return. Thank you so much, guys. Welcome back. This is Max Teller, the Chief Marketing Officer of WBS Apparel. We are live with John Cinder. He is an artist, a longtime co-host to White Boy Wednesdays with WBS Apparel. And he is a personal friend of WBS Apparel. Thanks for coming on, my friend. How are you? Mr. Cinder, are you there? Stand by, guys. Mr. Cinder, can you hear me?
So you unmute and then mute again.
Mr. Cinder, I think you can hear me now, right?
I can't hear you. I don't know what's happening.
Test, test.
Hey, Meta, can you hear Max? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear him.
Test, test.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hey, Mr. Cinder? Can you hear me?
Oh, shoot, I can't hear you.
Damn.
Hey, fourth branch. Can you hear Max? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Or Blyo.
Fourth branch.
Give me a thumbs up, fourth branch or Blyo, if you can hear me, John. Hey, TR, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Can you guys hear me?
Can. Should I just start talking? Should I...
Test, 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 test. Can anyone hear me? You can hear me. But Cinder can't hear me. Can you tell Cinder to leave and rejoin? I just texted him. I think maybe if he rejoins as a co-host, it should be fine. Is it working now, Mr. Cinder?
I still can't hear anything.
Damn
Can
it.
you guys hear me? Anybody give me a thumbs up if my audio is coming through? Anybody at all? Okay. I can't hear you. So I don't know what to do. As I restarted the computer, I've shut it down a couple times. Weak. Should I just assume when you're talking and then be silent?
All right, trying this one more time. Can you hear me? I guess not. Hey, TR, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, fourth branch. You guys can hear me. TR, are you there? All right, so everybody can hear me except Cinder. That's a problem. Hey, Cinder, how about we try making you co-host?
Or the Patreon boxes? Yes. Hello. Have you sold all the Patreon boxes? I'm gonna. That's great. I'm gonna send it to Pine Baron because he was asking about what Black Friday purchases he should make. So
He
that was
should
in
buy a
there.
pair of Williams from TR Sartorial.
Well, we're all
fine
look.
Bison
We're all
American nationalist footwear.
we're all big fish fighting for minnows today. So that's just that's the case. There's a lot of places to spend your money, and I would just suggest. Look, Passage Prize is very expensive. Okay, it's high quality, but if you need something to enter in a little bit, not lower per se, but just a little shallower, right, where the bait fish are swimming, I would suggest you buy one of the Double Dealer volumes. That it can be found at the Double Dealer Twitter X page, link in the profile. So I would go and check that out.
Leatherman. He's my partner, HW.
Are we? Is there like 3 running jokes right now that I'm not aware of?
I mean, I'm just
right,
the Daniel Plainview of fine leather goods.
We've already burned 15 minutes of Cinder's hour. Let's get into what Cinder wants to talk about tonight. The stream is live. Everything looks good to go. Your profile pic looks excellent.
Yeah, let's pour one out for Rob Reiner, who left X today, who is a producer and filmmaker. He's got a lot of good stuff, but total shitlib who is now out there somewhere in the crystals, probably.
He's probably in Blue Sky right now, just getting owned by the people who got bored here and decided to create alts there.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I'm really sorry for the technical difficulties. I see that we've gone back down to 8 people, 2 of which are us.
We'll build it back up, man. It's no problem. We got a good amount of views on the stream as well, so that seems to be actually working out in our favor, which is excellent. So thanks, guys, for bearing with us through the technical difficulties. But Cinder wanted to talk about a few organizational things, legal, financial, all sorts of things our guys need to be worried about when it comes to building institutions. And today and tomorrow and the next few years are the time to build, if ever.
Yeah, definitely in the next 4 years. And this all certainly hinges on energy. Fuck you, TR. Other Hudson, TR Hudson, not you, other TR.
I'm about to say, listen, I take... my feelings are hurt here.
Yeah, sorry, Trex. I'll call him Trex. Hudson, I'm calling you Trex from now on. This comes from the standpoint specifically of like the business of art and particularly filmmaking, which I see as like a culmination of a lot of different things. I've heard a lot of different people today, Passage Prize, the TR, the regular TR, not fake TR down there, talk about clothing and shoes and stuff like that. And I see when I talk about films, this is a way, oh, you fucking GIMP speaker. This is a way for us to bring all that stuff into films particularly, which I see utility-wise, mass entertainment gives us aspirations. So we talk a lot about in our circles about myths and founding myths and heroes. And nowadays it's all in films. There are real heroes out there, but we spend most of our time with entertainment. And I think that is a great place to propagate a lot of the ideals and aspirations that we have as people who just want to do great things. And we've definitely seen it fail. Like I'm a big fan of Ayn Rand. I love The Fountainhead. I like Atlas Shrugged. And those 3 films that they came out with somewhat recently are just dog shit. I know some people that worked on them, so I don't want to go too hard, but they're terrible.
What would you say was the biggest failing of those movies?
Scale. I think they tried to do something too big with not enough money. And I think there's money out there, but I just don't think they could raise it. They weren't able to articulate who their audience was to people that would fund it. And that's something I'll talk about later, but that's a big problem too with a lot of our artistic guys is they don't pitch very well. They don't pitch producers. They don't pitch people who would normally fund. I mean, it's really hard to fund. Like I've worked with nonprofits too, and it's all pitching to the choir, right? Especially with these leftists. And there's not a lot of right-wing NGOs, nonprofits out there. There are some, but they're generally shit on. Claremont, a couple other places. They're shit on, and we don't like them. We hold our nose to those guys. But I think the pitch game needs to get better. I think the art certainly needs to get better. I see a lot of guys out there, painting, doing the plastic arts or writing, and it's just frankly not that good. And it doesn't mean that it can't be great. It's a question of priorities. Competing. Yeah, they're not competing at all. And they need to, and I want them to. And that comes down to, some of the stuff I talk about, like schedules. If you ever get with me in the corners, I'll bring out my schedule and show you how to at least design a schedule where your priority is your art or your writing.
Dude, I'm right here. You don't have to really dig me in.
Well, am I wrong, CR? Like,
no, you're not wrong at all.
Talk to me about like your writing day. What does that look like?
It's mostly me just scrolling on my phone until I figure out what I want to put on paper. I have not taken the Bradbury pill.
Well, okay, so this is the exception, not the rule. And there are some guys who can do it, but you should not shoot for that. There are so many people who shoot, and impresarios in here, but I'm going to use the term small I. So many people who are aspiring impresarios that sort of
impresarios here.
Fuck. The toppings contain potassium benzoate. They reach for the impresario without having earned it. Like they think that is the moniker of a true artist. And they start with, I'm only going to put down what I want to put down. And because I've done it, it is great. And they don't spend the time to build their talent stack, their repertoire, the technique. And that's difficult to do. And that a lot of times involves taking advice from other people who you don't necessarily like. Or people not giving you the harsh advice that you want, like Trex over here. Whenever I submit something to Double Dealer, I want it to be torn apart. And I always get the mediocre nod, which to me is worse than death. I was in when I was in film school, I was in the park making a short film and I needed pigeons in the shot. And an old lady was feeding all the pigeons. So I walked over there, and when she turned her back, I threw a handful of sand on the pigeons to get them to scatter. And she lost her fucking mind and was going to town on me in Washington Square Park. And she said one thing to me. She said, "You have the soul of a mediocre artist."
Yeah, you could have easily asked her, "Hey, can you feed the birds over here?"
Yeah, you know what? I'm an
You're
idiot.
an idiot.
But see, that would have been a bitch move to go and ask some old lady to, hey, could you please do this thing for me?
What are you talking about?
Maybe I'm just in a certain mindset because I just got done watching Whiplash with my little brother, and my little brother are both big fans of Whiplash. But like, excellence requires a certain level of just fuck you, of just like a certain like fuck you attitude.
Right. But real TR, I would say that he had to reach that level of excellence before he could say fuck you. And a lot of our guys,
absolutely. It's the ability to say fuck you requires a certain level of rank.
right. And you got to get that. That certain level of that is attainable through discipline. And in any sort of pursuit, in any sort of craft or skill or field, there's the science, there's the art, and there's the discipline. And the discipline is the hardest one. The science makes it the easiest to understand. But the art of it is what you learn in time. And that I don't know what to tell you how to build that, other than certainly for screenwriters is read a lot of good screenplay.
Oddly enough, my favorite quote regarding creativity is it comes from Ratatouille, like things like 2008. It's a great Pixar movie. And it's this chef Gusteau monologuing to the television, and he goes, you must try things that may not work, and you must not let anyone define you because of where you come from. Anyone can cook, but only the fearless can be great. And that's really what and this is what I tell a lot of people. I'll get so many A-logs in my comments saying, "Oh, your outfit violated menswear rule number 1,286,755. You really consider yourself a menswear expert?" It's like, yeah, I break the rules because I'm an expert in them. You should spend the first 5 years of your creative craft learning all the rules, and then you can start to break them.
And to your point, I guess we'll call you TR superior if we're going with the
Tristan is fine. My the T stands for Tristan. Just call me Tristan.
All right, my T stands for nothing. So
Trex. It stands for Trex.
Trex Rex.
Go ahead.
No, but Cormac McCarthy, he's really in the news right now because of his proclivities.
My favorite writer.
And he broke the rules for a good portion of his career. I'd say, yeah, the majority of his career was about breaking the rules, and that's why he's remembered so fondly, is because he was an expert of the English language and of prose. And then he said, you know what, we don't need this extra crap. I can make everything super bare bones and still impactful, and people still can understand it.
Because he understood what was valuable about the rules. Like, he understood what the rules harvested well. And then he took what could be harvested well and what was valuable, and then he used that as a resource to make his own thing. And that's what a lot of people don't understand about traditional creativity, is that the schools of thought exist for a reason, and that if you're a creative of any kind, whatever creativity you're brought to, you need to understand the rules of in order to break those rules and create your own thing. The rules are a foundation. Napoleon understood this. Napoleon wrote about this. You need to understand the rules, and then once you truly understand them, you break them to make your own thing and cast yourself into history.
Both TRs. This just a reminder, it's Cinder's hour, so go ahead, Cinder.
Oh, I don't mind these boys. I can handle them. I can wrangle the turtles.
I got you, bro.
So yeah,
That's what TR stands for, Tard Wrangler.
Isn't Wrangler with a W? Anyways.
Shut up.
So yeah, 2 points, and Tristan just made it for me, which is you got to know the rules in order to break them, and then you break them for emphasis. You break them to punctuate something, to bring attention to it, because it usually stands out to most people. You don't notice it, but your brain does. And the second thing I want to point out is Tristan has used 2 films to illustrate an aspiration in communicating an idea. That is the power of film. It's sort of a latent entertainment thing that we sometimes consume passively, but it works so much into the makeup of how we communicate, which is why I think we need to move forward. There's a lot of stuff there, but I'm using broad terms. Move forward with right-wing filmmaking. And right now, right-wing filmmaking doesn't need to be explicitly right-wing. All it has to do to be competitive is not suck. That's all you have to do. There are more IPs out there with like the history, Star Wars, all the Disney stuff, Marvel. It's got this great back catalog of lore, and they're fucking it up almost on purpose. The same thing with some of these video games. They just canceled the Halo TV series because it was just too gay. It wasn't resonating with people. But I've never seen more committed fans of anything than like the Halo kids online. How could you alienate them? Because you're not focusing on the art, with the art of the story. It's you got the science down, which is Hollywood has never been more technically proficient, and the discipline, which is everybody shows up on time and gets paid, but the art is being lost and they're losing the nuance. And I think a large part of that is because so many of our creatives now are doing what Trex has been doing, which is scrolling his fucking phone until he finds something he wants to write about. Now, that's kind of a funny example, but that's what a lot of people with less intelligence, less deftness of hand in prose are doing. And they're sort of just writing all these campy, quick-witted Twitter speak screenplays, which are completely ruining our films.
Can I add something to that,
Please.
Cinder? So, especially back to the Halo thing, like if you look at all the greatest piece of Halo media are the hype campaigns for like ODST and Halo 3. These found footage looking like body cam, District 9 combat footage looking things, which are all inspired by Iraq War combat footage. It's inherently masculine. It's inherently fighters fighting, and this real rugged thing that young men can look at and be like, oh, that's what I would look like if I was in that. I wouldn't be perfect, but I'd be doing all right. And I would be making my way. And then the ODST live action trailer, which anyone can look up, it's so iconic, is kind of the same. It's the Surviving the Cut, which, by the way, the military channel used to have this great okay, thank you, WBS, for letting me know. Me and Cinder will carry for a second here. But like Surviving the Cut was this great show on the military channel that what followed the selection process for like a live documentary following the selection process for recon Marines, for Green Berets, for Marine Scout snipers. And it was awesome. And it inspired a lot of the footage you saw in like the ODST live action footage. And like that inspired young men saw young men struggling, and they're like, I want to struggle like that. I want to achieve the greatness at the end of this through that struggle. That struggle is awesome to me. And there's none of that. It's all like Cinder said, it's this like quirky, riffing. I'm gonna talk like Iron Man in 2008.
Yeah, it's not even real riffing either, because Iron Man in 2008 still had what's his name, a real
Robert Downey
person,
Jr., who was
Robert Downey Jr.,
a rich guy talking shit. And
yeah, who was a real guy.
You can't talk shit like a rich guy talking shit. Like you just can't.
Well, and again, like he was a real guy. He came up not brain fried on the dopamine loop of social media. He came up having real experiences. He experienced some real lows, and he had a comeback story. So he understands what it means to be human in interaction way more so than a lot of the actors right now. And just one more thing, I see you're unmuted, Trex, but think of how we could do if our guys made a Halo film or a Halo series. Thinking of how many GWAT guys that we have at the ready in our GCs, in the MetaPrime network, WBS network that we could call up and get mobilized literally to come out and do this thing and make it as military as possible while holding on to what makes those campaigns human.
Well, absolutely. And the craziest thing a lot of people won't realize, but if you follow 2000s movies, there was a Halo movie that was going to be made in the early 2000s to lead up to Halo 3. The budget got handed over to Neil Blomkamp to make District 9. So all you see in District 9 was the budget that was used to make Halo 3. That's why stylistically the Halo ad, like the Halo ad campaign back when ad campaigns were made by white guys who really loved what they did, is so similar to District 9 that like the weapon cam, the found footage style is so similar to District 9 is because it was made in the same time by the same guy. And then he went on to make King Kong 2005, which is one of the greatest movies ever made. You should watch King Kong 2005. It's one of the greatest movies ever made.
I thought that was Peter Jackson.
Peter Jackson, yeah, Peter Jackson.
I see.
Blomkamp ended up using the budget that was used to make the Halo movie to do District 9. Peter Jackson gave it off to him.
Got it. I see. Okay.
But,
and also, Cinder, what do you think of Mel Gibson running the Halo universe? He needs a comeback.
I think, well, I would love to see him as executive producer. I'd love to see him overseeing it, maybe not directing, because I don't think he understands it, which is fine. I think his music or his movies are brilliant. I think he's brilliant. I would love to work for Mel Gibson, but I don't necessarily see him in the director's chair. But I do. He's on my short list of like based guys to call when the money's there, right? There's a short thing. Hey, Perplexity, I see you down there. Request to speak, because I can't access. I got like 4 things going on right now. But Perplexity, I don't know how much I'm allowed to tell. He's worked on Marvel stuff, and he's worked in anime too. But he's one of the real guys that's out there doing it. So I invited him to come on to help Pat. He's my fluffer. He's my creative fluffer.
So what are the... I don't know who's going to get brought on here. Feel free to interrupt me, but one of the greatest slices of creativity, I really think, like the stories of like the African mercenaries in the Cold War has never really been covered well. I mean, really, Warren Zevon was the last one to do it with Roland Headless Thompson Gunner as a song. Like, I think there's this really great opportunity to this surreal level of horror and destruction that no one will really cover because they can't do it in a Wakanda, We Was Kangs.
Right. So what you're doing right now, Tristan, is called development, and there's an entire wing of these companies that do it. So you have an idea and you want to roll with it. That's development. And we need more of our guys in it. You're not going to necessarily get in nowadays, but as we move towards our own thing, there will be that. There will be a desire for that. And they're going to be like, Hollywood is trawling every IP that they can get their hands on now, because in the last
every movie that comes out, I remember being a meme on Reddit like 5 years ago.
Yep. Yeah. And that's what it's going to be for the foreseeable future. Unfortunately.
Did y'all see the Minecraft trailer?
I'm Steve.
I saw that one.
Did you just say y'all?
It's a mess.
Track?
Yes, I did.
Some gosh darn Southerners in ya.
I'm sick. I'm sick of these lily white Yankees throwing that shit around like you wouldn't.
I'm honorary for.
You're going back.
Cultural appropriation. My culture is not a costume.
Fine, I'll marry my sister and then I can say y'all.
But no, like one of the biggest things I saw recently, and I've seen this many times in Marvel, is like a meme I'll see pop up for a couple years on YouTube or Reddit will be a theme in a movie like 3 or 4 years later. Like this new movie, The Red One, with The Rock and Ryan Reynolds, shockingly, is there's a scene where Krampus has a slapping contest with The Rock. And like the slapping contest thing was a meme on the internet like 3 years ago when Vasily Kamatsky was getting covered by that Penguin Zero guy, and they had like slapping contests, and now they're having slapping contests in movies. It's just like it's crazy to be so online that like you can watch the life cycle of anything interesting go from really neat to just nothing in the course of about 5 years.
They're out of their goddamn minds, and that's clear. Perplexity, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Perfect.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
Where you
sorry I'm
been?
late, guys? Yeah, I my schedule is totally out of whack, but it's a good thing because I'm staying up really late nights working on paintings and stuff. So it's kind of like the college days. I don't know. My fire got rekindled.
So, just a little. I'm going to try and give a little bit of backstory without violating any contractual.
Don't dox me.
Yeah. You're an illustrator, work in the business, right? You do a lot of pre-production, pre-visual stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you also have plastic arts, oil paints. What's your medium?
Well, it's had to transition to digital art. Like everything is digital now, but I've been doing a lot of oils recently, just getting back into tactile painting.
Okay, so this is going to be me questioning Perplexity for a second because I want to get into our guys productifying, commoditizing a lot of their artwork. Do you have plans to sell your stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of plans. That's kind of the problem too, is that I have so many plans. So it kind of everything moves slowly. I should probably just laser focus on one thing, but
I'm with you all the way. I got a million. I've got a color-coded system weighing me down, drowning me, in fact. But so
it's a good problem to have, though. It's better than the opposite problem where you're just lethargic and sitting around doing nothing.
With your painting work, how would you sell that? How are you going to sell that online? What's your plan?
So the painting thing's kind of new. There's one of our events coming up in Sacramento, so it kind of pushed me to do some more paintings. I know it got canceled and now it got uncanceled. It's Resolutions 2025. Have you guys talked about that?
We have not, but it's, I mean, I think Meta's going. I think Meta will probably meet you there, or at least some of the guys in the Meta network are going to be there for sure. I know, and I have already warned them of your prowess. Keep your girlfriends at an arm's length, boys, because Plexi is the real thing.
Thank you.
No, but so you're gonna display some stuff. You're gonna try to move it at an IRL event. That's great. I see that as a limited market for now. Among guys, I think you're going to be among contemporaries that may not necessarily value some of your stuff. This is not a knock. This is just an observation. Where are you going to sell that stuff to the public? How are you going to make that stuff available to move to the art collectors or the art buyers or the galleries?
Right. Yeah. So this kind of thing that I've been doing just the past 2 months, I guess, and preparing it for January. This is kind of like a short-term thing that I put my other projects on the back burner for. I don't really know if it's viable moving forward doing gallery style work. I just thought it was really cool to have a space of our guys doing it. So it motivated me to produce some stuff. But I'm kind of seeing it more as like a networking thing to reach out to people that are actually interested in art, like actually seriously interested in it. And then to really connect with them because, I've been doing it for so long that I kind of want to give people a leg up if they actually are serious about it,
Yeah, 100%. So that kind of goes against the whole questioning that you're using this as a tool for networking is very non-art of you with your art. But I've seen your stuff, man. It is once you find what you're doing, you are far more competent than a lot of your contemporaries in the same vein. So I look to your stuff as being far more collectible, far more viable in the art market than a lot of the stuff that I've seen from guys who consider themselves painters. And I know that's not like your main drag, because what we're really looking forward to is you coming out with your graphic novel. We've talked a little bit about it behind the scenes. I know you're probably not ready to push it yet, but it is going to be awesome. I've seen his black and white line work. That to me is some of the best stuff I've seen coming out of Perplexity. He does a lot of other stuff, but like
Thanks, man.
yeah, I'm not I'm blowing you to make a point. This is the kind of stuff I want to see from our guys.
I didn't know this was a Destiny space.
This is the kind of stuff I want to see our guys doing, which is
me too, dude.
Making their work a product that regular people can buy. Because I'm all about collecting down the line. I'm all about getting that really nice pair of bespoke shoes from our guys. But sometimes I just need a runner from Payless. You know what I'm saying? And I want that as the art, because you get enough of that in volume, you're going to be running all day. As far as what you're moving towards and being able to fund, you get a new tablet, you get a new computer, you get all this stuff, and then finally I can hire you to do special effects on a film, right? I'm not saying you particularly. I'm saying the idea is to accumulate resources using your art. And so many guys just jump on and say, well, why don't people buy art? I'm looking for their fucking Etsy page and I can't find it. You know what I mean? Like I can't. And they say, well, you can sign up on my Patreon, and you get behind the scenes videos of me, eating Cheetos and talking about Star Trek First Contact. And I don't want anything to do with that, right? And that's kind of why I messaged WBS Apparel in the first place, Max. I was just trying to find out, because down the line I wanted to see something like a Redbubble or Teespring for our guys specifically the art right? So there's stuff that I want to do. I want to do these paintings, these abstracts that I do. I'd love to see them on a t-shirt or on a print that you can put in your bathroom above your toilet. Toilet art is what I call it. Because I know that's accessible to my guys, right? They can buy a print for $20. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to buy my original piece for $10,000. That's just, someday they might, but I have to sell enough of those toilet art pieces to get to the point where I'm known enough to be valued at $10,000 for original piece. And that's difficult to do. And to do that, you got to get better, which is something I was talking about early, because talent is one thing, right? But the process and the discipline to grow is absolutely something that we need to do, our guys specifically, in the next 4 years. There should be more growth, but you need to focus on accumulating skill and technique. Do you want to speak to that at all, about the reality of what that looks like, hours per day, Perplexity?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you really hit the nail on the head there, where it really is just putting your nose to the grindstone for a long time before you're actually producing results that resonate with people, or that people will give more than 1 second glance at. And it's hard for a lot of people because we're kind of stuck in these like dopamine traps. Like, we're on Twitter right now. It's like the #1 dopamine thing. Like, I can type something out in 3 seconds, and then people will laugh at it and think I'm funny and great and like it.
And you get the dudes, dude, and the dudes feel really good, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. But when you're drawing, you don't get the updates. People just go, oh, cool box, I guess. When you're trying to learn perspective, you have to draw like 1,000 boxes in different angles, and you're not going to get any updates from that. You don't get your dudes until like 10 years later.
Right. So, I mean, that's a reality. So like some of the older guys, that's pretty scary, but better an old master than a young dude addict.
Yeah. But I mean, there is along the way, you can get encouragement if you foster a community for that. Like, I was very lucky that I had these like art forums back in the early 2000s that were like, you post your crappy painting, and then someone from like a game company will say, oh, good effort, but here's what you need to fix. And this, you're using, the composition's not working for this, like just giving you feedback. And then you take that and then you spend another 50 hours and make another thing. And the encouragement along the way kind of helps you to get to that end. I mean, there's not really an end point, but a point where you're good enough that you can sell and you can make movies that don't suck and stuff like that. So I think the community is the big part. I was telling you earlier that this event coming up is kind of a networking opportunity. And you said it's not very artistic, but actually it is very artistic, because I wouldn't be where I am now without that network that helped
like lift me up when I was really shitty. No one is ever going to see those shitty paintings because I have them locked away in a hard drive. But they were there for a long time, and you have to kind of get the crappy ones out before you get to the good ones. It's the same.
And the only way that you're going to sell any of those crappy ones is if you get super good and super famous, and then you can sell that dog shit for dollars on the penny. Like you can make a lot of money doing that. But you'll probably be dead. But your estate will benefit.
Oh, good. But yeah, it's hard to monetize it in the beginning. When you're learning, you kind of have to put that out of your mind that I'm going to make money off of this soon. When I was taking art classes, there was always students saying like, how do I get a job at insert blank company, Blizzard, Disney, whatever. That was their first thing. Like, how do I get a job there? And the teacher has to kind of say, well, you shouldn't be worrying about that. You aren't at the level, like even close to the level of getting a job. So let's just focus on these fundamentals or whatever it is,
Yeah, and that's, again, like we've been saying, is not glamorous, but it is necessary because, again, going to my pigeon story, which you missed, being called a mediocre artist is worse than death for me. It's worse than a bad artist because at least a bad artist can own it. Nobody wants to own mediocre. That is the scariest thing for me as an artist.
Unfortunately, that's like where you spend a lot of time is in the mediocre stage. It's like the plateau that you have to like ascend past, and it is painful, but you can get through it if you have like a good network of guys that will tell you the truth and help you to get better, whatever the skill is.
Just out of curiosity, where would that network be now? Please don't say Discord.
I'm trying to find it myself, and I'm using Discord. Yeah, sorry. I'm in a bunch of Discords, and then like if someone says something like they're interested in art, my ears prick up, and then I kind of like prod in like, oh, really? Like, what do you do? And try to wrangle them together in my own personal network. But it's hard to find people that are even at the mediocre stage. A lot of them are just dabbling. They're dabblers, just like, oh, I drew this like based soldier or something, but like the anatomy's off, the line work is like all over the place. And like, it's cool that they have the motivation to do it, but they have to put a lot of hours in before it's going to like get people to resonate with it or like share it and stuff like that.
Go ahead, Trex.
So there is a film recently by Wes Anderson called the French Dispatch. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it.
I fucking love it, and I downloaded the screenplay.
And so in the first vignette, you have not Guillermo del Toro, what's his name? Benicio del Toro. He's an artist in prison, and he does some like weird modern art stuff. And the art dealers who are trying to judge if he has any talent, they see a sketch of a bird that he drew. And they're like, oh, this is a wonderful bird that he's drawn. And I think one of the other actors is like, yes, but he prefers to draw something like this. So he has the talent, he has the skill. And then as T.R. Sarter was talking about earlier, then he decides, okay, I'm going to break the rules. I'm going to try and do something a little bit more expressive. And that was actually, I'm sad to say, that was the first time I ever, quote unquote, got modern art or like more expressionist sort of things.
Well, that's Picasso's story, right? Like if you ever see any of his sketch stuff from early, it's fucking incredible. Back me up on this, Perplexity.
Yeah, even Sargent didn't like doing portraits. And that's what he's most known for. He did portraits of presidents and stuff, but he loved doing like plein air landscapes and stuff like that. And I'm the same way. I make money off of working in different projects that I don't care about, and I wouldn't want to work on these things, but I do it for money. But for myself, I do these like abstracts now, and I'm doing like portrait painting. Like
you don't care about X-Men? How do I kick this guy?
Hey, wait. Shut up. I swear.
There's a lot of names on that one, buddy.
I'll say your full name. Yeah, I don't care about a lot of stuff that I work on, but I have to do it. And a lot of artists are that way. It's been that way for a long time,
Yeah, 100%. Sorry, go ahead.
No, back to the point. How do we build our own ecosystem that promotes each other? I mean, this has been a question for artists for a long time, and at some point you have to just decide, like, look, I'm going to build my network. I'm going to do how I'm going to do. I mean, granted, I'm working in fashion. It's a little bit of a different story.
So let me take the last 10 minutes and just talk about that a little bit. There's a bunch of stuff I didn't hit, but if you come to any of the spaces that I do, it's the same tired ass story, and Perplexity might leave. But I think number one, you got to get better at pitches. So like we could have a Passage Prize film studio type thing in New York City or in Los Angeles if we pitched the right guys. I mean, we could even go to Austin, like the Blaze is interested in stuff like this. There are other places that are interested in starting a film studio. What you need to go do is pitch them. Say, I've got this handful of guys. We need these handful of guys, but we want to make this film, we want to make this film, and we want to make this film. And we expect to make this much money on this one, this much money on this one, this much money on this one, because you're comparing them to like films in the industry. So you're doing market research, right? So you understand what the market share is for a film like this, for a property like this, and then you pitch them on that. A lot of the guys I've seen do pitches say, well, I want to unite the right and I want to start a conversation, and all that stuff fails miserably in a room with development executives or people that are going to sign the checks. I did a space, which I will share, similar to this with one of our guys. It's kind of harsh, but I got the clearance to share it.
You can't sound pathetic and bitchy.
Well, yeah. I mean, you won't. I mean, if you have numbers, look. In manufacturing, there's a quote. In God we trust. Everyone else bring data. Right. So you bring this stuff to back up what you're pitching, and you say, I need $50 million because this is what I plan to do. One of the things I think I want to do, just to use an illustrative point, is I would like to go dig in the Super Nintendo IP catalog for forgotten video games and say, hey, we want to make a game or a movie based on this game. We can put all our guys in there. We can put all our ideals and our aspirations in there in these characters, and we can do it better than they're doing right now. It's just like Oregon Trail the movie, or Final Fight the movie, or Sunset Riders the movie, and you can pair that with a re-release on Steam or something like that, so you have your merchandising covers, but you're essentially doing like a Kung Fury-esque kind of absurdist film that's a bit self-aware, a bit tongue-in-cheek, but you work towards bettering your process, bettering your scripts, and bettering your actors by spending all that time that you'd normally spend on set in pre-production, right? So you nail that pre-production, that manufacturing process down, then you get to set, and you're not doing all these reshoots that Hollywood ends up doing because they get it wrong on set because they didn't do it they didn't take the time in pre-production. So we're seeing like this Black Eye Captain America movie is going for its third round of reshoots. It's going to be, I think it's standing at $700 million right now. They need to make $1 billion to recoup their investment. That is out of control. And that's been a trend in Hollywood for a long time now, or 10 years or so, of them doing reshoots to fix something that doesn't work. And there's so much to go in on when we're talking about the process there, but that's accessible through W. Edwards Deming, the guy who worked with the Japanese to fix their manufacturing process, and his information of how he approaches a manufacturing process is available to anyone who wants to read it. It's called Systems and Process Thinking. But yeah,
you're absolutely on the point, man. I've been fascinated by the creative and generally like the trends. I mean, look at who like the real popular growing actors are right now. What, like Walton Goggins, Charlton Copley, like these are like, these are guys that are growing. Like these are not traditionally attractive or visually interesting actors, but they're good guys. They're solid actors.
Yeah, and that's
the imagery people are interested in.
Right. And we've been so starved of that because I don't know how many like awesome movies set in sci-fi universes, fantasy, all this stuff that I turn off. I should love this, but I turn it off because I don't believe any of you on screen. I can tell you're reading from the script.
Exactly. Like I like guys with like who look a little deranged, like they haven't had 24 hours of sleep. I like main characters that look like they haven't slept in 24 hours.
You gotta believe. You gotta believe it.
Hairlines that are lunatics, and Walton Goggins, Stephen Ogg, like these are the kind of guys that should be mainstream.
Yeah. So to Perplexity's point of spending time, all these things are accessible to us for fairly cheap. We just have to get off the doot cycle, get ourselves off of this dopamine prison that society, that modernity has built for ourselves, and get back to boredom, get back to what makes us human, what makes our art great.
We have to play to win.
100%.
I like you, Cinder. I'm going to send you some. I've got some screenplays you might want to look at.
Yeah, I can't wait. But let me take the last 4 minutes. Arthur, baby, why did you ask for the mic?
So, how you doing today? Happy after Thanksgiving Day.
We've got 4 minutes left, so just run to the point as fast.
You can have some of my time, Cinder.
Oh, thank you.
I was just jumping in to talk about when you were bringing up the multiple stories of in Africa that could be told instead of the slop we get. I thought it was a parody of this 6888 trailer coming out. It's almost like the Bill Burr joke, they were the all-black swim team. He goes, they're running out of ideas, and this shows it right here. The 6888 with by Tyler Perry with Kerry Washington, and it's about a whole bunch of black women they sent over in World War II to sort the mail, and it just
oh, dude,
to me that points out
get me the special edition DVD right now. I'm
right?
all in.
Stuff that should have been like
before they
TV.
sent a man to the moon, they sorted the mail.
They sorted the mail. Yeah, I mean they're putting these products out, made for TV, movie of the week, making it, but glizzying it up as if it's something profound. And there's so many other stories that could be told. It's just the slop is ridiculous.
Yeah,
that was
Arthur is a buddy, and he's a military guy. Did his time. Great writer. He's someone you guys should be interested in too. Criminally underfollowed, underliked account. But you're 100% right there. It's not like we can't make cool movies with black people in them. My favorite Marvel movie is Blade with Wesley Snipes. Like you can't top it. I still love it, and it's not because he's black. It's because he's Wesley Snipes. Right? He's a character that I believe. He plays a guy that I could believe. And we have so few of that now, especially among black guys, because I think they're just getting the hall pass, right? Like, go nuts, buddy. Go nuts, brother. I also want to point out that TR Trex used film to illustrate a point earlier, the French Dispatch. I mean, he writes great films. So if you guys want to get into screenwriting, if anyone listening in the future, in the year 2000, if you're listening to this, read all of his scripts because they're all fantastic. They're great reads. Wes Anderson. But yeah, I think I've basically said anything and everything that I wanted to. There's a bunch I didn't get to, but I am much better in DMs and on calls than I am on the timeline. So if you want to reach out, please do. I know a bunch of these guys, and I'll be around.
That's excellent, Mr. Sender. One question I did have for you: what kind of genres of movies would you like seeing our guys make? I know you talked about volume.
Yeah, science fiction and fantasy particularly. But I'm in a conversation about starting a small boutique film studio in New York City. And all we would do is make like talking films, right? So there's this concept that I hate, but it's called second screen. So and you can speak to this probably to Perplexity. I'm sure you've probably heard it. There's in development now. They're talking about funding content, producing content that's meant for second screen viewing. So you're doing something on your first screen and you're playing something on the second screen. And this isn't very good for action. This isn't very good for sci-fi. This is better for like conversational pieces. If you think about what you're doing when you're editing or you're writing or you're playing a video game, what are you running in the second screen? Because a lot of what I hear is like The Office, or if you're older, you watch Peep Show. You watch a bunch of these different sort of conversation-based films, and that's something I would like to see a lot more of. I would love to watch Woody Allen movies, but he's a freak out pedo, and I'm just kind of over it. But some of his early stuff is good. Manhattan, Annie Hall, like that stuff is fun to listen to. That's what I'd like to see. And those films tend to be less expensive, because if you're like, say you live in Greenwich Village, you get to know everybody in Greenwich Village. You get to know the people and the locations. You can make deals that are not industry standard with those people to come in and shoot at the coffee shop or shoot at the bar. You can go places in those areas, make something that's interesting, make a love story, make a romantic comedy that's an R guy thing. Do something that's going to be interesting for everybody, that's real, that's authentic, that's human, has a good script, has good actors. You're going to go way further with that, especially if you keep the budget down, right? That's what I would like to see, is some stuff that's a lot more human, a lot smaller, going in for these things. But again, I think the big earners are going to be certainly science fiction and fantasy going forward, but done right. And I saw your hand up when I said that, Trex. Do you want to say something to that?
Yeah, I was going to say horror.
Oh, yeah.
Horror has been so neutered, and it's like most horror films, it's just jump scare the movie with some maybe vaguely demonic plot, like the nonsensical plot about demons and stuff. How many what's that, not The Happening, what's that stupid ass movie with Ed and Lorraine, what's their names? There's Annabelle, shit like that.
We make a horror film called The Noticing.
Yeah, The Notice, exactly. But so one of the things that we have going for us as quote unquote right wing, quote unquote dissident right, whatever you want to call us, this thing of ours I like to use. We are in touch with reality, so we understand why something is dangerous, why something might be scary, and horror has just lost the plot completely about that. So I think that a right wing horror film, it's like, oh no, a mixed race couple has moved down the block.
I just had an idea for an extremely subversive film, and it's just, all you have to do is film a normal horror film that's believable, a believable situation in a city that people know, and make it the demographics of the suspects that actually do those kind of crimes. Maybe even take the example from something that's actually happened. And I mean, that's all the horror you need, right? Something, but that's subversive because it's a protected class or whatever, right?
Right.
So,
but even it doesn't even have to be that overt or quote unquote based. Like you can just, they're so divorced from reality that they can't possibly understand what is horrific, right? What really keeps people up at night, whereas our guys do.
So there's one genre in particular, and I'll sort of move to wrap up after this. But
like I said, Cinder, go ahead, take some time.
I wanted to,
and I was hoping you could hang out for mine, so I have somebody to bounce off.
Okay, yeah, I will try and I will weave into TR Hudson.
I will say I want to announce the 3 o'clock sale for everyone. Any WBS order under the TR Hudson special gets 2 free sticker packs. You can slap them up in your neighborhood, and everyone will know that a WBS enjoyer was there.
I didn't get a named special. Okay, if you go on to a WBS, buy anything, type in promo code Cinder for 80% plus added to your order. Sorry, what I was gonna say to horror tracks is there is a genre that is not quite figured out. I don't know. Is it the SPC stuff, like the weird out horror? So there's a guy named Kane Pixels who made a short film called The Back Rooms. If you guys are familiar with this, if you haven't seen this, go on YouTube, type in The Back Rooms. Kane Pixels. It is the most unsettling, freaky thing I've done. And he did it all in Blender. He was a 17-year-old kid at the time. He made it in Blender, which is an open source 3D animation program, which is pretty impressive. Perplexity knows what I'm talking about. I've definitely talked to Meta about it too. But this is the most frightening thing. And all it is, well, go see it, because he's also done stuff in an abandoned mall. So check out his entire thing. There is a genre of unsettling horror that is wide open to our guys, that is legitimately terrifying. and it remains, or it lives somewhere in the unknown, in the unexplainable, which is my favorite episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation were written by, I think it's Brandon Braga. He did all the like weird mixing of dimensions and time anomalies and just different bending realities. And that stuff never gets old to me. And I think there's a way that we can move towards that stuff and study it, that it's really going to hit with the public, because we want to make money, because ultimately I want to make a ton of money, because look what it did for Elon Musk and Donald Trump this time around. Like if we didn't have Elon, I don't know that we would have the outcome that we have right now. This is stuff that we want to do. We want to help people 100%. But to move, we need our Soroses, right? We need our sickly demon spawn with all that money. So I'm not saying that we're necessarily going to do it with entertainment. I've got a whole spiel about video games that I'll release sometime, working on something. I'll tell you guys, because you're here, and this is my bonus. I'm working on a game called Gulag Tycoon, which is, it's like a base building game, but it's also prisoner control. So you build this base, you break these prisoners, you mine these resources, make this money, and it's kind of in the vein of like Zoo Tycoon. It's an old game, Stronghold, Red Alert, all those games.
Gulag Tycoon.
Yeah. That'll be the DLC. It's copyrighted. You can't use it.
All right.
No, that's that. I just heard that idea right now, but it's already copyrighted. Yeah, it's stuff like that we want to move towards. We want to make purchasable content with our talents and art styles. And with that, I want to talk a little bit about T.R. Hudson.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I hate him.
Why did
can
you hang out a little bit? Because we're going to talk about the canon.
Sure.
It's all cultural appropriation at the end of the day. The TR. I'm offended.
I want to know. So Cannon Fodder was a show that I worked on a little bit until I stopped.
Never heard of it.
Stopped getting phone calls from T.R. Hudson to do audio editing. Because I was going pretty hard trying to get all the uhs and ums. And then I found out that TR consider those a brand feature.
Yes, definitely. The ums and the uhs add a little bit of T.R. Hudson flair, I guess. There's a reason that the show isn't growing as fast as I'd like it to, mostly out of laziness. But yeah, I've got a show, podcast called Cannon Fodder, where my guests come on and we discuss a book of their choice. Cinder's been on a couple of times, so definitely you should check that out. Meta Prime has been on before, and he's going to be on again as soon as I learn how to read. And yeah, to open that up, I wanted to discuss today the Western canon. I know there's been a lot of discussion about what that is and what it could be. And also, like, do we need, I think, who was that guy that posted the other day? He's like, kids shouldn't be reading the great books or something like that. Like, fuck you. Yeah, I mean.
TR, do you mind if I open with a definition of canon?
Go ahead, yeah.
A work of fiction, the body of works taking place in a particular fictional world that are widely considered to be official or authoritative. So that's important. The last part is very important, right? Because there's these constant pulling and pushing of different canons between left and right of media literacy. What does things mean? What is this person's values? And that is all important stuff, right?
Oh, most definitely. And it's funny that you say left and right canon, because for the most part, we at least tacitly agree politically what the canon is. It's just about who's reading it and what can we make it say, which is not how we really should be engaging with these texts. But because we live in a hyper-political world, quote-unquote media literacy is always going to take supremacy over what the intent was behind a piece of work, or what I don't even want to say objective, because there isn't usually an objective reading of something or an objective interpretation. We were talking about art before, and I think that to say that there's an objective interpretation of anything artistic is kind of flying in the face of art itself. But Perplexity or Cinder, feel free to disagree with me there. All right, the nays have it. But anyway, it's when we talk about the canon, we're talking about really anything that made it through the great filter. Something like, there's an 80-20 Pareto distribution of shit and stuff that is actually good. If you look at, say, the top hits of the 1960s, you're going to get some stuff that you've never even heard of, and the stuff that has stood the test of time, let's say in the 40, 50, 60 years since they've been produced, are things like the Beach Boys, like the Doors, all those things that were funded by your CIA and your tax dollars. Though not mine, I wasn't born yet, but you know what I mean. All that is to say is that you need to be reading more. And especially if you want to do something artistic, like Cinder and Perplexity were saying, and Mr. T.R. Sarter were saying before, you need to become a master of the thing that you wish to put out there in the world. I'm certainly not there yet. I've written a couple of things that are okay, but as Cinder says, I'm too lazy to put out anything that's actually decent.
Well, you're working on some stuff, or you're working on one thing in particular that I would consider commercially viable, right? Do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah. So right now I'm putting out a collection of my shorts that should be coming out before the end of the year, depending on when my artist gets back to me with cover art. But I've also got a more commercially friendly Space Marine science fiction book that I've been working on for a little while. That I think will sell well, just because of the content and the dearth of content in that sphere. That's the other thing about the canon versus there's always this discussion of what is art. Is it something that is commercially viable, or is it something that maybe only a few people really understand, and then it gets big later on down the line? Herman Melville, he died poor and obscure. I think, Shakespeare also didn't make a whole lot of money in his day. He did all right for himself, especially depending on who you think he was. Shout out to all my De Vere believers out there. But is that art, or is that something that is worthy of the canon? Or you've got something like Dante, who was a little bit more successful because he had a patronage network. He had people who were subsidizing his lifestyle. You've got the same with Virgil, who wrote the Aeneid. He was, he had the no shit Roman emperor tell him, "Hey, I want a myth for this empire that we have. Go ahead and write it. No, I'll give you all the money." Sorry, Perplexity, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, you're touching on a really good point. Because I also revere the Western canon, because I think what it does is it touches on truths that people really can connect with and resonate with. And the thing why all this media is crashing and burning is because it's so insincere, because they don't even believe their own bullshit. So people can feel that when you produce something, is if you don't really honestly believe it, or it's not something that you feel compelled to tell, then I don't think that's art. I think it's either propaganda or it's like marketing, but it has a hard time doing well. So if you're really, even if it's something subversive or horrible, if they are really bought into it and they believe it 100%, it'll still be a good product, even if it's completely against all your beliefs. You know what I mean?
Oh, most definitely.
Can I jump in? Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
One of the things about I would say about patronage and Perplexity, we've talked about this. Like the old patronage network, the old system is dead, because that was based on esteem, right? You would fund this artist and that you would be seen as this magnanimous individual. It was all clout, and that has gone away. All the clout now lies with investors, right? We look up to our investors and these people that make money, and their new receiver. What's the term for the receivers of patronage? Clients.
Clients.
Yeah, they're clients. Someone should make a patch about that. Their clients are politicians. They're no longer artists. So the only person that you're really going to convince now to patronize you is an investor, and the investor is always going to look for a return.
Yeah, where is the line going up in this?
Yes, yeah, and
it's funny. I was listening to Pete Quinones episode, well, two of them on the what are they called? The robber barons, right? With Mr. Stormy Waters, who's a really smart dude, and most of it was about the business plot of the 1930s against FDR, but also just an overview of the magnanimity. Yeah, that's the word.
Yep.
Of the WASP establishment. You know,
it was actually an amazing episode. I highly recommend.
Oh, totally.
Everybody listen to it.
Yeah, like Andrew Carnegie didn't build all those libraries. Like he built like something like 3,000 libraries across the country, and he didn't do it because, you know, it was a good return on investment. He did that, you know, for the American people somewhat, but also just as a kind of look how much money that I have, that I can do this massive public works project while also maintaining my vast wealth. You know.
Yeah, and we can pitch someone like Elon on that. I think now he's the closest thing we have to something like that is building something for the fuck of it.
All that is to say is that, yeah, you're right in that because we don't have that kind of class of millionaire/billionaire who thinks about society as this thing greater than themselves and this thing that they kind of owe something to, a little bit of noblesse oblige. Yeah, we're not gonna get those kind of relationships these days. Maybe one day when we're in based world we will, but for right now it's not.
The value system of society has changed, so there's no longer any prestige to be bought by that, but it's still worth pursuing, but just with a audience in mind, yes, or a public in mind.
Most definitely. And to steer the conversation a little bit, because what I'd sent, I'm sorry, I actually don't know who's hosting. Is this Max today?
It's Max.
Yes.
Hey, Max, how we doing? What I had sent Max was an article from the New Yorker that actually was sent to me by Astral a while ago about the canon that could have been. Cinder, are you familiar with Stoner by John Williams? It's something I don't shut up about.
Yeah.
It's my favorite book, and he himself had an idea for a canon. There was a West Coast poet / literature professor named Ivor Winters, who Williams was a disciple of, and it was the idea that basically once America adopted Romanticism as an art form, whether it's literature, whether it's painting, we kind of fucked up, right? That led the way to this degradation in standards that we have seen today, because Romanticism was about the feelings rather than
100% the emotions, and when drugs came in, it became just wild.
Yeah. So his Williams' vision, and he actually won he co-won the National Book Award in 1960, one of the 1960s, I think it's 65, for his novel Augustus, which is a historical fiction of Augustus Caesar and his rise to power. It's a phenomenal book. I highly recommend it to people. But he split that prize that year with I think it was John Barth, right? And one of his weird sort of postmodern fictions. Not to say that postmodernism doesn't have some validity. There's some really good postmodern works out there, but
name one.
I mean, Slaughterhouse-Five.
Oh yeah, okay.
Catch-22 is kind of a postmodern work. I don't know, Gravity's Rainbow. Really anything by Pynchon.
TR, one thing I wanted to ask you about today, do you think the postmodern struggle is it a struggle of revisionism versus original canon? Is that a parallel that you would say is accurate in that sense?
Say more about that, because I'm not entirely sure what you mean.
So I would say Lord of the Rings is one of the original fantasy canons that is beloved by millions, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And then Game of Thrones is also beloved by millions, but there's certainly a postmodern revisionist element of Game of Thrones works that is kind of like the Black Prince in the Mirror of two Lord of the Rings.
I see. Okay. Yeah. No, definitely, I think that there's a concerted effort to tear down the past a little bit, because like George R.R. Martin could not create the Lord of the Rings, right?
Well, would you say that's the explicit purpose of postmodernism?
No. I think I and it sucks to I always say I hate psychologizing, and then I add a big but in there. But yeah, so I'm going to do that real quick. George R.R. Martin, I think, is a well-meaning kind of guy. I'm sure he's very nice to meet in real life. He certainly loves high fantasy and certainly loves Lord of the Rings, but I think there's also an immense amount of jealousy, maybe, or I don't know.
It's like a
resentment. Yeah, resentment.
It's a kind of surrender. Like he's surrendering that he'll never be as good as Tolkien. So the best he could do is to deconstruct it.
Right, and I think that's Nietzsche writes about that. Right, there's a whole the school of resentment is the driving force of a lot of postmodernism. Some of it is just to cope with nuclear war. And when I mentioned something like Slaughterhouse-Five or Gravity's Rainbow, like a lot of these post-war, quote unquote, war novels, is a way to cope with the fact that we dropped the sun on Japan twice, and we don't really know what to do with ourselves. Like we have this power that should only really reside with God, and we don't exactly know what to do with that, so we have to kind of retreat into the surreal. Yeah. No, we're definitely not worthy of it, but we kind of have it. And now, actually, now Russia has this really powerful, almost nuclear weapon that doesn't have any of the side effects like fallout or destroying the land that it can't be used again. And from what I've heard from people in the foreign policy space, this is paradigm shifting. So I don't even know what we can do about that, though. That's kind of off topic.
No, I'd say that makes sense and is an interesting parallel. I'm not as versed in literature as yourself, is why I wanted to kind of approach it a little bit from the deconstructionist, because I could say we reviewed Blood Meridian, and I love that book despite all of its warts, and I love Cormac McCarthy like you. But is it not postmodern?
Yeah, it is definitely revisionist. I don't know that we need to conflate revisionism with postmodernity. I mean, I guess you could say that. Well, yeah, I guess you could say that the postmodern condition is that there are no central truths, that everything is just narrative. So yes, in that case, revisionism is itself, like you don't really have revisionism without postmodernity. It's one of the reasons that the quote unquote classical liberals, or the dark dark intellectual dark web, that's right, those dorks, they're so afraid of right-wing postmodernism because it really can destroy the post-war consensus. If everything is up to interpretation, then you can really, you can take any historical event, any piece of literature, and view it through a right wing lens, which has been illegal since 1945. So yes, the idea of the West through the John Wayne Western that was kind of fed to Americans through the 40s, 50s, and 60s was kind of taken apart by McCarthy in this gritty, realistic telling of Samuel Chamberlain's memoirs. Later, and I don't think we would get something like Unforgiven to mention a quote unquote postmodern Western that is also highly revisionist without something like McCarthy.
That's all.
And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I think that the reason that a lot of postmodern work today really sucks. Well, there's two schools, right? There's because Southern Gothicism is getting a big push these days, but they're all written by women. Like I think of where the Crawdads Sing, that was like a huge book that has no substance to it, and it's taking something that was created mostly by William Faulkner to explore the depths and depravities of this sort of insulated Southern culture and exposing it warts and all to a larger audience, and then making it about one time my mom yelled at me, so I'm really upset about that, and that's a trauma.
You talk of negative Southern writers. Is there any place, like, if you really wanted to learn who's on the cutting edge of the Southern literature game, like what should we read?
Yeah, I mean, so to shout out a couple of our guys, Mr. PCM Christ just put out a book that I really enjoyed. It's gotten some pushback because it's a little out there, but I think that he took a lot of risks writing it. It's called Give Up the Ghost. It is a modern Southern tale and very much steeped in the what Flannery O'Connor called the Christ-haunted South. So it has a lot to do with the supernatural. It's a short read. I highly recommend it. You could finish it in a day, and it wouldn't be a bad day spent. My good friend, Mr. J.L. Mackey, who faced and name doxed himself recently, is Mr. Tom Edgman. He also has a few books out there. He's my co sort of conspirator in the Double Dealer magazine, which itself is a revival of an old Southern magazine. So those are a couple of people. V.N. Ebert, who won the first Passage Prize in fiction, he has a collection out. Highly recommend him. As it's funny that everybody's posting these where are the old white men, or where are the white men threads these days, because Goodreads put out their top whatever reads of the year, and of course none of the categories have any guys that look like me on there. So I don't know anybody who's a little bit more mainstream to promote there, but yeah, those guys, you can't steer wrong with those three individuals that I mentioned.
The domain whitereads.com is available.
Oh, good. Now it's not.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Just get moving on that, Perplexity. Set that up for us. Thanks.
What made PCM Christ's work quote unquote out there, would you say?
So it's heavily involved with cults. There is definitely a spiritual aspect to it, though it's not. I'd say it's more Gnostic than, and he'd probably say the same too. He's an interesting fellow. You should definitely talk to him at some point.
There are, if I could cut in really quick. Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
There are aspects of what makes the back rooms horrifying that are present in Give Up the Ghost. Like,
yes,
I dove into it to make that trailer, that cover reveal, and I was deeply unsettled. But I was deeply unsettled in a way that no certain music would work for it. I had to go to Deep South Baptist shape note singing, which is beautiful. It's the song In the Crater in Cold Mountain. That style would only really do the justice there. So there's righteousness, there's goodness there, but there's also a dark spirituality there that you can only really understand if you've lived in a holler overrun with kudzu. You guys just both horrified? Is that why?
Yeah,
you're
no,
quiet?
I'm chewing on that because you're definitely right, and I'm also what's a kudzu? I'm showing my Yankee.
So kudzu is that Japanese creeping vine that has taken over the South. You see it in Alabama, you see it in Georgia, you see it in Tennessee, especially in the Appalachian area. It covers everything, and it's a very otherworldly. We did that episode about Day of the Triffids. It's similar
Right.
to that, and it's like it is this alien plant that takes over an entire landscape and just coats it with foliage. Foliage.
I'm a victim of circumstance. Okay. So WBS. So Max sent me a couple of questions here. I don't know if he stepped away for a moment.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna. I actually have a transition point. I'm gonna jump around a little bit, but you said that PCMs you could read that in a day, and is that indicative of the decline of the novel in modern day?
I would say that it's a decline in the attention span of a person, right? Like you could devote a good couple of months to reading Anna Karenina, and I don't think it would be a wasted couple of months, but people just don't have that kind of stamina these days. So, as artists, it is important for us to give the people what they want somewhat, but also give them something that they don't even know they want, right? So Zero HP Lovecraft, he sort of experimented with this light novel concept. He has like a Baron Trump light novel that didn't hit. I thought it was a really funny piece of work, but yeah, there's definitely something to like. We need to.
But that so really quick, that would be, I think, the subject matter. So if he came to me, because Perplexity, jump in here. You and I have talked about light novels as like a substitute for novellas and novelettes for our guys that may go. So it's like great illustrated classics for adults, right? And it brings in illustrators. Do you think that would go? Sub question: how much do you charge per page?
I think that's a really good idea. I like the idea of like short stories or light novels. Light novels are really popular with people because it does add like a visual element to it. But I think it also speaks to something of doing like minimum viable products, like just getting a lot out there and then like seeing what hits. But I think that's a good way to collaborate too. Because yeah, we talked about doing a visual novel, light novel kind of thing where it has like a added illustrative component that reinforces the story. And that would be really something fun to work on too.
And the thing about it is because right away my inner snob alarm just goes off where I'm like, no, the novel is this is what is perfect. In fact,
you're a man outside of time.
Oh, definitely. No, I'm an older soul, and I could write like this sort of Dickensian long novel that just goes on forever. But the reason that he even wrote that was he was chasing the money. The reason that all these guys wrote these long 19th century books is because they paid by the word count. These things were collections of stories that went into newspapers, and the longer that they went, the more money they made. Right now, I think short, impactful pieces of work that people pick up, they read, it sticks with them for a while, and then they kind of, unfortunately, they go on to consume the next thing. The most you can do as an artist, as a writer these days is, okay, let me write something that is short and impactful. And even though I know they're just going to move on and do something else, maybe I can write something that sticks with them a little bit. Maybe I can write something that they'll at least think about for more than that sitting. And right now, maybe that's sad, but it's kind of all we got at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to move units, honestly. Like I know that you've got Automaton 2 in you, and it just is a question of you making enough money to make that happen, right?
It's also I feel weighed down by, because everybody's like, oh, when is Automaton 2 coming out? Are you going to put out another shitty historical fiction novel instead, you son of a bitch? And I kind of wanted to do this online anonymous writing thing so I could put out whatever I wanted, and I feel even the slightest amount of pressure from other people to be like, hey, this is what we want, the market demands this. It's like, oh man, like I kind of wanted to do this to have the freedom to put out what I want. So I'm a little resentful of it at the moment.
But
I'm going to get over that.
It's your public that demands it. It's your readership, and I'm somewhat joking when I say Automaton 2, because that's a running joke for me, because it makes you mad, and that makes me happy. But the point, going back to what I talked about in my hour, is that you have to make toilet art if you want to sell the masterpiece, right? Like if you want it to be valued, you have to give the people what they want first. And I know there's different schools of thought on that, but I'm saying in this modern era, that's what it is you have to build that clout, giving people what they want so that you can give something that they hate.
I hate to agree with you.
Or you could write,
tell you you're right.
Write Automaton 2 and kill Han Solo, right?
Oh yeah, no. Punish the audience. I'll have my main character raped in the prison shower for people identifying.
Alienate your readership as a way to get rich.
Oh no, I don't think I will.
So, what institutions are there in existence that will protect literature in our novel?
There are. Really, it's just a handful of good self-published writers on here. There are Passage Press is putting out some novels. I haven't read Spezio's book yet. I've heard good things though. He had a McCarthy take the other day that I didn't really agree with, but we're here to disagree with one another. I would like to grow the Double Dealer to the point where we can put out novels that we can be more than what we are, which is the finest damn literature magazine on the internet. But I have ambitions to be more than that. But right now, unfortunately, I think we're going to have to monasticize. We're going to have to be the priests and the guys who are just copying down manuscripts and translating them and keeping them alive forever. The reason that we have the Iliad is because people thought to copy down manuscripts and then bury them next to their copies of the Bible. And
that's the answer I was afraid of. We're in the intellectual dark ages, and we just are preserving.
We might be, unfortunately,
nameless scribes.
And you know what? The thing is, I more than my desire to write a great piece of art that lives forever, well past my death. I really like books. I really like literature. It is this. I've said this before more eloquently, but it's the gift that humanity, and especially the West, gives itself. Right, over and over again, we continue to try to keep this thing going just a little bit longer, right? My friend Paul Fahrenheit, who's a great guy, he was on my podcast, and he said that we are in the swan song of mass literacy at the moment, and I was taken aback by what he had said, but as soon as he said it, I was like, oh yeah, no shit, he's right. People, maybe one or two generations, might not be able to engage with a great work of literature the way that they do even now. I mean, I'm certainly not Samuel Johnson. I'm sure there's a ton of things that I'm missing when I read a great work of art that I'm not going. I don't have the background in Bible knowledge. I don't have the okay, here's a good example. Jane Eyre is one of my favorite books, right? It was a book that my wife started reading, and she said, Hudson, she calls me Hudson, of course. You have to read this too. And I was like, oh, it's a girl book. And I read it, and I fell in love with it. and we had an annotated Penguin Classics edition, and there was no mention of all of the scriptural references that de Bronte is making throughout the text. It's just not there. It's been completely sanitized, completely decontextualized from the time and place that it was made, right? And it's just like, okay, here's a couple of notes about what this obscure old British thing is that nobody uses anymore, and that's about it, which is a damn shame. And you know, even now, you can't read William Faulkner without understanding the King James Bible at least a little bit.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing people put him away. Actually, we're seeing and you know, our friend Chris Sandbach, he could definitely speak to this a little bit better than I could, but we're seeing like a kind of quiet canceling, or at least the universities are putting away more difficult texts.
Well, it's not just universities; it's society in general.
Right.
And you know the Huxley quote: "It's not my fear that in the future they'll ban books. In the future, they won't have to."
Right, and I think as much as I love Orwell, I think Huxley was more on the money. You know, hot take, right? And I don't want to see this thing go away, and if I'm the last beating drum for it, you know, so be it. But
would you put illustrations in your book to save the medium?
I would if I could afford it, because
that goes back to our question, perplexity. What are we looking at per page?
Yeah,
for black and white line work.
Because I definitely, you know, you artists out there who can actually like tangibly produce something, deserve as much as I can pay you, but you know that's just not a lot right now.
Unless you wrote Automaton 2.
Yeah,
nigga.
I don't know, man.
I have a very broad and difficult question, but
hold on. Before you answer or ask that question, sorry, perplexity. What are we looking at per page, dude?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about it. It really does come down to like getting an idea of how much work is going to be entailed in the illustration.
So, do you remember
I've done stuff for our guys before, and we can work stuff out.
Right. But do you remember that the black and white Inktober stuff you sent me a while back?
Oh yeah.
How much for that type of stuff per page?
Oh, that wouldn't be much. Those were really quick. I know you like those a lot. Those were just like ink brush drawings.
Yeah, because the thing I think with the light novel that would be it's like those old dime book novels where the Lone Ranger is walking around and he happens to pull out his gun, like just a sketch of two guys pointing guns at each other to really kind of.
Well, not even that, and it could be tailored to, you know, you establish an art style and you maybe make it stylistic. But remember the great illustrated classics. That's what I'm talking about. That's all black and white.
Right.
Complexity, a number. You're anonymous, but I'm just looking for something. We have an idea.
$800 up front.
I mean, no, it can be if it's like full color and it's like a huge painting. Like for instance, that Beowulf painting I did for Jay Green River was $800, but that took a long time and it had a lot of revisions and stuff like that. The Inktober stuff was really quick. I mean, that would be like $100 to do, like
per illustration.
Yeah, if you saw them.
Okay. So yeah, if you're looking at 200 illustrations, then we're talking money.
Well, you wouldn't do 200.
Wouldn't
what
I?
Are you thinking like
fucking try me? Well, I'm thinking about doing
even something at the beginning or end of each chapter.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
that adds
novels
up.
done that way, where it's just like I think Bernie Wrightson had that Frankenstein one where he had like this beautiful ink etching that was just at the beginnings of the chapters.
Right. I mean, if you get like a folio edition of a great work, they usually come with some really outstanding illustrations.
Well, that's so, and you can go after this. Sorry, WBS, or sorry, Max. That's what I'm talking about when we move to preserve people's interest and save them as much as we can from the dutes. And again, just build money, build profit from this stuff so that we can continue to do it, because those monks, man, they took alms, and this is a way to do that instead of begging George Soros. You just make money putting illustrations in your Space Marine novel, right?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the concept of spending money to make money. It's just, you know, even my most popular book has barely. I won't get into numbers, but it's not great. You know,
we don't really market, but and
No.
that's a conversation for a different time. Sorry, Max.
It's okay, brother. TR, this is a very difficult question, but I feel like it needs to be asked. What is the overarching ideas, motifs of the Western canon? Because I was thinking about, is it the individual? Is it the heroic man? I mean, obviously that's part of it. It's very complex, but are there any specific points you'd like to nail down with that?
I mean, you could take it in a sort of Spenglerian way and say that we're the Faustian man, right? I think that's definitely one aspect of the Western canon. A more cynical version of that is man divorcing himself from God. That's kind of the trajectory that it's taken, but also the thing about a canon is we can make that, we can redefine what the canon is once we've mastered it, right? Like I certainly can. I haven't read enough. I don't know enough, right? Even Harold Bloom, when he tried to do his version of the Western canon, he was doing it from he was kind of in some ways he's playing the hits, right? And he was fighting the school of resentment in his own way, which is like, you know, he's an atheist Jew who didn't put a lot of stock in religion at all. Me personally, I put a lot of stock into Christianity specifically. That I would say that the overarching theme of the Western canon is failing to know God and trying to know him better. But you know, to sum it up in a couple sentences also just doesn't do it as much justice as maybe it deserves. But I appreciate the question.
How does Harold Bloom hold up to Judy Bloom?
Oh, well, I mean, Judy Bloom made money, so in that,
about.
you know, Judy Bloom, you know, just clears Harold Bloom completely.
That's what I'm saying. Less Harold, more Judy. That's what we got to be doing.
Stacking paper with Judy Bloom. That could be her podcast.
That's too funny. Oh, we're all just sitting here speculating on the fall.
Yeah, and I came into this all hopeful, and unfortunately, I've dashed hope.
You brought it down, man. I
really did.
It.
But you know, it wouldn't. I'd be doing the listeners a disservice if I didn't think that. If I didn't tell them what I believe to be true, and you can go out there and you can change that even a little bit. You can put down, you know, TikTok or whatever, and pick up a book, even if it's something short.
Are you prescribing the Bradbury option? Is the way you keep the canon alive is to read it?
Yeah, all you have to do is read, and you know, and not even in like a gay nerdy way. You can do it in a masculine Chad way.
Oh, I'm gonna do the gay fruity way.
All right, well, you can do what you want.
In the bath.
yes, a big bubble bath, and you drop the book, and it gets all.
I have
it gets
one
all
more
wet.
very serious question. What is up with white women and smut? What's going on there?
Ah, yes, that is. So our friends over at Tukey's Mag have been, well, frenemies, I guess, have been tackling this question for a little while, and I sort of did somewhat a little bit as well with Gio Pinichetti. You guys should definitely check out that episode. It's a banger. Women, I don't understand them, but as far as women need to be don't naturally have inhibitions. I think
I wish I would have known that earlier.
especially these days, because inhibitions have been linked to quote unquote sexism, right? Paternalism is a dirty word these days, and with that, when you're out chasing your feels, right? Of course, you're going to want to chase every impulse and emotion, and contrary to popular belief, women like to fuck, and they're not getting it as well as they'd like to, and I think that's definitely part of it. And now that we live in a society that tells you that you can be and do whatever you want, you're seeing that play out a little bit more.
So I know this is Trex's time, but I would comment on this. Something I was going to say earlier is the novel is the closest we can get to living someone else's life. And men are very visual, so we like pornography. But women want to feel these experiences. They want to empathize with these characters, and they feel themselves the feelings that person is feeling. So they use that portal to have vicarious relationships with the quote unquote men of their dreams.
And the worst part is that they're poorly written. I think that there is, I think there is we need a higher caliber of smut out there.
You hear that, right wing writers? We got another opportunity.
That'll be my first venture into making money on writing. So
she boobed boobily with her boobs.
I was dating this one chick, and she was like, I think seduction needs to be psychological for women. That's obviously in
100%.
the same lines with you guys have been saying. So that it's like, if there's men, you're like, oh, that's a schlubby looking guy with a hot chick. I mean, maybe he has a psychological edge that another man does not, or whatever. They need to be stimulated.
He's been reading a lot of Rational Male.
Yeah, a lot of
well, for men it's the payoff. For women, it's the setup. So
yeah,
simple as.
It's good. All right, we have 8 minutes left on the TR Hudson special. Any order gets you 2 free sticker packs. That discount applies automatically at checkout. Grab an order today. Stick up all your stickers in John Cinder's neighborhood tomorrow to bring down the property value. So
and remind him that he didn't get a sticker or a discount code because he's not as cool as or important as I am. So order all your stickers knowing that part of it is done out of spite, which is, one of the most noble things you can do.
Keeps us going.
Thank you guys for all of your contributions to WBS Apparel over the past year as well. Love you
now,
guys.
has that last box been sold yet?
It didn't get sold. I think we're going to sell it tonight.
I tried to move.
For whatever reason, whenever Thomas comes on, we sell a shit ton of stuff. I think it's just like, I think Thomas is going to sell out the rest of our shit. So
So WBS, this is Black Friday, folks. WBS has to move out all of their old gay cringe stuff so they can get new based amazing stuff. And you can help today. I'm kidding. It's not gay or cringe. It's actually really cool. But
ruined the joke. You had a great setup. I was ready to buy, and then I was like, "Oh, sentimentality."
I was giving you a softball.
I will say that my Rhodesia shorts are roading up my ass crack.
We need to get some Rhodesia pants. It's getting cold on the East Coast right now. So, but next year.
Really quick, TR, what's next for Double Dealer specifically?
Well, we are continuing the podcast. Every once in a while, Mackie will grace us with one of his works of short fiction. As far as the magazine is concerned, we've put that a bit on the back burner until we really can see that the juice is worth the squeeze. Unfortunately, we try our best to pay writers and artists a fair market rate for their stuff, and we've put not an insignificant amount of money into this, and right now the market's just not there. hopefully that can change and we can continue to put stuff out there. But for right now, it's the podcast. It's the various writings that we're putting out under the Double Dealer banner. Just Mackie and myself and a few others.
Why did you stop calling me to edit the sound on?
I didn't want to bother you with the amount of work that goes into this.
It is a lot of work. There are a lot of uhs and
you've got your work cut out for you, my friend, and I didn't want to I didn't want to take advantage of the kindness of your offer.
Okay.
The audio in the Blood Meridian episode turned out pretty good without him, so should probably just never hire him again.
I will say that it's funny, the Cinder edited episodes are the worst performing ones. It's like they knew.
It's a weird one. I've noticed that as well.
For you good people out there, check out the Cannon Fodder podcast brought to you by the Double Dealer. We are on all your major podcasting apps. We're on YouTube. If you like watching two heads kind of talk at each other, there's not really a visual element, but it is what it is. And yeah, if you become a paid subscriber through our Substack, you will get your very own episode. You can make me read the worst written smut in the world, and I'll talk about it for an hour.
And I just want to point out that most of that money, if not all of it at this point, goes to paying writers.
That is true. We haven't taken a quote unquote salary yet.
So it gets passed through and reallocated to the proletariat.
I am both client and patron, for I am kind.
Yeah, with that Cinder remark earlier, we need to get you one of those NFL quarterback wrist things and just slap the patron client thing on it just to remind you how politics works. And every time you're like getting the huddle, you're like, all right, let's get our head in the game. Okay,
all right, let's do something for our clients so that we get more patrons.
That's how everything works at this point in time, so it could be applied everywhere.
The patron-client distinction.
We're so transactional, and it's got to stop, this postmodernism.
Well, you fight the dragon of chaos, and he's actually postmodernism.
It's like he's here among us.
Dude, didn't he come out with another book recently?
I believe he did. I'm not going to read it.
It's all going to Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, what's up with that?
It's money, man.
When that first happened, I wrote a tweet that went semi-viral, at least viral for me at the time. He was a Dostoevsky character, and he was given his sort of call to return to God, and he took the money instead. He's
the devil,
dude. He flew way too close to the sun for how his demeanor, his temperament. I mean, that he became like
the Joker. He became the Joker, dude.
Famous overnight, and he was just like the most docile college professor.
Canadian
college professor, and he had a lot of good things to say.
But his recovery from his benzo addiction. I would really like to know because he was put in a coma for a while, so he might not remember what dreams he had, but I know for a fact that there have been attempts to bring him to the light, especially to Orthodox Christianity, because that's his mindset is very quite Orthodox. At least it was. That's why he got along. What's that guy who's the icon guy?
Pajot, Jonathan Pajot.
Yeah, Jonathan Pajot. The reason that they were such good friends is because they kind of spoke the same language. But yeah, Jordan Peterson, saw that path and thought, that's going to be quite a bit more difficult. I almost died. Let me get as much money as I can and set up my family for forever, which is not it's a respectable path, but it's something that a great man would not balk at. So he just kind of proved himself to be just kind of like a guy.
He was another bridge, for his time, and that's important.
That
he was there.
Are you saying that Jordan Peterson walked so that Andrew Tate could run?
What's his daughter's name? He walked so that his
Michaela.
daughter could run.
Michaela, yeah.
No, this is a lot of fun, gents. I really appreciate you having me.
Hey guys, you're welcome to stay on. Pete Quinones will be joining us shortly. We're gonna.
I might just stick around just to tell Pete I appreciate him.
Just hang out a
Pete-
little bit.
Pete is the only guy I've met that can outscotch me.
I don't know. I played a lot of hopscotch in my day.
We'll give it time when you're ready to IRL docs.
I'm getting close, man. I have to get out there.
Speak of the devil.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, brother. Pete, I sent you an invite. You should be good to go. Change the stream appropriate.
This is the best part about podcasting live is all the dead air. Everybody's waiting on bated breath. I'll say a couple things. Pete is one of my go-to podcasts these days. If you guys don't know who Pete Quinones is, you're living under a rock. Obviously, his path from sort of regular libertarian guy to where he is now, it was not the arc that I thought it would be, but it's been fascinating to watch him change his views in real time and be completely honest about them. So yeah, that's one thing. He's probably the most honest guy in our space, and I haven't even really met him, save for a couple of occasions online. So yeah, that's all I'll say about Pete until he can kind of get on here.
Yep, very excited to have him talk.
What are you guys talking about, or is it
We're going to talk about recovering from libertarianism.
Oh, cool! So my intro was apt.
Very apt, yeah. By the way, guys, the Pete Quinones special today. Honor Rhodesia with WBS Apparel's exclusive roadie shorts, available in 2 eye-catching patterns, OG Rhodey and Vice Sundown, because we're all Rhodesians and Rhodesians never die. Priced at just 17,000 Zimbabwean dollars, and those are actually 30% off for this hour only.
Wow, what a deal! 17,000. Are they dollars in Zimbabwe, or are they like, click clacks?
They're apparently dollars. Pete, let me give you another.
My favorite Simpsons joke was that the Australian currency was dollary dues.
Let's see. Hey Pete, I'll send you a co-host request.
This is we love our technical issues, don't we, folks?
Spaces. Gonna have to figure out a different streaming platform next time, honestly. But
yeah, I mean, I will. StreamYard's free edition is pretty good. I think they do cross post to X and to YouTube. I know they doubled their price for the paid version recently, and I think there's a couple others that you can use that are more reliable than X, but they don't have the listener engagement that X does. So gotta figure it out.
I was sad that you didn't use the Simpsons technical difficulties card.
Yeah. With the drunk monkey.
It's the drunk cameraman.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
We got at some point at TR. We got to have a Simpsons episode or something. I know.
Yeah, no, we can do a whole PD episode on that.
Get Dimes too, because I think Dimes was either into the Simpsons or Dirty Work, which is like those are two foundational.
Well, we covered Dirty Work somewhat on our episode on Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, I still quote Dirty Work daily. When I hit my head, I throw out a son of a bitch bastard every time.
Guys, Pete can't hear us at all, so I'm gonna
Oh.
exit out and come back in.
He's doing
Okay.
the.
Oh, I think we got Pete as a co-host now. Hey, Pete, can you hear me? You're heard well. Yeah, awesome. It's awesome to just turn it off and turn it back on. You know, it's just like all the Hey, good to
Nothing.
finally have you on.
Just speaking your praise there, Pete, and I'll drop from here and let you guys do your thing. But yeah, big fan.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, the Pete Quinones show has been doing a lot of good work lately. TR and I listened to the Stormy episode recently. We really enjoyed. He's just got a lot of great perspectives to say from his career experience and all of that different stuff. So
yeah, there may be a new Stormy episode coming out very soon.
Oh, shit.
We shall
Oh,
see.
shit.
We shall see.
But what I wanted to talk to you today about, Pete, is well, first let me introduce you to anybody. There's people listening on the stream as well as in the space. He is the host of the Pete Quinones Show, a Substacker, a admitted recovering libertarian, and he's joining us for the next hour. So thank you so much for coming on, Pete.
You're welcome. Yeah, I just got done calling a libertarian a libertarian a bitch because they don't understand that if you ended the Federal Reserve tomorrow, literally the globalists win.
You know, my first exposure to you was, believe it or not, I just saw Redditors whining about how you blocked them, and I was like, oh, this guy must be cool. I'll start following this guy, and turns out, you know, got your own thing going on, of course. But how long ago did you repent, you know, from your previous ideology?
Well, I mean, all through 2020, I was just like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Libertarians will tell you everybody's a libertarian. They just don't know it. They just need to hear the message. I mean, it's like this evangelical kind of idea. Also, that you're assuming that you know what everybody else wants just because you're what's the word I'm looking for? You're projecting your beliefs onto somebody else, and you're like, oh, well, yeah, everybody just needs to hear the message. And then, of course, you tell them the message, and they don't accept it. It's like, oh, we just need a better messenger. We need Dave Smith to run for president, and then we'll restart the Ron Paul revolution, and everybody don't want to be a libertarian anymore. 2020 told me that people want to be told what to do, and they want to be told what to believe. And so I'm not going to spend my time trying to convince them of. I'm not going to spend my time like putting it out there that this country was founded by libertarians. Everyone's a libertarian once they come here. Once they cross that border, everyone they just need to hear. If we can get them to read Murray Rothbard's Anatomy of the State, they'll realize that the state is a gang and that it needs to be ended. So we just end the state, and then everybody lives in what? And so it's like, no. People want to be told what to do. They want to be told what to believe. People are dangerous motherfucking order followers. They will become the fucking COVID police on their own. They will turn you in. So no, we need to tell them what to believe. We need to tell them what to do. I want people who think like I do to tell them what to do. And if they don't, then well, maybe we need Singapore type discipline or something like that brought down upon these people. I mean, sorry, not everybody's going to be a libertarian. And if you're, and a lot of libertarians are open borders. So it's like, oh, let's just invite the world because, a 65 IQ Somalian can be a libertarian. 65 IQ Somalian can't even entertain a hypothetical, and all libertarianism is a bunch of hypotheticals. So what the fuck are you going to do? I mean, it's just fucking tarded.
I think when you really, I think I was starting to see things a little bit before 2020, but I was still kind of in the same mindset as you as well. And then that chaos, and then realizing that every government, every regime has like a foundational mythology, a fundamental understanding of how things works, and that it then trickles down it to everyone else that actually believes in that, which is usually the majority of people, right? Because the media, the press, is called the fourth estate by the French because it's a part of the ruling principle. So once you come to that conclusion of the marketplace ideas is a sham, of course, then, right? So then you understand, okay, something very strange is going on. And I think that it's easy to fall into libertarianism when times are good. Like, honestly, despite all of their critiques of the prior government, life was not that bad, like pre-2020. Like, even a lot of the libertarian quibbles, like I had a lot of those, and life was actually pretty good. Like, things were like relatively functional, not that you couldn't already see the cracks, but now it's just full mask off of what's going on for anybody that can see it, right?
Yeah. I mean, arguing libertarianism is a debate in a book club. Okay. As somebody who reads books on their podcast, I mean, I'm guilty of that. You know, I tell people to read books, but I also tell people to act. And in acting, especially if you're acting locally, you can move people in the direction you want them to. And I'm a little frustrated because I just came off of it. I do this all the time.
This is your hour. If you want to vent about these sons of bitches, then just go ahead.
I just came off of an argument on Twitter. Tom Luongo, longtime libertarian, still considers himself a libertarian. What is one of the libertarian mantras? And the Fed, and the Fed, and the Fed, and the Federal Reserve, central banking. What he's saying, one of the things he's said, and it has put him on the outs with libertarians, is that if you end the Fed now, control of the dollar goes to Congress. And even though you may think that the Federal Reserve is this private bank, it's a private institution, right now it's being controlled by an 8th generation Virginian, an American, who's been fighting the Eurodollar system. I mean, basically Europe was controlling like our interest rates until Jerome Powell went to war with them and destroyed their bank of overnight rates over there and brought it home so that we can control our own interest rates. And so the Federal Reserve is right now, because of what they're doing, it's our friend. Because if you take the Federal Reserve out, then control of the dollar goes back to Congress. And Congress is Zionist occupied territory. I know somebody out there is thinking, well, the Jews control everything, so they control the Federal Reserve. Now you're just wrong because, I'm a Zionist because I believe the Jews are these supermen and we can't defeat them. So all we need to do is just call people Jews online all day. Well, no. What it is they want to when you talk about a central bank digital currency, what they're talking about doing is basically destroying the power of the Federal Reserve, because it'll be a central bank, but it's not going to have real control over the money like it does right now. It also destroys Wall Street because it's going to destroy commercial banking. So right now, Wall Street doesn't want a central bank digital currency. That makes Wall Street our friend. not our friend maybe, but their interests align with our interests. And libertarians, because all they do is read their own fucking shit and never want to go read. I say, oh, go read James Burnham. Well, he was a neocon. So fucking what? I've read communists and taken away knowledge that I still have in my head and still inspires me today. These fucking people, they created a box, and you're only allowed if you're a libertarian, because that also becomes your religion, it becomes your identity, it becomes your friend group. And if you go outside of that box, well, then you could lose your friend group, you can lose your identity, you can be, you're excommunicated from your religion. These fucking people don't understand that there is more to the world. There's more to global banking, which is basically where we are now, and have a global, and because they want open borders and they want free trade with everybody, they have global, they want globalism. They've created globalism. They're on the side of globalism. They're fucking promoting globalism. They don't understand that the only way to do that is you have to have interests at home. Your interests at home have to be fighting these fucking people overseas. And that's what Jerome Powell's been doing ever since he's been in the fucking. I mean, you think he just raised interest rates, just because? Oh, well, I mean, that sounds like a good thing to do. Raise interest rates. No, there's a fucking plan in all of it. There's a plan in telling LIBOR to go fuck itself. There's a plan in putting the overnight rate in Chicago instead of having it in London.
He's trying to keep the wheels on the car because, like, things are not going well for the dollar. Like, he's doing everything in his power to keep us in a decent position with currency, right? I mean,
yeah, and it's. I think one of the things that people don't realize is he could be totally in this for himself. He could be totally in this for his friends on Wall Street. He could be totally in this just for the people he cares about. But in his self-interest, it may somehow benefit us. And people don't understand that. When somebody's looking for the cure for a disease, sure, they want to make money, and they're probably going to get insanely rich if someone found the cure to cancer. Well, but also, what are we going to be mad at them because they may become the first trillionaire? Oh, but what if you get cancer and now you can cure it? Their self-interest benefited us. And that's exactly what's happening right now with Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve. And people just don't, because of a fucking religion of, and the Fed and central banking is, and central banking may just be evil. It may be evil. I mean, I think usury is evil. And that's another thing that libertarians is like, well, then who will lend money if you don't have interest? I don't give a fuck. I think it's evil. Okay, so don't care.
I mean, not to mention the Libertarian Party as a political entity has devolved in a total fucking joke. Not that it wasn't always like kind of irrelevant. I mean, it could impact elections whether a certain amount of right or left wing people are voting Libertarian. By a couple even 0.3 percentage points could swing an election. So okay, but now the Libertarian Party is a total fucking joke. Like, it's just woke libertarianism.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, most libertarians are a joke. And I think the head of the Libertarian Party right now is doing everything she can to. She's basically she sat down with Trump. She has Trump's ear. She has the ear of people in his orbit. And even if I don't agree with what she's doing, she's at least doing something that the Libertarian Party's never done before, is reached out to the people in power and said, okay, we're willing to work with you if you give us some concessions here. That's being political. That's playing politics. It's not just sitting there and going, well, I mean, we're going to basically we'll tell you why this is wrong what the government's doing. This is wrong what the government's doing. This is wrong what the government's doing. But we have no answers for it. And of course, we're not going to sit down to dinner with these blood-soaked monsters. No, she's actually like trying to get things she's trying to get concessions for her people. She's trying to get things passed. She's trying to get people out of jail, and leveraging any like that 0.3% that could swing an election somewhere. That's something they should have been doing in 1971 when the feds and the commies in the room who started the party, fucking, they should have been doing that right from the beginning.
Yeah,
Finally,
look what RFK did. I mean, he leveraged his independent position into a cabinet position. That's politics, coalition building, right?
And he was running with the Libertarian Party. He was on the. He wasn't. I don't know that he was on the Libertarian Party ticket, but he was going on Libertarian podcasts and everything. And she said, let's get a Libertarian into. She said, if we support you, told Trump, we support you. Can we have a Libertarian cabinet member? Now, people can say RFK is not a Libertarian. He did go and sign up, and he's a lifetime member now of the Libertarian Party. So they do technically have a Libertarian cabinet member. But there are more kind of people who would be. They've talked well about Tulsi in the past. So they. I mean, it looks like they have been able to at least have some kind of influence. And from what I understand from talking to from things I've heard her say, and some of the interaction we've had lately is she's constantly in contact with these people. So someone at the Libertarian Party, the head of the Libertarian Party now, has actually learned how to play politics, and is advocating for their interests. Well, that's, even if I don't agree with those interests, at least they're fucking doing something instead of just standing around and complaining and being little bitches and not willing to, well, this is the way things should be. Okay, well, I have some information over here that says if they're the way you want it, it's going to make the world worse. Well, we don't believe that, and I'm not even going to listen to what you have to say. Go fuck yourself. I mean, really, go fuck yourselves. I mean, most libertarians, a lot of the popular libertarians, you can talk to them and you see that they're very realist. They have a very real sensibility of how the world works. They have a vision of how the world works. And they may not read all the things that I've read since I left libertarianism, but they're not Pollyanna, pie in the sky, and like these people where, it's just like, well, if we're not ending the government tomorrow, then, I don't want to have a conversation. But really, it's these libertarians online that once you nail down an argument with them, you're going to get to age of consent. They're going to start arguing age of consent laws, and we shouldn't have to have driver's licenses, and we shouldn't have to have car insurance, which maybe we shouldn't. I mean, New Hampshire doesn't have to. You don't have to have car insurance in New Hampshire, so whatever. But it's just all it is a debate club and a book club. And they don't read books outside of them. So, I mean, I was talking to one who's like this huge, and not a huge TikToker, but he's like the most popular in TikTok, a very popular libertarian TikToker. And he doesn't read books outside of libertarianism because he says anyone who's not a libertarian is immoral. So why would I want to read anything by anyone who's immoral?
On that point, I mean, Noam Chomsky is kind of a piece of shit. I mean, but his point on manufacturing consent is totally on point, and how that's actually done.
So he would be okay because Chomsky is a leftist. Right. If you're a leftist, libertarians will talk to you. But if you're to the right, well, no. I mean, they're leftists. They're liberals. And all liberals are leftists. All conservatives are leftists. I had this conversation in DMs the other day. Somebody said, they're like, well, the reason I voted for Trump is because, conservatives want to, I said, well, okay, stop. What is conservatism to you? And they said, well, preserving the ideals of the founders. I said, okay, so you want all white European rule. You want only white male landowners to vote. Well, no, not that. Okay, so if that's not it, then you're a Civil Rights Act 1965 conservative. Okay, then you're a liberal. Then you're a leftist. Then you're that progressive. You're that conservative who's a progressive driving the speed limit. You'll be advocating for, well, it's okay for 10 years from now. It's okay for the child to want to chop the 10-year-old to chop their dick off, as long as as long as as long as they've read Murray Rothbard. So these folks, you can't even talk to them. You can't even talk to them. I see Z-Man in the chat here. Z-Man has the best comment on that. When you see a libertarian, punch them. I mean, most of them are out of their fucking minds, just lost in a box of
it's
books
hard. It's it's like, is it a self-defeating thing? It's in the frame, like you said, it's liberalism. So it's about liberation. It's about liberation from bonds, but the rule of law order is all about unchosen bonds, right? I didn't choose to be born who I am, and all sorts of other things we don't choose, but it's always made, the argument's always made from a place of consent and choice, when that's just not how the world works at all.
If the purpose of the government should be to protect the culture and protect the people of that culture, and and the things that they want to do, the goals that they have, they can have other goals if they can have other functions if the people want it. If you call yourself a liberal, if you call yourself a progressive, if you want a liberal or a progressive government, if you say the government should be liberal, what you're talking about is you're on a path. You're on a path somewhere. Here's the problem with being on a path, on a destination. You never get there, because that path there's gonna be fucking potholes. There's gonna be the fucking road is gonna be washed out. So what happens with that? Well, you have to swing off the path. Okay, what path were you on in the first? Now we don't remember what fucking path we were on. And the path in the beginning was protecting white, European, mostly Protestant landowners, gentry, and to help them. The government was designed for those people. As soon as you bring another people in, like when you start importing people from outside of that culture, well, then the government has to, either those people are going to conform to the culture you have now, or more likely, what always happens is the government is going to transform itself so that it can be accommodating to those people. Well, now what happens? Now you've just fucked it up for everybody who was already here. Now you're going off in 5 and 10 different directions. And no, that's why we're in the fucking mess we're in right now.
It's a schizophrenic system. I mean, for a variety of reasons, right? The system is relatively decentralized with the institutions. No one is accountable. It's hard to, I mean, at least with a monarchy, you could lay that at the feet of the ruler and his council. But there's generals that just get promoted for losing wars. I mean, and countless other examples like that. But I think back to the libertarianism point is it's obsessed with ceding sovereignty. Like when you talk about those things like ending the Fed, that power exists whether you want it to or not. Why would you surrender power that could be yours? Someone's going to take it.
It's also Chesterton's fence, right? You don't tear something down unless you know what it's there for and its purpose. You don't tear the Federal Reserve. There may come a time where we get rid of the Federal Reserve, but it's not right now. It's not right now when our whole system is designed as a global system of trade, a global system of commerce, a global everything. The Federal Reserve right now, there's somebody at the Federal Reserve, and he may be gone soon, and somebody may be in there who's a total globalist, and then it's like, okay, well, we're fucked. Now we're fucked. Maybe we need to get rid of this thing, or but it's situational.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. It didn't have to be situational. The reason it's situational is because we've gone off on all these fucking paths and where we started is where we should have stayed. Government. It's not the government's job to go out there and innovate. It's the people's job to go out there and innovate. And the government should be there to protect them so that they can innovate. Even in some cases, maybe help them so that they can innovate. Maybe fund them. Thomas 777 talks all the time about how 50 years ago, Elon Musk would have been working for the government from day one because they pulled in the smartest people and they wanted the smartest people working with them because, I mean, they cared and they cared where the government was. Maybe we need to go back a little further than 50 years. They wanted the smartest people working for them because they cared about the direction that it was going in. That doesn't even matter anymore. I mean, we fucking, there are mentally ill people who are who are officers in the military. I mean, high-ranking officers and generals who are men who think they're women. What the fuck? Really? And you wonder why Vladimir Putin will just fucking invade Ukraine and not give a shit about what we're gonna do. And you combine that with a fucking mentally ill, you elected somebody who's mentally ill, somebody who's fucking who's senile, and then his friggin'
they saw an opportunity. They saw an opportunity. Afghanistan, that whole thing, that was a sign of ultimate. There was no one at the wheel. There was no one at the wheel, right? That's an opportunity.
Yeah, and so you wonder, you look around and you're like, well, no one respects us. Who the hell's scared of us? We have what by the Army War College's last paper, less than 30,000 fighting men, soldiers who go in the field. You know how long that would have lasted in Ukraine? Like if that was the American army in Ukraine fighting, it would have been in like less than a month. The army would have been wiped out. And you wonder why everyone looks at us and it's like, I mean, you got a retard for a president. You got a fucking drunk high T-boon for a friggin' vice president. And then you have like trans people. There's like over 15,000 trans people in the military. Okay. What are people supposed to look at us and be scared?
Isn't it interesting how every government program is integrated into the patronage system in terms of everything becomes a jobs program? And it used to be just like the post office has always been a jobs program, The post office, everybody's already has complaints, generally the mail gets delivered, whatever. But the stakes are a bit higher with a nuclear arsenal and aircraft carriers, right?
I mean, just take into consideration you have like the CIA, you have a CIA building. Okay, just the building itself. What does that tell you? It tells you you have people in there who have jobs. You have janitors, you have people who are serving food, but you also have administrative staff. You have people who are doing intel all day. All that tells me is, if you have a building, there's a bunch of people in there who probably all they care about is about promotion. And the easiest way to get promotions is to be an office fuck. I mean, it's called corruption. It's called bureaucracy for a reason. It's called the administrative state for a reason. Everybody wants to get into a government building and start administrating, and then they have a job for the rest of their lives. Doesn't matter. Presidents go, Congresses go, people, elected officials go, but you're always in charge. And what we're, and if you say, well, this is something that libertarians could, be saying, well, we need to tear this down immediately, and we absolutely could. We could absolutely end at least tear the CIA down to a bare minimum. We could end the FBI. The FBI doesn't really need to exist. It can just transform into something else, but it needs to be something that's field oriented. This is what libertarians could be talking about. But no, they just went, well, we need to get rid of the state completely. Look at this. We need to get rid of this and we need to get rid of that. It's like there's no nuance. They don't even know why they need to get rid of it. They don't even understand what the administrative state is. They just think these people, IRS, stealing our money. I'm a slave. 40% of my income. Yeah, nobody likes that. But it's not because the government exists. It's because of the structure of the government. They didn't have taxes up until 1913. Okay, the country ran pretty well. Industrial revolution was going. The industrial society was happening then, so you can't blame it on say, oh, it's technology and everything. Sure, technology could make this a lot easier. So it's like, to get back to the whole thing, bring this back home about libertarians. I mean, they don't even consider that. I don't want to consider the fact that, this thing could be pared down and we could just go back to the way we did things. There are people in the incoming administration who are talking about that. I'm not going to sit here and say that that's what's going to happen, that they're going to be able to do it, that they actually have the will to do it. They could all be fucking, they could all be Jewish controlled because, Jews are superheroes to a lot of people. But
I think there's
it's not even November 20th yet. It's not even January 20th yet. And everybody's already like, oh, this isn't going to work. Oh, go fuck yourselves. Really, go fuck yourselves.
I've just become more superstitious over the years, and just seeing him dodge a bullet just leads me to believe that maybe we're not on the golden path, but that has delivered us from catastrophe, perhaps. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, there are people out there who, it's a great narrative too. It could even be a myth. And there are people out there going, oh, there was 2 shooters. Oh, did he shoot? Oh, they had iron sights. Oh, he did this. He did. These are the same fucking people who, 9/11. I don't want to know how the fucking. I don't care what hit the fucking Pentagon. I don't care what made that hole in Pennsylvania. I don't care what caused those 3 buildings to fucking. I want to know why it happened. Why did it happen? As soon as we find out why it happens, we know who did it. But it's like, oh, well, I need to be smarter than everyone else. So, I'm going to be there and go, well, the physics doesn't work. Well, what's your degree in? I have a journalism degree. Okay. So talk about physics all that bad.
By the way, guys, the Pete Quinona special for the next 23 minutes, 30% off WBS apparel roadie shorts. Honor Rhodesia, because Rhodesians never die. Price of just 17,000 Zimbabwean dollars. Get yours today at wbsapparel.com/products/roadies.
Do you really have? It would be awesome if your checkout cart had it in Zimbabwean dollars and it converted.
I know we tried to do it, but we just settled for like the bio. But yeah, they're almost sold out, guys. So grab one while you still can. And thanks so much for coming on, Pete. I would say talking about all this is making me think a lot of it is about people that aren't serious and they don't want to govern. Because if you tear down these things, like, you're just creating chaos. You're ceding sovereignty. When really, Charlie's in here. Yeah, Charlie had a good tweet. It's like, essentially, the government is a bunch of thugs, but you want the best thugs in charge. You want to be the thugs in charge because that's the way the system and governance and sovereignty has always worked, right?
Yeah, that's a classic tweet. I have that saved on my phone to spring on libertarians whenever I can. Yeah, why wouldn't you want to be in charge? Why wouldn't you want your friends to be in charge? Somebody's always going to be in charge. And here's the thing. Okay, so they want to tear down the government. Hey, we've got Bitcoin. Bitcoin's almost to $100,000. If the government fell tomorrow, everybody on their own is going to decide to use Bitcoin, and everyone's going to want to be an anarcho-capitalist. Anyone who's like saying they want the government to like disappear today, well, you either believe that, or what do you believe? I mean, you haven't even built the infrastructure, and people will be like, no, well, Bitcoin is built. And get your grandmother to use it. I mean, you realize these people, if they got their way, like millions of people would die.
Yeah.
Horrifically. Horrifically. And one of our, China, China would probably take over.
It wouldn't take long. It wouldn't take long.
Or you know who takes over? Whoever can feed people. That's who the new boss is going to be. Whoever can fucking feed people. Because I don't know about you, but most of the people I know, if the supermarket goes empty, they're out of food in 3 or 4 days?
Shit out of luck.
Yeah, I mean, these people are insane. They're insane. They have. I think when people started using the meme of libertarians just living in their parents' basement, they weren't wrong. It was hyperbolic, but it wasn't wrong. I have to assume that a lot of these people don't have bills. Like any libertarian who like lived through 2020 and was like still a libertarian was either that's how they made their living. And they were still promoting it. That's how they made their living, or it didn't affect them because they were living at home and having their bills paid for. Because I know I was paying my bills, and I know I was going to work every day. I was still working a friggin' job at the time. I was still leaving the house every fucking day at 6:30 to go to work. And I know my hours got cut because the county I lived in just decided, well, we're gonna have even though I lived in Georgia and they never shut down, counties shut down. County that I worked in shut down. Told people. I mean, I took a hit, and it made me think. It made me realize that I'm not in charge. None of my friends are in charge. I want people who share my values and who think like I do to be in charge. Someone's always going to be in charge. I don't live by I don't have this idea that the government's going to go away tomorrow. I mean, you can wish that. You can sit home and jerk off thinking about it, but it's not going to happen. So why don't you figure out a way to live the way you want to live now and stop advocating for fantasies? Figure out how the way the world works. Figure out how your community works. Figure out how your government works, and start rearranging your life to meet that. Because a lot of these people, even the whole time I was a libertarian, I was doing things to set myself up so that I was going to be better off. I realized how the world worked, and I was trying to figure out ways to insulate myself from the realities of the world. There are people that they don't even do that. They just sit there and they talk platitudes all day and scream. I remember Matt Erickson. I was talking to Matt Erickson in like 2021, and really 2021 talking to him. We were talking about BlackRock and some of the things that BlackRock was doing, and I was like, yeah, I mean, libertarianism doesn't have an answer for this. There's no answer for what BlackRock is doing. Except end the Fed or end the government, and then they won't have corporate. I've actually been told corporations won't have it. The companies won't have any power if the government goes away. They have all their power because the government exists. Okay. What was I saying? 2021. Matt Erickson.
Yeah,
oh yeah, he said people were talking about having to pay high taxes, and he's like, well, make more money. He was like actually trying to help people. Well, get a raise, start your own business, start a side hustle, make more money. And then libertarians were like, oh, so I could pay more taxes so that they can drop more bombs in Syria and in Yemen? Okay, if that's your attitude, fuck you. You're scum. I don't want anything to do with you. I don't want to be associated with you. I'm not going to use a term that you use so that somebody can mistakenly say that I associate with you. And the last straw was in 2021 when DeSantis in Florida, there were businesses that wanted to have mask mandates, or require or you couldn't go in there, or vaccination mandates, or you couldn't go into their business. And DeSantis was like, "Yeah, that's not happening here." And there were libertarians who were screaming that those are private businesses, bro. They can do what they want. That's when I wanted to line all of them up like I was in the Spanish Civil War on the friggin' Republican side and take them to a cemetery and just boom, 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 boom. You fucking people suck. Fuck you. We're going to rule over you one day. And you're going to fucking bow.
Isn't it funny in those kind of anecdotes, it always goes one way? It's like always, oh, well, actually, what daddy wants is for the best. So it's like, if you're the anti-bootlicker, like, why are you simping for that kind of policy? That doesn't make any sense, does it? I mean,
yeah, I mean, they look at because they worship corporations, they worship business, they worship commerce. It's their religion. Economics is their religion. Okay. Lately, in the last few years, as they've seen businesses become now libertarian, now a lot of libertarians say, "Oh no, it's just a legal theory. It's just a legal theory." No, you still fucking suck corporate dick. All right, stop it. And that's what it is. Is when economics is your religion. It's like I've heard them say, "Oh, if we can just have like our economics, it'll change people's incentives. Like people won't want to be as degenerate anymore." And I'm thinking, oh, let me see. So you want better economic incentives? You want economics to be better? That means people will be richer, and yeah, people with money, they're not degenerate, huh? So you're fucking retarded. I mean, I'm not a Luddite, believe me. I'm the furthest thing from a Luddite, but they're retarded. I mean, degeneracy.
A lot of these examples is them essentially thinking of people as cookie cutters. Everyone is 100 IQ like me. Everyone is capable. Everyone can go out and do it themselves. Like, no. People are different. Some people are relatively helpless, and that's okay. A lot of them, it's not their quote-unquote fault or whatever. We're not cookie cutters at all. We're like, there's certain demographics that are economically effective, and those people pay all the bills, and that's how the world works.
Well, they're also very leftist in their social issues. So, racism and, any kind of racial, pointing out anything racial or anything like that is, anathema. Oh, you're just a racist. Oh, you're just a Nazi. I'll tell you something. If a libertarian like town or community or state or county existed, like if we had one in the next 10 years, it's going to be white. It's going to be white Europeans, like probably 99%, and they're all going to be like 115 to 130 IQ. Now, if they can meet women and reproduce, that's a different story, but that's exactly what it would look like. And so it's like they have this whole thing about, oh, we have to be inclusive of everybody. And it's like, no, I don't think you do. I mean, go to a libertarian party convention. Tell me how many black people are there. Tell me how many Asian people are there. Tell me how many other than white Europeans are there, and Jews. And tell me how many women are there. Let's break down some percentages and let's figure this out. And this goes for the degenerate scum that are going to be there. They're just there because we want to legalize every drug, or they're running, gay rights and everything. They're all going to be white. They're all going to be white European, from white European stock, or Eastern retarded Ukrainians, and people like that.
Yeah, I would say a good litmus test in my experience is like someone is a liberal / progressive, despite whatever they might call themselves, if they're not really concerned about, I don't know, the reproductive rate, like if they're fine with a civilizational level suicide, well, that's people's choice. If they don't want to have families, they don't have kids. I mean, you know, it's one thing to imagine, you know, putting a gun to people's heads to force procreation, you know, but it's another, just if they're not concerned about that because that's just what people chose to do, then that's extremely concerning. Because a lot of these reproductive issues are just like we're talking about. It's people don't even understand why it's happening, and you got to right the ship. Like, things aren't looking good, you know. So, but just saying, oh, if everyone chooses to do the civilizational suicide, that's fine because they consented to it. I can't get on board with anyone like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are states that exist right now that are, famously Gaddafi, I think, bought homes for people who are having kids, things like that. Germany did the same. Germany handed out medals. I think right now, Hungary, for every kid you have, you get like 20. Your tax rate reduces 25%, something like that. It should be encouraged. A lot. I'm Gen X, and I mean, I was just one of those people who didn't get married until really late. I just never had kids, but I've never been someone to tell people not to have kids. I've always told people, look, my generation is nihilistic and fucked up, and don't make the mistakes we made. I know a lot of Gen Xers who didn't have kids. Don't make the mistakes that we made, because we need more white European, traditional thinking people having kids, because the third world is definitely all about pumping out 10 and 20 kids. So yeah, I mean, and that's not something that they're ever going to touch. Libertarians are never going to touch that, because you're not allowed to tell people or even suggest people what they could do and how society could be better, because it's not about society, it's about individuals. And once you make something about individuals, then you're off on your own. And the people who are organizing collectively, they're going to dominate you. Orrin had that famous tweet. The people who want to be left alone will always be dominated by the people who don't want to,
who want to roll over you.
Yeah, who want to roll over you.
Isn't it interesting how I'm trying to think of any other example? It's like there's always one ethnic group like ruling a nation. It's like in the Ottoman Empire, the Turks ruled over, a variety of different like Arab populations and North Africans, all sorts of different people. But it seems like it's always like one group that's controlling. I'm trying to think of any other example to the contrary of that. Like, even in England, the Normans ruled over the Anglo, and eventually they, of course, over time, long time, they became one. But the Norman, like, they just ruled, and they were an extremely small part of the population. And they still control.
Well, I mean, elite theory tells us that it's easier for 200 people to organize than, I think it's easy for 10 people to rule over 350 million. Because 10 people can organize better than 350 million people can't organize.
Just imagine, and this is another like thing I see a variety of different people are averse to like thinking like this, but it's like, think about if put these people, these CEOs or whoever, on a chalkboard. It's like, what if they were all in the same group chat? What if they were all on the same page about everything? And I think something to that effect is going on, right?
We saw that. We saw after October 7th, it came out that there were these fucking chat groups of American Jews who were plotting to a way to go onto the campuses and crush the protesters who were protesting, Israel's reaction to October 7th. That's fucking power, man. That's exercising power. You wonder why every congressman except for Thomas Massey has an AIPAC handler, because they know how to organize and they know how to use power. The biggest question is, once somebody gets that kind of power, how do you fucking end it? Well, you have to organize. But no, let's be individuals. We got to judge everybody else as individuals. We'll judge people as individuals who don't even identify as individuals. They identify as a group. And then you're not even allowed to judge them when they say 83% of us, are for abortion. Well, I think abortion's fucking anathema. I think it's evil. And if 83% of your group thinks abortion is like a human right, well, then I'm going to judge your group. Oh, no, you can't do that. Now you're anti-Semitic. Go fuck yourself. I don't care about that anymore. Call me whatever you want. It's not going to change. It's not going to change my fucking opinion. If you take my banking away, it's not going to change my opinion. It's not all of a sudden I'm going to shut up because I'm not some fucking pussy who just backs down, or I mean, I can just these people. Oh, we're blackmailing you with your porn. It just came out that that it looks like the intelligence agencies have control of all the porn sites and everything, and that may be another way they're blackmailing people. It's like, all right, well, I mean, I haven't watched porn in years, but if you can find when I did watch porn, go ahead, release it. I don't care. Fuck you. Fuck you. What? Fuck you.
I think the rape accusation stuff is a method of control. And that's kind of losing its teeth, because I think most people, other than no, that's kind of bullshit. If it comes out in October, and the election's in November, it's like, all right, whatever. I think sexual blackmail is still very powerful because it's very personal. So even if, who was the Congress guy in the wheelchair that got fucked over?
Madison Cawthorn, because he said he was invited to sex parties.
Yeah, and he's like, gone. Oh yeah, everybody's doing cocaine and all that stuff, and literally 2 days later is some scandalous thing. I don't even remember what it was, but it was
Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz' dad is worth something like $500 million, probably more. He sold the company for $500 million years ago, so probably a lot more. You're not going to bribe Matt Gaetz, so what do? You set him up. This is the thing that I'm not getting about what people. I mean, the incoming administration has to know this, considering what happened with Gates. When you look at what happened with Gates, and when you read Mel's, that long thread that Mel had, every name in that fucking thread is part of a group. How do you not know that this was a fucking controlled, and this was controlled, and that this was a fucking conspiracy to get Matt Gaetz, because he can't be bought, and it's by a certain group. Okay, I have this really weird thing. I have a really good memory. I remember this guy named Jeffrey Epstein. I also remember what his thing was, and his thing, as fucked up as pedophilia is, that wasn't about pedophilia. It was about compromising people in positions of power so that they could get them to do things, and even do things against. The reason they don't want that, reason that fucking list isn't coming out, is because that list in the right person's hands is going to get people put in the fucking electric chair, because it's going to show where they fucking committed treason. You want to know why Reid Hoffman is crying that Trump got elected? Find out what he's done to betray his country. He's not worried about pedophilia. He's not worried about being outed as a pedophile. I mean, shit, R. Kelly, people still listen to R. Kelly's music. They care, but it's like, treason, and somebody with the will to fucking prosecute treason, that's a different story. That's you ending up fucking dead.
Yeah. I think there's been a lot of burning of files the past few weeks.
Oh yeah, there's been a digital bonfire like you wouldn't believe.
There's a paper shredder spotted in DC outside some prominent building recently, but yeah, we'll see how serious the next administration is. And on that note, thank you so much for joining us, Pete. This is an awesome hour, action-packed as always. Let everybody know where to check out your work and everything.
Pete Quinones Show and PeteSubstack.com. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
That was awesome. Do it again soon. Thanks, brother.
Yep, later.
Up next, Mr. Charles Haywood.
That's me.
A successful entrepreneur, the maximum leader of the Worthy House. He's done a multitude of high-quality book reviews at the Worthy House and plenty of other great stuff. Thank you for joining us.
I am pleased to be here. I came on the tail end of Pete talking, so Pete was worked up. So maybe I'll be less worked up.
You know, you're a very laid back guy, so very peaceful, very centrist guy.
That's it.
And yeah, I mean, I just wanted to devote this to obviously whatever you'd like to talk about, but I think you're due for a victory lap of sorts for your predictions coming to pass, right?
Of sorts. I mean, like most victory laps, they're only incomplete or halfway. But I did get the election right and Musk's role right. I'm actually proudest of my Musk prediction, because that's about 2 years old, and he's following the arc I predicted. On the other hand, I also predicted mass violence. So while I'm happy not to have mass violence, I'm unhappy that my predictions haven't come true. But on balance, I'll take the W. No, you're right. But if I say yet, then of course it just looks like Haywood's trying to shift the goalposts. So I'll take the L for now.
We wouldn't want that. You have a reputation to keep up. So
well, I didn't used to be a predictions guy. I didn't used to be like a hot takes guy on Twitter. I just wrote book reviews, and if people liked them, that was fine. If they didn't, well, don't like them. And all of a sudden, I'm the hot takes and prediction guy on Twitter, or one of many. So I'm not sure that's an improvement, but it's what I'm doing for now, I guess.
Okay, well, I guess in that sense, do you have the future's unclear? January 20th approaches very quickly. How about some more predictions for us? Come on, give us the juicy
Oh man,
stuff.
I shouldn't have gone down this path. Well, I don't have as firm predictions as I was giving out earlier. I have more kind of lazy man's, like, one way or the other way predictions. But I think the key thing that I think people should really focus on, I mean, leaving aside the fact that I and everybody else has a sense of euphoria, but there's still a great many structural problems. But leaving those aside, kind of in the short term, ultimately, and leaving aside questions like, does Doge have any power, or can it do anything, et cetera, et cetera. The fundamental point is that Trump will be unable to accomplish anything, or Trump viewed as the phenomenon rather than as the individual decision maker. And by phenomenon, I mean including his various advisors and so on. And he seems to have partially fixed what I call the evil counselor problem. So we'll see how that goes. But the fundamental issue, in my perspective, is that whatever Trump does, to the extent that it's a significant change from the past, will instantly be countermanded by traitorous judges who will issue nationwide injunctions, unless he's prepared to immediately, not just kind of caterwaul, but to affirmatively and explicitly reject their authority to tell him to do anything whatsoever. That's going to be the end of the Trump experiment right off the bat.
I mean, you have to imagine there's some other hot takes guys out there. So he's learned nothing, and everyone's kind of whinging about the choices of appointees and all sorts of stuff. But I mean, I just can't get into that black pilling thinking. It's just, I think he's learned a lot. I think that has better counsel this time around. He has more of a coalition. It was kind of just a shock when he won in 2016, right? It was like everyone was just shocked. And now it's like, okay, and I don't know, based on my reading, it seems like the left is fairly spiritually defeated and just knows it's kind of over to a certain extent for them. They know they've lost the mandate. Like the mandate.
That's really the question. I mean, I think the appointees I have no problems with at all. I mean, in politics is the art of the possible, as Bismarck said, and this all of a sudden we have to have the perfect person for everything is kind of silly. But the larger question I think is no, hang on, I just lost my train of thought. Oh my God, this is embarrassing.
It's okay.
I haven't even started.
You're
drinking.
talking about his counsel, essentially.
Right, but what I was going to riff off something you said that gosh darn it, oh my gosh, maybe Alzheimer's is hitting. I'm only in my 50s.
I was saying essentially that everyone's kind of complaining about what's going on and like what the Trump administration could do. Oh, this isn't how I imagined it. This isn't who I wanted appointed. All this sorts of thing, and it's just,
Yeah, no, I don't think that's worthwhile. I think the appointees are fine. But I was going to make a larger point, but it doesn't matter. No, I think the appointee. I mean, my personal opinion is that the appointees are fine, and politics is the art of the possible. Mm-hmm. We'll see what he does with those things, but I think the early returns are good.
Well, I think the left. How I see the past 4 years playing out was 2020 was this just fever pitch hysteria of like leftist morality. You could say it maybe is the high mark of their like cultural power in terms of being able to, the press being able to usher people into this kind of frenzy of rioting and stuff. And obviously that was them burning social capital. They were stripping out the copper wiring to kind of generate the conditions necessary to get Trump out of the Oval Office, right? Mm-hmm. Now they're just kind of like a heroin addict in withdrawals right now. It's kind of pathetic, but not that they're not dangerous and powerful.
But that's really the question. I mean, and this goes back to some of the stuff that I've written. I mean, my consistent prediction, which may be falsified, is that the left is like the scorpion is unable to help itself based upon various historical examples. That is, the left can never be fully defeated, though it can obviously lose battles because it'll always come back for more because it's in its nature. And so we feel like the left is enervated and to a large extent defeated, but that would be completely historically anomalous. The idea that somehow that all of a sudden the left, which has for the past 60 years, you can arguably 90 or 100, gained ever more power within the United States in a consistent fashion, they're supported by large networks of individuals who are wholly ideologically committed. The idea that that project, that nearly century-long project, all of a sudden is going to fold its cards because Trump won by a few votes, doesn't really, doesn't sound plausible. I mean, anything is possible, I guess, but on the face of it, it sounds implausible.
Yeah, it does sound ridiculous. I mean, I would say that billionaires like Soros and others will likely fund all sorts of subversive projects to go on. And I think anyone who's done their research on the left can see that a lot of their protesters are paid. It is a money thing. It's a patronage model, and that's how politics works. And you imagine some more money's going to be coming into the coffers to kind of gunk up the next administration's plans.
The point of that money is to create specific political ends. I mean, famously, the Germans gave Lenin the equivalent of $1 billion in today's money in gold in order to pay, among other things, protesters and buy printing presses and so on in 1917. Russia and Soros and his ilk provide that same service, as it were, but that service is designed to accomplish political ends through violence, ultimately. But we don't see any signs of that violence. And we see plenty of signs suggesting that the left's project is going to be rolled back. I mean, maybe they won't be, but if you look at like some of the promises that are being made, and not just by Trump, but by the people surrounding him, the Senate, traitors and so on are traitors going to traitor, but it's they're all. If you're George Soros and you're 94 or whatever, you're like legitimately afraid that your life's work is going to be undone in the span of a couple months. And all around, and so all around, the government of Hungary is giving you the finger. The government of Georgia is giving you the finger. Georgia, the country, it looks like everything's falling apart. And these people don't just say, "Oh well, I guess that's too bad. Time to die." I mean, that's not the way. That's not the way these people think. I mean, these people are all, since ideology is what gives them meaning. At least this is the Haywood frame. There's just no way they're going to fold their cards, but there's no historical example of that ever happening. I mean, none, zero. And now maybe this is a new dawn in the 21st century, and now we're going to have the techno-futurism of Elon Musk, and the left is just going to get in the rocket ships, maybe. But it just doesn't seem likely, like I keep saying.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I would say the psychology benefiting us right now is everyone wants to be on the winning side, and that's why you see atypical, like, people are more comfortable now saying, "Oh, I'm a Republican," this and that publicly, which, I mean, could be a sign of a broader change, but it could also be Trump, in politics is coalition building, right? So it's a more effective coalition than 2016. So that could benefit the administration.
I think, sure. I mean, I think there's definitely a preference cascade going on. I mean, and I've always maintained that most people who are on the left are not ideological and will shift their allegiance to whatever the new modes and orders are. But that still leaves the hardcore of leftists who are always and everywhere dictate left action as a whole. And that tends to be the most extreme, because these are the people who are the left has no limiting principle built within itself. And so anybody who ideologically takes the most outrider position, there's no principle other than a practical principle to say, well, we shouldn't do that. So usually what happens is the most extreme people on the left tend to get their way within any kind of left grouping. It's a micro version of the larger political principle that people who care more get what they want, public choice theory. But so yeah, I'm sure like a bunch of tech people are tending towards Musk for obvious reasons, but preference cascade as well as it personally benefits them. There's lots of other people who are willing to wear their MAGA hats in places. But my basic question, I guess, boils down to the hardcore left-wing people are the ones who will never change their minds, who will need to be exiled. Are what are they doing? I mean, are they just plotting, or are they drunk? Or I mean, I have no idea. What are they doing? I mean, that's the thing that really kind of gives me the kind of
I've got
big question mark.
So I didn't have a drop of liquor the night of the election. I was still like drunk on victory, and then like a couple days later, I was like, okay, damn. What are they going to pull this time? And I don't know, like, there's tons of speculation about COVID, and I guess I don't really want to go there because there's just only so much we can know. But another dangerous virus being released would probably be signs that is purposeful, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, my claim, I had two not necessarily linked claims, practical link, but not technically linked, that there'll be violence after the election of the Floyd riot type, and that in late November or December, there would be an actual old style coup attempt. So you could, I mean, the actual old style coup attempt is still on the table because there's all these, and so is the riot type violence. There's no sign of that. But there's plenty of people, and I came on the back end of Pete, I think, talking about something related to this. There's plenty of people. I mean, yesterday, I'm sure you all saw it, Musk was literally saying that Alexander Vindeman should be given the penalty for treason, which of course the maximum penalty is death. But I mean, these people are powerful people with real friends in various places who can be, when the richest and arguably most powerful man in the world is implicitly threatening you with death in a public forum, that tends to cause people to take actions that seem kind of impossible, right? Like, you and I aren't going to like go out and have a coup. So who's going to have a coup? Well, Alexander Vindeman, and Mark Miley, or Millie, or how you pronounce his name. These are the kind of people who, well, they don't understand that they're never actually going to go up on treason charges. They could easily whip themselves into a paroxysms of fear. I mean, I'm reading a biography now of William Tecumseh Sherman. So all you Southern types out there, don't hate on me just for reading the book. And anyway, but to talk about his early career and in Sherman's early military career, early in the Civil War, he spent a lot of time working himself up into paroxysms of fear, such that he had to like take a mental health break, right? And so there's people who just do that, and when powerful people do that, then one day you wake up and there's like tanks in the streets of Washington. I think that coup would fail, but it's certainly a possibility.
It's like the have you ever heard the professional athlete term of getting the yips? It's like a wide receiver. Yeah, like a wide receiver like starts dropping balls when he's actually really good or something, and that's like I think that's a common psychological phenomenon among probably most professions. So that
but here it's exacerbated by actual fear, and these people. It's very hard to put yourself inside the mind of a leftist, and obviously it's hard to put yourself inside the mind of anybody. But since leftists live in a reality distortion field and not the good kind, like Steve Jobs had, someone like Vindeman or Milley or these various people, not only are they thinking, well, bad things might happen to me, they're thinking, the people are with me. The fascist Trump has, they think completely insane things that you can convince yourself of almost anything. So it's not at all impossible. These people, stupid coups are commonplace throughout the world. I was old enough to remember that in 1991, when the old Soviet Politburo tried to overthrow Gorbachev. That was a stupid coup because half the people were literally drunk in public half the time, but they did it anyway because they thought they didn't have a choice.
We actually, in our book club, we read about Collapse, and it was a lot about Gorbachev and everything. And it was interesting because in the traditional Western canon, he's elevated a little bit to heroic status of, that was just the moral thing to do. But he kind of just seems like a dunce surrendering sovereignty of his nation.
No, absolutely. Did you read a good book on this is Stephen Kotkin's Armageddon Averted, which talks about the last days of the Soviet Union. But dunce isn't necessarily Kotkin's view, but he was trying to save communism. But you can't. Trying to save the ideological systems never works, because once the thing's outlived its life, it just has outlived its life. It's the same thing is true for the French monarchy in the run up to the French Revolution, or for that matter, the Russian monarchy in the run up to the Bolshevik Revolution. So something you just can't rescue things, and when you try to reform them, it just accelerates the collapse.
Especially with all the satellite states breaking away, it was like a cascade, like we talked about a little earlier.
Yeah, and so but on the narrow question, internal to such a system, people think literally insane things. While it's true that the CIA up until the very last moment said the Soviet Union is strong and stable, while it literally fell apart. That's a lesson too. But these people inside were true blue communist believers, and they were desperate to keep the system together, and they thought that if they did X, Y, and Z, the workers would be behind them, kind of stuff. This literally stuff that to an outside observer is completely insane and incomprehensible, but men with power can convince themselves of a lot of weird things, particularly when over time the system is selected for incompetent men of power. So
you were talking about Lenin earlier. Didn't he abolish money, correct?
Well, he wanted to abolish money. So, Lenin started off very aggressive, and then everything went in the toilet, and he was fighting a civil war. So he had the new economic policy for a couple of years where he loosened things up, and then they went back to more communism. But he never went back to full abolishing of money, because again, Lenin was a smart guy, and he could see kind of the limits of what was possible. But again, the people who run the left as a whole now live in a more distortions of reality and are stupider.
Well, that was a guy who climbed to the top of the bloody throne, right? Essentially.
Well, he got lucky. Like so much of history. Lenin got lucky on all sorts of axes. Among them, that he wasn't executed the summer before the October Revolution by Alexander Kerensky, who should have executed him, but famously said no enemies to the left, and that didn't work out for Kerensky. He sees power in a vacuum, in essence. But it didn't have to be him. It could have been a number of people. I don't think we're going to have a power vacuum, so I think any kind of coup attempt is likely to just be a farce. more like the Gorbachev thing than the Bolshevik thing. I mean, America has many problems, but there's certainly not a power vacuum, and not likely to be one.
You would be able to tell pretty quickly just going outside in any American city, if that were the case.
Yeah.
And I mean, people are starting to wake up to the fact that America is just another country, and we're not immune from history, right?
Yes.
So,
no, I think that's true. I mean, but people are also starting to wake up in America to the fact that it doesn't have to be this way. They look at Bukele and so on, and they realize that a very few kind of changes done with will, well, they wouldn't solve America's problems, things like the massive debt and so on. A very few changes done with will would hugely increase the life satisfaction of the vast majority of ordinary people. And that's part of the attraction that people like Musk have. You mentioned everyone likes a winner earlier. I mean, everyone wants to be associated with the rocket ships. And if the same guy is like, well, these are the reasons we have this crime and you can't walk around the streets of the city, everyone knows where they are. Here's my 3-step plan to solve it. I mean, in a way that I think wasn't even true 10 years ago, people would get behind it. Well, people used to get behind, and I'm old enough to remember this, I keep saying that, but Rudy Giuliani cleaned up New York City simply by aggressive policing. You can clean it up a lot more by aggressive policing involving permanent imprisonment of everybody you don't like, and don't like for good reason. I mean, but it's easier probably in El Salvador because dumbass criminals tattoo their faces.
Well, there's plenty of those here too. But yeah.
Right, you just start there. People with facial tattoos go to jail. I mean,
it's like, all right, then we can see if you're all right. And you can start breaking rocks, and if you do a good job
exactly.
at that, then okay, cool.
So, but I think people are waking up to that. So, I mean, that's part of the reason why I've always been optimistic about America. I've always thought we have to go pretty far down to come back up. I mean, maybe we don't have to go that far down if people are willing to, if people in power are willing to exercise their will.
It really is just will. Even in California, when Xi Jinping arrives, the streets are spotless. Like the homeless are herded into a certain area, and everything's good for a couple of days. I mean, what the hell is stopping us from doing that on a more permanent basis?
Well, the problem is that if you organize society around the way it used to be organized, around competency and beauty and so on, there is a significant fraction of the country, say 30 to 40%, in addition to old people who need to hugely have more than half the federal budget, at least a few years ago, was direct cash payments to old people and payments for their insurance and so on. All those people end up losers in a system that goes back to being sensibly run and organized around achievement and beauty and merit and what have you. And that's why they hate it so much when you show like happy white families, because they know if white families are allowed to be happy, that means they're not being expropriated and put down in order to benefit various kinds of grifters. And so there's no way to move society forward without making the position of tens of millions of people worse. People who are just parasites and don't add any value, but live through theft, organized by the government. And so I don't see a good way to stop that without causing mass societal chaos, because these huge segments of society have gotten used to living in this way.
Yeah, I believe the Ottoman system was called the millet system, and it was essentially an extraction of the productive populations disproportionately impacted other, and that's a fairly unstable equilibrium historically speaking.
Right. Well, the millet system was more of a self-governance system for ethnic minorities, where other than paying taxes, obviously extractive taxes were a thing, but when they said extractive taxes, they meant like 5%. So
I take that deal.
Right. I mean, but the millet system was primarily designed to prevent, to allow the Ottoman government to be lightweight in the sense of not having to run disparate justice systems for disparate ethnic groups, and to allow those ethnic groups to self-govern as long as they didn't cause trouble for the state. And I actually favor the millet system for the most part in a multi-ethnic empire. That is, groups should largely be left. The government should be much smaller and only focus on national ends, and everything should be devolved to either an ethnic group level, though maybe not in America because it's a little bit different, or devolved to the local or state level. I mean, this is like basic governance structure. I mean, that's one way forward. But again, it doesn't work because large groups in America live off of the backs of other groups, and that wasn't true in the millet system, except to the extent of tax receipts going to the central government. Right now, again, old people are. I mean, I know I'm obsessed with this, but the fact is that, and you saw this with COVID. COVID was, I mean, leaving aside the substance of COVID and where it came from and so on, COVID was basically a giant theft from the young, particularly the very young, of good things for them, so that old people could have feel safer and have a chance of a slightly longer life. The fact is, society should be run for the benefit of young people, and old people, they're old, and if they're going to die, well, they're going to die. That's unfortunate. So the idea of like running the whole society so that that some 85-year-old can have $5 million worth of cancer treatment so he can get 3 extra months of painful life is just stupid.
I'd agree with that. 100%. I think that is an extremely disproportionate thing. I mean, a lot of the criticisms of the system, normies are mostly, they just like shitting on boomers, maybe justified, maybe not. But I think that is generally the generational resentment that's going on. And yeah, I mean, if you have kids, like, they should probably take care of you when you're super old, right? That's traditionally how the world has worked for thousands of years, but
you can't wave a magic wand, right? My wife was telling me the other day that she was talking to some she was at a doctor's appointment talking to some older black lady who had made friends with a woman who was in a nursing home. Like she'd run across her in some context, and this woman was in a nursing home, and she had the woman in the nursing home didn't have any family, so this woman my wife was talking to made it a commitment to go at least once a month to go visit her, just as a charity. And she said the nursing home was like the worst thing ever because all the staff were Haitians and other immigrants who barely spoke English and completely ignored the patients, who wailed and cried in their room while all the call lights were lit up. I mean, I don't have a way to solve this problem, because that's what I meant earlier when the Trump thing doesn't fix some of the structural problems in America. Yeah, it's true that like all of the people my age should be taking care of their parents, but they don't, because America's virtue has basically declined to almost nothing, and there's no way to restore that through some like legislative process. And while it's true, it's unfortunate. I mean, these people are responsible for the fact that their parents are dying alone in nursing homes, but there's really there's no way to inculcate virtue in some kind of magic way. So I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I used to deal with a lot with the elderly in my former career, and those places are just horrible hells, and all sorts of terrible things happen there as well.
Yeah.
That the government only intervenes with that when they really have to, when it's like, a serious criminal matter, so.
Yeah, I mean, I always think, God's going to judge us for a variety of things, abortion, factory farming, but nursing homes is pretty high up on that list too, right? And as a society, if I was Jesus Christ, looking down on us, I'd be getting out my money changers in the temple whip and oiling it up. So,
but he was nice. He just wants to be nice to everybody.
Yeah. So, but again, that's what I mean by I'm happy with the election. The euphoria has died down a bit and so on, but there's just so many problems, and I touched on this a little bit earlier, but how are we going to get the national debt is 37 trillion, and I think it goes up $1 trillion every 2 months or 3 months or something like that. And I mean, there's just no way out of that except inflation. Or
on that note, I have a note about that too. But before we continue,
go.
Mr. Haywood, we do have a Charles Haywood special, believe it or not, tonight. Any order over $100 gets you a free pair of Glock polarized sunglasses. That's the glasses of color. They are available in Bonaparte blue and Octavian orange. Get yours before 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. WBSapparel.com/products/GLOC. We are also offering buy 2 shirts, get 1 free, and free shipping of all orders over $100. Thank you guys so much for listening today. We still got plenty of time left. And Mr. Haywood, on the money, the severe monetary crisis looming for the United States, do you think the elites, quote unquote, the regime, whatever, are they dumb enough to start a war to hit the reset button? I mean, could war? I mean, I think the best thing about the Trump coming in is that decreases the chance for a large scale war. Now, it could still happen. Of course, anything could happen. But there's still all sorts of, so the decentralized nature of the regime, there's people with pet projects, and obviously there's lots of shady things going on in Ukraine and all of that. And is there a method they could escalate? I don't know.
The ruling class isn't, I mean, to the extent the ruling class acts as a unit, which it doesn't, obviously, and to the extent that they could choose to push the reset button, which is not clear either. The problem is, for a modern ruling class, pushing the reset button is disastrous, because the vast majority of ruling class wealth is tied up in things that would be wiped out in such a reset. So, for example, you might say, well, so-and-so, the oligarch owns real estate. Well, he doesn't own real estate. He probably owns shares in a REIT, the value of which is totally financialized and dependent upon low interest rates, for example. So it's not like he has, in the German hyperinflation of 1923, when the people the two kinds of people made out, well, people who had access to foreign currency and could buy up hard things for cheap, like real estate and what have you, and people who actually own shares or actually own factories, things like that, businesses with hard assets. But like, in a financial reset, Facebook is worth nothing, right? I mean, if you can have shares of Facebook and they go to zero because Facebook is literally worth nothing.
I mean, what is the percentage of the economy that's speculative? It must be fairly high.
Well, it depends on how you define speculative. I mean, I once analyzed the economy of California, which obviously is, the putative GDP is high, and so you think, well, that's a lot of things like farming, but farming is only 3% of the California GDP. Something like 40% of California GDP is finance, insurance, and real estate, and so, I mean, most of that goes to zero in a reset, and that's the holdings of those things are heavily weighted toward the people who are already wealthy. So there's no way to do a financial reset or a total economic reset where the current elites come out the other end without losing 99% of their holdings. So they're unlikely to do that deliberately, because there's no way to avoid that.
Pete was talking before you came on, essentially is like the libertarian argument of abolishing the Fed is silly, because Jerome Powell, whatever you may think of him, he seems like a guy that's trying to keep the wheels on the car. And I feel like things aren't going well. But like, whatever criticisms you have, if you just evaporated that institution overnight, like, we are fucked. F-U-C-K-E.
Well, hard reset's good. I mean, no, hard reset is outstanding. I mean, I agree with Pete on that analysis, but the fact is that you're always better. Dying things should be killed quickly. At the end of the day, if you got to take the hit, you should take it now rather than later, because it's only going to be harder later. I mean, it's like when your girlfriend's been cheating on you, and you're like, well, let's just stay together. I mean, you got to pull the cord.
You just got to promise you're not going to do it again, babe. Just don't do
right,
it again.
Exactly. So I mean, dying things should be killed quickly, and so yes, it would be very bad. But the fact is that for the Americans who are capable of providing value, a hard financial reset would be extremely difficult, catastrophic in some instances, but in most instances not fatally, or not literally fatally, but in some cases maybe fatally catastrophic, because those people who can provide value will continue to provide value and can find ways to provide value. But for people who are parasitical, or people who have email class jobs, the 90% of Twitter that Elon Musk fired, those people, a hard reset will be catastrophic for. But from a societal perspective, they will then be forced to learn how to provide value. It's not that they're incapable of providing value, as they've never been forced to provide value before, because through various structural machinations, they've been allowed to exist in a way that doesn't require them to provide value. But unless they're physically disabled, everyone can provide value. You can hoe the fields for the corn, and you can be paid partially in corn. Everyone can provide value.
I mean, you gotta, if you want to eat, you gotta work. Like,
right. I mean, as it says in, I think, 2 Timothy, he who does not work, neither shall he eat. And so that's what. So a hard reset. Let's take it from the top. If you're Elon Musk, you're like, I want to get to Mars. A total collapse of the American financial system may, in fact, be your quickest way of getting to Mars, because the debt disappears, everything gets wiped out. The American predilection for expanding around the world and imposing global homo disappears, but all the hard stuff and the talented people are still there. Right, the United States collapses. The Chinese are still going to sell him semiconductors. They'll probably be happier because we're no longer going to be threatening Taiwan. Elon Musk can get to Mars better if the federal government goes into receivership and comes out the other end, stripped of debt and 90% of its employees, than by trying to reform the current system with Doge, which isn't going to work out.
Yeah, it's a matter of sovereignty, right? I mean, and I think a parallel to what you're talking about in terms of ripping the Band-Aid off, and I mean, a cornered beast is the beast most dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't, when a pit bull's snarling in the corner, you just don't stick your leg out for him to bite.
Hey, shoot him.
But
I automatically, I've long threatened it. If a neighbor of mine ever gets a pit bull, I'm just going to shoot it, and that's going to be that.
My region of the country has a lot of those lovely dogs, so
I've never shot a dog, but I have drawn a gun on a dog, but I've never actually shot a dog.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna let my pit bull walk around leashless. He's a good boy. I trained him. Don't worry. It's like, yeah.
Well, when 20 years ago, when I was living in a neighborhood, there's this couple, and they didn't speak English. I think they were Hispanic of some kind, and they had their daughter's boyfriend had a pit bull, and it was a young pit bull, so not quite fully grown, and they let it wander around the neighborhood. And this happened once, and I went to the house and I told them in no uncertain terms that if I saw that dog ever again, I would shoot it. And then I pantomimed shooting it. So they got
they understand that. Yeah,
right. And then the dog was never seen again. And it wasn't because I shot it, though. I most assuredly would have shot it next time I saw it. Anyway, we're getting off topic here.
I wanted to, we can change gears a little bit. You had a good book review of the Habsburgs.
Yeah.
You want to cover like the good, the bad, and the ugly with them? It's interesting.
That's a big topic. You mean the book or the Habsburgs as a whole?
I think we can talk that. The book, isn't it the Habsburg Way?
Right, the Habsburg Way. So Edward Habsburg is the guy who wrote it. Who is I think right now he's the Hungarian ambassador to Malta and to the Holy See, that is to the Vatican. So he's part of the extended Habsburg family, but he's not in the line of succession.
He's not a pretender to the throne, or.
Well, I mean, in a sense, everyone in a family is potentially a pretender, right? As history teaches us, like the Wars of the Roses or what have you. But since there's no throne to occupy, he's pretty far off there. I mean, there is a
I could imagine a world where there is another one, but yes.
Right. I mean, there's a legitimate Habsburg heir through Karl, who was the last emperor, and then his son Otto, who recently died, and I think I covered this in the review. Like his son is like a race car driver or something. So Edward Habsburg is a collateral branch, but he's kind of the highest profile Habsburg now that Otto is dead. I mean, Otto was a member of the European Parliament and was, unfortunately, an enthusiast for the European Union, but that's more forgivable because the pan-European project at one point seemed like it made more sense.
Yeah.
But Edward Habsburg has written various books, and he's very Catholic, and he wrote this book in order to offer life lessons based upon the history of his family, as well as offering like history lessons, which are kind of necessary. And I, as I wrote in my review, find this particularly interesting because my family on my mother's side is Hungarian, and my grandfather had a title of minor Hungarian nobility that had been granted by the Habsburgs, because the Habsburgs ruled Hungary for 400 years. And so the title had been granted in the Turkish Wars in the 17th century, late 17th century. So I like the Habsburgs. I mean, I don't know any of the Habsburgs, but I thought the book was very interesting. In terms, it's a short book, and it talks about, as I say, history, but also the different lessons that Edward Habsburg thinks that you should take from his family, which are, I won't say like obvious. None of them are like shocking. I mean, I don't mean to make it sound like it's clickbait,
Right.
but it's good. I mean,
I wouldn't expect some like dissident right manifesto from him. I'd expect generally like something pretty like Diet Coke, but
right. Coke Zero, but it's right. But I mean, I think the thing to remember about books like this, and I don't know how many copies he sold or what have you, but they're pitched to people who are unfamiliar with a lot of this history and concepts. I mean, if you're already familiar with the history and you're kind of in say our sphere, none of this stuff is really shocking or all that insightful. That's not a knock on Edward Habsburg. It means that like if you're some like 21-year-old who happens to come across a copy of this book or is gifted a copy of this book, you see a way of thinking that if you went to like a normie high school and a normie elementary school and you go to a normie college, you've never even been exposed to this. So he says, for example, you should get married and have lots of children. Well, I mean, that's the exact opposite of what you're told for both men and women. And so it's valuable because it gets people like that thinking about how things can be different.
Yeah, I think that democracy versus monarchy, not that republicanism and democracy is always high time preference, but this iteration of it certainly is. And then monarchy is supposed to be, not that there hasn't been monarchical regimes who brought their nation to disaster, but it's supposed to be a low time preference planning for the future, not just your children, but your grandchildren to inherit a better position than you are. And
yes. But back to my complaint about old people. And while it's true it's a stereotype, it's 99.9% of stereotypes are 90% true. And one of the stereotypes is that the boomers don't adopt this attitude. They adopt the consumption attitude, the cruise attitude, and so on, and using the force of the government to let them enjoy the rest of their lives even more than they enjoyed their earlier years, while the young are extorted in order to fund this this kind of lifestyle. And again, seeing that people can think a different way without necessarily having the kind of nasty edge that I put on it is important.
Yeah, I think that the generational thing, I would say what I've been noticing most recently in my personal life is just like white America, and like I'm a millennial and Zoomers, just white America is just not doing very well. They're just like, their lives are generally a mess. You know, there's like, right, so the middle upper class now is probably a household that makes over like 200K. I don't know the exact numbers or whatever, but like those people are doing fine generally. And like, honestly, like anybody, I know people making under six figures that just are just getting by, and they're not even bad with their finances or anything. It's just like, this is not a good situation. We're not doing well and all of that. So there has to be a correction if we want the youth to be doing better, right?
Right. I mean, I think one of the important statistics is the very high percentage of young men, especially young white men, who are not in the workforce at all, or not in the official workforce at all. And those are by far the most productive members of any society. I mean, men are always much more productive than women, young men, because in their nature they're looking to make their way in the world. And so not having those people be in despair is extremely bad for the American future. But that's actually relatively low-hanging fruit. The methods for reinvigorating those people are pretty easy, which is restore freedom of association and get on board the Elon Musk rocket train. I mean, not that all these people can work for Elon Musk, but if you stop allowing organized hatred and expropriation of white men through the legal system and mandating it across the country, kind of automatically that spring will be released. And that might be something that Trump could accomplish if he can at least recognize the problem, or the people around him can recognize the problem.
It doesn't take much to inspire people. I mean, just hope. That's
absolutely
corny or whatever, but you know.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to say I'm so old again one more time, which is that I lived through the 1980s. I mean, my earliest political memory is Ronald Reagan defeating Jimmy Carter in 1980. So, but I was old enough to see how, not so much to say, I don't remember the 1970s, but I do remember the 1980s and how people through that decade turned around to be feeling really, really good about America. I mean, there's no particular reason you can't have that back. I mean, you have the debt and so on, these structural things, but I could easily write like a plan that's within the current Constitution that doesn't require like putting in Curtis Yarvin receivership or other kind of ideas. You know, I could write just say I'm going to do X, Y, and Z in terms of a slight reinterpretation of the Constitution and the following legislative program, and I guarantee you that would create a 1980s style revival. Though you might have to like beat down the leftists.
Like you said before, it's the most faithful adherents to the progressive ideology / religion, whatever, that are the most dangerous. But luckily, there's still, even in the justice system, which is highly corrupted, there's still intelligent people who recognize we're on the brink. So I don't think it's that far-fetched for the courts to interpret certain things as perfectly constitutionally acceptable under the Trump administration. Now, like you said before, there could be all sorts of injunctions and things, but that's going to be a measure of friend and enemy.
Right, and but the problem is that like they can forum shop, then find a friendly low-level judge and gum up the works for 2 or 3 years, which is. But I mean, even things like the FBI. I mean, the FBI is a clearly criminal organization, but there's people within the FBI who are probably worth keeping. Now, obviously, the fact they haven't resigned, given that they work for an overtly criminal organization, is a strike against them. But you could denazify the FBI. You can merely announce today all work at the FBI is suspended and you are all fired, starting this instant. All of you may reapply for a job, and you will have a thorough vetting of your past activities. Who you've given money to, all your social media, and if you've been leftist at all, you're not allowed to work for
attachments.
There's a filter and a tribunals, and if you pass through that, then you can be rehired by the renamed FBI. I mean, your police investigative agencies have a long and generally sordid, but sometimes a good history of being renamed in this fashion. And then of course, then some percentage of those people would in the FBI would be referred for prosecution and lifetime imprisonment or execution. I mean, that's the way this system works. I mean, it's very easy to do. It's just a question of will.
Yeah, and I think it's so obvious that a lot of the individual agents are just doing the machinations of certain people, like when the Clintons were setting up people in the Trump administration and all of that. So that's not really difficult. I mean, there's people that went to prison for Hillary Clinton. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, right?
Right. But I mean, it's always true in any organization, perhaps particularly true of these kind of organizations. And you saw this under communism, within these kind of secret police organizations. And that's what the FBI is now. It's not a police organization. It's a secret police organization. As it's a political arm of an ideological regime tasked with maintaining that regime in power. That's its primary goal. I mean, at the margin, it would do work on like drug dealers or what have you, but even that is subordinate to the political goals. And the FBI's primary role is to maintain the political power of the people for whom it works, which is the regime, which is controlled by the left. But most of those people would work for a new regime. If Vladimir Putin conquered the United States, they would line up to work for Vladimir Putin. Not that Putin's like going to conquer the United States, but they don't care. I mean, most of them aren't that ideological.
Well,
some are.
You gotta, if you want to eat, you gotta work. So you might as well.
I think the Justice Department is much more ideological. I mean, certainly, like everybody who is an an assistant United States attorney should be assumed to be an enemy of the state, unless he or she can prove otherwise. But maybe that's unfair. I mean, but that's the point of having committees and tribunals, to evaluate the political reliability of people who worked for the old regime and the new
there's
regime.
also just an excess of lawyers that could use a new job. I mean, right?
Also true, right? I mean, and like so much of the justice. I mean, like the Justice Department has a so-called civil rights division. I mean, that should just be vaporized instantly with like no redress whatsoever, and everyone who works in thrown in the street and all the files burned. I mean, there's no possible good thing that could ever come out of the United States Department of Justice's so-called civil rights division. I think they have another division called public equity or something, with who Douglas Mackey once mentioned was even worse. So, I mean, I worked for 3 months 30 years ago for the Justice Department. It's actually a fascinating place inside that building, among other things, that all these staircases and statuary is made out of aluminum, because aluminum was a pricey metal at the time, and they're like, ooh, so bougie, aluminum. But leaving that aside, I mean, as an organization, it could be overhauled. It's very easy to overhaul organizations if you have absolute power to do so. Look at Musk and Twitter. I mean, I know I keep fanboying Elon Musk, but I used to run a business too, and as an absolute ruler. And when you're absolute ruler of a business, it is very easy to get things done.
Yes, and that's whatever comes next. There needs to be effective people. I think you have a talent drain to different areas. People follow the money, right? But you do need highly effective people in governance situations with new agencies and all sorts of other things like that.
It's not, yeah, but it's not that. I mean, there are just hundreds of thousands of people who will fit the bill for a new, vibrant American regime, lower case R, that's going places. It's not hard to find people. And yeah, of course, every organization is subject to placeholders and corruption and, hire my cousin or what have you kind of stuff. But the fact is that a well-run organization can have 98% or whatever of the people be totally on board and be effectively utilized. It's just not that hard. It's just not.
One question I have is, I was thinking about this the other day and couldn't necessarily come up with anything off the top of my head, but what's a good loyalty test that isn't like weird and
well, that's actually a great question. Yeah. Well, I mean, have you ever read Shushaku Endo's Silence about the persecution of Christians in Japan?
No, actually.
They made Martin Scorsese made a movie out of it maybe 5 or 6 years ago, maybe longer now.
Was that the Portuguese?
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, with the Portuguese priest. So I mean, they had a loyalty test where you had to step on the face of a figure of Christ to prove you weren't a Christian, or that if you were a Christian, you were willing to, disgrace your God. And so you need a loyalty test like that. But off the cuff, I obviously strongly disapprove of that one, just for the record. But what's the loyalty test? I don't know. I'm sure that it would have to be have to deal with something.
You'd have to throw a bucket of paint on a statue of George Floyd.
Something like that.
And it would be publicly recorded. Just
something
for
like that,
documenting purposes. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it probably have to be tied to the fact that right-wing people have a healthy disgust reflex that is suppressed by the left wing. So, like
you were saying about the Japanese example, or like there's always secret practitioners of a religion. I think there's anecdotes of when Persia was conquered by Muslim invaders, there were still Zoroastrians and secret Zoroastrians, as that was the religion there for a very long time.
Sure.
Practicing. So there's always like, that's where like secret cults.
Right. Well, there's still
weird stuff like goes on.
There's still Zoroastrians. The Parsis are who are famously dispose of their dead through exposing them to vultures. And there was a fascinating article a year or two ago where apparently some pesticide has been used in that area of the world that has destroyed the vulture populations, or the Parsis are dying out in part because they can no longer dispose of their dead in the way they have for thousands of years. So that's kind of sad. Yeah. But anyway, loyalty test is important. But I mean, the good news is that since the internet is forever and the NSA has hoovered up everything, you can actually have a loyalty test based upon past actions. Or rather, you could have three categories of people. People whose past actions have shown them to be loyal and are therefore pass through that filter without question. People whose past actions are so bad and so devoted to left-wing causes that they can never be permitted in a new regime. And then people whose past actions tend to indicate cosmetic or lightweight adherence for personal advancement, usually to left-wing things. I mean, you don't really need to ask them what they think now. You just can look at what they've done in the past.
And anyone that visited theworthyhouse.com gets to the front of the line for any good jobs coming up.
You have to stay. You have to stay on the site for at least like an hour reading. Yeah. You can't just like.
It can't be a hate click or anything.
Right. No. And if you ever said anything negative about me on Twitter, you have to be blacklisted from working for. On the other hand, if you like me called James Lindsay fat, then you can move to the front of the line.
Yeah, he has been getting pretty fat lately, and it's. Yeah, any fatsos are not going to be permitted because you can't control your.
Oh, absolutely. Fat people show lack of discipline. Sorry to any listeners who packed on the pounds yesterday. That's just the way it is.
We had Ren on at like 10 a.m. because he's in the UK or whatever, and he was telling everybody about just how everyone's getting fat from all this disgusting stuff they're putting in the food supply, and so I imagine that's a pretty important problem to. Conquer as well.
Yeah, it definitely is. But there's many problems. But RFK Jr. fried his turkey in tallow, beef tallow, so there is yet hope.
I was seeing on some kind of liberal website. I don't know. Somebody linked it to me. Just funny because it's like, oh, RFK said he did a heroin for a decade or something. It's like, yeah, I mean, the Rolling Stones are still alive.
Right. I mean, you hear that people can do. I mean, hard drugs without real consequences frequent. I mean, I don't recommend that, and I've never even had marijuana, so I'm one to talk. But
and you wouldn't have inhaled either if you had. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, me and Bill Clinton, back in the day. No, I mean, look, I mean, RFK Jr. is kind of back to the beginning of our conversation. RFK Jr. is a perfect example. People are like, oh, Trump is just trying to take us back to mid-90s liberalism, and that's just obviously false. Well, there's some things like abortion that Trump is not very, very solid on. The idea that Trump or even the people he's surrounding him with are in any way comparable to like Bill Clinton liberalism, which is the analogy I hear most, is just silly. I mean, they never come up with any actual examples of that because Bill Clinton the emphasis was on leftism with a human face, and with Trump. There's like a 20% overlap, but the entire approach and the times make it a completely different project. And so saying that like he's just bringing back Bill Clinton liberalism is just obviously silly.
Yeah, I mean, everyone senses that it's a rebuke of liberalism. We didn't even touch immigration, which is like a huge thing. One point I just remembered I wanted to bring up about that is that mass immigration is the ultimate like high time preference decision.
Yes.
Because you're essentially like, I like being able to eat out and only pay, $30 at the restaurant or whatever, because surf labor staffs the restaurant, all sorts of other ways, this labor is used that's brought in, but it's like, and I mean, there's all sorts of complications that come with like choosing to do that sort of thing, right? It's a choice.
Well, the worst part is that the vast majority of people who take that attitude themselves are providing no value to American society or negative value. They have either email class jobs or they're government funded parasites of some kind. It's not like they're even saying, well, I have a bunch of hard-earned money and I'm afraid I'll have to spend more of my hard-earned money if immigration is restricted. They're saying I live as a total parasite and my ability to enjoy myself as a parasite will be affected if immigration isn't allowed in order to crush the other people who are not living as parasites like myself. I mean, again, we need to bring out the horsewhip.
Indeed. And first of all, we got to vote on everything that's going to happen. So, gonna have consensus building, of course, and just, anyways, I wish Trump the best. I pray for him and all of his loyal advisors. So.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Mr. Haywood, this was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. I have to do it again sometime. I mean, we packed a lot into an hour. Can you let everyone know where to check out your content and anything else you're up to?
Of course. I just, everything else I'm up to is being a gentleman farmer. But where I write is at The Worthy House. Oh, sorry, I'm theworthyhouse.com, or I'm on Twitter, and I cross-link stuff as well as offer my lukewarm takes at The Worthy House on Twitter.
Thank you so much, Charles. Hope you have a good holidays and everything.
Talk to you soon.
God bless you.
I see you have some good, exciting people coming up.
Good
so
old boys up next. Bog Beef and Merrick. I'll send you guys some speaker invites right now.
Hey, Mike Chase.
There we go. Good to go.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, but when Spaces first came out, you couldn't even use a PC or microphone. You had to go in through Android or iOS, right?
Yeah, it's made some improvements. We were having a little bit of technical difficulties earlier, but seems like we're good to go now. Bog, can you hear me? I sent you a speaker request. But I can't do the good old boys intro without both of you guys on here. That would just be wrong. But I will let everybody know about the sale we've got going on right now. 30% off all good old boys merchandise. And that is until 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That's the patronage patches, the classic good old boys tees, and the It's the Law and Kennesaw shirts. WBSapparel.com/GOB will get you there. Bog, you good? Hey, try requesting yourself. Or I might have to leave and join back. It's all right. I'll be right back.
Southwestern section, and the Hungarians don't really have any kind of beef with the Russians or the Ukrainians connected to that specific time period.
Hey, could you say that part of Ukraine again?
Subcarpathian, well, the Hungarians call it Subcarpathian Ruthenia. It's also called Carpatho Ukraine, Carpatho. If the Wikipedia article doesn't call it Subcarpathian Ruthenia, but because that's what the Hungarians say, but you can look it up that way.
I just like how it sounds.
Well, I mean, it means at the foot of the Carpathian Mountains. So the Carpathian Mountains are a mountain chain that used to surround Hungary entirely, making it like Switzerland. That is hard to get to because you had to get over the mountains. But after World War I, when they stole all the land from Hungary, the mountains are mostly in other countries now, but including Ruthenia.
Has a nice ring to it, for sure.
Well, one more thing. This is totally off topic. With the well, I have some pieces on this, but what used to be called the Ruthenes, which is the Slavic people who live in that area, is part of what the people who now call themselves Ukrainians, even though they never heard the word Ukrainian until like 1930. So they would have called themselves Ruthenians, if anything, until very recently.
Yeah, I'd always wondered about that because if you read like books about European history, you'll see Ruthenia pops up a lot. But
right, because
Ukrainian was never a thing. Until...
I mean, exactly. Up until very recently, end of World War II, that entire area was either Hungary or Austria, part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. I mean, at that point, or Poland, if a bit farther north. But like the area that's Ruthenia, up until during World War I, was ruled on one side of the mountains by the Austrians. That is, the other side was now Ukraine, and on the other side by the Hungarians. And the Ruthenians were just these rando peasants who had been there for a couple hundred years.
We need to get Putin in here to give us a history lesson about the Varangian prince that was invited. I think that was the same region that he ruled over for a while.
So you guys also lost Thracian. That would be modern day Hungarians too, right?
No, Thrace is Greece.
It's like Byzantium, right?
Oh, all right.
It's not part of Greater Hungary. Every European country has, Greater whatever that encompasses.
You're probably thinking of Transylvania, which is now part of Romania, which is the Hungarians are most butthurt about losing after World War I, because that's regarded as the core of historic Hungary. And by the way, Dracula did not come from Transylvania. He came from Romania over the mountains. The Hungarians are angry about Dracula being associated with Hungary too.
So,
there's nothing wrong with having like a good foundation of a right-wing society is holding on to some butthurt for
1,000 years.
Yeah, this is where all you need is like one revanchist myth, and you can get some real shit going. Let me tell you.
You're totally right. Well, I mean, Viktor Orban is always making comments like, "I'm president or prime minister of 15 million Hungarians," omitting the fact that the population of Hungary is 10 million. Like, this is not lost on anybody in the surrounding area.
let's be honest. Let's be real. It's not "Make America Great." I mean, it's not. It'd be much easier to just say that. Let's win a championship. No, there's an extra word there that means, we used to win championships.
Yes.
And now we're mad, and we got effed over, and we're gonna make you bastards pay. It's just such a great way to go.
Yeah, think about like how big Poland used to be. They were like the shit. Now they got freaking screwed over, and now you see there's like Polish populations all over the place. So,
well,
diaspora they call it, or whatever.
It's like that meme. I'm building a new house, and half the people working on it are Polish, but because they're from Chicago. But it's like that woke bespoke kind of memes. Like woke is give Western Ukraine back to Poland, and bespoke is give Eastern Poland back to Prussia. So.
Man, the Soviets really fucked over the German populations.
Oh yeah,
the way back west.
Yeah. Not as hard as we did, honestly.
Yeah.
I used to do this conspiracy theory that basically World War II was a conspiracy between communist, capitalist, and fascist to eradicate Prussia. And I mean, it's not really true, but I mean, it's kind of like whenever you read European history, people who write European history books are they'll place the main character of Europe as whichever guy is trying to put a lid on what they call militarism and all.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that really a conspiracy theory? Because they're pretty explicit about getting rid of German militarism, which
right.
It's just saying being Prussian.
As far as I know, there's no movement to regain Prussia in Germany, so I don't have any sympathy for them because they're all, rainbow flag pussies. Instead of doing a good historical revisionism thing, they're too busy complaining about militarism, so they don't deserve to have Prussia back.
Yeah, most states they're a nation with an army, but Prussia was an army with a nation. You guys ever heard that one?
Yeah, and it was glorious. That's what was so awesome. And the European, I'm sure it's different for these guys, but when you read about European history, each century you meet a new main character, and that main character is whichever it's some statesman or diplomat or whatever guy who's trying to keep a lid on the militarism or whatever, which I mean, if you were to read like Roman history like that, it'd be incredibly gay.
Super homosexual.
No, I totally agree. Well, I have to go to dinner, and I'm going to leave this to the new men of the hour. So, gentlemen, happy Thanksgiving retrospectively, and I'll talk to you all soon.
Thank you, Charles. See y'all.
Yeah, I mean, if the AFD really wanted to impress us, they would be talking about Königsberg and Stettin, right? That's got to be the next step.
Wait, they still got Königsberg, right?
No, sir. They do not. The Russians have that.
Oh, shit.
And the Poles have Stettin.
Okay.
Stettin has a weird new name with like 15 Z's in it. It's
all I know is that Kaliningrad, and whenever you see pictures of it,
Königsberg. Yeah.
It's like I don't know. It looks like well, you ever seen like they have this sort of these like little naval stations and post office in Antarctica and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get the feeling like the Russians have made themselves comfortable there at all. Like in the past, I don't know, you know, how many decades have they had that land?
Yeah, it's like 80 years now, right?
Dude, I have to tell you guys a story before I forget. I like ended up on this freaking like PUA. Somebody linked me this PUA thing in a Ukrainian war chat. And it was like these guys that went to Ukraine this month to like go chase ass like in an active war zone. And they were like, yeah, man, it was like fucking crazy. Like it was awesome until we got to Kiev. And I haven't like kept up that much with the war or whatever, but apparently there's like Russian suicide drones like dive bombing like areas in Kiev, and they're like trying to shoot it down with tracers and shit. It's like,
oh man,
like yeah, the doors are like closing in on that, right? Like,
your buddy's name wasn't Coach Red Pill, was it?
It was like, dude, it was like these random. I think it was like.
Too soon.
Damn.
Yeah, the videos from that war are. I mean, I don't want to trivialize it, become like Kino, but you know, with the tracers and the anti-aircraft artillery, that it's kind of like you know, we're back to the 20th century.
Okay, maybe those ones are cool, but I'll tell you, I had never, and I won't watch the most popular videos that go on about it. Like it'll like. It'll be like whatever the max you know, unverified Twitter link, like 2 minutes long, and the video starts out and there's a guy quivering in a bunker as this sort of drone camera approaches him, and boy, they love that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, if you know anything about you know, politics in Eastern Europe, that's not really a big surprise, but yeah, they love that shit. They want to see the guy beg for life, and you know,
damn.
It's a I don't know, man.
It's like a dominance thing. It's like, oh, look at this little bitch, you know, or whatever.
Yeah, and some you know, some 98-pound blogger is in London, you know, watching that. You know, he got out of the whichever country. So he didn't have to serve, and you know, he's sitting there jacking off watching that, you know, watching this guy.
There was some chick,
life.
There was some chick like quote tweeting Elon Musk, like, and she's a Ukrainian, and she's a Ukrainian in London. She's saying, "Oh, you can't abandon Ukraine now. All of you men on the internet are like are safe in your houses on the internet, and you can't just abandon it." And I just quote tweeted her. I said, it has nothing to do with me. I'm abandoning your country just like you did. Like, why the fuck aren't you there? Like, if you give a shit, like you're just chilling, like, you know, fucking these British guys or whatever. Like, you don't give a fuck.
Do you ever see like those interviews that they did with vets on the Western front of World War II? And it'd be like, it could be a German or it could be an American or Britain. They'd be like, yeah, I saw this guy, and he was coming across the field, and I shot him, and it killed him, and it breaks my heart, and I think about him every day and stuff. And then you look at 21st Century War, it's like, here's a 2-minute clip of like really loud corn music while people get grenades dropped on them while they're pissing themselves in a shed. Like, I don't know if if that's just like a function of like they're too close together and it's too intense, or if we've just devolved as a species in that period of time. It's like, or probably both, honestly.
Could you imagine if they if the drones had speakers on them or just like blasting some shitty music at you, as like dropping grenades on you? I don't know. Like, I know you talk about like music compilation videos, but that would be pretty demoralizing.
Oh man. You know, there's is like, if you're an American, is there any aspect of World War II that is like unexplored or whatever? No, I mean, yeah, there is, of course, but like, it's not due to lack of time or whatever, you know. And like, I mean, especially that sounds like nonsense, but hold up with me here. Also, another thing that we're very big on out west that you maybe hear, the future's female. You're gonna learn everything. I mean, like, you know, if there's some woman that invented like, you know, some bizarre type of nail or screw or anything they got, that one chick that blew the guy that was running the Apollo program, and he hired her, and they said she made the rockets. Like this is something they're hungry for. You know, they're interested in that kind of information, regardless of whether like anything they got. You know, you want to talk about like, this is one of the well, it can be funny for us because I mean, like, what's it matter? You know, we're in a peaceful country, and we're here on the Black Friday stream. Well, you know, you talked about those guys going over there to get laid. What about okay, the Nazis, you know, Erwin Rommel turns off the radio and charges forward the Ghost Division. France falls. What's the very next thing that happens? All the French women start fucking all the Nazis like crazy. Like, I mean, crazy.
They were dressed well, right? I mean, Hugo Boss and
yeah, like, and like, it's none. You know, is there another movie out in like the past week or whatever by Hollywood, by the way, glamorizing Coco Chanel? They love it. Or it's not so much that, it's just like, you know, why even bother? Like, by the way, I mean, look, I'm not complaining because I think we all know. Well, I mean, I'm going to go with like the traditional right-wing view on this, which is that basically women are programmed to, I mean, like, women are programmed to whoever wins the war, any war or whatever. You're the barbarians, you're the Mongols or whatever. You win, you say, oh, okay, great. We like you guys now.
Yeah, what's it? Is it Stockholm syndrome when you like? They're like, oh, it's a mental illness. Like, no, that's been like bred into humanity for like thousands of years. You know,
yeah,
like the Vikings and shit. You know.
Yeah, if the guy kills your husband with the club, that guy's your husband now. That's kind of how it works for a long time.
You know, Grug likes to club people. Yeah. And I think that like way less men used to reproduce too. It was like 20-30% or whatever. And like,
there's been a lot of debate about that, but I think the consensus now is that like agriculture created a huge bottleneck where a few people got all the ladies, and that was kind of corrected over time because of instability, and then we developed monogamy as a social technology, which was pretty cool. I'm sure that getting rid of that won't have any long-term consequences.
I'm sure it'll be fine. You know, I wouldn't worry about it. Whatever. So.
Yeah, well, you know, that goes into the whole you know, inventing crossbows and bows and eventually guns and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, like that's not how we raise livestock and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It is kind of funny. It also makes you think that you know, if you were gonna Elon Musk is buying up all these like fantasy and science fiction literature companies and stuff like that. Like there might be some opportunity there for like a right wing Star Trek or whatever. Like
the world of gore.
I mean, it's, you know, instead of Kirk banging the green girls, if you had actually a scientifically approved one, it'd be Counselor Troy, the banging the bejesus out of all the aliens. You know what I mean?
Did you guys see the Black Mirror episode about Star Trek?
No.
It was like unintentionally based, and like the captain is just like being this like shithead to people who are mean to him IRL, but then the like twist at the end. Sorry, spoilers, guys. It's been out for a few years, but they like lock him in the Star Trek prison forever. So it'd be like being stuck in the World of Warcraft server for like forever. And that was like, oh, karmic justice to that like evil white guy like raping women or whatever. It's like, okay.
Did you see Morgoth? Morgoth did a video series about that. Did you guys see it? It's really good as far as like I don't mean to insult anybody, but it's like cultural criticism. But he made an entire video about that and how I don't know if you watched Black Mirror when you know the first season. I'm not saying it was genius television, but it had there was a point, right? It's like here's how technology makes your life worse. Yeah. But like the moral of that episode was kind of like they enjoyed being stuck in the computer, like they were going to go on space adventures inside the machine. Like that's not really what Black Mirror is supposed to be about, right? You're not supposed to be having fun trapped in the soul gem or whatever.
Yeah, I think they had like a couple really good bits, but they like tried.
They sold to Netflix, and it became dog shit.
Most of that stuff is dog shit, but you know they had a few good bits, but they just kept doing the same kind of bit every episode or whatever. So there's only like so many iterations of that, like techno horror bullshit.
Well, speaking of which, I wonder if it's not something I'd bring up every day, but because we've been listening to Elon. Well, I mean, it's headline news. Elon's maybe getting like, well, he just barked out. He's like, how much is Hasbro or whatever? Which, I mean, like, you know, if this is one of the awesome moves about, you know, Elon being crazy. Like, you know, obviously the thing about Elon is people that you know, are so successful in terms of like, just like investment Elon or whatever, you know, like he made $1 zillion off Doggy and all this kind of shit, is that, he just does stuff. There's that Peter Thiel has like this speech or wherever he's talking about like you know, Elon, like you're not supposed to do that as a businessman. You're supposed to analyze risk factors and all this kind of stuff. What's my expected return or whatever. This guy's crazy, man. He just mashes that button. He'll just hit that buy button. Buy now. I want that shit now. Overnight it. Let's get it. And so he's talking about buying D&D and stuff like that, which, by the way, I mean, you know, he was in the video game industry a long time ago. He worked on Cadillacs and Dinosaurs for the Sega CD when he was like 19. Unfortunately, it's a shitty game. There was a really good game with the same name for arcade, so that's not it. But anyways, it's interesting. Like he immediately like. Oh, as soon as I heard that news, I was like, whoa. I got some special information to get to him before he gets there. But then like I saw what he said about it. I was like, oh, he knows everything about this. Because like those are two different operations, right? So the problem with the game thing is like, okay, you got all these woke game companies and shit, right? Like you can't just like buy you know, Halo Studios or whatever it's called now. And just be like, all right, quit making homosexual games now. You know, it has this like massive collaborative effort, and by the way, all these people have like a fucking union and stuff now. I don't know if you guys saw like
gamer employees are unionized.
Oh yeah, which is well, I mean, I don't know if you whoever is making I think it's the Elder Scrolls team or whatever is on strike right now. Which I hope you guys realize we'll be playing Skyrim mods when we're in our 80s or whatever. That's it. That's done.
The only game. That's the last.
That's a wrap. That got out the door. Like, well, it takes a long time to make these games. They went ahead and pushed it out. But like, that's like that was.
Well,
from,
the story with that. They figured out, okay, instead of making another like Elder Scrolls game, we can just make a live service game and milk that until the end of time. Like that's what they've been doing. They like there is another Elder Scrolls game. I've seen people playing it on Steam or whatever. I have no idea. I'm sure it's absolute garbage.
I think they have some MMO thing.
Yeah.
And it's one of those like World of Warcraft things where you're just grinding for like endless weeks on end for a little bit better armor.
Ice cream so good.
Yeah. Everything has to be live service now. It's ridiculous.
Mash that shit. You're in that hamster wheel.
Yeah, and that you got to keep the monthly
dopamine button. You're not a gamer now. You're a whale.
The hamster utopian experiment or whatever. People keep bringing that shit up lately. It's like
Mouse Utopia, right?
Mouse Utopia.
That used to be one of the big memes. I don't know, what was that, like 20? It was like mid it was
2019, like something like that.
My mind plays a little bit earlier, but what's it matter? But anyways, so like that's a lot harder proposition. I mean, he's like, well, we'll just do this with AI or something. That sounds good to me or whatever. But D&D is different. Like first off, like you can't like D&D. You don't need all this you don't need any collaborative effort at all. First off, you just need to free it from
the dungeon.
You can buy a book from the 90s and play that shit. I mean, but
yeah. all the books from the 90s are worth thousands of dollars now. If I'll recommend there's a D&D source book called The Glory of Rome. And when you're reading all this stuff about Rome, I'm trying to I think what we all try to do when you read about ancient history, you're trying to build this mental picture in your head of what it's like doing there. I mean, it was speaking for myself. I would read Plutarch or whatever, and then I would go back and I'd read academic texts because I'd read it and I'd be getting into Plutarch or getting into Julius Caesar or whatever, or Tacitus, and then my mind's like, wait a minute, how did they do this? Well, where was there water? Did they have a post office? Because my brain is like it's trying to fill in the picture. And one of the big ones I always wondered about was that the Roman army at night, of course you can't say every single time, whatever they're famous for is they build this like badass encampment with the towers and all this kind of stuff and the pits around it. Like we'll just say every night. It's not every night, but when they're on campaign and stuff, they build this this badass encampment or whatever. And it was a big deal. I was like, well, what did that look like? I have the Oxford Classical Dictionary. I have all this literature and stuff, and none of it showed what it looks like. I want to. This is an important thing. I don't know what that is. Where do I find this out at? And that book, it's written by a classicist. Like everything in there it's like anyways, he explains it. He shows exactly what it looks like. He shows you where the sources came from and stuff. It's a fantastic book. I would recommend it. But yeah, I mean, I think this is an excellent project. I think pulp fantasy is something that we should be protecting. Like we should be protecting the classics from Zuckerberg's sister. Like we should be protecting, religious texts, the West. This people trying to throw soup on the Mona Lisa. I mean, like it's important. It's really important. Men need this. It's like gasoline for us. This sort of pulp fantasy and all this kind of stuff. It's super important. We Western man, we got to have it. We don't just run off. We want to kill whoever the neighboring Ruthenia or whatever. That's not how we roll. We have to have these delusions of grandeur. We're the one guy, facing down the armies of darkness and stuff. Yeah, that's just kind of a bit the way we are.
Well, if you take him at what he says at face value, and I mean there is a reason to now because First of all, he bought a media company, and then he used it to spend another. How do we know exactly how much he spent on the 2024 election? I know it was a lie. It was enough that he's hanging out with the president-elect like a member of the family. If you're somewhere like that and you're making money hand over fist, in a what is admittedly a fake economy, like he's getting subsidies for Teslas and like shooting rockets in outer space, like that's a tangible thing. That is, you're actually making money for something. Like I don't think that Teslas would Teslas be a business if not for government subsidies?
Well, no, I mean, okay, take a look at what he does, and okay, who's the Blackwater guy?
Eric Prince.
Okay, what do Elon Musk and Eric Prince do? They're not like, first off, I mean, we'll just talk about electric cars and SpaceX, and Blackwater. They're not stealing from the government. They're not welfare queens.
No.
They are just they're just better at running the United States government than the United States government. It's basically like, hey, look, you can't do your job anymore. Okay, yeah, we know that sometimes, but if you're the American government and let's say you have employees at the U.S. Treasury Department that are stuck in New Orleans during Katrina, like, you need those people out. You don't want those people to die, but you're too old, fat, and lazy. You, for whatever reason, you can't do that anymore. You can't get those guys out, but you really need them out. You can pick up the phone and Eric Prince, and he's not doing anything. Like, all the shit that he's doing is shit that you used to do. You have the Navy SEALs. You had, or just speaking in terms of this, you have the FBI hostage rescue team. Like, imagine, like you're the United States government. You have the FBI hostage rescue team. You have the U.S. Marshals. You have some badass motherfuckers waiting by the phone, but it just don't work that way anymore. And I mean, like, we're not going to slander any of these people, these services, but you can listen to things that he has said, that those things, especially the reason why he started Blackwater is that he was in the Navy SEALs, and he was like, this shit doesn't work anymore. Like, something's very, very wrong. And so that's what these, I'm not sure what to place that in, but it's like, it's definitely like, they're U.S. They're like, we are the U.S. government that works. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're doing.
We were talking with Pete about this, and it's like, we kind of came to the conclusion. It's weird how everything turns into a jobs program now. Like,
oh yeah,
every agency, like, it just was the post office, but yeah, the military is a fucking mess.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to diminish what he was doing, but if it was Henry Ford's time, I don't think he'd be the richest man in the world. Because that's not how the auto industry worked back then. You're not getting fat stacks from the government. So money. If, like, we all kind of agree that the economy is more or less fake. The sheer volume of money that he's made, and not just him, also guys like Bezos and Gates, like this, it's kind of fake. So peel off some of it and figure out what would be the most high impact thing I could do. Like, if you think about the prices that he paid for Twitter, and a lot of people made fun of, a lot of libs made fun of him for spending, like, what was it, $47 billion on a website that wasn't worth that. But, like, well, yeah, it is. A media company is worth that. It's worth a lot more than whatever paltry amounts of, like, money you're going to get from ad revenue or subscribers or whatever. Jeff Bezos doesn't own the Washington Post because he's trying to make money off selling newspapers. And so whatever you identify, whatever it is that will have the most impact for the least amount of money, and just start peeling that stuff off. Now, I mean, I don't think buying Hasbro would do that. On the other hand, I mean, he does spend like 12 hours a day going buck wild on people in Diablo 4 ladder matches or whatever. Like, by the way, can you imagine, like, a 15-year-old kid in your pajamas, and you get like player killed by the richest guy on the planet. Like what kind of coat would you have to come up with for, like, usually if you get killed by somebody in a game, it's like, well, he's probably just a loser. Now this is like the richest guy in the world who's banging out Amber Heard. So, like, maybe he will buy Hasbro just to recreate D&D from the 90s or whatever.
Well,
Whatever,
I mean,
what was the
you don't-
last
you don't
edition that was good?
Well, he don't even have to recreate it, to be honest. Like, first off, like that property and those things, like you literally, it's just being in the hands, like the intellectual property being in the hands of good guys and not even touching it would be that'd be just fantastic, like just by itself, just having it there. I mean, now this gets into a lot more stuff, but I mean, D&D, like, is it it's hard to say about its relevance today. Of course, that no one plays that game anymore. D&D, like, going back to the jobs program, whatever. Well, D&D came with a package sale with Magic the Gathering, which is incredibly profitable. I mean, I have a thread where I was like, this is the most toxic asset. Don't go anywhere near Magic. With apologies to the vice president, that is a toxic ass asset. It's literally gambling for
Think
children.
about that for a second.
That shit, like, Pokemon was a scam, but that shit is genius, though. Like, honestly, just like ripping people off.
It's just gambling for kids. That's all it is. And like, yeah, like, first off, yeah, is it woke? It's super woke. I mean, like, I'll post things to get a reaction. I mean, when I saw what they did to Lord of the Rings, I was like, I'm not gonna post that on Twitter. That'd be too racially charged. I was like, I don't even want to see what when people say, like, hey, don't post that. That's like a demoralization or whatever. I mean, it's that bad. I don't know if you guys, like, every character that people like in Lord of the Rings, they turn them into fucking Nubians.
Dude, what's that YouTube channel? And he's like, "Oh, I'm finally gonna stop watching this crap. This crap sucks." And he, like, keeps putting out reviews for it. I refuse to look at any of that bullshit because as soon as I saw what was going on with that intellectual property, I was like, I can't watch that. Like, that's just gross. It's fucking disgusting.
Now, see, with Magic, it's worse. Okay, so there's that, right? You're like, okay, so we need to kick in the door and we're going to make this deep. Like, first off, like, it doesn't, like, let's say you make it de-wokeify, or you get the woke mind virus out of there. This is like saying we're going to get the woke mind virus out of the gay hooker profession or something like that. Like, are they woke? I don't know. I guess probably are. Probably, but like, this is just something that's not gonna. It's not gonna work out.
You're gonna remove the gay men from NAMBLA, Like,
yeah, we're gonna get it back to the old time. Yeah, no, this is a. And the other thing is that, with a lot of this stuff, like the video games and stuff like that. Yeah, the new game is woke. No one's gonna buy that shit. D&D's different. I mean, Magic's different. It's just gambling. This is a way to legalize gambling. So it's incredibly popular. It's as popular as it's ever been. It's like never been more popular.
So the gambling aspect is you pay whatever price for a package of cards and you don't know what's inside of them, and it might be a card that's worth like hundreds of dollars. Is that how that works? Is that the gambling aspect?
Yeah, I mean, like, this topic sort of blooms in all these different places, but I mean, these cards are practically like a form of currency. I mean, like, so those, like, so they made a set of cards with Lord of the Rings, but everyone's black, right? That set of cards, one box of those cards, that came out like 2 years ago. 2 years, like maybe 3-4 years, whatever. In the last 5 years, I think it's like 2 years. A box of those cards is like, I don't know, $200-$300 or something like that. It's worth like $3,000 now.
You could buy the good cards, but it'd be expensive as hell.
Oh, but yeah, but you want to buy the sealed packs, and then you could turn on your webcam and you could have a exciting opening stream. It's just like you guys ever see these DGen streamers and stuff who they're all gambling addicts.
Consumers,
Yeah.
Oh god, there's some funny ones, but anyways, like
I saw I wasn't watching the stream, but I saw a YouTube clip of this guy. You know how they started out with in the soccer game, the FIFA game with the packs, but it's in like all the sports games now. And this guy dropped like $3,000 in NBA packs, like card packs, and you know the next year there's going to be a new game, and like that stuff just all vanishes. It's like he's going to keep that stuff. He peeled off $3,000 for 8 months of, I don't know, having. I mean, this is my question about Magic. Like, if you get the fancy foil, like mulatto Legolas or whatever, is he better? Like, does it have better stats or something like that? Like, can he do stuff in the game that other cards can't do, or is it just a aesthetic thing?
It's complicated, but basically yes.
But how can you balance that system? Like, how could that game ever be balanced when there's like all these super cards and shit that are valuable to have? Like, I don't know.
You better be buying more packs. So I mean, I mean, honestly, like once again, like this, it's not a game. This is like a financial instrument. Like if I can explain this, but like it would just like it immediately turn into just economic speak. Like we'll just do one quick anecdote like this. So there are cards, like let's say the last set had a card that was powerful and it was rare. They know exact, like, so when they're building the next set, they know exactly how many of those things they need to put in the new set to make its expected value high enough for someone opening packs to be like, oh, I'll go buy a box of these cards because I need that one card, and they're reprinting it in the new one. I mean, it just immediately turns to economics. But here's the issue with buying that, like, we're gonna get the woke mind virus out, is this thing is profitable as fuck, man. Like they're making money hand over fist. They could have the cards just be pictures of feces, and people would still buy it because it's gambling. And so they don't. It don't matter if it's woke or not woke. Doesn't matter. That's why I say just back the fuck away. Because other people are like, okay, well, Elon should buy it, and then like crash the value of the cards. I'm like, think about like, all the mom and pop card like hobby shops around the United States that have to carry inventory of this stuff to sell these kids, wherever. You would destroy their capital. I don't like that either.
There's a thing with this in terms of ownership of all the cards. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Keep going.
Oh, and like the other thing is like, look, I mean, I was like a professional poker player for a while. I'm not against gambling. I don't like gambling for kids. Where this is my whole thing with it. Like, I'm not. I don't have a crusade against this game or whatever. I just back the fuck away from that shit. Just back the fuck away. Just buy D&D. First off, D&D is worth nothing to Hasbro. The only value it has to Hasbro anymore is a license to use to print more Magic cards.
I mean, I imagine I remember what I was going to say. It's like a collector's thing too. Like, you feel like you're doing better in life because you're getting more shiny cards. Like, I have all the different, like World War II bayonets from a certain country, like on my wall, because I like collecting those. It makes me feel good. I like these, But the cards, there's always there's X number of bayonets, to own, and there's forever new cards to buy, right?
Yeah, honestly, I think that is basically a valuable skill. It's something you can earn a pleasure from and money. Like, once you become like, when you're like a rookie in the game of any of these sort of these commodities, it's old guitars, it's art, it could be cards, rare books, these kinds of things. Whatever you get into, when you first get into it, you don't realize it, but you're way overpaying. You're not getting the choice shit. Once you're like an old head, once you really know your way around it, you kind of seen the way money comes and goes. Like, I don't know if I'm sure people listen to this. You're into some kind of commodity. It could be anything. Whatever that commodity is, like right now, the price of the more esoteric and sort of we'll just say the more frivolous whatever your this thing is that you're into in any of these commodities, I bet you the more it's tied to the price of crypto. I don't know if you see this. Whenever crypto's booming, people cash that shit money out. That they cash those bitcoins out and they start buying. They go back and they start buying the old Nintendo games or buying all that stuff. But I think that's not a terrible hobby. I mean, I like old cars and stuff like that. It's nice, and by the way, you can actually make some money for yourself. You probably at this level, what's a really good deal on a bayonet. You know what's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not a money pit by any means, and then you can like trade and stuff too. But one more shilling for the good old boys, guys. Black Friday stream, good old boys, Bog Beef, Merrick. Help support them. 30% off Good Old Boys merch. And that is until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you got 15 minutes. Go buy that shit. Patron client patches. It's the Law and Kennesaw shirt. Classic Good Old Boys tees too. Yeah. Buy.
I need like the QVC countdown timer up here.
Yeah.
Act now.
Billions must buy. Buy that shit. WBSapparel.com/GOB.
Now, when I looked at your profile, tell me if I'm wrong. You had an artistic rendering of what looks like Augusto Pinochet dropping T-shirts out of a helicopter. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
okay. Just making sure.
I mean, it could have been any South American dictator, operating helicopter.
Legally distinct. Yeah, I understand.
But yeah, you buy 2 shirts, you get one free. That's the deal for the next 2 days too. So check it out, boys. But,
how long ago was Mexico a monarchy?
Damn.
Was Maximilian the last one?
Oh, well, I have no idea. Ballpark it for me.
Emperor Maximilian in the middle 19th century, I think. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong about that.
That's not that long ago.
But I mean, he really wasn't. It was kind of like, he was sort of a monarch, but not. I mean, they killed him.
Well, what I'm getting at,
if you die, were you really the king?
Well, maybe. I mean, Caesar got killed, but well, here's what I'm getting at. I mean, we're revanchists for something that was older than that. How come Mexico ain't got no revanchist monarchists?
I mean, because Maximilian, I looked it up. Maximilian was quote unquote emperor for like 3 years, right? It wasn't like it was something you could restore, but yeah, you have to go all the way back to like the Spanish for that. And I mean,
I meant like the German monarchy guys.
Oh, why aren't there? Oh, I'm sorry. Why aren't there any? I would assume the reconstruction that happened to Germany after World War II kind of beat the all the fight out of them. Period.
Yeah, I meant Mexicans wanting to restore the German monarchy. We
all right.
This is another Elon. This won't cost you much money, man. Get you some bloggers out there, some bilingual guys.
Really, how difficult if there wasn't all of these aircraft carriers? Like, how difficult would it be to like get some friends together and go like start a new country, or just like depose of the old like shitty government?
Hell, didn't the Mormons bought they Mexico let them build one of them they're the traditionalist Mormons, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, wasn't Romney's grandfather in Mexico for a while? Yeah, cooling your heels, kind of like some of our people did in Brazil after the war went poorly.
I don't know about cooling your heels. That's where you go to get like 15 wives and shit.
So you're saying somebody could create some kind of Habsburg restorationist movement in Mexico?
It's not important how successful it is or anything like that. What I'm saying is that if we're going to have right-wing revival, and that was the topic for the evening, if we're going to have this big right-wing revival, so we talked about the different things we're going to get going with the, with this pulp literature, get these young guys hyped off this stuff. But then what are they going to want to do? They're going to need a frontier land. That's why we need to get Mexico as like, I'm not saying they need to be a monarchy or be this. They need to be chaos is fine. There needs to be a place with some wild shit going on, something other than just growing drugs and this kind of thing.
Okay, for you and me, it's like you said, what kind of, everybody needs like their own revanchist thing. Like ours is obvious, but like, I don't know, if you were a person who lived in like New Hampshire or whatever, and they were a reactionary person, what would their theirs be? What are they going to restore?
The Puritans that cut the hands off of Quakers and stuff. And they killed a bunch of Indians and shit like that. I mean, they got into some shit.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Dude, I have respect
Happy
for
Thanksgiving.
Dude, speaking of, I'm sorry if this is like why you were talking about it, but isn't the Mormons who wanted to keep doing polygamy in Mexico, they went to Mexico because it got banned in the US.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, it didn't just get banned. They fought a war against the United States Army. But yeah, continue.
Yeah, and it's Mitt Romney's cousins live in Mexico now, and they're polygamists. So the Mormons all have they're all 2 degrees of separation from one another. Like everybody was freaking out because Steve Young was backing up the BYU quarterback that was on the Jets. They're like, these Mormons stick together. It's like, yeah, and so does everybody else.
Yeah, well, I've got this big tweet thread somewhere, and it's not exactly the same thing. But if you're tuned into one very specific conspiracy theory, there's other ones that like, and sometimes this will piss people off. They'll be like, well, you're saying this other group isn't doing this, but it's like, let's just say so mine was about Quakers, and I mean, you can make a really, and it's not, the Mormons have one, Quakers have one. There's a lot of groups like this. And by the way, Mormons made some, like, first off, they start out with like the worst real estate move of all time. They get to Utah. They've got how many miles left they got, and they would own Southern California.
Well, I mean, that was kind of the point, though. They wanted to go to a place where nobody else is at because things weren't going great for them in Illinois.
Yeah, but I mean, they just go a little bit further, and you'd have California, which is, I mean, it's a very. But anyways,
the problem with that is if you keep going there are people in California, and you would run into the same problem. Yeah, if you go to Salt Lake City, you're not going to have a bunch of people fighting you over that territory.
Well, maybe, but I mean, there was nobody in LA until like the 50s. But anyway, so they start out with a pretty poor plan, but then they realize I think this is where they got their game up. They bought it as soon as we acquired Hawaii. They bought that shit up like crazy. They own like half of Hawaii. These Mormons, I
did not know that.
They're long-term planners.
Set up, man.
They're long-term planners.
They got it going on, man.
I think they're one of the only serious Christian sects when it comes to conversion as well. Not that others aren't converting, but you have to go out and do that shit.
I mean, it's a funny bit, but I will say, by the time the Mormons were really moving out there, California was already a state, not just a territory. Like, there's already a state government in California. Like, there's a lot of value in going to your own place and starting from scratch and having control over, building the kind of place that you want to live, not playing by somebody else's rules. When
and you can you can violate sort of like one of the sort of primary well, something that white people hadn't done for for maybe thousands of years, far away from the prying eyes of the United States government. You might want a place that's more isolated than others. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to go back to like the 800s, right?
There is nowhere left to go. Isn't that the problem? It's like, I mean, there's tons of great open space in the U.S. that is fertile soil.
Well, I mean, fortunately for anybody that's what they want to do, I don't think you're going to need if polygamy isn't legalized yet. I mean, why not? Hell, you can do anything else.
Yeah, why not? I mean, because that would benefit like chads like us though, so they can't have that. You know?
I mean, could you imagine, like Admiral Levine or somebody like that be like, polygamy? How dare you?
Degenerate.
I'm poly. I'm not polygamous. Okay, there's a difference.
Yeah.
I only hook up with beautiful women, from 20 to 25. Like that's just my sexual orientation.
Yeah, it's just born that. I was just born that way. We got a flag. They got us afloat on the Pride Parade. It's just
I was thinking.
You know what was a meme I was kind of sad like didn't last that long is like the super straight meme. I thought it was pretty funny. Like maybe it was played out, but like that shit was funny.
What meme?
The super straight one where it's like, oh, I can't hook up with a trans person because I'm only attracted to like cis, like people. This was like COVID. I don't know. You guys might not have seen it, but that shit was funny.
I was thinking about this the other day. Not that I was thinking about the polygamy versus polyamory, and what's the difference? And like I nailed it down like to one line. Like the polyamory is for ugly people, polygamy is for attractive people.
Well, it's like the old joke is like the swingers are hot and the poly people like you run into poly people, especially like in the Beltway area, and they're all like kind of smell. Never like super fat, but like kind of fat, I don't know what the fuck. I guess they got like hang-ups on sex or something. I don't know. But very strange phenomenon. But guys, we're coming up on the hour. We're having I don't know, Charlie, if you want to hang out, if you don't mind the good old boys in here too, that's cool. I don't know. It's your hour, Charlie. So however you want it. We're going to cover Ukraine from 7 to 8 because I haven't been keeping up with it, and Charlie's been doing a good job with like streams and stuff with that. And obviously, it's over for Ukraine. Like it's over. But I want to know how over.
I got a dip, but we had a great time. Check us out, patreon.com/goodoldboys, wbsapparel.com/GOB. Get the merch, support White Boy Summer. Get this merch going.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Thanks, guys.
So who's up next?
Charles Mate. Let me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta run quick. I gotta run soon, but I do have a question about is what's happening in Syria right now? Is that like opening up another front against Russia? Is that a move by NATO to open up?
Charlie be up here in a second. I don't know if he has the answer to it. I certainly don't. But
Hello.
Hey, Charlie. Yeah. Merrick was asking about what's going on in Syria. Do you know anything about what's currently going on there or anything?
Well, it looks like the Syrian civil war restarted on the same day that Israel has apparently signed some sort of peace agreement with Hezbollah. So what a weird coincidence.
It's kind of strange, strange phenomenon. I mean, I guess we can address that too, but it doesn't seem like Israel's making a lot of good decisions with that conflict, but who knows, maybe they're playing 4D intergalactic tic-tac-toe.
Well, Israel just flat out lost the war, and that's why they're pulling out of fighting Hezbollah. And I mean, Trump has apparently told Netanyahu that he needs to have the war wrapped up by the time he comes into office. So maybe they're trying to do that to not get to not incur Trump's wrath as we kind of see him already threatening some pretty serious tariffs on Canada and Mexico, right? So probably Netanyahu doesn't want to be on his bad side, especially since he's only hanging on by a thread. I mean, Netanyahu's in pretty serious trouble as soon as he exits his office, right? So
What's yeah, is he gonna go to jail? I know he's having internal political difficulties for sure, but
yeah, I don't know enough about Likud and Israeli internal political politics really to comment on that. You probably want to ask Pete about that, but
yeah.
everyone I trust has said that it's pretty likely he goes to prison after the war is over. And I mean, in a lot of European countries, the International Criminal Court, right, has issued an arrest warrant, so he's wanted in European countries. The guy does not really have a bright future ahead of him. But how related the Syrian conflict restarting is related to that versus the war in Ukraine, I don't know, because the war in Syria is another sort of proxy war against a Russian-backed regime where they have troops. I mean, when the war restarted a few days ago, a Russian soldier died in the opening of hostilities. So I kind of view that as another angle that the West is attacking the Russians.
It seems like, didn't Putin call in some favors when the opening of the conflict in Ukraine, kind of with logistical support from Assad?
I don't remember. I don't remember what the Syrians have provided. I know the Iranians have provided not only drones, but drone factories actually that are being constructed in Russia in order to build the drones that Iran has been supplying to Russia. I'm not sure what the Syrians have provided.
Yeah, Pete had a really good episode a couple weeks ago where he had kind of like a hypothetical Iranian like escalation discussion. And it was pretty telling. I mean, they have a pretty sophisticated manufacturing and technical basis, obviously not up to par with the United States, but just being able to do that and support Russia like that is, fairly impressive. I mean, not any country can make effective weapon systems like that.
No, and there's sort of the regime would call it like the axis of evil or whatever, but there are sort of technology exchanges that are happening between Iran and Russia and are also possible between North Korea and Iran as well, because North Korea is building these ballistic missiles, so these countries can technology share with each other if they need to, and I'm sure North Korea is doing that in ways that we don't know about.
Yeah, I saw there was.
We see that now. North Korea is continuing to do, training exercises with Russia, and they just signed that big mutual defense treaty, which is a huge deal between Russia and North Korea, because that sort of brings North Korea firmly within Russia's sphere of influence, whereas which very much undermines the de-escalation that Trump was trying to achieve with that country.
By the way, no rush or anything on the live stream on YouTube and Twitch and X, that is in the space. I just put a general map of Ukraine, since that's just going to be the general discussion of what's going on. It's kind of like area of control based on dates and everything. If you could pull that up, it's just I'm having trouble doing both since I'm streaming to X and doing a space, so I can't really put it on the Jumbotron. But figure that'd be a good reference for anybody that wants to look at this while we're discussing any of these issues. But by the way, Charles does have his own space special tonight. It's a simple one. You buy one patch, you get another one free. That ends at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time tonight. So there's we have some Russophile patches of the WBS Apparel group. Good old boys patches, Squirrel Jack patches, Fish Jack patches. Also, Curmudgeon has a Don't Shoot, I'm Retarded patch if you guys would like that as well. So, go get yours today.
Can you guess which patch I'm holding in my hand right now?
I think I know which one. How's that mercenary group doing anyways? That was like the only kind of drama that my normie friends were texting me about, was like, oh, the mercenary commander's heading towards Moscow and it's over for, the Russian regime or whatever.
Oh yeah, that was like a year and a half ago or whatever, right? Talking about
That was actually pretty cool, but I mean, he ended up dead, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, that was really bizarre. I mean, I think probably the best theory that I've heard on that is that basically the he was put up to that possibly either by the Russians themselves to sort of root out traitors. So like the Russian state staged a fake coup against itself to see who would side with it, or the Americans, like the CIA or something, promised support but didn't, and just sort of tried to turn Wagner Group loose just to gauge the how strong or weak the Russian state was. I don't know. Who really knows what happened there? It was very strange because it looked very much like a coup, but clearly had no capacity to actually pull off a coup. I mean,
yeah,
it was like a military parade basically, but it was being framed as a coup. Who knows what really happened there? But
I mean, yeah, like you said, who knows? But I mean, even with all the war propaganda, it's been very clear that Putin has been very safely in control of the country. And despite the initial losses, seems like they just have stuck to the plan, since then. So that was kind of like, that was probably like Western cope why it had like a huge frenzy of attention too, I imagine.
Yeah, well, the problem with interpreting events like that is we only get fed them through Western lenses. So, like, the Western media is declaring this thing a coup, but what was the Russian media saying? I mean, I can't read Cyrillic, right? And there's some English language Russian stuff, but that, of course, is given to us by Russians on purpose. Who knows what their particular agenda is either. So, when it comes to internal affairs like that, I don't really have a good angle to understand like what source on this can I really trust, because basically all the Western sources are going to tell you their own spin on it. Like you always see this stuff coming out about how Putin is being humiliated or something, but it's like, yeah, but he's only being humiliated to like the New York Times, like not domestically or something like that. So I try to not guess too haphazardly on things like that, because I legitimately just don't really know the Russian internal state that much.
I mean, I thought the Tucker Carlson interview was interesting with Putin just because it kind of illustrates two things. It illustrates like the sharp divide in class that really exists. It's like, why are we pretending that these guys are like, just because they're two famous men, that they're all on the same level? And it also illustrates just like, not that Putin's always been obtuse and kind of strange and how he says things, but it's also just reflects a very different cultural basis and understanding that's pretty alien to the West. So
yeah, I mean the Russians are pretty weird. I don't really claim to understand them, but if you ever watch Russian cinema, it has a very different flow than Western movies do in terms of how the shots will linger too long on certain scenes. And I mean, one thing I'm told by Russians or people who understand them is that like the Russians value, or not value, but I guess appreciate suffering much more than Westerners do. Like their primary Christian holiday, for example, is Easter as opposed to Christmas, whereas ours is this big celebration of Christ's birth. Theirs is their main Christian holiday is his suffering and death. So I think that probably characterizes the key differences between the Russians and Westerners.
yeah, I had a friend, he married a Ukrainian girl, over a decade ago now, and he was saying, he did the wedding in Ukraine, met the family and all that stuff. And it was like how he described the culture is, it's like if you're walking around smiling, people just think you're an idiot. Like it's like, why are you?
Yeah, actually, my Russian friend Bobby's listening right now, and he told me a few days ago on another Twitter space that his father's in St. Petersburg right now, and he had reported back that the strangest thing was that everyone there was smiling, because people just don't walk around doing that. But apparently, the Russian population, according to what he said and what I'm told he said, is fairly content right now with what's happening in their in terms of their economic and political situation.
Yeah, I think initially there probably was like some worry with them. It seems just like they've also gotten some breaks here and there, so things are going like relatively well, objectively speaking, for the plans and all that. So
yeah, I mean, if you read like Russian geopoliticians, there's this one I whose books I like called Sergei Glaziev. If you can find it, he has a lot of books in English. And I mean, the Russians have basically planned for this war for almost a decade. And the war, they didn't want the war to come, and they hadn't quite completed all their plans yet in terms of, safeguarding their economy against Western sanctions. But you can see how what they did implement worked very well, and the Russian economy wasn't really hit at all. It, lost like 2% of its GDP in the first year of the war, and then grew by 3% after that. And so yeah, I mean they've been planning for this a long time, because they plan on long terms. And
the West
actually
doesn't.
follow through with it.
I mean, the West doesn't have the will to see through a lot of these sanctions, from what I understand, as well, because they joke that Russia's a gas station, but at the same time, from what I understand, Western countries are buying fuel from India, which is actually from Russia. So sure, there's a little bit of a logistical constraint there, but they're still making money hand over fist, I imagine. So
yeah, well, I just finished reading this horrible book called War in Ukraine, which is basically a collection of essays by like all the worst people ever, such as Anne Applebaum and people like that. And one of the complaints in the book is how basically they didn't have controls over these sanctions like you're talking about. Like, I think during the coronavirus, they saw that they could just push these buttons and lock down the entire country and shut down the economy, right? But they don't have the power to do that in international trade, because they can't just, because there's no governing there's no governing force over all of the European countries and corporations and American corporations that can easily, at the flick of a switch, just turn off all trade, even by cutting off all of these secondary and tertiary routes, like you just mentioned, like going through India and such. Because they can't do that, they're really upset, and they write about it in these stupid essays. But it makes it quite clear that that's what they want. They want fine-grained controls where these bureaucrats can just like push buttons and completely enable or disable entire parts of the economy, like at will, like they did during the coronavirus lockdowns.
yeah,
But since they don't have that, it doesn't
that
work.
was just
Right?
that's just not a weakness of Russia, right? I mean, there's other nations you could stranglehold pretty effectively, depending on their geography and natural resources and things. That has worked against plenty of nations in the past. So there's just not. It's maybe not. It's not a superpower, but it's a large regional power with a self-sustaining economy. So there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, actually, the last essay in this book I read mentions that, where he talks about how the writer talks about how it turns out you can't actually sanction a great power effectively. That just doesn't work, because they have too many alternative avenues to fulfill their needs.
Yeah, and people.
And actually, there's no historical examples of this actually working.
Yeah, I imagine Germany had problems with blockades in both world wars, but that was also like the support of a unprecedented like naval hegemony, like controlling that. Obviously, they had good submarines and things like that, but they couldn't control the sea lanes against the United Kingdom.
Well, yeah, they did, but it didn't stop the war, did it? And that's same in the other direction, right? Like the U-boat war trying to strangle Britain didn't work either. Like it affected their military capacity, but it didn't actually end the war, which was, the goal we have now with the sanctions is to completely deter Russia from attacking in the first place. That didn't work. Or cripple their ability to actually prosecute the war. That didn't work. It just doesn't work on great powers.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wanted to ask a couple questions on the Ukraine war itself. Were there any really like large decisive engagements that happened early on in the war? I think there was. I was reading about a couple tank battles. Maybe I don't know if that was actually like large scale by any means, but could you expound on that if you have any knowledge on any like large tactical engagements that happened?
I mean, probably the most interesting battle was the encirclement of Mariupol and the subsequent capture of the city. I mean, if you're looking for big key set piece battles like the Battle of the Bulge or something like that, like this war is simply not on a scale to where that happens. Not to mention with the ISR capabilities on both sides, it's pretty much impossible to actually marshal, even an entire brigade's worth of forces without the other side seeing what you're doing, right? So all of the engagements are very small scale. Throughout the entirety of the war, really. I mean, now you're seeing interesting things like during World War II, the Russians, the Soviets, I guess, used like these motorcycle battalions that had a tank company with them, and the motorcycles would find weak points in the enemy line, and then the tank would exploit them. They're actually doing that again now, but you just don't see these large.
I saw some videos of them using, I don't know what their equivalent is, but like militarized like motocross bikes is like fast like scouts essentially, whatever. And there was like a chicken egg with drones trying to take them out and like shit like that. Is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent, I guess what you're looking for is like a lot of tanks in one place shooting at other tanks. I mean, to the extent that we even saw that, it was the feint on Kiev getting clogged down on the highways and subjected to ambushes and that sort of thing, which isn't really very interesting to look at, is it? But yeah, there aren't any large tank battles in this war, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think another part of Western propaganda I remember from the beginning was there was a large Ukrainian counteroffensive, and they performed like much better than at other times. But I think that was kind of like, from what my friends who are more knowledgeable about the conflict were saying, that was essentially like their last like big tactical gasp in terms of like resources throwing into the meat grinder, and that really has hampered them since then. But I can't refer to like the exact date that one happened.
Yeah, are you talking about the counteroffensive that they hyped up in the media propaganda from last year, or are you talking about when they pushed the Russians back from Kharkov?
Man, I think that was even like the year before. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, the most successful Ukrainian counteroffensive was when they pushed the Russians back, I think in November, actually around this time in 2022 would be when the Ukrainians launched a big, Western-aided attack in terms of ISR against the Russians in Kharkov. And this was at a point where a lot of the forces in that area were still the mobilized militia units. And there were basically the Russian army got routed at that point, or these militia units got routed in combination with the Russian units there too. And that Ukrainian offensive was kind of only stopped due to a few holdouts. There was one near Liman. I can't remember if it was in Liman or one of the villages very close by, but there's like one specific unit that had a sort of 300 style like last stand in this town that slowed down the Ukrainian counteroffensive. And I think really the Ukrainians probably just extended their logistical capabilities so far that actually helped slow down that counteroffensive more than anything the Russians did. That could have been a moment where they actually lost the war in 2022. Like the Russians definitely could have lost the war in 2022 if that counteroffensive had gone all the way past the Zherbets River and deep into Lugansk. It would have cut off the entire western side of the theater. But that was the last chance the Ukrainians really had, because then there was the other counteroffensive in 2023, which was an absolute total failure.
Yeah, that's, now that I'm thinking about that, is exactly the conflict I was referring to. And from what I understand, if they would have succeeded at that point, like you were discussing, they would have been able to dig in pretty well in those, at the new lines that they would have been drawn, right? So the Russians would have been in a very poor situation as well.
Probably, yeah, because they would be following very similar doctrine to the Russians, which is what the Russians do. Like if you read memoirs from World War II, German memoirs, that is, like they will talk about how the Russians do this. Like the Russians will attack and then immediately dig in. Like that night, they will just dig themselves into every bit of ground they take and become completely unremovable. And that's what the Russians do in this war as well. And I imagine the Ukrainians are following a similar doctrine. We kind of have to imagine it because there's very few cases where the Ukrainians have done any significant offensive movement, right? But to the extent they're still using the same doctrine as the Russians, yeah, that is exactly what they do. And if the Ukrainians did do that, it would have been very difficult for the Russians to remove them, because as we've seen, the front line's been very static after, the end of 2022.
Yeah, I was reading up a little bit just to prep for this, and I think the New York Times referred to it as a snail's mate in terms of Russians are like slowly creeping and gaining ground, right? And you can even see, anybody who's watching the stream, you can kind of see this in this July 16th photo I post up, and I didn't even know that, like, I didn't know the Russians were this close to Kiev. Like I said, I haven't been keeping up that much with it, but it's not looking good. Like it's not looking good for them, and it looks like they're cutting off those support positions near Kiev and pocketing them. So I imagine that it's going to be a matter of time before that area capitulates. Maybe not Kiev itself, but those surroundings.
Are you talking about Donetsk? Because they're not near Kiev right now.
Let me look. Sorry. Oh, that's the Ukrainian recapture. But this might also be, I don't know how exactly accurate this map is as well. But what did you find most interesting about the Mariupol pocketing and surrounding engagement you were talking about earlier?
Well, just that it was an encirclement of a city in modern warfare in Europe, and that hasn't happened since the Second World War.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point in the war, everything that was happening was totally brand new, and no one knew what would happen, like at all. This was completely brand new, and watching the drone technology in particular develop and change the shape of the battlefield. I mean, that was just really interesting. The Battle of Mariupol itself, more the encirclement itself was the most interesting fact than any of the battles. Like, again, unfortunately, you're not really going to find anything interesting in any of these battles. They're too small. I guess in Mariupol, probably the coolest thing that happened was on the Ukrainian side, where they actually managed to evacuate a lot of their soldiers that were encircled by helicopter before the city finally fell, which is pretty interesting because it's very dangerous. Like aircraft have not had a good time in this war until now, really, now that the Ukrainians are, their anti-aircraft defenses are pretty much exhausted. But beyond that, too, like the Russians are able to launch these glide bombs from way behind the lines anyway, so they can't even be targeted.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean,
yeah, I guess we can talk about just Russians' weapon systems. Anything you've noticed that you found interesting, including those glide bombs you're talking about? They've established air superiority at this point.
Yeah, because the Ukrainians don't have the missiles left to shoot down the Russian planes if they're even in range. Like the thing is, in those leaks that came out right before the counteroffensive in 2023, we saw that the Ukrainians were running really low on their missiles, especially the old Soviet ones, and were projected to run out pretty soon. So they're definitely out of all of that, right? And we've given them a lot of man pads and our own missile systems as well. But the thing is, they're also running out of those. So it's reached the point where there aren't that many missiles left for the Ukrainians to use against Russian air forces. And the Russian air forces aren't even flying in range of them most of the time anyway, because they're launching glide bombs from way behind the line. So, Russia has their air superiority to the point where they can just fly their, jet fighters anywhere over Ukraine and not get shot down, but they can operate on the front pretty much behind the front at will, which was the real game changer for this year is the Russians deploying these glide bombs. We have these two; they're called JDAMs, but the Russians have retrofitted all these old bombs with glide wings that they simply drop from miles behind the line, and it silently glides in and hits a target very accurately. And that's what they've really refined is you can drop these 500-pound bombs on a house with pinpoint accuracy now, and you can't see it. You can't shoot it down because it doesn't really have like a heat signature or anything. So it's very difficult to actually lock onto, and the accuracy is really the killer. Like the Russians just have they drop like hundreds of these things a month, and it doesn't put any of their soldiers at risk.
Well, I imagine it'd be extremely difficult to see it with the naked eye. It's moving fast. Like you said, it's a low heat profile, which is like most of the useful military tools have a thermal element to it. I mean, that's just extremely difficult to defend against.
Yeah, and it can't be jammed or anything because it's gyroscopically guided. Like there's pretty much no countermeasure to the thing. You would have to stop it from being launched in the first place, but the Ukrainians can't use their air force offensively because if they attack, they're all going to be shot down, right? So that's just not going to happen. And the Russians are now deploying bigger and bigger versions of these bombs. They're on like the Fab 3000 now, which is much larger than the Fab 500, obviously. And these don't get deployed as often, but it's I'm not sure if they've refined them as much. I saw a few months ago some of the test videos of these bombs trying to hit an apartment complex, but the Fab 3000 is the type of bomb that'll destroy an entire like multi-story building, right? So before, like you saw in the Battle of Bakhmut that lasted for months and months and months, that can't happen anymore because any sort of citadel the Ukrainians try to fortify within a city, it can just be targeted by glide bombs and annihilated. So that's a big problem for the Ukrainians because, as we've seen, they can't really mount effective offensives anymore. Even the one at Kursk achieved nothing of strategic importance, right? And that was against the weakest possible target, right? The softest target is this rear echelon where you only have basic border defense troops in the northeast part of Ukraine, or on the Russian side of that border, rather. And the Ukrainians couldn't even achieve any strategic objective there. And they sent their best available forces, from what we understand. So the Ukrainians can't attack. And for the last year, since these glide bombs have been employed in such quantity, and also because the Russians, outgun them in terms of artillery pieces and actual ammunition, like 10-1, they can't really last in defensive positions now either because they just get bombed to hell.
Are you aware of how effective the range is on modern artillery now? I'm not. I was just asking out of curiosity.
It's like 20-30 kilometers. I mean, it depends on the piece.
That's pretty impressive. Like distance and I've heard there's actually been some technological breakthroughs in terms of like R&D with developing those. So
yeah, it's not really anything better in terms of distance than existed even 100 years ago. I mean, there are artillery pieces that fire longer too. I don't remember the exact specs on everything that they have, but it's like 20 to 30 kilometers for most of what they're using. That's what the 155 millimeter shell that is so talked about is going to be fired out of.
Yeah. Is guided artillery a thing yet in terms of like the munition?
Yeah, I mean that's just on a like per round basis. You can have, they have most rounds now are like airburst, right? So they don't like hit the ground and explode. They explode above the air, above the ground rather, for maximum effect. You can have guided rounds, things like that.
Interesting. Do we know what the realistic casualty rate is on both sides? All I know is I've been reading little anecdotes about 45-year-old dentists being dragged off by the press gang in Ukraine, and the average soldier's age is increasing higher and higher. And obviously a lot of people have left the country in general to avoid conscription. But are we aware of general casualty rates, how they've gone for both sides?
It's hard to say. I think the Pentagon numbers have been pretty accurate. The way you can estimate this is like historical percentages of casualty numbers relative to the size of the entire army, and you can make determinations on like whether that is like reasonable or not. I think the casualty numbers tend to be really overestimated, especially if you're actually talking about fatalities, right? Like I've heard hundreds of thousands dead on the Ukrainian side like years ago, which would be kind of ridiculous because we'd be talking like like a 50% kill rate on their army. It like no army can withstand that. So I think the number of dead is certainly in the hundreds of thousands, maybe north of 300,000 at this point. I mean, we'll have to see ultimately. Those numbers I don't really pay much attention to because they're just kind of, you can't trust anything you're seeing. You can only just make some basic estimates. And I think the Pentagon has had pretty good estimates. So if you go and like find some older estimates they have and like project them forward to now, you can figure it out. There's also like random reports you can read, like when Avdiivka was falling, certain Ukrainian commanders were talking about hundreds of casualties a week. So you can sort of project that out. But of course, that's going to be in the hottest part of the front. So yeah, I think the numbers are just mysterious. The numbers are kind of irrelevant, really. Like you don't look at the numbers, you look at each side's capabilities, right? And you can tell which side is being more attrited basically by who's firing more artillery, pretty much. So like, because artillery causes 80% of the casualties, right, in any given war. So if the Russians are firing 10 times more artillery than the Ukrainians are, we know that for sure, right? All we know is that the Ukrainians have a much higher casualty rate than the Russians do, but like both sides are going to make up numbers, so that kind of doesn't really matter. It's about the proportion, right? In terms of like estimating where the war is going, who has the greater proportion of the key assets that you need to win the war. The main asset is artillery and ammunition.
By the way, is my volume okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. The industrial capacity has expanded for Russia, especially with the munitions, from what I understand. Are the Iranians offering any munitions support as well? I know you're discussing the drones capabilities, but
I don't recall exactly how many shells the Iranians have sold or given the Russians, but I mean the main thing the Iranians have these Soviet drones.
Yeah. Would you say the use of drones has been, I don't know, the biggest innovation in 21st century warfare from this war? The latest lesson, the latest technology deployed that we really haven't seen deployed yet until now?
Well, I mean, they've been used in like the Iraq War, but not at this scale. I mean, at scale, yeah, like the game changer is the drones because both sides can see exactly what the other side is doing on a tactical level, right? So it's impossible to accumulate a large body of forces because of this. I think the intelligence gathering capabilities of drones is definitely the biggest game changer because nobody really knew what would happen when that was employed at scale. And the way the drones have evolved is pretty interesting. Like you had, at first drones were used more for intelligence, and then you started seeing the drones actually, dropping these bombs and grenades, and then you get like these suicide drones that fly into something and explode, and now you have wire guided drones because both sides have been developing their electronic warfare and the ability to jam the drones. So now, like, you're seeing wire guided drones, kind of like tow missiles, right? Like there's a literal fiber optic cable connecting the drone operator to the drone, which limits the range, but it means you can't be jammed. And you also have a really fast uplink to the drone rather than the wireless signal. So yeah.
What's I heard about that. Is it fiber optic drones versus are the unjammable ones?
Yeah, because like there's no signal passing through the air that you can jam. It's traveling through a fiber optic line. So unless that line is cut, there's literally no way to stop the drone from being piloted exactly where you want it.
Damn. I found it interesting seeing all the videos of just, I mean, I guess desperation of just trying to shoot these down with just small arms. I mean, what else are you going to do, right?
Yeah, that's something that's interesting because neither side seems to have developed like a countermeasure that a single person can use. There are these like electronic warfare devices that can be pointed at them to jam the signal, but obviously you can't operate that when one is actually trying to kill you because it's too late at that point. But yeah, they just shoot at these things with like their rifles or submachine guns. I think shotguns have been employed to some extent as well. I don't know how effectively. I'm sure if it was effective, it would be employed at scale, but I don't know. It's like shooting clays, right? Except the clay is like
it's going to be faster
sentient and trying to kill you.
Yeah, it's going to be faster than a clay or a duck, So it's.
I mean, probably the way you would do it is, you have nets that but you can't have every soldier carrying around a net gun. I mean, probably the drone countermeasure you'd want to develop is like micro drones that are trained with like computer vision to just go to the drone they're trying to stop, and either maybe the drones are rigged with like micro explosives, kind of like you saw in those cell phones, right? In that Israeli attack, right? Because all you have to do is damage a propeller, and that seriously reduces the drone's ability to maneuver. Or maybe some sort of like adhesive spray, like glue bomb, right? If you just explode like some glue on the drone, that might jam up its mechanisms. I don't know. That seems like the only viable countermeasure, though, is like sending more drones after the drones that are even smaller, even more cheap rather. Because like how are you gonna? You can't shoot these things, right?
I saw the tanks and different armored vehicles just kind of put netting around.
Yeah.
And it makes sense, right? Because you want it to blow up a little bit farther away from the main protective metal.
Yeah, exactly. The netting actually works pretty well. People call these like cope cages, but at the beginning, but now everyone's doing it.
Now, like you're probably listening what Haywood was saying, and he's right that a lot of this stuff in terms of public policy when it comes to Ukraine and all sorts of other things are a bit delusional, and it's just kind of like these people going down these rabbit holes and not being able to like poke their head out and figure out reality essentially. What is the angle with Ukraine? There's been a lot of talks of it being like a slush fund. Is there larger implications to a Ukrainian defeat other than like NATO implications?
I mean, real strategic implications for the West would probably be who is going to have access to the resources of the Black Sea. There are oil fields there. Russia and Turkey are both interested in these. That's the real, actual geopolitical aspect of this war that matters at all, is going to be Black Sea access.
Yeah, because Crimea would be Russia's only warm water port.
It is, yeah. That's one of the main reasons that the war started, is that it's their only, ice-free year-round warm water port that they have leased before annexing it, and that's absolutely critical to them.
Who would you say are the biggest losers in? Well, actually, before we go to that, do you have any predictions for how long this will continue? Will it just be Trump takes office and there'll be some sort of negotiation?
Yeah, I think the war will probably end in 2026, maybe late 2026. I don't really think Trump is going to be able to stop the war unless there's something I can't comprehend that he believes he can do. He seems pretty certain he can do it. But on its face, his basic threat to both sides is you both have to agree to come together. And if Ukraine doesn't agree, I'm pulling the support. And if Russia doesn't come to negotiate, I'm going to maximize the support. But it's like, how is that a threat? I mean, yeah, the West could be pumping more and more into Ukraine, but Trump doesn't have a mandate to do that. And even if he did, we don't have the shells anyway. It's not even until 2026 that we're projected to even match their 155 millimeter shell production. So it's like, what is he going to send? Like, we've already done that. So from the Russian perspective, I don't really see Trump's threats of increased support for Ukraine as like anything meaningful. It might just drag out the war for another year, but it's like, why would I negotiate as if I'm in a position of weakness when I'm not? So I don't really know what he plans on doing. There might be something more clever that his administration has come up with, but it's really difficult for me to imagine him actually backing the Russians in any sort of corner. It's also it's not really good for the Russian state to allow the U.S. to end the war on their terms. They really want to end the war on their own terms. Because it's a big win for the U.S. in terms of its global political prestige to be the one who negotiates the end. And even if Russia gets a really good deal out of it, right, it's going to look like they were brought to heel by the Americans. Now, Trump could negotiate an end to the war if he's actually willing to give the Russians pretty much everything they want, which is, I think, probably quite a lot in order to end the war at this point.
What are, I mean, in a perfect Russian-based world, they would want to take Kiev, right? But what's realistic in terms of they're grinding down the Ukrainians slowly but surely, and what kind of realistic territorial gains can the Russians see if the U.S. were not able to end the conflict in the next 6 months?
I mean, they'll definitely be able to take the 4 oblasts they've annexed. The western part of Kherson on the right bank of the Dnieper will present some challenge because they will have to cross the Dnieper. But that said, I mean, they control 99% of the Lugansk Oblast, something like 60% of the Donetsk, which is collapsing, which will lead into the Zaporozhye Oblast front collapsing as well. So I think the Russians can certainly secure the 4 oblasts they've annexed. That would not be a great position for the Russians, though. They need to impose a peace on Ukraine that will prevent pretty much everything east of the Dnieper, at least, from joining NATO, because one of the key problems for Russia, like the Sumy Oblast, is in like the northeastern part of Ukraine, right? And this is just fundamentally undefendable territory from the Russian perspective. Like if Ukraine was in NATO and the West wanted to position aggressive military forces in Ukraine and attack Russia, there's really nothing the Russians could do to stop them from reaching Moscow because there's simply no defensive terrain, right? So that issue has to be settled. So if the Russians only got the 4 oblasts, like that would not really be, would it really be worth it? Not really, because it wouldn't achieve what's really their fundamental aim. Like their fundamental aim isn't to get these like pieces of territory, it's to actually protect their state from this extremely this weak point where you can be attacked from eastern Ukraine and there's no viable defense until you get to Moscow. It's like the outer ring of Moscow's urban conglomeration would be like the first viable defensive line for the Russians.
Yeah, it makes sense from a historic perspective as well. The Weimar got pretty damn close to Moscow, within miles from what I remember. I'm going to talk about the Eastern Front with Thomas later. I know he's like pretty knowledgeable.
Well, they got into Moscow. Like if you visit Moscow, if you there's a marker, there's like a monument, and I think it's tank barricades. I've only seen photos of it. And it's well within the bounds of like what you would consider Moscow now, like as a city, right? It'd be like if this were New York and they got to like Brooklyn, right? It'd be like
It'd be like if there was Russian forces that landed in Florida and made it to like Northern Virginia or whatever, but then were repulsed.
Anyway, but yeah, I mean, the Germans did get to Moscow, and it wasn't even through the ideal attack route. Like the ideal way to attack is, from eastern Ukraine, right? So, and we saw what the Russians were able to achieve in terms of advancing all the way, how far they were able to advance. Like the banana shape of territory they have now, right? That was all gotten within like a few months. So if Russia were attacked from Ukraine, similarly. The NATO forces would pretty much reach Moscow in like a month, and there's nothing they could do about it. Like it can't be stopped because the territory constraints are so much more important than people realize. Like I don't know if you've watched Jimmy Thomas' channel, but he's an operational officer from the Canadian military, and one of the things he pointed out in his videos is how like the crossing into France from Germany in both world wars was actually at the exact same site because the terrain restraints on like what are viable points to move X number of divisions into the enemy territory. It's that restrictive actually. So. And if you have bad terrain, like there's nothing you can do to defend it. Right?
What do you know? What route Napoleon took to get to Moscow?
North of the Pripyat marshes, so it wasn't through Ukraine.
That's what I thought.
So it would have been through modern Belarus, which at that time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the territory of Prussia bordered a river. I don't remember the name of the river, but I believe he had to cross a river to actually invade Russia. I think that was the Prussian border.
Yeah, because Napoleon's larger conflicts prior to that essentially brought the coalition to heel, and he was essentially the master of Europe. In that the Russian campaign was obviously the beginning of the end for his rule over Europe. But yeah, I found that interesting, and they did make it to the city proper, but then the Russians played the game the Russians often do, scorched earth tactics, and is disastrous for Napoleon's forces.
Yeah, they burned Moscow, and the emperor retreated to St. Petersburg, which is their historical capital anyway.
Yeah, so you may think you cut the head off the snake, but there's just one more trench you had to take, right? But I see what you're saying now in terms of like the geopolitical positionings, because everyone, especially I think it's because of internal politics in the United States, people focus on the corruption because those tentacles touch a lot of the regime's political apparatchiks. So it's kind of like an easy critique, of course, with what's going on with that. But bigger picture is certainly the conflict with NATO and its implications. So.
Yeah, that's the whole reason this is happening, is because Ukraine is the idea of Ukraine and NATO is just a dagger aimed at Russia's heart, and it would have been really easy to just agree that Ukraine would never be in NATO, but obviously certain ethnic factions in the U.S. Want to destroy the Russian Federation. That's why the war happened. I mean,
Ukraine is a pretty large population of ethnic minorities they share with the U.S., correct?
I'm not sure on the exact demographics. I mean, their president is of that ethnicity, though.
I thought I'm not that well versed on it, but I remember Pete had an episode, one of his shows essentially was like, there's more synagogues in certain areas of Ukraine, per mile than there are in Israel, which is interesting. But
interesting. I didn't know that.
I think, but Israel, that's the thing, is like Israel actually is kind of similar to the U.S. in the fact that there's like the main political struggle is between like the serious religious Jews and the secular Jews who aren't really religious. Obviously, it's more complicated than that, but there's kind of like the people of modernity, quote unquote, the cosmopolitans versus the traditional stock of the country, who have like higher reproductive rates and all those sorts of things. But I imagine that's not the main reason thing, but it certainly could explain some of the zealotry surrounding the conflict, and especially the press going all the way, trying to force an outcome for this. So.
Well, Anthony Blinken told us the reason the war is happening. I guess he's presumably the president right now. He said, I think he was with Zelensky. He said at the press conference, "My grandfather was a Jew who fled the pogroms in Russia." That's just one sentence explaining the entire Western orientation toward Russia.
This is all really fascinating. By the way, guys, don't miss out. We only got 9 minutes left for our Charles Maine sale of the night. Ends at 8 Eastern Standard Time. Buy one patch, get another one free. That discount applies automatically at checkout. Check us out at wbsapparel.com. Charlie, do you know anything about the last question I wanted to ask? Do you know anything about the conscription methods and rates of Ukraine?
Yeah, I think the current conscription age is 25. There's pushes to get it to 18, but obviously if they do that, they're totally uprooting their society, right? There won't be any men left to do any jobs. So that's a big problem. And they need those men to survive, to be the next generation. And I mean, the methods used, like if you're caught on the street and you are deemed to be of age, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're kidnapping people who aren't even of conscription age, but we've seen endless videos now of, Ukrainian goons just walking up to people on the street and kidnapping them and drafting them into the army. And who knows if these people are actually of conscription age or not. But either way, it's pretty clear that, the Ukrainian population is not volunteering at this point for the conflict. And I mean, if you're a Ukrainian soldier and like you see that the US is like wanting to negotiating end to the war and the Russians are now just overrunning your defenses in southern Donetsk, it's like, well, why would you risk your life at this point to defend territory that is probably going to get ceded to Russia anyway in a negotiated settlement. And we've seen you can't really verify anything, but we've seen a number of reports about unauthorized retreats. Like basically the local commanders seem to be authorizing their troops to retreat without actually getting authorization from above, which they're supposed to do. And that totally makes sense because, your whole society has been drafted into this war that the society clearly no longer supports by the fact that people are being ripped off the streets by thugs. Like why would you die for this at this point? For ground that the Russians have annexed and they're probably going to receive.
You have to imagine their morale is just in the toilet right now. It's just how many people probably everyone involved in that conflict knows someone who's close to them that's like dead from the conflict. It's just like at a certain point, this applies to any war. War is all about morale, and you ask yourself, "Why is this worth dying for?" I mean, what? And I guess it's easy to say when you're kind of removed from the conflict, but like, what's the difference between being in a Russian border and a Ukrainian border? Like to some of those people, I imagine there's large Russian-speaking populations in Ukraine that are just generally kind of disloyal to the Kiev regime, but the rest of the population, I can't imagine they're even that thrilled about this in the first place.
I mean, even if you're neutral at this point, it's like if you were given a choice, and I think a settlement that may come is that the Ukrainians will agree to have referendums in oblasts to vote to join or not join the Russian Federation, and then the Russian Federation may annex those that majority vote to join them. That may be one way that more territories are ceded in a way that sort of gives a cover of like popular consent, right? Because like Trump can't just like give the Russians Ukrainian territory. I mean, the Ukrainian state could also just give it to them, but it seems like you would need to have some sort of referendum. That's what Putin did with the 4 oblasts he's already annexed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think you would do that. Shoot, I lost my train of thought now, like the previous Charles did, but I'm not old like he is.
I lost my train of thought with the good old boys one time too. It's okay. This is all really great, Charlie. Thank you so much for coming by. I have been streaming since 10 a.m., so I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll have Jacob on after you're done. Do you want to tell anybody to follow your Substack? I know that's probably like your main point of contact for your people other than Twitter.
Sure. I mean, the main thing to follow really is the Old Glory Club at this point. I just put out an article today, actually, on our friend Joel Berry at the Babylon Bee and his feud with Aaron McIntyre. I think people have enjoyed it. And yeah, I mean, my YouTube channel is just Charlemagne. You can find my like older neo-reactionary videos and some stuff on Evla there. My Substack is charlemagne.substack.com. I actually realized I left some of my previous book review uncompleted, but I had to get it out. I do book reviews on the paid part of the Substack. The next one I'm going to do is actually on Scott Horton's new book, Provoked, which is quite good. It reminds me of Sean McMeekin's books in terms of like every other sentence is footnoted. It's like 600 pages. It's not like a polemic book on the war in Ukraine. It's like a real history of the war, probably the first essential one. So I will publish a free preview of that shortly, actually, because the first few chapters actually cover how Russia was promised that NATO wouldn't expand east, basically. So anyway, yeah, check out my Substack, charlemagne.substack.com. It's called Neo Reactor.
Excellent.
And yeah, that's all I got.
The Babylon Bee guy is super cringe, so I'm gonna read that article you put out.
Yeah, I mean, it's short, but it just dismantles his civic nationalism, as we call it.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. Thank you so much, bro. I'll see you soon, man.
All right, thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Guys, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to put the stream on a music timer.
thought my phone was broken.
Nope. Welcome back, everyone. I am Max Teller, the Chief Marketing Officer of WBS Apparel. We are back. We are live with the CEO of Keyed Energy, Jacob Urowski. He's here to talk entrepreneurship. He is a beloved schizo poster on Twitter.com, now known as X. And let's see. You also wanted to talk about Mr. Daniel Penny in the trial going on with that. Would you like to cover Keed first, or would you like to talk the Penny stuff?
Yeah, I'm more interested in the Daniel Penny thing. It's funny because you messaged me and you were like, "Hey, you should come talk about your business." And I was like, "Yeah, it's Black Friday. I probably should promote my company." And then I messaged you last minute yesterday. I was like, "Hey, you want to talk about race wars instead?" And you were like, "Yeah, I'm down." So,
I mean, you knew you knew what the answer was going to be. You know, that's just some good bait. So, of course, here we are.
But yeah, man, if anybody's interested, I run a company called Keed Energy. We're a based energy drink company. KeedEnergy.com. We have a Black Friday sale up right now. So if you go to the website, you type in code Niggardly, you'll get 20% off everything. But yeah, Daniel Penny. So I've been following this because I think these sorts of trials where like your right to violence is on the line. I think this is some of the most important stuff you could follow. Rittenhouse, all these kinds of cases. There was a big one, a kid called Ethan Lemming that I followed. I wrote a piece for IM76 about them. That was a kid who basically, he lived in a bad neighborhood, and he rolls up on these guys playing basketball, and he shoots basically a water gun on him, and they beat the kid to death and get away with it. So I wrote a big thing about that, basically why and how that happened. And now you have the exact opposite situation where a guy basically bare minimum defends himself, and now he's on trial for murder. So I think the interesting thing about this is that they kind of learned their lesson with the last one. Like Rittenhouse, our guys took that and they turned it into memes. It was very useful in terms of propaganda. We got a lot of mileage out of Rittenhouse. So with this court, they sealed everything. Part of that is because of New York City laws, but that's also because they didn't want us kind of going through everything. But I was like, yeah, fuck that. So I looked up the public court records, and I got all the journalists who were there, because journalists are allowed to take notes, right? So I got all their files. I turned everything into like an Excel sheet, and I had ChatGPT organize it for me. And then I basically turned that into an audiobook. So I listened to everything that's happened in the court. I just listened in the background while I'm like, cleaning my house or fucking my wife or whatever. So basically I know a lot about this case, long story short. And there's a lot of fucked up stuff. Like, I think you guys would be really surprised some of the shit that's been going on with it. Yeah.
Well, how about I imagine everyone here kind of knows what happened, but you mind going from the top? Like, what happened that day on the subway with this guy? And he's a former Marine, correct?
Yeah, 24 years old, pretty much a Boy Scout. Jordan Neely, on the other hand, is an individual that makes George Floyd look reasonable. Because George Floyd, for all his faults, career criminal, drug user, he's at least not insane. Neely lost his mind decades ago. I mean, he doesn't know the difference between reality and fiction. He said stuff like, Tupac came back to life and we changed the world together. And that's why the CIA is trying to kill me. This is a guy who's just a danger to himself and others. And, he's assaulted multiple different people on the subway. And this one day, he almost misses the train. By a fraction of a second, he just manages to get his hand in the train door and gets on the train. And he enters the train and immediately starts threatening people. And then something happens. We don't know what exactly. But at some point, Daniel Penny restrains him from the back with a blood choke and takes him down to the ground. And then at some point, and this is what the court case is all about, at some point Neely dies. And then he was not charged at first, but there was obviously a series of protests. This is around 2020, so BLM is in full force. There's a lot of pressure on the DA, Alvin Bragg, to open a criminal investigation, and they ended up pressing charges on him. So, this is a big case, in terms of like race relations and like how close to South Africa are we kind of thing. So yeah, that's the broad strokes. I can tell you a lot more about what actually happened in those kind of critical moments, but yeah, that's the general overview.
By the way, we actually do have a Keyed Energy WBS special tonight. It runs until 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Spend $100 and you get a free pair of the glasses of color, the Glock polarized sunglasses. That discount applies automatically at checkout. We also have buy 2 shirts, get 1 free. Also, if you spend $100, you get free shipping on any order. So check that all out at wsapparel.com. Yeah, Jacob, you can continue with letting us know about everything.
Hell yeah. So one of the things you really got to understand about this case is that there's a big precedent for it. There was a guy called Bernie Goetz back in the 80s. He was basically in a situation where he got mugged by 3 scholars on the subway. And he pulls out a gun. Why does Bernie have a gun in New York City? Because he's been mugged before. He pulls out a gun and he shoots these kids. So he was tried for that. And basically what happened is that he was found guilty for defending himself, and he had to pay his muggers $84 million for inflicting emotional distress. So that was a case that was explicitly cited by like Al Sharpton and the DA and all these guys. So that's the blueprint they're running off of. So Penny's in a bad situation, obviously, but he has a lot of the facts going for him. So like, for example, there's a very good chance that Neely died due to a combination of schizophrenia, sickle cell anemia, and K2. So K2 is basically like a synthetic marijuana. It's a drug that homeless people do, basically. And it feels kind of like cocaine. Now, the thing with K2 is that you can't test how much K2 someone's on. You can only do a positive or negative test because it's a designer drug and it changes constantly. So we know he was on K2. And that's most likely what killed him, because K2 kills you in a different way than opiates does. It restricts your airway. And the first responders didn't give him mouth-to-mouth because he's a crackhead and they didn't want to get hepatitis. So that in and of itself might get him off. The thing he has going against him is the public perception and the politics and, the racial dynamics and all that stuff. When this first started, it was, so there was a journalist on the scene, a guy named Juan Alberto Vasquez, and he gave all the original information. For a year, nobody knew anything about the case except for what he said, and his recollection of events was that Jordan gets on the train. He says, guys, I'm desperate. I need food and water. I'm not afraid to go back to jail. And then Penny walks up behind him and strangles him to death. Now, I looked up Juan Vasquez, and it turns out he's like a far left activist. He's very involved with like black trans rights and homelessness and all this sort of stuff. So he's obviously a biased person who lied and
he was there. He was a real witness to this.
He was there. He actually got the video that everyone has seen. The main video, he took it. But what he said happened, because remember, the video starts after they're physically involved with each other. The video doesn't capture everything that built up to it. So all we have to go on from that is what he told the media. And he did a full press tour. He was in Vice, he was in ABC, CNN. He went everywhere, and they just quoted this guy verbatim without asking any of the other witnesses. So now we're finally getting witness testimony reported on by reporters in the building. And from what I looked up that they said, there was a woman right next to Neely as he was flipping out. And this is a woman with a 5-year-old child. And she said, I was afraid for my life. Neely said, I'm going to kill you. And then he charged at me. And I put the stroller in front of my baby as a barrier. And I thought I was going to die. She said, I've been on the subway for 30 years. I've never felt that scared in my life. I knew he was going to kill me. And it was at that moment that Penny came up and restrained the guy. So this is completely different from a situation where You got a guy saying, I'm desperate, I need help, the system's failed me. This is a guy who's threatening to kill women and children. So think about what kind of person you have to be to lie about that and cover it up and try to put, you know, that guy in prison for saving a. This is like French Revolution shit. You know what I mean? This is why I think it's so important, because people have been doing this shit forever. You know, it's anarcho tyranny, basically. You let these freaks loose and they go after your political enemies. You know, that's all it is, basically.
I mean, that's the first Trump meme. You know, you're telling me this for the first time, but actually, I didn't know. I knew he was being dangerous on the subway, but it sounds like what Penny did is heroic in taking action. From
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we know from the George Floyd case that even in Floyd's situation, the prosecutors and the DAs, they thought that the cop was doing the right thing. Like, these people always do. But they throw these guys under the bus anyway because there's political pressure. That came out in a sexual harassment lawsuit. It was unrelated to the Floyd case as such, but one of the prosecutors who was working the case filed a lawsuit suing her boss. And in that disposition, everything came out, and they talked about how, yeah, you know, the medical examination, it looked like he OD'd, but I lied about it because my boss told me to. Right? So we just know that now, and nobody talks about it.
Did she testify that on the stand?
Well, so it was basically like a civil case. So you sit down in a room with your lawyers, and you give your testimony like at a desk, and they record everything. It's the equivalent of doing it in a court because you could still perjure yourself, but it wasn't like in a criminal trial. I think that's maybe why it didn't get as much news. But the same thing is happening with the Penny case, because the medical examiner, she might be, I followed a lot of these cases, and she might be one of the most biased individuals I've ever seen. So she's done a couple things that were pretty shocking. For one, she released her report on the cause of death before the toxicology report came back. So no idea if this guy was on any drugs whatsoever, and she says, I know the cause of death. She also originally said that she, in fact, didn't know the cause of death. And she admitted, her words, not mine, she changed her mind after she saw the video on social media. She saw it on Twitter and then went back and changed the autopsy report. So that's like terrifying to think that, you know, the people who control your fate are going on Twitter, reading Twitter comments, and then they decide you're guilty, right? The other thing she did is that when she was being cross-examined, she basically said that she didn't care if it turned out that he had enough fentanyl in his system to kill an elephant. It was still a chokehold. So she's obviously been told, you know, this is a tense political situation. We got to lock this guy up. Do whatever it takes. On the bright side, pretty much everybody else who's been called to the stand, like you said, they view this guy as a hero, especially the people that were there. The people that were there, and this is rare, white, black, everybody supports Penny, which is usually not the case, unfortunately. If you look at the Bernie Goetz situation that I mentioned before, they polled New York City at the time. Again, this is a guy who just defended himself. He's been mugged before. He's trying to save his life. About 65% of New Yorkers supported him, but only about 20% of black New Yorkers supported him. So, you know, in these sorts of cases, race is always a huge factor. So one of the things I did is I looked up the demographic makeup of the jurors. So in this case, they actually didn't release the races, but I was able to look up their age, their sort of background, and their careers. And I'm a very high-level racist, so using this information, I can tell you what race they are. Basically, I believe there's only one or two people on the jury that are black. A lot of them have jobs like marketing manager or IT guy. One woman is middle-aged, and she's a nurse, which in New York City means she's most likely Puerto Rican or black. And the interesting thing about this jury is that, you know, when you go through a jury selection process, you weed people out. So you ask them, like, hey, have you ever been mugged before? The guy says yes, and you tell him, okay, you can't be on this jury. 9 out of the 12 jurors have either had some sort of physical altercation on the subway or been mugged before. So that means they went through, dozens of people, and they still were left with 9 that have been assaulted on the New York subway. That's how dangerous it is right now. So you take all that information, I think it's really likely that Penny gets off. But it's anyone's guess. I mean, do you have an opinion? Do you think he'll get off, or do you think they'll find him guilty?
It's weird. My head says convicted. No, sorry, I got that mixed up. My heart says he's going to get convicted, but actually thinking about it, I think he's going to walk. Because I think, yes, the race thing is important, but we're so far away that high mark of like progressive hysteria of the Floyd year that it's like it's all just comes off as bullshit. Now, yes, there are faithful adherents like that dude who gave false testimony, essentially. But I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like there's this huge media machine that's like trying to force a verdict. Now, are certain people trying to force a verdict? Of course, like that's the prosecutor's job to, as much as they're a piece of shit and probably belong in jail, like that is their job to try to convict him, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he's gonna walk. I really do.
Yeah, God willing, man. I hope this poor kid and his poor family. The thing you mentioned about the guy who gave false testimony, that's fascinating. So if any of you aren't aware, there were 2 other guys who helped restrain Jordan Neely. None of them got charged. One of them, actually, the individual you're talking about, he not only didn't get charged, he fled the scene. He fled to another state. And then they had to find him 1 state over and bring him back. Still didn't charge him. They bring him back. He lies to police. He says, I didn't touch him. He was alive when I left. He makes up all this stuff. They still don't charge him. Not only that, they give him immunity. Now, to compare this to another case, I forget the guy's name. Maybe you can remember. But during the peak of 2020, there was that guy who was the jogger. Do you remember the infamous jogger?
Yeah. Wasn't
I forget his name.
Guys where the retired cops had the shotgun, and then they convicted the dude who just like took the video because he wanted to document what was happening?
Exactly. That's my point. Exactly. So if you are in the proximity of a black man being killed by white Americans and you film it, you can be found guilty of murder. If you're Hispanic or black and you physically hold down someone while a white guy kills him, you will get immunity in New York City, at least in that district. So again, race is a huge part of it. There's a phenomenon called OJ juries, which I'm sure you're familiar with. There's been at least 1 juror from the OJ case who's come forward now and she outright admitted that she let him up because he was black. You'll notice in a lot of black activism, the idea of jury nullification is, that's sort of the academic spin they put on it. And there have been a lot of laws passed recently that kind of help enable this. So, for example, like I said before, if you're biased, you can be dismissed as a juror. If you say, I don't like cops, or, my son had a bad interaction with the police, they can dismiss you for that reason because now you're personally tied up in what's happened. Well, they passed a law that says if someone is part of a protected class, so race, gender identity, anything like that, you cannot be dismissed as a juror for those reasons. So this, obviously allows for, there was a guy in the Floyd case who, he was wearing BLM shirts later, right? So on top of that, you can have a jury that is, 12 out of 12 happen to be African-American people, and that won't be cause for alarm. But there are precedents for getting a jury overturned, actually getting the entire case overturned if you have too many white people. And it gets worse than that, because you can have a case overturned just if anyone involved was racist. Now, let me tell you what I mean by that. There was a case in California This is the Antioch texting scandal, where there were 3 gang members. You know, these guys have a rap sheet a mile long, which, you know, the majority of people convicted of felonies, they've been in prison before. These guys, gun charges, they were shooting at somebody, they almost killed a bunch of people. Well, it turns out, after they were convicted, it was released somehow that the police officers, there's about 6 of these people, men, women, white, Hispanic, and in their personal lives, they were sending text messages to each other that were considered racist. And it was mostly like boomer tier memes you see on Facebook. Because of that, the additional gun charges were overturned, and they spent about half the amount of time in prison, the gang members did. So there's just so much shit like that I could tell you about. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, man.
You know, I'm trying to think of like the worst of narco tyranny states. This obviously puts New York pretty solid up number 1. I mean, the District of Columbia isn't a state, but I've just heard story after story of like shit like this you're talking about, which is crazy. It's also weird. DC is under assistant states attorneys, like U.S. attorneys. So they'll dismiss like anything that's not like a crazy violent felony because they just see themselves above prosecuting, you know, federally anything that's not like extremely severe or like politically gonna move them up the ranks. All of that. I have an interesting anecdote in that I was talking to someone very well versed in the Baltimore city government, and just like they know how things work and the processes and all that. And it's a well-known fact that jury nullification in Baltimore is like a given phenomenon, in that it's kind of racial just because juries are generally black and generally the people being prosecuted are black. So the jury nullification part of it is that anything that's not a serious violent felony where someone quote unquote got hurt in the juror's eyes is generally that person could be found not guilty. So even if someone's like dead to rights on a stolen vehicle, you know, felony, but the car is picked up later and nobody got killed or whatever, then that person could just walk just because that's how the jury decides on things. Now, they generally, from what I understand, are like, if someone died or got hurt, they will convict a lot, just because, even if like the evidence is kind of shaky, just because they're like, oh, you can't kill people in our city. Like, they understand that, right? But so that's you know, not exactly what the founding fathers intended with a trial by a jury. In my opinion. So, but yeah. Is there any other details you'd like to share about the Daniel Penny case? You brought up a lot of interesting stuff so far that I hadn't heard before.
No, man, that's pretty much it. You know, that's just my little race war rant for you guys. I figured that'll be great for business. So
yeah,
hell yeah.
Buy Keyed Energy. Is it 20% off with promo code Niggardly?
Yes, niggardly, which means like to be frugal.
Yeah, can you spell that out for our listeners?
Niggardly, niggardly.
Okay.
You know, there's a guy who I think this is like back in the 80s. He got in trouble with the NAACP because he said niggardly, and he had to like apologize on TV and shit. So hopefully that doesn't happen to me. But
yeah,
we'll
I've never heard that one like IRL really, so.
Yeah, not a popular word nowadays. No. Yeah.
Do you mind updating us on how Keyed Energy is going? Anything you've how are sales? And you don't have to give us like all your numbers and shit, but you know, generally what's going on?
Man, it's going great. It's actually a pain in the ass because I hate packing boxes. And, like, I keep telling people, like, stop fucking buying my product. Like, I don't, like, this sucks. I haven't seen my kids in a week. Like, they're eating Pop-Tarts and fucking paint chips, and you guys keep buying shit. So it's going good. I hate running a business. So if you're listening to this, don't buy anymore. But it's going really good, man. I got a lot of people who are like super involved with it, and they're like kind of really big fans. So they'll make like one order a week, and then we've had people who ordered a couple 12-packs, and then they went back and ordered the 4-pack because they wanted the different box it comes in, and shit like that. So
that's cool.
everybody's been really cool about it, man. And it's been going great. I don't know. I should have sold cryptocurrency though. I don't know why the fuck I started a drink company. But yeah, other than that, shit's going good. Did you guys get some?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my personal testimonial of Chet and I both tried it and both really enjoyed it. Yeah, but feel free to use the photographs I took on the of your cans anytime, man. That's for you to use. That's why I took them. So no rush or anything. But I'm just wanting to let you know that's wanted to help you out with those. But
Yeah, man. I posted those a couple places. I actually sent those to my dad too because there's like so few things about my company that I can tell my family about. So when I get something normal, like, a promo picture or something, like, fuck it, I can finally show my family something about this company and send them something that's not like an anime girl, like inserting a can of Keat into herself or something.
All right, personal testimony. Also, Chet said he bought a 12-pack today, so ship that out for him.
Hell yeah, thank you, brother.
Put him to the top of the list, but so I have my notes here about my first Keat Energy experience, and it's attractive can, it's cool logo and all of that. It didn't come off as it came off as like a legit drink, like it's well packaged and everything. It doesn't seem like a one-shot sketchy, Chinese product or anything. And
that's good, not Chinese.
Yeah,
thank you.
So I drank it. So just me personally, I'm not big on sweets, but I liked how it was orangey and maybe a little bit too juicy, but that's just my personal preference. But good, solid, middle of the mouth, taste, and then aftertaste was really good, and all of that. The effects were interesting. I shared the same effects as some of the other people that posted of pretty wild dreams. So not bad dreams, just interesting. Not I wasn't having a nightmare or anything. It was cool. But couldn't tell you what it was. It was just nonsense. But my balls were tingling, not in a bad way. So it's definitely probably positive testosterone influence, I imagine. Yeah, and it like you were advertising, it does give you kind of a chillax feeling. And I was feeling really chill and good because I even drank it late because I was just excited to try it. I was like, fuck it, I'll drink it at 9:00, whatever. But I was actually chill. But then I was like, damn, that was really good. I'm gonna drink another one, and then 2 for me was a bit much. I didn't feel bad. I was just ugh. I was it's much better feeling when you just drink one at a time, really. But yeah, that's my personal Keat.
Hell yeah!
So buy that.
Thank you, brother. My wife does the same thing. She drinks them at night because basically, if any of you guys aren't familiar with it, we have glycine as part of our stack. Glycine is an amino acid that's found in raw meat, so you don't really get it in your diet like we're supposed to. It's similar to vitamin C, where our body stops synthesizing it. So glycine, when you take it, it makes you feel calm. Makes you feel sort of not anxious and chill and confident around people. And most interestingly, it gives you extremely vivid dreams. There's actually some anthropologists who think that cavemen times, they were more religious and superstitious because they had a ton of glycine in their diet. So, this will trigger your blood memories, which is what I was going for. But I'm super stoked the stack hit you. That's my favorite part about the drink, honestly, is all the weird shit we put in it. Glycine, magnesium, L-theanine, B vitamins, all kinds of shit. So it's there's not really any there's mood drinks and there's energy drinks, but I don't think there's any other companies that combine both of them. That's kind of what I like about Keed, man. Is I've been drinking, I've been getting high on my own supply, as they say. But I like it because like I drank one before we did this because it kind of chilled me out. You know what I mean? So if you're somebody who you're like an autistic, you're like one of our guys, these are good for you because they'll kind of help you chill. I actually know one guy who told me that all the supplements we put in the drink, he used to buy those separately, but now he just drinks Keed because it's cheaper. And he got tinnitus after the vax, and when he drinks Keed, it gets rid of his tinnitus. So I'm not saying this will cure your vax injuries, but at least one guy has said that it does work for him. So
yeah, it's definitely not going to cure your AIDS or whatever either, but it might.
It does.
Alleviate the symptoms. Yeah.
It does cure AIDS.
Really? Okay.
It does cure AIDS. Yes.
Great. Yeah.
I found out the hard way.
There's at least like 5 people in here that have AIDS, so I recommend all of you buy Keed Energy. So. But yeah, man, that's fucking legit. Stack was good and all that. So I run a little bit hot, so it's nice to have like when I like the taste of Red Bull actually, because especially like the Red Bull Zero or whatever, because it's not that sweet. But I don't really like how it makes me feel, so I don't really drink it very often. But this, if I had a steady IV of Keed, I'd be drinking it frequently. So I have to get one.
Hell yeah!
Well, the 12 packs.
That's another thing about other energy drinks is that there's always a crash. Like I drink energy drinks, all different kinds. I drink them like water, and I always crash hard afterwards. And that's because they all have more or less the same ingredient stack. And what they tend to have is taurine, which restricts your blood vessels, increases your heart rate. It makes you feel really good, but then it wears off and you feel like shit afterwards. Most of these drinks are also sugar-free. They tend to have like sucralose or aspartame or something like that. And believe it or not, the lack of sugar actually increases the crash. You'd think it would be the opposite because people always talk about a sugar crash. But when you drink sugar with all these supplements, and especially with caffeine, the sugar actually helps stabilize your blood levels. So you drink real sugar, real cane sugar. If you're taking caffeine, especially with L-theanine, and you just don't crash afterwards. Like you just feel, it's almost like, have you ever heard of paraxaxine? It's a new type of caffeine that came out recently, where it's like half-life of caffeine. So they isolated a caffeine molecule and they put it in a drink, and you drink it and you don't have a crash afterwards. And it feels like that basically. So, there's lots of weird shit coming out right now. There's lots of cool mood drinks. But the problem is that a lot of them have weird experimental shit in them, where they have like kratom or kava or, citric acid, which we could talk about. But there's a lot of shit out there. Ashwagandha is a huge one. Do not take ashwagandha, please. If you listen to anything else I say tonight, don't take ashwagandha. There's a lot of shit out there that's really bad for you. And, people don't give a shit, and they'll just throw whatever the fuck in their product, So that's the one good thing about Keed. I tried to be really careful about what I put in it. And, it wasn't cheap. Like, I don't make a ton of money off this stuff. But I really wanted to make it in a way where I'm not, like, giving people fucking cancer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I really appreciate you doing the research. Would you mind explaining to us what's wrong with ashwagandha or whatever the fuck it's called?
So for one, it sounds African, which I don't like. Number two, and more importantly, it acts like an SSRI. So they've done studies on this, and they show that it increases the upsides and the downsides of antidepressants. And if you take it by itself, it acts like you're on an SSRI. So, people, a lot of people don't like antidepressants. I don't trust them myself, but they're bad enough if you're prescribed them. Now imagine you take an SSRI every other day or once a week. What is that doing to you? Right? That is not good for your brain, man.
That's definitely throwing. That's throwing off your shit. And I mean, from what I understand about hearing people use those kind of substances, it's something like you have to take consistently, otherwise you're like throwing your whole system out of whack. So I imagine that's not good for you at all.
100%. Yeah, you're flooding your dopamine, you're flooding your serotonin, and then you stop drinking it and you go through, it's actually called dysphoria. So it's the opposite of euphoria. It's like you want to fucking, unalive. I don't know what I could say if you guys are on Twitch, but you feel really bad.
Say whatever you want.
Okay. But yeah, you want to fucking blow your brains out because you aren't producing the happy chemicals you should be making. So they put this shit, ashwagandha, it's the most common mood drink ingredient. If you go to almost any mood drink company, you look through what's in the can, ashwagandha is always there. And the reason they put it in is because it works. Like, the first time you drink it, you feel good. But, that has, like, serious long-term consequences. And you could, it's so popular now, you could buy this shit at 7-Eleven. They sell SSRI juice on the shelf. And it's only getting more popular, which is, that kind of troubling. But I see a lot of kids drinking them too nowadays. So that, God only knows what that's doing to you. If you're taking that, drinking energy drinks with SSRIs in them and you're like 15, So long story short, Keed doesn't have any of that stuff in it. We also don't have a mold-derived citric acid, which is kind of another rabbit hole that another people don't know about. Have I told you about the citric acid thing? Is that something I've talked to you about?
No, red pill me on citric acid.
Okay. Citric acid is in pretty much everything you eat or drink that has any acidity to it. It tastes great, and it's a preservative. So they put it in everything. It's dirt cheap. It's everywhere. It's in a lot of kids' food because kids like that sort of sour, tart taste. Citric acid is made
and all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah.
Citric acid is made from black mold. And it's one of the only products that was given generally regarded as safe status by the FDA without being tested. So we have no idea what it does. They've done a couple studies on it, and it's linked to the inflammation that causes autism, actually, like no joke. It might literally give you autism. It's related to inflammatory heart disease, all kinds of other stuff that you don't want. And they put it in everything, and it's never been tested. So Keed, as far as I know, we're the only drink that has non-mold derived citric acid. They basically make our citric acid from a type of root, and they extract the acid and then just put it straight into the drink without modifying it. But with the way they make industrial citric acid, they take black mold and then they add, I want to say phosphoric acid, and then they let the mold rot, and then they extract that, and then you fucking drink it. So, yeah, and if you have kids, especially, man, go look on your juice box, see if citric acid is on it. If it's on there, throw that shit away. Like, it's so bad for you, really.
Damn, that's fucking crazy. We had Ren on at 10 a.m. and he was talking a lot. We could only cover so much in an hour, but he was like, essentially, he's going over like a lot of the good stuff he's already wrote down that people can buy his books if they want to know everything or whatever. But he was essentially just listing out a lot of the common understandings of like what is garbage that's going into the food supply. Right. And it's just, there's so many, it's difficult. I find it difficult in my personal life, just like I'm busy as fuck, right? So I'm like eating out, sometimes try to choose a healthier option or whatever, but it is difficult at times, especially in the United States.
Oh my God, it's borderline impossible, man. Unless you're like a spurg about it like me and you just spend a bunch of time reading about this shit constantly. Like, my wife has the same problem because she obviously doesn't, she's like a perfect example, super well-intentioned, cares about her kids, tries to buy things that are healthy, and it's like impossible to do it, even when you want to, because they lie about shit. Even on the back of the label, like the way you get considered organic, it has nothing to do with if the product is good for you or not. I learned a lot about this making the drink. Natural ingredients, you put that on the back of your label, has nothing to do with if it's healthy or not. All this stuff is technical jargon. And you make a couple tweaks here and there, and then you get to say that your product is healthy, and basically trick people into poisoning themselves. And there's just so much shit to keep up with. It's almost impossible for like the average person to do it, unless you're like, you're like married to an autistic guy, like my wife is. I can just look it up for her. That's one of the interesting things about like RFK. Is like a lot of our shit is going mainstream now. You have like the fucking president on TV talking about seed oils. Like, it's kind of insane. So, hopefully that goes somewhere.
We're not in Based World yet, but it seems like definitely the selection is one step closer to Based World, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Seed oils are another big one. That's super popular now, so everybody probably knows about it. But grapeseed oil, anything that comes from a seed, sunflower seed oil. If that's in something, I probably wouldn't consume it. Basically, it's an industrial byproduct. They used to use it as machine lubricant, and then at some point, somebody found out that you can put it, you can put it in food and cook with it, and like it's basically like gutter oil from China. And a lot of people, like, we don't have a ton of good information on this yet, but a lot of people have speculated that has to do with the obesity crisis. That we know that seed oils affect your metabolism, and a lot of the issues people have now, like I think it's like 50% of kids have pre-diabetes right now, which used to be unheard of. A lot of this stuff is downstream from metabolic disease. So, like, if there was one thing you had to get rid of, I would say seed oils is a big one to go for.
Yeah, you talked about inflammation that causes autism. Is that in a certain developmental period for a young person? How does that work?
No, it's not. So the study I read, it wasn't specifically focused on kids, but you obviously, you don't develop autism as an adult, so you can kind of infer. Most kids develop autism. Most are diagnosed before the age of 3. So that's really like your critical area for, making sure, especially like the first, 9 to 18 months, just give your kids like meat and potato and vegetables. Like, don't give them processed food. Don't buy anything that's in a box that's got plastic around it. Just whole foods. If you stick with whole foods, you don't have to keep track of any of this shit. Just like, did it come out of the ground? Did it come off of an animal? If that's how it is, you're good. Where it starts getting tricky is when you have something that's like a snack. Snacks are really what gets you, like bars, chips, especially obviously like gummies and stuff like that. But if you just stick to like potatoes, vegetables, milk, dairy is a very easy way to cheat. Just tons of dairy and cheese is super good for you, and it's not going to poison your kids. That's a really easy way to just stick with it and not have to worry about what's inside the food you're eating. But as far as age goes, yeah, I would say like 3 years old and below, that's really the most important time in terms of child development. I'm not an expert on kids in particular, but from what I've read, a lot of the dietary stuff that causes autism, it can start even prenatally. So like, even if your wife is eating unhealthy food, actually, we know that for a fact that metabolic disease does affect fetuses. So if you're a woman who has trouble getting pregnant, which is about, I think it's like 60% of couples right now, due to metabolic disease, what tends to happen is that you have a baby that's considered basically, if the baby's born over 10 pounds, that's actually not a good thing. That's a sign of health issues. So if the baby is born over 10 pounds, that's most likely because the mother has metabolic disease, and then the baby has an increased risk of autism, all these sorts of things, prediabetes, congestive heart failure, all kinds of stuff. So what they tend to do is they fix the symptoms so that they'll give the fat lady IVF, and then she has a huge unhealthy baby, and then the baby gets pre-diabetes, and then he gets autism, right? Because they haven't changed their diet, their lifestyle. So yeah. Long story short, if you got kids, start from the very beginning, man. Even before they're born, it really matters.
Damn, that's crazy. I was reading. I've been interested in natalism, what Bennett's taught me, and all sorts of stuff. And it's interesting how IVF is kind of counterintuitive because it's seen as kind of a miracle for some people, and it is. It's always great to bring a child into the world, but it seems for whatever reason, IVF children tend to be less healthy. And there's a number of complications that comes with that, and it's strange because I don't have any source material to point to for this specific anecdote, but farmers have been using IVF for a long time because generally breeding of animals is much less subject to regulation and all sorts of things, and IVF is a way to breed infertility into especially cattle populations.
Yeah.
So it essentially there's a lot of things you have to do to improve the health of the population, but a big one is to convince women to have children before 35 in general. Is hopefully their 20s. It's usually before 35 is fine, but more ideal situation the better, right? And it's kind of just in our society today, women, generally speaking, wait until the last minute to get married and have kids. So that's prime fertility years that are going away.
Yeah. IVF, like you said, I know a ton of people who've used it. Everybody knows somebody nowadays who's used it. It's great for them on a personal level. Civilizationally, it's one of the single most dysogenic technologies that's ever been invented. Like you said, it breeds infertility into your population. There's also an issue, and again, I don't know if this is causation or correlation, but a lot of IVF babies do have issues. Again, we don't know if that's because the parents already had all these health concerns, or if that's because of IVF itself. What I would compare it to is there are all kinds of studies on infants and IQ, and what they found there are lots of studies that babies who are breastfed end up being smarter. Mothers who smoke, their children end up being much dumber. And we actually have better data on that now. And it turns out it was a causation correlation issue. So it's not that cigarettes make your kids dumb. It's that on average, only dumb people smoke cigarettes while they're pregnant. Right. And that's why seriously though, that's why those two things were linked. Same with breastfeeding. So here's an interesting fact. I think it's 80% of Black women in America do not breastfeed. They only use formula. So that, what are the implications of that? Who fucking knows, man? But formula is one of those things, it's good in a pinch, but, God only knows what they put in that shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of programs for quote-unquote free formula and all of that, and I think it's covered by WIC and food stamps, quote-unquote, and all of that. So it's
dude. Quick segue. If anybody knows how I can get keyed on WIC, if I could get people to buy keyed with food stamps, can you message me? If you got a
Dude,
Connect.
that's a good question. Can't you buy Coca-Cola with WIC?
Yeah, you can buy Coke for sure.
Yeah, I remember. So I got a good story for you. I generally go to the grocery store once a week, and try to be in and out because the one near me is like not the best. But there was like one aisle open. I didn't feel like going to automatic checkout, self checkout. There's a lady. She had a huge ass packed cart full of shit. And,
oh yeah.
And she was sitting there, and then they're like,
first of the month. And she's always when the checks come out.
And she's like, "Oh, babe, I can't figure out, which item is not eligible." And then it was something really small, like $12 was all she had to pay to, that it wasn't covered under it. She had like lobster in there or shit or something. But then she's like, "Oh, okay," and she's like taking out whatever 3 different cards, and they were all getting declined. I literally just like picked up my shit and walked to the self checkout. I'm like, this is gonna take an hour. Just like,
yeah.
But many such cases.
Wherever you live in the United States, look up, because it differs from state to state. Look up what day of the month food stamps come out and welfare checks get distributed, and just go to a Walmart that day and watch. Like, it's like a National Geographic documentary. Like, everyone should do this at least once in their life. It's literally Black Friday. You want to talk about Black Friday? That's literally Black Friday. I used to work at a Starbucks, and we'd have this homeless woman, because homeless people get food stamps, by the way. In California, you get $620 a month and $200 worth of food stamps and a cell phone. So, we'd have homeless people come in with their food stamps and try to buy Frappuccinos. And they get pissed off when it didn't work, here's an interesting thing. There's a black market for food stamps. So, you know how they trade cigarettes in prison? And, a cigarette is basically like a single unit of currency, and it has a value that goes just like a dollar bill. Well, people do that with food stamps, and they use Coke cans. So this just kind of an interesting fact. A Coke can is like the universal, it's a currency, basically. You trade your food stamps into a black market guy who gives you Coke, and then you can trade that can of Coke to anybody else. And there's like a whole system. And then you use that money to go buy, whatever it is that's not WIC approved, like, beer or whatever it is. So
yeah,
I'm trying to get Keat Energy in that.
I think Tide detergent is a huge black market thing. I was in the ghetto one day, and I saw this like white junkie come in and give the teller, this chick, like a bunch of detergent that he must have stole from wherever. And she goes to the ATM and takes out $20 and hands it to him. Just like open air, Tide, hand-to-hand deal. I'm like, yeah, that's how you know you're in the ghetto.
Yeah. Well, you could tell, what is on that list of stuff that's sort of transactional, because it's the stuff that tends to be locked up at CVS. So baby formula is another one. That's like the single most stolen item at grocery stores and food outlets. And I looked that up because I was like, that's like that's tragic. They're having to steal formula to feed their babies. That's like Aladdin, oh my God, that's so terrible. I looked it up. It turns out it's because you can cut drugs with baby formula. It's cheap. It's cheaper than using like other stuff. So that's why it's stolen so much.
Yeah, it's like a powder, so it makes sense. Thanks for sharing all sorts of cool factoids with us tonight, Jacob. Would you like to tell anybody where to follow you, where to buy Keat Energy, and all of that other stuff?
Yeah, man. If you go to my profile, I got a bunch of links to all the shit I do. I got a bunch of different projects. KeatEnergy.com is on there. 20% off right now. It's an energy drink that gives you energy, but it also kind of gives you a chill, sort of gets rid of social anxiety kind of thing. So check that out. The Keat Energy Twitter account. We post a lot of funny memes. Do a lot of trolling on there. Check us out. And then I also got a link to my YouTube channel. If you go to my profile, the link is there. And I started doing like half-hour little documentaries on all kinds of different issues. I just did one on all the different laws in California that led to the situation that they're in. I'm doing one on the Daniel Penny case right now that'll be up this week. And then I got like random normie shit too. Like I got a little documentary talking about how they fucked up Dragon Age. It was actually because BioWare put a trans person in charge of the product. So all the characters ended up with like zipper tit scars and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, check out my YouTube channel, Pete Energy, and then follow me on Twitter or whatever. Have a great Black Friday, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Jacob. All right, guys. We got Thomas777 coming up next. Gonna go to a quick commercial break in the meantime.
Gimme that fent. I need it bad.
Robert Oppenheimer.
If you want to shine like sun, first you have to burn like it.
Barack Obama.
I may be drunk, miss, but in the morning I will be sober, and you will still be ugly.
Winston Churchill. Gimme that fent. I need it bad.
Robert Oppenheimer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Max Teller, the Chief Marketing Officer of WBS Apparel. Tonight, it has been a long day and night indeed, but I saved the best for last, ladies and gentlemen. He is a historian, a fashion icon, the most dangerous man in the Windy City. He is the real Thomas777. Thank you for joining, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. That's quite an introduction. Can you hear me okay?
Your audio sounds good, man. Yeah, thanks.
Okay,
thanks
great. Yeah.
on.
No, this is a wonky phone. Like, I'm the only white dude who has Cricket Wireless, to my knowledge. and they give you these weird phones, man, that are like they're like these knockoff androids made in the Republic of Vietnam. So that's what I'm using.
Hell yeah. Well, they got better. They're probably better than my 5-year-old iPhone, I imagine. So that I
I'm
robbed
too
off
old
some
to learn
chump.
how to. I'm legit too old to learn how to use iPhones. Like a lady I know has one, and I was like fucking with it because I was curious and like I literally could not figure out how to use it, man. So yeah, I'm gonna use Cricket until I die or until they die, whichever comes first.
I hope you'll be around for a long time, long after they've gone bankrupt and gone under. Is it a flip phone?
No, I had a Motorola. Motorola makes like a smart flip phone, man, which I thought was like really dope. And I briefly had one when I had US Cellular. And then I had to get a cheaper plan, because I was paying like something ridiculous. And Cricket is like literally the lowest you can get. They're like I pay like $38 a month. It's ridiculous. But you gotta like you can't like bring your own phone to them. So I had to part with it, which made me sad. But um no, that's not it's not a flip. But I love flip phones, man. And like I was so stoked when I discovered that there's like flip smartphones. Like I'm not like a gadget fag or something. I just really like those kinds of phones.
All good things must come to an end as the flip phone era has set on their empire. Now, before we get started into the good meat and potatoes, everything, I wanted to let everybody know that we are running a Thomas 777 sale tonight, and that is 9 p.m. till midnight Eastern Standard Time. 50% off beanies in the store. It's getting cold, especially in the Windy City and us East Coast chuds. You gotta stay warm. We can't have you catching a cold or anything like that. So buy your beanies at wbsapparel.com. Again, that ends at midnight Eastern Standard Time. And Thomas, I know you're very knowledgeable about World War II, and I wanted to talk the Eastern Front if that's cool with you.
Yeah, that's great.
Cool. Yeah, I took a couple notes in general just to kind of like get the ball rolling, if you will, but to set the proper like historical context for everything. I mean, and everybody knows it was one of the most titanic conflicts in human history, just alone, not even speaking to the other theaters that happened into the war. Approximately 30 million people dead, and who knows how accurate these numbers are, but an immense amount of people. Would you mind setting the stage for like the Soviet and Third Reich posturings prior to the real kickoff to the German offensive?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to stick basically to quantifiable military questions because otherwise we'll be here all night, and that's a different question. If you want to talk about the dialectical process whereby, National Socialism was emergent, it derived from the same nucleus of causation, psychologically speaking, as Soviet Bolshevism did. It was a dialectical reaction to it, as well as to the conditions that created the kind of future shock, if you will, that gave rise to revolutionary communism in the first place. But like the big misconception about the Second World War in military terms is that this was somehow an error for the Third Reich to assault the Soviet Union. Like that's a moronic claim. Because like the only path to Endsieg, like the only path to victory is the destruction of the Soviet Union. That's how Germany wins the war. That is the only way they win the war. And beyond that, the entire raison d'etre of the National Socialist state was Lebensraum. And people misunderstand what that term means. Like literally, it translates literally as living space. That's not Hitler wasn't saying Germany's overcrowded or something like that. That's not what was being alleged. He was saying that great space politics, continent scaled power politics, that is the future. Okay. So Europe's going to become a superpower, or it's going to perish. Okay, because the world is going to belong to the world is going to belong to continental superpowers that can project power in truly global capacities. Okay, so the only way that Europe becomes a superpower is by the annihilation of the Soviet Union, which, as of June 22nd, 1941, had also built the largest military machine that the world had ever seen. Okay, and it was also animated by this doctrine of revolutionary political violence. So it was an incredibly dangerous actor anyway. But even were that not the case, again, Europe only survives by becoming a superpower. Germany only wins the war by destroying the Soviet Union. So again, it's asinine when people claim like Hitler shouldn't have attacked Russia. It's like, well, what should he have done? Like waited to be assaulted by the Soviet Union, or just like ceded the planet to the United States and the Soviet Union? Like that's not. People who think that way aren't in the game, or they're just profoundly ignorant. Secondly, too, modern combat resolves rapidly. So you don't prepare for quagmires. You don't say, the OKW wasn't going to sit there and say, we're going to assault the Soviet Union, but we're going to prepare for this years-long quagmire. So like equip our army with winter gear. That's literally preparing to lose. And to be clear, everybody thought that Germany was going to win the war by the time Operation Typhoon was initiated at the gates of Moscow in December of 41. What the Pickett's Charge moment was Hitler wasn't this like reckless gambler in military matters at all. He was the opposite. He basically acted like a siege commander, and other than von Manstein, Rommel, I'd say Ferdinand Storner, people didn't really understand Blitzkrieg and its implications. I mean, at the operational level, they kind of did, but this idea of breakthrough with armor, rapidly exploit that breakthrough, pay no attention to the flanks, just keep pushing forward and kill everything in front of you, then seize the objective. And if the enemy tries to reconstitute the main line of resistance, he's forced to fight on reverse fronts. Then then pour as much fire on him as you can from the objective that you've already reached. Like that was totally alien to the way everybody conceptualized like the past 40,000 years of warfare. Okay, so this idea that Hitler was always doing these crazy, reckless things, like some kind of gambling wild man, that's bullshit. Hitler took political gambles. He basically would like test his ops and like make them blink. But in battlefield terms and as a warlord, he was unduly cautious in most respects. The exception is the assault on Norway, but that's complicated. Hitler basically went all in and rolled the dice that the Luftwaffe could put enough fire on the British op for and win, and that was against all odds. But that's like that's the exception that proves the rule. Okay, so what Hitler did in July 41, as within 2 weeks, like the Wehrmacht had killed 300,000 Soviets. Their burn rate was 29-1. They were slaughtering the Soviet Union. It was ceasing to exist. Okay. Stalin's strategic reserves that could reach Army Group Center and Army Group North were outside of Kiev. Hitler halted Army Group Center's advance to Moscow to assault these reserves, and they were annihilated. Okay, but this cost precious time. That meant that Stalin could reinforce the Soviet he could reinforce Moscow with forces being in the Soviet Far East, which were intended to block against a potential Japanese assault. So Stalin gambled on the Japanese not assaulting the Soviet Far East, but he could pretty reasonably infer they weren't going to do that. Okay, because even before Pearl Harbor, like without even regard to the precedent that Kelk and Goal, it was pretty clear that the Japanese weren't that the Japanese army had fallen out of favor with Hirohito for all kinds of reasons. Okay, but basically, what cost that's what cost the war. Okay, what cost the war was what I just indicated. Okay, like failing that, like Moscow falls in December. Okay, and I know that there's people who, again, like don't understand the reality of these things. They claim like, well, that wouldn't have mattered if Moscow fell. It's like, well, yeah, actually it would have, especially when something like 20 million Soviets are dead. You know, your capital city falls, your command and control falls apart. The center of the Comintern is now in fascist hands. People aren't just going to say like, yeah, we're going to fight on reverse fronts and like commit suicide for the next decade, like, you know, to oust the Wehrmacht from Moscow. That's not how things work. Okay. So I mean, that's the key thing to understand. So it's not like the key takeaway isn't that, oh, this was crazy that the Germans assaulted Russia. It's incredible how close the Germans came to winning World War II in a matter of weeks. You know, and it's, you know, another one of the myths too is that like, oh, the Wehrmacht underestimated the Soviets. They didn't at all. And a lot of these guys, general officers as well as company grade officers, these guys had fought the Russians on the Eastern Front. Like people forget that half of World War I was fought in the East. They knew exactly what the Russians were capable of. They knew about their gameness. They knew that they were savage in combat. And I mean that with all respect. They knew that they could take horrific attrition yet still reconstitute. They knew all of this. And if you look at Halder and his intelligence in the lead up to Barbarossa, it was incredibly accurate, you know, about the state of Soviet forces in being. You know, arguably they overestimated Soviet forces in being. So I mean that's garbage too when people say that. And it's also too like if the Germans were like if they were being so foolish and if they quote, you know, underestimated the Soviets, so how did they reach Moscow in weeks? And then it took 3.5 years with like the combined might of the United States and Great Britain, along with the Red Army getting endlessly subsidized by Roosevelt. So how is it that it took 3.5 years to defeat the Wehrmacht? You know, like this should be common sense, but it's not. And part owing to politics and part owing to ignorance. So I realize I was long-winded, but that's kind of the brass tacks of, you know, like my thesis, and I don't think it's impeachable.
Yeah, I think that's a really good start. And one of the most interesting things you brought up there was the Japanese involvement with the Axis. Now,
yeah.
If I suppose what you're saying is that it's wasn't that serious of an alliance, but if the Japanese were to sweep across the steppe, it would have been game over, right?
I mean, I think it was very serious. I mean, what were the Japanese going to do? I mean, the problem with Japan, that's a whole other topic. I mean, it's probably fun you raised it, but I mean, we need to do a dedicated stream on that if you want to talk about Japan and why the quote strike south strategy went out of a strike north strategy. Like the Japanese army was in some ways, for all practical purposes, an open revolt. Okay, what they euphemistically called, you know, the 1937 incident. This was basically high treason. The Japanese army fought the Soviets at Kalk and Gol, and they got their faces smashed because for some reason the Japanese can't fight in armor. I mean that's an interesting question, and you know, but the Japanese army did not perform well in the open steppe at all. But also, you know, the Japanese army, they lost Hirohito by like 1936, 37. You know, he was no longer going to listen to them. He was no longer going to abide what they wanted to do. They wanted to assault the Soviet Union. The Imperial Navy said we can assault the United States Pacific Fleet. We can destroy it. It'll reconstitute in 6 months, but then, you know, we will have compromised Roosevelt politically and we can sue for peace, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Okay, but like that, I mean, you want to talk about like a gamble? That's kind of like that's a political gamble. It's not premised on variables that can be verified or weighted according to probable outcomes. If you're trying to game that scenario, like how the fuck do you game political scenarios? So it was a terrible plan. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Japanese were painted into a corner. They had to do something. You know, Mearsheimer made the point that out of all combatant states in World War II, like Japan's the only one that truly had no choice. Like Japan had to assault. They had to. You know, it's just that they assaulted the wrong op for at that time. But no, I think the Japanese and the Germans were thick as thieves. But in operational terms, how do you integrate when the Japanese are fighting this naval war and basically, you know, such that their combined arms and infantry is engaged against a common against a commonly engaged opponent. You know, they were kicking the hell out of the British in Singapore, in Australia, and elsewhere. But I mean, it's like how do they operationally integrate? I mean, there was plans to. If the Japanese army too, like their plan also was that, like, assuming they'd eked out like a tactical victory against the United States Navy. You know, the idea was like, well, then we're gonna push for India, you know, and then we can like meet the Wehrmacht in the Near East, like beyond the Hindu Kush and stuff. Which, I mean, that's an interesting proposal. But no, I think, I mean, Germany's best allies Germany's top ally was Romania, without a doubt. Okay. After that, I mean, Croatia was a great ally, but obviously they're a very small country. But no, I think the Japanese had Hitler's back, and vice versa.
That is a very ambitious plan, attempting to move. I mean, a lot of things would have had to go right for that Japanese plan and integration to actually happen.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was a bad plan, no doubt about it.
So in back to the Eastern Front in general, though, what kind of, from what I understand in my brief research prior to the space, is the Wehrmacht took some pretty good preparations in the initial blitzkrieg and were able to cut cable lines and things like that, and the Soviets were relatively caught flat-footed, like you were talking about. Obviously, there was a lot. The death toll was immense in the initial blitzkrieg. Can you expound on kind of like the preparation and initial days of the invasion?
Well, I mean, like Halder was, you know, when it became clear that this was going to happen, and I mean, Hitler played things close to his chest. Von Manstein is he's the only Feldmarschall who really spoke totally candidly to the War Department, like to the Department of Defense, and his debriefing has been published in book form. It's called Lost Victories. And I mean, obviously there's some subsequent editing and stuff and additions, but you know, von Manstein basically laid everything out for the Pentagon, which is fascinating because that's what became like like Cold War doctrine in the early days. But he also said in uncertain terms, I never knew what Hitler was thinking. You know, and people forget too that like Hitler was a politician, and Hitler wasn't Stalin. He didn't have he wasn't this like basically Khan who was like supremely powerful. You know, he was presiding over a tense coalition of factions that otherwise hated each other. He had a democratic mandate that he had to sustain. Otherwise, you know, he was not going to be able to accomplish his objectives. You know, so what he said in public was not always what he was thinking, and what he didn't say often was more significant. But when it became clear that Barbarossa was going to happen, you know, the way, like I said, the way that OKW gamed it was basically accurate, and their inputs were basically correct. You know, and something that hurt the Soviets was that they were in offensive deployment. You know, Suvorov was right, he's not confabulating that, or he's not, you know, creatively reading into the variables as they existed on on June 22nd, 1941. But it was basically the von Manstein plan at massive scale. Assault with combined arms, like lay as much firepower as possible on, in the Schwerpunkt. And once a breakthrough is made, exploit that breakthrough to the utmost, then pay no attention to guarding flanks and as per conventional battle doctrine. And that's what the Wehrmacht did. And the Germans like what modern Russian battle doctrine is deep battle. It is to this day. It's like it's been tweaked, obviously, and things. The modern battle space is highly fluid, but basically the entire like Russian ethos is to try and eradicate uncertainty in the battle space. Okay, and that's very Russian. All right. So doctrine is treated almost like regulation. Like you do not like mission-oriented tactics doesn't exist in the Russian army, and it didn't exist in the Soviet army. But if you've got the manpower, and if you've got and if morale is basically intact, and if you're if you can survive like the initial assault, if you can absorb basically like whatever like the Germans or NATO and the Russians look at Germans and NATO as the same thing in terms of how they game these scenarios. If you can absorb that, like you're in pretty good standing to like encircle and annihilate Op 4, but you're gonna take horrendous casualties. So that's basically what the Russians did. But the problem was, again, their burn rate was 29-1 at peak. So anytime the Russians tried to reconstitute and outflank Op 4, they were getting cut to pieces. And the Germans were like smashing through further and further objectives by the time they could get in position to attempt a flanking maneuver. Like by the time of Kursk, like 2 years later, like 2.5 years later, like the Germans could no longer mount these kinds of attacks, so it didn't matter. But early on, it's a combination of things. I think a lot of people claim that like, well, Stalin, we had a bunch of lackeys and have good military talent. I disagree with that. Timoshenko was as good as any Wehrmacht general, I think. Konev, Rokossovsky, these guys were very, very good. Okay. The Russians performed as well as could be expected. Like it wasn't because like the Russians are soft or the opposite of soft. They're fucking savages. Do the Russians have like contempt for human life? Maybe. I don't know. It's not for me to like pass judgment on those kinds of things. Let me put it this way. Okay, they can absorb casualties in a way that Western armies can't and will not, owing to a combination of like ethical and psychological factors and material ones. But I don't know, man. Like it's not so much like what the Soviets did wrong, it's what the Germans did right. And then ultimately, what the proverbial Pickett's charge moment was outside of Kiev in July of 41. I don't think there's anything if I understand the question, and forgive me if I don't. I don't think there's anything the Soviets like could have done to mitigate, like how hard they got hit early on. Yeah, there were certain frailties in the political culture. There are certain frailties like caused by the political culture, but that's a more complicated question, and that's sociological and political. It's not military.
Yeah, I would say that makes sense. Do you think the ethnic makeup of the Soviet forces had anything to do with their ability to absorb casualties? From what I understand, obviously there is the Soviet Union is a multi-ethnic empire, right? That's been captured across the steppe. Do we know what percentage of Soviet forces were non-ethnic Russians or other primary cultures like that?
I mean, yeah, I mean a lot of them, and later, Paul Blobel, and I mean, I think it was Blobel. He's the one who suggested mobilizing Soviet nationalities, specifically like Islamic nationalities, as a detonation strategy, and incorporating them into the Waffen SS. And a lot of these guys fought to like great effect because like they hated the Russians and they hated communism. But I can't break down for you. I mean, I could find it in my library. I can't break down for you like what percentage of the Red Army was ethnically Russian, what percentage was Ukrainian, Belarusian, Moldovan, or whatever. I mean, I like I said, man, I think the fact that the Red Army didn't break when they were absorbing that kind of attrition, I think that's a credit to their. I think they were as well constituted as can be expected. The the first Ukrainian shock army was kind of the Schwerpunkt element. Once the Russians got the upper hand, and there was the Soviets. The reason why they broke stuff down into the quote nationalities is because I mean they viewed the Russians as as a matter of official policy as like the first among the nationalities, but they tried to constitute oblasts like with relative homogeneity, and they did the same thing in how they constituted infantry formations like beyond company and sometimes up to division level. Like I think they were as I think cohesion was as good as any other modern army, and plus two, I mean they were being annihilated. So I mean that obviously, I mean that's $1 million question. Like if your op four is literally annihilating you, like they're on a mission of like Rasenkrieg and conquest. Is it like a force multiplier? Because it's like, well, if you don't fight and if you bitch out, you will die, and so will like your whole family. Or is it, or does it like break people's will, like because they're like we're fucked? I mean, it's supposed to depends on the circumstances, but I don't think it I don't think it harmed the Red Army. Like the Red Army wasn't like the Foreign Legion or something, like
Right.
but without like they like again too like they were basically constituted according to national origins with some exceptions, but I don't think that harmed them.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Was there still rapid industrialization in the Soviet Union going on as this titanic conflict is being fought as well?
Well, yeah, and I mean the Luftwaffe liaised very deeply with other air forces. I mean, that's like a European military tradition anyway. It's part of keeping good offices. You send like your military liaisons, and they send theirs. But the Luftwaffe and the British War Ministry and the Soviet Air Force, obviously, because this was cutting edge technology, and um, it, the state of the art of the tech quite literally hadn't been battle tested yet. I mean, it had in Spain, as a ground assault element, but the true versatility of it, like hadn't been tested in a real world laboratory. So there's like a lot of this like liaising between air forces. And when Goering himself, he went to visit one of these aircraft factories beyond the Urals, which obviously was situated there not by accident because it put it beyond the range of uh of German bombers. But Goering came back shaken, and he said, one of these Soviet aircraft factories can outproduce every one of our aircraft factories combined. So I mean the industrial potential of the Soviet Union was for all practical purposes infinite, which was all the more reason why time was of the essence to destroy it. But yeah, I mean the 5-year plans and the building up of heavy industry was underway as Barbarossa kicked off. And then the America took up a lot of the slack for the tertiary production facilities that were being annihilated. But yeah, you know, the Soviet Union was arguably like the greatest industrial power that. I mean, the Soviet Union was without a doubt one of the greatest industrial powers that has ever existed on this planet. And by that time, it was only it was only it was only rivaled and outproduced by America. You know, like it was a leviathan.
Interesting. How did the Luftwaffe perform during the initial years? You said it was combined arms, so we're talking tanks, armored vehicles, the Luftwaffe fight aircraft, artillery, small arms divisions, right?
Well, yeah, the Luftwaffe was a ground assault element, and it was a tactical force. It had no strategic bombing capability, and like some of that owed to Jashonik's short-sightedness. Part of that owed to the fact that this idea that strategic bombing and, you know, like annihilating your enemy's cities is just like a foregone conclusion. I mean, that's preposterous. It wasn't just a foregone conclusion, and the fact that, you know, that's the way the British went tells us a lot. But no, the Luftwaffe performed splendidly. I mean, they basically annihilated the Soviet Air Force on the ground in the opening salvos. It didn't truly reconstitute until late 1942, in my opinion. I mean, it's arguable, but you know, these guys like Eric Hartmann had like absurd like victory numbers in air-to-air combat, you know, and then Hans Rudel, who was literally the most highly decorated German soldier of the war. You know, he killed literally hundreds of fucking tanks in his Stuka. He was the only man who held the Knight's Cross, the Iron Cross, with oak leaf swords and diamonds in gold. It was made specially for him. You know, they as a ground assault element and as a tactical element, the Luftwaffe was second to none. You know, what they didn't have was they didn't have a strategic bombing capability. And the only German heavy bomber, it was a 2-engine bomber. It's a fascinating design. It's very strange, but very German. So there was no 4-engine bomber, and like this aircraft was purposed specifically to assault industrial targets beyond the Urals. And it wasn't deployed in that capacity until 43, and it wasn't deployed in numbers adequate to make a difference. But and it ran so hot it would catch fire. You know, it was just in some ways, you know, it was kind of unfortunately, it was kind of like, you know, German over-engineering, as the cliche goes. But I'm fascinated by this concept of like a 2-engine long-range heavy bomber. I mean, I guess I'm kind of like autistic on these things, so I think that's what excites me. Or maybe it's just like old age. But no, man, the Luftwaffe was a crack force. I mean, it's these guys like Adolf Galland, like Eric Hartmann, like you know, Hajo Herman. I mean, Hajo Herman basically pioneered like wild boar tactics, and I mean the U.S. Air Force and Navy. I mean they imitated that to a T. I mean, there's a reason why the U.S. military. I mean, they don't do it in a cool way, but like they don't do it in a complete or thoughtful way. There's a reason why like the U.S. military it basically imitates the Wehrmacht across the board. You know, from the fact they wear like a knockoff Stahlhelm to, you know, the way they you know, to the gear they pack, to you know, what they teach people at the war college and things. It's so yeah, Luftwaffe was top notch, man.
So you said there wasn't strategic bombing capabilities. In terms of tactical bombings, they were able to take out armored vehicles and tanks with the smaller tactical bombs.
Well, I mean, that's what a Stuka's for. I mean, a Stuka, yeah. I mean, you can terrorize infantry with it. That's why it's got that like horrible like Jericho siren, or it did. Like production needs later meant that they weren't outfitted with it. But you use Stukas to kill tanks, and the whole German ethos from Clausewitz onward is the advance of fire. Okay, you pour as much firepower onto Op 4 as you can, that's what it's all about. So the idea of like military aviation, to the Germans was, as we advance, like how do we pour fire onto the enemy, like from the air, in like battlefield capacities, like this idea of, well, if I can build a 4-engine bomber, that's that's got like an 800-kilometer radius or whatever, and I can destroy production centers from the air, and I can basically like kill an entire city with incendiaries, which will then like act as which will then like act as a target beacon, like the fire of them, and we can follow up with like conventional munitions and wipe out the remaining survivors. Like that didn't feature into the equation, like not because like Shoshonic and Udet and Aaron Milch were nice guys. It just wasn't the way they thought about warfare. So if your whole notion is like the advance of fire, and basically everything you've learned about warfare is like fighting on land, that's going to be your orientation. But it's also too, I mean, there wasn't like precedent. You know what precedent was for military aviation by the onset of hostilities? It was it was fighting in biplanes and in over the Western Front, and acting as like an artillery scout, in some plane that tops out at like 81 miles an hour, and spotting spotting targets, to relay back to, like spotting indirect fire targets, by like the naked eye, and then like relaying that back to like your comrades. I mean, it might as well have been like a totally different enterprise or endeavor. Like the fact that these guys in the Luftwaffe and in the RAF, to be fair, and the Japanese Air Force. I think the Zero is the best all around fighter aircraft of the war. But the fact these guys like took to this so fast, they're like learn how to fight in these things that people didn't even know if they'd like work really. Like in terms, they knew they'd fly, but it's like, what? How do you fight in, like, how do you fight in like a prop plane of the air? Like, well, we don't know. I mean, I get like it was like try this and see what works. Let's mount. Let's like mount like a 50 caliber on this airplane and like see if it works. Oh, apparently it does. Okay. I mean, it was literally like that, like trial and error, like as hostilities are underway. It's crazy.
That's balls of steel right there. You gotta
Yeah, man.
to go and fly off one of those, man, under fire. That is crazy. To kind of bring it back a little bit to the main point, do you mind providing like the context around Stalingrad, as that is one of the most famous engagements of the war? Anything leading up to that and what kind of transpired?
I mean, what led up to it was after the failure of Operation Typhoon, and then like the Soviet counteroffensive, that changed things. But I mean, the Germans were still, they were still within 50 kilometers of Moscow, and Leningrad was under siege. It was medieval. There's a horrifying anecdote. The NK, like Leningrad was under siege for years. Okay. It totally cut off, surrounded. And the NKVD, they had to form up a special unit to hunt down cannibals, because these people been driven crazy by hunger. They were like hunting people to eat them. It's horrific. But so by November of 42, the Germans are still trying to regain, Army Group Center is still trying to regain momentum, to push for another assault on Moscow. Leningrad is under siege. So for all practical purposes, our Army Group North has like reached its objective. So that was Stalingrad. And Stalingrad was an essential a hub of of terrestrial manufacturing. It was something of a prestige objective, I guess. I think that's overstated by some historians. But if it would if Stalingrad had fallen, for all practical purposes, the Soviet Union could have been cut in half longitudinally. And that would have changed things. And then like obviously, Army Group South would have struck north, to assault Moscow, along with Army Group Center. So when it failed, I mean, it didn't just cost momentum that was necessary for anything to be salvaged vis-a-vis the war effort, but it wiped out an entire army group. Like 300,000 men like went up in smoke. And something happened psychologically. Like von Paulus, the reason why Hitler promoted him into Feldmarschall as the last as the last aircraft were able to resupply Stalingrad is because like no Prussian Feldmarschall had ever surrendered. You were expected to commit suicide. So Hitler's basically saying like, do the right thing. That this is basically there's a lot of a general oberst or a Feldmarschall has tremendous power, but the trade-off is that you're expected to go down with the ship. Okay, so like the fact von Paulus went into captivity. I mean this was very, very bad. But it also showed the Soviets though that I mean they'd taken like millions dead by this point, and it showed the Soviets that like they could win, like decisively. Like they annihilated the German army. That really had never happened before. I mean it hadn't happened before. I mean, yeah, there's catastrophic defeats that like German armies took in like the 30 Years of War, but that's different. We're not a totally different epoch, totally different political configuration of things. So I mean that's why Stalingrad is so significant to people. But I mean I don't think like victory conditions were already like NC wasn't on the table anymore. I mean that's not to say like had Stalingrad held, I mean I think the best the Wehrmacht could have hoped for, if they could have retreated, they would have had to retreat to what's now modern day Ukraine, basically the Ukrainian frontier. Hope for some kind of armistice. And then essentially like fortified Fortress Europe, like to prepare for war with America. And the inevitable assault that was coming on the Atlantic coast or Iberia. But whether that was possible or not, that owes to how Stalin perceived the political situation, especially vis-a-vis America, and also like what Roosevelt was thinking. Like, I speculate that had that scenario developed I just described, Roosevelt would have been concerned that Stalin was going to, take the attitude like, well, what have the Americans done for me lately? Why I'm not gonna continue to fight this war for the sake of sparing Roosevelt the having to account for casualties in the West, but it's complicated. Oh yeah. I got about 10 minutes before I got to raise up. We can do a part 2 if you want, but I didn't want to be abrupt. So yeah, we'll go about 10 more minutes.
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you so much for coming, man. And just a reminder, the time is 777 deal tonight. 50% off WBS apparel beanies. That discount applies automatically at checkout. Got to keep warm this winter. Got Christmas coming up. WBSapparel.com. And Thomas, speaking on the weather, I think maybe you'd be the best time to just address. It's a cliche about invading Russia in winter, a tired one, but how much did the elements really impact the German push east?
But a huge impact, and the winter of 1941 was unusually cold. And fighting in Arctic conditions, it presents unique problems, even down to in the Army Group North fighting near the Arctic Circle with their Finnish allies. They relayed that you'd have to drain the oil out of your Mauser because it would freeze. So you were having to like dry fire infantry weapons, which is crazy. And more than that, before the winter sets in, there's this rainy season on the steppe, and it creates this kind of like soup of mud and soft soil, which is the absolute worst conditions for tanks. Like if you can keep your tanks running in sub-zero temperatures, like you can plow through snow and ice within reason. Like you can't plow through mud, you sink. And the Germans were aware of that. There was Halder's plan called for retaining 15,000 like Polish and Ukrainian, like quote unquote volunteers, like some of whom were volunteers, some of which were obviously like press ganged basically as like forced labor. But to these guys were, who knew the local roads, dirt roads that, because there was difficulty in traversing these things with armor and with and with trucks and stuff. They retained this kind of like small army of heavies to to draw stuff by horse-drawn carriage when there was like impassable conditions. So OKW was aware of it, and like Hitler was aware of it, but the weather wasn't usually severe in 41, and it's also, I mean, it's what I said at the outset. Within 6 months, Moscow had to fall, and in modern warfare, you don't plan to lose. It's like, well, we're not going to prepare for a winter campaign, then we're preparing to lose. Like Moscow has to fall in 6 months, and it practically did. That's the issue, and it, like I said, the only path to Endsieg in the Second World War is the Soviet Union falls. And also, like I said too, I mean that ideologically, geostrategically, like every other way, like the German Reich makes no sense if you don't understand why like it had to fight the Soviet Union. That it's people who don't understand that don't understand the topic, and they're like not in the game. And like you misunderstand too that like the Wehrmacht beat the British Army, like the British lost at Dunkirk. And then it's like, what do they? If assuming Hitler doesn't divert forces to annihilate strategic reserves outside of Kiev. So the Moscow Gorky battle space, and from August in like October 41, say it like falls. It's and the Red Army is like wiped out. I lost my train of thought. Jesus Christ, give me 1 second.
No, that's all really good stuff.
But it
sorry, go ahead.
But no, but okay, I got it. Okay, but I mean, like the Moscow Gorky space like falls in like fall or like November, like 41. Like what exactly are the British going to do? It's like, okay, go ahead and like blockade us. That means nothing. Like from the Atlantic Ocean to to the Urals, like we own a world island. Like the iron ore, petroleum, rubber, agricultural commodities, like pig iron, like you name it. You know, they've literally got like the bounty of this planet at their disposal. Like Britain was done in that case. You know, I mean, so that's the way to understand it, and that's you know, yeah.
Thomas, thank you so much for coming on, man. This was excellent. We're gonna have to do a part 2 sometime. Obviously, you can only
No,
cover
man,
so
let me
much
know
on this
anytime.
on 1 hour. But let everybody know where your merch is, where they can find you, all of that good stuff before you leave, please.
Yeah, I mean, you can find merch and stuff like at the top of my timeline, like on X, like formerly Twitter. You know, I've got like a pinned like thread with this like just stuff that I think is cool. But that's also like, you know, when I do one-off stuff or things like that, like I post it up there. You know, you can find the link to my merch there. Um you can find me on Substack. You can find all my stuff on my website. It's just thomas777.com. It's number 7, HOMAS777.com. I'm on Substack. It's realthomas777.substack.com. You know, that's where we got a chat on there where, like, you know, some of the fellows are active, and it's pretty lit. And, you know, it's where my podcast is and some longer form stuff. But yeah, just like hit up the website, hit up Substack, hit up the timeline. I'm at capital REAL _ number 7 HOMAS777, and check the pinned thread, you know, like at the top of the timeline, and you can find good stuff there too.
Excellent. Thank you so much, brother. That is
Thank you, man.
That is 12-hour live stream done and dusted, and I am fucking tired. So God bless all of you. God bless you, Thomas. Make sure to check out all of our sales at WBSapparel.com. Just to reiterate, next 2 days we have buy 2 shirts, get a third one free, 10% off the entire store, 50% off beanies until midnight tonight. Thank you guys so much. Stay based, and don't forget, we're all gonna make it.